Chapter 261. 2 nights later, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu went out to avoid being seen. After a while, the sensitive orc suddenly woke up from his sleep and rushed out of the tent. What happened? Did you feel it? Did you also notice something was wrong? More and more people came out of the temporary residence. Everyone asked each other at first, but soon, everyone became quiet. Someone murmured, "It's so quiet." Priest Liang Runming ran to a high place and looked around. High-level officials from other countries and tribes also came up. Animals, insects, birds, all creatures seemed to have disappeared. Liang Runming whispered. Nen Rong, the top master of the Southern Alliance, even the few plants that were seen before seemed to have disappeared. Someone couldn't help but say, "What's going on? Even if it's winter, it shouldn't be like this, right? Have you noticed that when we came here, there were very few creatures in this wasteland? Aren't they scared away and killed by so many undead corpses?" Several people shook their heads at the same time. They carefully observed that the undead corpses only buried their heads in their work, and none of them would leave the team to kill living things. "Everyone be careful, maybe something big is about to happen," Liang Runming warned everyone. Knowing that there are countless undead corpses in the Tianquan Valley wasteland, none of those who dared to come to the wasteland to survey are troublemakers, and everyone is alert. Maybe. Nen Rong hasn't finished speaking. The distant but unusually clear voice of a young male orc suddenly came from a distance. "Everyone, the magma is about to erupt in the early morning. Please try to leave the place with red flags, and stay away from the flood discharge channel and Rift Valley." Liang Runming looked up suddenly. "It's Aries Shang." That night, no one could sleep anymore. They all stayed away from the Tianquan Valley wasteland, and the Rift Valley as required. Some people, out of curiosity, deliberately ran to find places with red flags, and found a total of 13 red flags in the vast wasteland. Be careful. All those undead armies have disappeared. Everyone was shocked. There were so many undead corpses, at least hundreds of thousands at first glance, and they all disappeared in just a few breaths. Where did they go? Who was controlling them? Well, everyone had the answer to the latter question. This is also one of the reasons why Shang Fifan and his team hung up the sign that they were not available, and no one dared to disturb them. In addition to respect, there was also fear. When the earth began to tremble, the first thing to break was the sky. The layers of morning glow that had just appeared on the horizon suddenly appeared an extremely spectacular spectacle, as if the entire cloud layer was ignited, forming a huge torch in the air. Then, the earth's crust made the first crisp sound of an eggshell cracking, but the sound had turned into a dull explosion when it reached the ears of a few people through the land. At the red flag in the northwest of the wasteland, the ground suddenly bulged, as if some giant beast was arching its back under the soil. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of rock breaking, a 3-meter-wide crack in the ground suddenly burst open, and the red magma rose into the sky like an angry giant python. But this fire python did not run away. It drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell accurately into the nearby flood discharge channel. After the lava hit the channel wall, it quickly calmed down and flowed down the flood discharge channel. From the southeast came a muffled sound like a hammer hitting an anvil. The entire ground was undulating violently like a drumhead trampled by a giant. 6 pillars of magma broke through the ground and erupted in a fan shape, blowing the red flag into the air and quickly melting it. These deadly torrents that were supposed to sweep across the wasteland seemed to have been precisely calculated and controlled by invisible hands, falling into the deep, wide, and long flood discharge channel. Located behind Tianquan Valley, it is said that countless undead corpses were buried in the valley. The ground there did not crack, but collapsed into a funnel-shaped giant pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Under the giant pit, the fiery red magma flowed, but did not erupt, but flowed along the underground channel towards the rift. The earth was shaking and the air was burning. 13 red rivers of fire rushed from the ground and underground of the wasteland, like a giant flaming python summoned by the abyss, crashing on the edge of the rift. It was a magnificent sight that even gods would hold their breath. 13 lava torrents poured down at the same time, tearing a kilometer-long line of fire at the edge of the rift. As the viscous lava fell, it pulled out countless golden and red threads, like the red gold spitting thread cast by the gods, and like the upside-down fire forest of hell. The main channel in the center gushed the most violently, and the lava column with a diameter of 10 feet penetrated into the abyss, like the spear of a giant god. The fire waterfalls flowing down on both sides were like its wings, spreading into a fan-shaped fire curtain on the dark rock wall. The high temperature distorted the air, making the fall look even more hideous. Boiling bubbles continued to swell on the surface of the lava, and the flying fire beads, when it exploded drew thousands of meteors in the air. The sulfur-poisonous fog and black smoke intertwined into a rotating vortex, sometimes covering and sometimes revealing the falling fire waterfall, as if a huge mouth of fire opened and closed. The roar of magma hitting the rock wall overwhelmed all the noises in the world. It was not a simple explosion, but the eternal struggle between tens of millions of tons of hot rocks and the cold crust. Occasionally, a particularly huge mass of lava hit the protruding rock platform, and it exploded into a day of fire rain. The splashing liquid flames cooled into various mineral fragments in the air, and fell into the depths with a clang. The abyss rift swallowed up this generous gift without rejection. The first magma that fell in had accumulated into a dark red lake at the bottom of the valley, and the later ones kept hitting the fire lake, stirring up fire waves dozens of feet high. These waves hit the vertical rock wall, leaving instantly solidified volcanic glass, like black scars. As the last drop of magma left the flood discharge channel, the 13 fire waterfalls finally completed their mission. The smoke above the rift slowly dissipated, revealing the rock wall burned dark red. The wilderness returned to silence, with only the occasional sound of bubbles coming out of the lava lake deep in the rift, proving that this grand lava eruption was not a dream. The people who watched this scene were speechless. They were forced to retreat continuously by the high temperature, but they also saw this grand scene. This is simply the best combination of natural power and human power. So has the geological disaster of Tiger Country been completely solved? Boom! Everyone present was shocked. They were going to find Aries Shang and Lang Mu. Since they could solve the geological disaster of Tiger Country, they could definitely solve other places. At this time, no one doubted the content of the prophecy. It was not that they were sure of it after seeing the real scene of the lava eruption, but after the Tiger Country Heritage Sharing Conference ended, all countries and tribes arranged professional personnel to conduct self-inspections of the underground conditions of their own territories. The orcs may have lost their high technology, and may have lost a lot of the inheritance of their divine blood talents, but there are still many masters with special abilities. These masters, with the help of special alchemical tools, can sense the changes in the ground, or can directly see the movements thousands of meters underground. Some people can also predict and see some pictures when the disaster is coming. After various verifications, the leaders of various countries and tribes have made it clear. The large-scale geological disaster that is about to hit the Orc continent is not a fabricated lie, but a fact that will definitely happen. Since it has been confirmed that the disaster will definitely happen, the next step is to discuss how to solve this large-scale disaster that involves the entire Orc continent. Migrate? That is obviously not realistic. So many people, where to migrate? Where can the Orc continent be called truly safe? To the island? Not to mention that most of the medium and large islands are occupied by people. Even if they can grab or find uninhabited islands, how can they build so many large ships in a short time, and ensure that the people and property of the entire country and tribe are transferred there? These issues have been discussed at the Inheritance Sharing Conference, and everyone feels that they are difficult. At that time, many people hoped that the prophecy was false. Some people also suggested that they should just follow the prophecy and find the person who can lead everyone to find the space channel, and let that person lead everyone on the Orc continent to another new continent. But this is a last resort. What's more, where is the savior in the prophecy? No one knows whether this guide really exists. It's better than the method that Aries Shang and Lang Mu came up with. Solve the problem from the root. Since the magma is going to erupt, let it erupt. As long as we can artificially guide the location and direction of its eruption, it can not only relieve the pressure on the earth, but also ensure that most creatures continue to survive. Nanrong said. But we have surveyed that the magma eruption is not a problem of underground pressure in a certain place, but the underground plates of the entire Orc continent are changing. Liang Lemming looked worried. He said quickly, according to our survey and speculation, there is a huge energy surging in the center of the crust of the entire Orc continent. This huge energy pushes the plates that make up the Orc continent. Our Orc continent is not a complete piece of land, but a continent with many fracture surfaces and faults, like broken biscuits gathered together. The soil on the surface of the continent is like cream, which covers the fact that the biscuits below are not complete. Usually, as long as there is no major external force damage, our continent looks complete at first glance. But if there is an extremely strong external force at this time, or a huge energy erupts from the inside, it will cause these broken plates to move or even collide with each other. At this time, a violent earthquake will occur. The magma erupting everywhere in the prophecy is caused by the release of huge energy in the center of the Earth's crust. Nanrong, then what Aries Shang and Lang Mu are doing is not helping the Earth release the huge energy you mentioned. Liang Runming pursed his lips, and said absent-mindedly, "You are right. But you don't know how huge that energy is. It is not enough to leak only this little bit here. Then let everyone on the continent start working at the same time, and find a way to completely draw out that underground energy, so that the plates of the entire continent can calm down," Nan Rong said firmly. Liang Rumming smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. We in the Southern Alliance are going to discuss with Ari Shang about borrowing the undead labor army. Please do as you please." Nan Rong nodded to everyone and turned to walk towards the direction of Turtle Fort. No matter how difficult it is, they in the Southern Alliance will try. Now that Ari Shang has made a successful sample, can't they copy it, even if they use the undead army? So what? As long as they can save their Southern Alliance, they can cooperate with the devil. It's better than doing nothing, and just waiting to die with a sad face. As for finding the guide in the prophecy, and letting him lead the refugees to another new continent, Nan Rong can be sure that even if the guide really appears, and can really lead some orcs to other continents, it will definitely not be all the creatures on the orc continent. No space channel can allow so many people and objects to pass through stably. If there is, it must also pay an unimaginable price. The reason is simple. You need a lot of resources and manpower to build a road. The high-level officials of Nanrong and the Southern Alliance felt that they could not abandon the vast majority of the people, and only take a part of the so-called elites away. If there really comes a day when everyone has to leave their homeland, they will live and die with those who stay. So for their Southern Alliance, it is imperative to find Ari Shang and Lang Mu to cooperate. Liang Runming moved his lips, wanting to call Nanrong, but held back. He also concealed a secret. This is a big secret that their priest palace has recently discovered, which is related to the reason why the huge energy in the center of the crust of the Orc continent exploded. They were also worried that even if they could ask Ari Shang for help, and let him control the army of undead corpses to dig flood diversion channels everywhere, it might not really solve the worries about the violent and huge energy in the center of the Earth's crust. Nan Rong walked to the door of Turtle Shell Castle and raised his hand to knock on the door. "I'm coming!" A voice came from inside the door. Shang Fifan opened the door and saw Nan Rong. As if he had known that he would come to the door, he turned sideways and said, "Come in. We are just having breakfast and lunch." Nan Rong did not go in immediately, but stood outside the door and said, "Do you know the real reason why a large-scale geological disaster will break out in the Orc continent?" Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. "It sounds like you know." Nan Rong did not nod or shake his head, but said seriously, "Our people got the latest news from the priest palace. It is said that some old priests in the priest palace have been monitoring a huge energy underground in the Orc continent. That huge energy began to change after the god's cage was damaged. This energy has been tearing our Orc continent apart. From the old blood god empire to today, our Orc continent has often experienced various geological disasters. Those old priests even speculated that the toxins that caused corpse mutations in the insect poison and poison mist era were all related to that energy. That energy is leaking and changing the energy composition of our Orc continent." Liang Runming probably never thought that the secrets that they thought were well hidden by the priest palace, and the important things that they dared not tell others casually, were known by Nanrong, and were told to Ari Shang as a topic starter by the other party. Shang Fifan's expression did not change when he heard this secret. Nan Rong observed his expression and nodded, saying, "It seems that you have some idea in your mind." Shang Fifan did not know the detailed information of the huge energy, but Lang Mu had been surveying the changes in the Earth's crust and the underground energy, and his natural perception told him a lot. Lang Mu would not hide anything from him, and would tell him and discuss with him anything strange he encountered or sensed. After Shang Fifan swallowed a little fragment of the godhead of the dark god in the alchemy ring, and the heart fragment of the worm mother, he also noticed a slight change in the energy between heaven and earth. If he was not sensitive to this energy change, how could he help his family's Amu find the most suitable magma eruption point? In fact, they were not looking for a suitable magma eruption point, but helping the underground energy to decompress in time. Nan Rong added, "We in the Southern Alliance plan to organize a group of people to go underground and try to completely solve that energy. Before, we didn't know that you had a group of undead armies. Now, we have a request. We hope you can join us. You don't need to do it yourself. As long as you can command those undead armies to help us dig a passage into the center of the Earth's crust." Nan Rong paused. The reward is easy to talk about. Shang Fifan smiled. "Your solution to the problem is more thorough than ours. You want to directly deal with the root cause." Nan Rong did not hide it, and said frankly, "We got some news. It is said that if we can absorb that energy, it will be of great benefit to our orcs to break through the current power level. This time, The adventure team organized by our Southern Alliance is not just our Southern Alliance people. Shang Fifan thought. Yes, without great benefits, how many people would be willing to risk their lives to explore the center of the Earth's crust? In the distance, Liang Runming actually had the same plan as Nanrong. He just didn't know how to talk to Aries Shang, and he was even more afraid that the smart and perceptive Aries Shang would hear the problem, and then find out the secret of that huge energy. The priest palace had many worries. They knew the horror of that huge energy, and its temptation. They kept the relevant information secret, not because they wanted to take the energy for themselves, but because they were afraid that someone would abuse that huge energy, and they were even more afraid of the terrible consequences that might be caused if the energy got out of control. Liang Runming hesitated and hesitated, thinking very complicatedly, especially thinking of what the high priest told him before he left. The high priest told him to be careful of Aries Shang. He said that he felt the power of the god of darkness was reviving, and he suspected that Aries Shang, who could control the army of undead corpses, might be a believer of the god of darkness. What kind of existence is the dark god? If the dark god's followers were allowed to control that huge power, no one knew whether it would be good or bad for the Orc continent and even the entire Tianhe star. The other side. Come in and talk. Shang Fifan showed his attitude. Nanrong nodded as a greeting and strode into the gate of Turtle Fort. Chapter 262. When he saw that the Turtle Fort had disappeared, along with Nanrong and some of the orcs, the Winged Man, and the Insect Man, Liang Runming realized that the people of their priest palace seemed to have been excluded. The empty and lifeless Tianquan Valley wasteland was just like Liang Runming's heart at this moment. The wasteland that was originally covered with winter snow was completely melted by a large-scale magma explosion, revealing a barren land where no plants had grown yet. Liang Runming looked at this almost dead land and inexplicably thought of their priest palace. It was unknown when their priest palace changed from being in the world to being out of the world. Originally, they were responsible for storing and teaching all inheritances for all intelligent races. Since ancient times, priests from the priest palace could be seen in temples of all sizes across the Orc continent. The daily tasks of these priests were not to offer sacrifices to the gods, but to convey knowledge to all those who came to the temple, teach them various skills, and solve people's doubts. Some of them would even heal people. In addition to the temples, priests also need to go to various primary, secondary, and high schools across the continent to serve as teachers. Even every priest in the priest palace has a fixed task, requiring him to go to various temples or schools every year or every certain number of years to teach for a certain period of time. At that time, priests from the priest palace were common in various parts of the Orc continent. Priests also liked to travel everywhere, especially to convey knowledge to remote places, to lead students, etc. And frequent travel and contact with people also helped priests absorb new knowledge and record the inheritance of new knowledge. People at that time also respected priests and were willing to trust them. Some people who discover new skills and knowledge are willing to tell the priests and let them record them. Of course, the priests will ask the creators and inventors what they think. If they agree to spread their knowledge, they will spread it. If they disagree, they will just record it to prevent it from being lost. At that time, the priests even took on a special business, that is, if the original creator of a certain knowledge and skill suddenly died, but did not pass on his inheritance in time, then the priest palace would help the other party find his relatives and try to pass on the other party's inheritance. Similarly, if someone finds that their relatives and teachers have suddenly died and have not been able to designate a successor, they will also find the priest palace and ask them if they have any records. At that time, the priest palace really had a very close relationship with the orcs of the entire Orc continent and was an inseparable part of the Orc continent. When the priests are old, the priest palace will also be assigned to serve as librarians or administrators in libraries around the country according to their personal wishes. Then, since when did priests become the exclusive assignments for the upper classes of various countries and tribes? Even these priests were sent to the royal courts and major tribes of various countries not to teach knowledge, but more like to highlight the special status of the priest palace. Liang Runming actually couldn't figure it out. Why did the priest palace suddenly choose to withdraw from the world instead of coming out to save the world at the end of the Great Prosperity Era after the war? How prosperous and developed the Great Prosperity Era was, how barren and declining the Orc continent was after the Great War Era. At that time, there were also priests who asked the high priest and other high-level priests why their priest palace didn't enter the world at this time to help the intelligent creatures of the entire Orc continent and hand over the knowledge they preserved to them again, so that this continent could recover quickly. Liang Runming was not born at that time, but his teacher was an old priest who had experienced that era. He still remembered that he had asked his teacher the same question, and his teacher told him the reason that the high priest had told him at that time. The high priest said that it was because the current Orc continent was too chaotic and there was no suitable leader. If the knowledge and skills were passed on casually, the ones who would benefit in the end might be some powerful heroes. After these heroes obtained the inheritance of knowledge and skills, they might detain these precious inheritances in their own hands and only strengthen themselves and the related parties. In this way, the vast majority of ordinary people could not get the real benefits at all, and might be further oppressed because of the gap in strength and technology. So the high priest decided that instead of giving knowledge and skills to selfish, unqualified people, it would be better not to give them to anyone, so that everyone would be on the same starting line. And their priest palace was responsible for watching and waiting, examining whether there was a suitable new leader, and when they found a new leader with good character, strength and ability, they would come out to perform their duties. Liang Runming remembered that after hearing this answer, he immediately asked his teacher, "Why don't we take the initiative to cultivate excellent leaders from the beginning, or simply use third-party supervision to urge those in power to set up schools and pass on the knowledge from the priest palace?" His teacher touched his head and said in the vicissitudes of life, "Because our priest palace must not interfere in political affairs, including supervising the government in power and urging them to do things. These are not in line with the rules." The teacher's answer did not satisfy the young Liang Runming at that time, and he could not deeply interpret the hidden meaning of his teacher's words. It was not until he grew up and came into contact with more affairs of the priest palace that he realized that the situation of their priest palace was actually precarious. Although all tribes tried their best to avoid harming priests and the priest palace during the war, how could they not participate in the war at all when so many priests were traveling and teaching around the world? Priests are also human beings, and they also are people they want to protect and favor. After the end of the war era, the number of priests in the priest palace decreased by 2/3, including many high-end combat forces. And how could the priest palace, which stored all the inheritances of the Orc continent so far, not attract the covetousness of others? At that time, there was a saying that whoever controlled the priest palace could control the entire Orc continent. The priest palace spent countless minds and energy just to resist those jackals, who secretly plotted the inheritance of the priest palace and the wealth accumulated over countless years. At that time, the priest palace could barely protect itself, let alone act as a third party to supervise the large and small forces in various places. If the priest palace chooses one or several people to support and train, the nature of the existence of the priest palace will also change. So the high priest took the priest palace to retreat from the world, wanting to wait until the war was over and the world was stable before continuing to perform the duties of inheritance. Unfortunately, they did not wait for a good opportunity to re-enter the world after the end of the war era, and waited through the war destruction era and the poison mist era. When the new era arrived, the priests finally walked out of the priest palace, but inexplicably, they changed from the teachers who passed on knowledge to special existences used by the upper echelons of power in various countries and tribes to demonstrate their identity and legal status. It seems that having priests sent by the priest palace to garrison is like being recognized by the Orc continent and becoming a serious and independent political system. Liang Runming felt that this was not right, and he raised the issue with the higher-ups more than once. But the high priest and high-level priests always used the same excuse to prevaricate him, always saying that the time had not yet come, and asked everyone to continue to wait patiently. People are lazy. If you can complete the task just by sitting in the royal court, and you can also get all kinds of extra money and respect, wouldn't it be much easier than running around and passing on knowledge and skills to the ignorant masses for free? Slowly, the newly trained priests of the priest palace accepted their new responsibilities, and even got used to their high status. The priests of the priest palace have gone astray. From the war to the present, more than 1,000 years, the knowledge and skills they have taught are not as much as what was brought out at the inheritance sharing conference of Tiger Country, far less. And where does the inheritance of Tiger Country come from? Isn't it that Lang Mu and Ari Shang found a library left behind 1,000 years ago under the ground of Black Forest City? What was extremely surprising was that the two men had no intention of hiding the library. They told Tiger Country about the existence of the library, and led the way several times. The two men also entered the eyes of the upper-level priests of the priest palace. The two men awakened the library, and the librarian inside. The librarian was an old priest who had changed his job. The library had a way to communicate with the priest palace. Originally, building the library was one of the tasks of the priest palace. It can be said that the construction of libraries in the entire Orc continent has contributed to the construction of the priest palace, especially those knowledge records. Liang Runming was really happy when he heard the news about the two men. He thought that the priest palace would finally take this opportunity to truly enter the world and get back on the right track. They should not be the frontline fighters against the evil god believers, nor should they be special beings used to prove whether a certain political system is legitimate. They are just a group of social assistants responsible for conveying knowledge, recording knowledge, and at most shouldering sacrifices, blessings, treatment, and comfort. They should not conceal important news, but should shoulder the biggest difficulties by themselves, and not trust anyone on the Orc continent. Liang Runming sometimes couldn't understand what the high priest and high-level priests were thinking. He thought of Aries Shang once asked him whether the priest palace had been infiltrated by the evil god. He didn't dare to think deeply about this question. Once he thought deeply, he couldn't sleep at all. Now the high priest told him specifically that Shang was very likely related to the dark god, and asked him to be very careful when dealing with him. But even if Shang is really a believer of the dark god and has mastered the power of darkness, what he did is at least beneficial to the Orc continent in the surface and in the long run. On the contrary, their priest palace is full of concerns. They have discovered various clues and important news, but they always hide them from the world. Even the harm of the evil god and the evil god's believers, they did not publicize it to the outside world, but only silently took on the task of fighting against the evil god's believers. Just like now, people all over the continent are trying to solve the upcoming geological disaster across the continent, but their priest palace focuses on resisting the evil god's believers. Resisting the evil god's believers is important, he admits this. But why does the priest palace do things silently? Why didn't the priest palace tell everyone on the continent about the harm of the evil gods and their followers, so that everyone could solve this cancer together? Why did the high priest still prefer to find the guide and ask him to pay more attention to Lang Mu? And asked him to bring Lang Mu back to the priest palace to see him alone when he had the chance? What exactly is the high priest? Liang Runming didn't dare to think too much. That's the high priest. Liang Runming thought about it, and finally decided he would go to Aries Shang and Lang Mu and talk to them alone. He decided to trust his own judgment, instead of letting anyone tell him what to do and what not to do. He should have made up his mind long ago. Liang Runming chased after him. He knew how to find the two people, as long as he found Nanrong. And Nanrong would definitely go back to the Southern Alliance. Swish! Liang Runming stopped. A winged man suddenly appeared in front of him. He remembered that the other party was a member of the survey team sent by the Winged Country, and it seemed that his name was Jerry or Jamie. Priest, I have a definite secret about Aries Shang's true identity. Liang Runming said calmly. Oh? Why did you come to me? Jerry said, because you are a priest of the priest palace, and I don't know who else I can trust. Liang Runming didn't feel honored at all, but only felt troubled, so he remained silent. Jerry obviously didn't intend to let him go, and said directly, I know that your priest palace is investigating Aries Shang, but you can't find his exact origin, right? Liang Runming remained silent. Jerry didn't care about Liang Runming's attitude, and said to himself, I also discovered it by chance, and then I followed him for a while, and then I discovered the biggest secret of this person. Liang Runming finally spoke. What secret? Jieli. That Aries Shang is not a native of our Orc continent. He is a soul stealer from the magician continent. He is a magician. He occupied the body of an orc, and devoured his soul to become the current Aries Shang. The original Aries Shang was just an inconspicuous wandering orc, so you can't find out his background. Liang Runming's eyes changed. Magician continent? You said Aries Shang is a magician. A descendant of demon blood? Jieli nodded vigorously. Yes. Otherwise, how could a young orc refine a space storage tool? And he is so strong? It is because he is a descendant of demon blood, and he has mastered alchemy skills different from us orcs. Liang Runming fell silent again, and spoke after a while. Aries Shang is a descendant of demon blood, so what? Jieli looked solemn. If he is just a descendant of demon blood, it is nothing, but I have found out another important news. What news? As far as I know, the top leaders of the True God Church are all descendants of demon blood. Jieli looked at Liang Runming deeply, as if to say, you taste it carefully. Liang Runming's expression changed significantly, and he couldn't help thinking more and thinking deeply. It doesn't seem so unimaginable for a believer of the God of Darkness to become a high-level leader of the True God Church and cooperate with the evil god. So what Aries Shang is doing now is really saving the Orc continent, instead of pretending to win people's trust so that he can do something? Jieli flew away after telling the secret. Liang Runming stood there for a long time before leaving. When he left, his expression was extremely heavy. The cold wind blew, and snowflakes fell from the sky. However, the ground was still hot, and the snowflakes turned into water droplets before they fell to the ground, and even evaporated into water mist. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu lifted their stealth status. That guy stood here for most of the day, his face changed from one to another, but he didn't do anything? Boss Shang was very dissatisfied. Lang Mu comforted him. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't do anything? Shang Fifan shook his head. No, I'm looking forward to what he does. This way we can judge what role the priest palace plays. The two did not leave with Nan Rong, just to see what this priest Liang Runming would do after everyone left. And they wanted to monitor Liang Runming because Nan Rong told them that the priest's actions were quite strange, and he also went to an abandoned place that looked like a large base. Nan Rong was curious at the time, and secretly followed the priest. Based on Nan Rong's description, Shang Fifan quickly deduced that the base Liang Runming went to was the evil god believer base he found. Liang Runming seemed to have used some kind of flying device to fly into the sky and hovered for a long time. Shang Fifan deduced that the other party should be looking for the Sky City. So how did this priest know about the Sky City and that base? What is the relationship between him, or the priest palace, and the True God Church? As a result, they failed to find out the relationship between Liang Runming and the True God Church, but heard with their own ears that someone had falsely accused Shang Fifan of being related to the True God Church. Do you want to continue to follow? Lang Mu asked. Shang Fifan waved his hand without hesitation. No. No matter what the priest palace wants to do, we should do what we have to do first. That winged man? I've asked the Sky Eye system to keep an eye on him, including Liang Runming. Shang Fifan didn't even bother to check the winged man. He could easily infer that the winged man was a member of the True God Church. The True God Church had probably found some clues about the disappearance of the Sky City and suspected that it was related to him, so they came to cause trouble for him and throw black water on him. It just so happened that he revealed that he could control the undead, and the True God Church wanted to use this to push him to the opposite side of the lawful camp. In short, as long as he was uncomfortable, the True God Church would be comfortable. Lang Mu didn't care much about the winged man. It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Instead of wasting time and effort to explain, it's better to slap the guy to death next time you see him. With the current strength of him and Shang Fifan, plus the help of Hua Chongzi, as long as the evil god didn't come down in person, they really had nothing to fear. As for whether the priest palace would doubt them, and whether it would hinder them. Anyway, they are also doubting the priest palace, so it's just even. If the Southern Alliance doesn't want them to participate in the underground exploration because of this slander, then they can just start their own group. Shang Fifan saw the light in Lang Mu's eyes, and thought of the calmness in Lang Mu's eyes when he first met him, and couldn't help but hold his hand. Lang Mu held his hand back and smiled at him. Has Xiao Guang not finished updating yet? Shang Fifan paused. Xiao Guang? Lang Mu hummed. Your brother Tong asked me to call it that. Shang Fifan, why don't I know about this? Lang Mu blinked. Xiao Guang sometimes comes to chat with me. Shang Fifan, fuck. He doesn't know anything. But his big baby turned his head and asked him, is it not possible? How could it be impossible? It's Xiao Guang's freedom to come to you, as long as you don't find it annoying. Old Shang said very gently and very reasonably. Lang Mu held back his laughter, pretending not to know the depression in someone's heart, and nodded. That's good, Xiao Guang is still very cute, it can tell me a lot of things. Shang Fifan, yeah. Lang Mu put his hands in his pockets, grabbed the cute little thing that turned into a little tiger, and crawled into his arms, and couldn't help but rub this petty old pickled cabbage jar hard. Chapter 263. I don't know if the light ball sensed Lao Shang's strong dissatisfaction with it, but it popped up during the update, and threw a large object to Shang Fifan, saying that it was a mission reward and told him not to look for it, and then it became invisible again. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at the aircraft thrown in front of them. This should be an aircraft, right? It looks like a mealworm with wings. The appearance is not cool at all, and it is a bit silly. But Odd Dai and Xiao Huahua like it. When they saw this fat bug flying car, they jumped on it. Lang Mu, what mission is this reward for? Shang Fifan was looking at his mission list. The system was updating, and the game mall could not be used, but the most basic functions of the system were still there. The light ball just came out and threw him 4 messages. Task 71 completed. You have managed to solve the magma eruption disaster in the Blackwater River Plain. Hereby reward 50 contribution points and provide a special equipment winged flying car. Task 78 completed. You have successfully separated the lost power of the God of Nature from the Lord of Tianquan Valley, allowing the system to recover it smoothly. Hereby reward 100 contribution points and 5 space stones. Note: the space stone will be paid after the game store is opened. Task 87 completed. You have successfully found the location of the new birth pool. Hereby reward 50 contribution points. Task 88 completed. You successfully protected Dai's luck from being plundered by the Lord of Tionkin Valley. Hereby reward 100 contribution points, 10 space stones, and 1 level 8 full energy magic crystal. Note: the space stone and magic crystal will be paid after the game store is opened. There is no message about the completion of the main task. It should be that the system is still being updated, and it is difficult to pay the reward for completing the main task. Shang Fifen's eyes fell back on the flying car. His intuition told him that this special-priced flying car was a cheap product that fooled people. Look, the space stone and magic crystal need to be taken out from the game mall, but this flying car was thrown out directly by the light ball, just like throwing away garbage, right? And did Xiaoguang's colleague forget to give him the instruction manual of the flying car? Shang Fifen stretched out his big claws and patted the fat body of the flying car. Swish! The flying car opened the door. Ah! Hua Chengzi flew in first. Dai followed closely and jumped in. Lang Mu looked at Shang Fifen. Shang Fifen had to give up his super cute little tiger body, turned back into an adult orc, and leaned over to get into the car door. Lang Mu smiled and followed in. Shang Fifen heard Lang Mu exclaim. The space inside the car was much larger than he expected. He could stand up straight in the car, and his head was still a little distance from the roof. This is not a flying car that can only be ridden, but a RV that can fly. No wonder the body of the car looks like a fat mealworm. I said cheap things are not good. Shang Fifen muttered. The interior of this flying car is very old at first glance. I don't know how long it has been used, but fortunately it has been well maintained and there is no obvious damage. The interior decoration is not even a bit luxurious. It is the same grade as a van. Lang Mu's eyes sparkled. This is a flying car. He worked on vehicle intelligence systems on Earth. How could he not be happy when he saw this flying car? Shang Fifen was already thinking about how to dismantle this flying car, find out the principle, and then see if he could copy it on Earth. Dai sat on the sofa and rolled around. This was the first time he had seen a seat made of this material. He was very curious. Dai had played enough and asked his father Lang Mu to sit over there. Lang Mu went over to tell him, and Xiao Hua Hua, not to destroy anything in the car. Dai was an obedient child, and naturally would not do anything destructive. Hua Chengzi crawled out of the cabinet door and agreed very well. Got it. Lang Mu quickly checked the flying car and found that in addition to having a larger space for passengers to walk around, it did not have a simple kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom like the Earthstar RV. Maybe the flying car has a large space not for the convenience of passengers to walk around, but because most orcs are large in size? Shang Fifen also agreed with Lang Mu's guess. Although there was no instruction manual, the operation was surprisingly simple. There was a voice reminder when sitting in the driver's seat. First, the vehicle owner's qualifications were bound, then there was an introduction to safe operation knowledge, insurance advertising recommendations, and finally the method of operating the flying car. It was almost fully automatic, and it could fly automatically after entering the destination. There is also a manual driving function, and the operation method is not much different from driving a car. Shang Fifen muttered for a while, and then he knew roughly how to operate it. After spending a little time to adapt, he drove the flying car smoothly and taught Lang Mu. During this period, he also figured out that the main energy used by the flying car is light energy, and the car can also automatically absorb and convert other free energy, such as heat energy and bioelectricity. In an emergency, you can also feed the flying car with food. Real food, from plants to meat. The energy conversion system inside the flying car can automatically convert it, and then excrete the inconvertible food residues from the body. Orc's Black Technology. Let me see if it has anything to do with the alchemy array. Hua Chengzi flew over and said critically, this car flies too slowly. It would be better if I tear the space directly to take you to where you want to go. Shang Fifen stopped his hand that wanted to open the hood of the flying car and smiled in a businesslike way. Then do you know where the Southern Alliance is? I don't know. But isn't the Southern Alliance in the south? If you get the wrong place, tear the space again. You will definitely get there after tearing it a few more times. Hua Chengzi said as if it was nothing. Shang Fifen. Let's let the space membrane of this world grow more. Just after getting the flying car, he and Lang Mu were both interested in driving the flying car to the Southern Alliance. It's fast and good to tear the space directly to go there, but how can it be as interesting as driving the flying car by yourself? Besides, they are not in a hurry. It will take a lot of time for Nan Rong and the others to go back, so it doesn't make much sense for them to arrive early. Xiang Feifan sat back in the driver's seat with a look of disdain. He and Lang Mu agreed that each of them would fly half of the journey. The flying car also provided a map of the entire Orc continent, and even places that had not been to could be selected from the map. Xiang Feifan and his team were going to the Southern Alliance, but they did not want to go with Nan Rong and his team, so Nan Rong gave them a map to the largest city in the Southern Alliance, which also included several teleportation points that could be used. Xiang Feifan took out the map sent by Nan Rong and put it on the electronic map for comparison, found the location coordinates of the largest city in the Southern Alliance, and selected it. The maximum speed of this flying car was only about 600 kilometers per hour. According to the arrival time determined by the flying car navigation, it will take them about 16 hours to reach the destination. If the rest time is included, it will take them about a day and a half to reach the Southern Alliance. This speed is much faster than Nan Rong and his team. After Xiang Feifan and Lang Mu discussed, they decided to play all the way there without rushing too much. Zhi, hey, have you forgotten me? When Xiang Feifan found Zhi, he found that how to carry Zhi was indeed a big problem. There were probably no giant insect mounts during the Great Prosperity era, so naturally, when designing flying cars, they would not consider designing seats for giant insects. Zhi is too big, even bigger than the flying car, and there is no way to fit it in the flying car. But if Zhi lies on the roof of the car, it will not work. Later, Lang Mu used the shrinking magic on Zhi, so that Zhi could also sit on the flying car. Zhi, I never thought that I would have a day to go out for fun by car. Because they had a flying car, the two flew back to Moyo Town first, intending to take the old lady to the new city of Blackwater Wasteland to reunite the old couple. Dai still felt a little sorry that he couldn't use his teleportation ability and couldn't help his father's. Lang Mu rubbed Dai's little head and said with a smile, "There will be many places where you can be used in the future. Now you should accumulate energy first." Dai said loudly, "Yeah." The flower bug flew around and nagging. "Slow, so slow, why don't you let me tear the space to take you through?" "Lao Shang, is it great to be able to teleport? What about tearing the space? I have a flying car. I fly myself." Lang Mu, who sensed someone's damn male competitive heart, After repeated consideration, Xiang Feifan did not drive the flying car directly into Moyo Town, but put it away outside the town. Mayor Longsho heard that the two were going on a long trip and wanted to take old lady Lang with them, so he reluctantly sent them all the way out of town. Xiang Feifan left a radio for Mayor Longsho. The old lady was surprised for a while when she saw the flying machine Xiang Feifan took out in the wilderness outside the town. Xiang Feifan only vaguely said that he found it accidentally in the ruins. The old lady took Dai in her arms and didn't ask any more questions. She just happily got into the flying car and said that she finally had the opportunity to experience the treasure left by the Great Prosperity era. When they arrived at the new city, the two had no intention of taking out the flying car to show off. They got off outside the city, then jumped on the back of Master Zhe and let Master Zhe take them into the city. The new city under construction was dusty everywhere. The old lady didn't dislike it at all. She missed her old partner. The old man was also very happy to see his wife coming. Although he complained about the two little ones, why didn't they wait until the new city was built before sending their grandmother here, saying that the new city was now a big construction site, and it was a mess everywhere. Xiang Feifan once thought about whether to use the undead army to build the new city, but later thought that it would be bad if so many people migrated here without giving them something to do, not to mention that everyone would have a different feeling for the city if they built it with their own hands, so he gave up the idea of using undead labor. The old lady glared at the old Earl Lang. "Isn't it good for me to come and help you?" The old Earl Lang immediately didn't dare to complain about the two little ones, and even covered up and hugged Dai to have a good intimate moment. "Is this my good great-grandson in the legend?" "Yes, great-grandfather, I am your good great-grandson Dai." The old man was stunned and laughed, and he felt that this cheap great-grandson was so cute no matter how he looked at him. Dai and this great-grandfather, whom he met for the first time, became familiar with each other in a short while. The old man smiled when he was called great-grandfather. The flower bug flew over and showed its presence, mainly showing how beautiful its figure was. When the old Earl Lang saw the flower bug, his expression did not change. He turned around and carried the flower bug on his back, pulling Xiang Feifan and Lang Mu aside, and asked what the flower bug was. Xiang Feifan comforted the old man and told him not to worry, saying that the flower bug had no ill intentions towards their family. "It's just a bug that looks a little better and can talk." At most, it's better at fighting and eating meat. Do you think what you said makes sense? That's all? The old Earl Lang blew his beard and glared. I know you are all people who know what's going on, but the feeling that what Chongzi gives me, it's scary. Shang Fifan gave the old man a thumbs up. Xiao Huahua is indeed scary, but your grandson and grandson-in-law should be able to beat it. Lang Laoral, Lang Mu kicked Shang Fifan. Shig grandson-in-law. Forget it, just know what's going on. Knowing that the two were going to the Southern Alliance, the old man suggested that they leave Ah Dai behind. But Ah Dai didn't want to, he wanted to follow his two fathers. And if Ah Dai stayed, Wachongzi had to stay too. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu didn't dare to let Wachongzi stay with the two old people, so Lang Mu explained and comforted them. In the end, the old lady let them take Ah Dai away, and said, children should indeed see their parents often, and they need to get along with their parents for a long time in their childhood. Now that you are Ah Dai's father, you must take on the responsibility of being a father, protect this child, and teach him well. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu nodded in response. Afterwards, the two stayed in the new city base for 2 days, dealt with some things, and then set off for the Southern Alliance. The further south you go, the hotter the weather becomes. In Tiger Country, you still need to wear fur in winter, but here you can spend the day in just a long-sleeve singlet. When Shang Fifan and Lang Mu brought Ah Dai and Huachongzi to the largest city in the Southern Alliance, Ghost Fire City, rumors about him being a believer of the God of Darkness and being a descendant of the devil blood had already spread. The two heard related rumors on the way. Shang Fifan listened to his own rumors with great interest, and sometimes he even asked people about the specific content of the rumors. Lang Mu, is Ghost Fire City ahead? Lang Mu looked out the window. Shang Fifan confirmed, yes, the coordinates are here, and there is only one such big city within a few hundred kilometers. Just from the outer walls of Guihua City, it can be seen that her area is more than 5 times larger than that of Tiger Kingdom. Not to mention the large number of fields in the suburbs of Guihua City. In this era, arable land means wealth. Shang, what do you see? Lang Mu pointed out of the car window in surprise. Shang Fifan has seen it. It is a broken railway extending from the depths of the forest. The railway seems to have been protected and repaired by people, and has not been completely submerged by time. Looking along the railway into the depths of the forest, you can also see high-rise buildings covered with vines. The windows and doors of these tall, half-collapsed buildings have turned into black holes. But the main structure still shows that it is a high-rise building where humans live. These are obviously ruins left over from the Great Prosperity era that have not been demolished. They have been preserved and harmoniously integrated into the natural scenery, as if they were originally part of the forest. Shang Fifan deliberately drove the flying car over the forest and hovered for a long time, so that the family could see the ruins of the former prosperity in the forest more clearly. Dad, is this the building left over from the Great Prosperity era? Ah Dai looked up and asked. Yes. Now it has become a large bonsai. Lang Mu held the little guy in his arms. Ah Dai had never seen a bonsai, but he could guess what his father Lang Mu meant. He felt that his father Lang Mu seemed to sigh a little, and raised his little paw to press the back of his hand. Lang Mu smiled, gently held Ah Dai's little paw, and pinched his soft and elastic paw pad. Wachongzi came dancing, and landed on Lang Mu's shoulder. I seem to have some memories of these tall buildings. They were much more beautiful than now. They were big, tall, and there were many of them. There were also many orcs. Shang Fifan looked at them sideways. Have you been here before? Lang Mu asked. Wachongzi recalled carefully for a long time and shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems that I have been here, but it seems that I haven't been here before. This city looks very strange from a distance. Shang Fifan thought, if Wachongzi is really the insect mother, or is related to the insect mother, even if it has been here, it must have been during the Great Prosperity period. Naturally, it is impossible for it to have been to the current Ghost Fire City. Let's go into the city from here. Lang Mu suggested, seeing that there was no one around in the forest. Shang Fifan saw that this place was not far from the Ghost Fire City, and it would not take long for their family to ride on Jihi to run there. So he landed the flying car according to Lang Mu's instructions, and put the flying car into the statue square. The family was just like tourists, who came to visit the ruins. 2 adults, 1 child and a flower bug all wore hats and stood on the back of Master Jia, pointing and admiring the scenery on the roadside. Master Jia carried the family out of the forest, and walked along the railway towards the gate of Guihua City. Shang Fifan had originally prepared hats for the orcs, but the flower bug saw that they all had hats, but it didn't, so it made a fuss. Shang Fifan had no choice but to find a hat for it. Lang Mu was still clever and directly used the power of nature to create a small flower hat for the flower bug. The bell-shaped hat was stuck on the head of the flower bug. It was not beautiful, but it was quite interesting. But the flower bug was very beautiful. Lang Mu wanted to change its hat, but it didn't want to. The Southern Alliance was indeed much more prosperous than the Tiger Country. Before approaching the city gate, you can see a large number of pedestrians and farmers from nearby villages and towns. There are also many orcs working in the fields outside the city. Caravans came and went on the road, and the roadside was filled with small stalls. Chapter 264. Wilson Fire City is indeed a big city famous for its commerce. It does not collect gate taxes or check identity. You can enter freely. When you enter the Wilfire City, you can see the wide stone streets at a glance. They are so clean that even horse hoof prints are rare. The houses on both sides of the road are mostly made of red bricks and stones, which are sturdy and durable. The roofs are even decorated with painted tiles, showing a kind of roughness with exquisite wealth. There are special cleaning teams on the streets to ensure that garbage and sewage will not accumulate, which is rare in orc cities. Going further in, you will be greeted by the bustling atmosphere of the market. Shops and workshops are next to each other, and colorful signs are hung on the doors of every household. The goods range from spices in the south to furs in the north. Carpenters, blacksmiths, cloth shops, taverns, herbal shops. There are people shouting, bargaining or carrying goods in front of every store, and orcs come and go on the street. Fox merchants bargained shrewdly, werewolf mercenaries drank heavily in the tavern, and cattle laborers carried goods between the docks and warehouses. A large number of adventure team members can be seen on the road. Most of these adventurers are armed and relaxed. Obviously, Ghostfire City is a safe place for them. It's so lively, Lang Mu exclaimed. Shang Fifan was also overwhelmed. He thought that if the players saw this city, they would be very excited. This is the orc city imagined by the Earthlings, lively, prosperous, and full of freedom. Ah Dai's eyes were too busy. He had never seen such a lively place. Even Ji Yi turned his head to look around. Flowers and insects have wings, so they fly over to take a look when they see something they are interested in, and they will also ask Ah Dai to go with them. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu love their children, so they will take Ah Dai to see the novelties together, and they will also spend money to buy fun and delicious things generously. Ah Dai ate all the way, and soon his belly was bulging. Shang Fifan was even more interested in feeding Lang Mu. If he saw Lang Mu looking at something for a second, he would buy it for him to try. Lang Mu may have avenged his family. He didn't think that killing Loren Milton was revenge for himself, but he hated himself for being blind. He hated that Loren Milton had changed the fate of the Lang family in order to rob him of his luck. Now that the great revenge has been avenged, Lang Mu can really relax himself, and the little childishness and greed that were originally buried deep in his character are gradually exposed. Shang Fifan likes to see him so happy and not hiding himself. Especially when he sees Lang Mu eating something he likes, his eyes are shining with joy. The cooking skills here are much better than those in Tiger Country. Lang Mu sighed. Tiger Country still relies on players to teach cooking skills. Shang Fifan was sharp-eyed. There are also many snacks here that look like our Star. Maybe they were brought here by players. Lang Mu thought about the prosperity of the Southern Alliance Chamber of Commerce and thought it was possible. Later, they specifically asked some snack vendors and really heard that these foods came from Tionkin Valley. Players said they were from Tionkin Valley when they were walking outside. The family walked all the way to the city center. There stood a hexagonal building complex with the highest 3 floors. This is Ghostfire City and the administrative center of the Southern Alliance. Hua Chongzi suddenly flashed its wings and quickly flew into a place in the administrative center. Shang Fifan saw it, but he couldn't control Hua Chongzi's actions. He could only watch the Hua Chongzi fly in and out. What did you find? Shang Fifan asked Hua Chongzi. Hua Chongzi's voice was not sure. I found a familiar smell, but when I looked for it, I only saw a long wooden box. Hua Chongzi also described the appearance of the long wooden box. Shang Fifan, isn't that a coffin? The coffin is still hidden underground in the center of the hexagonal building complex. Is that smell alive or dead? Lang Mu also asked. Hua Chongzi looked difficult to judge. I feel it is dead, and I feel it is alive. Where are you going to go? Hua Chongzi asked. Shang Fifan nodded. Yes, I have something to do inside. Hua Chongzi didn't know what he was thinking, and flew to the top of Ah Dai's head. Then you go in by yourselves, Ah Dai and I will play outside, and we will come to find you when you come out. Lang Mu was a little worried when he saw Hua Chongzi was going to take Ah Dai out to play alone. But Shang Fifan changed his mind and nodded in agreement. Okay, you go with Master Zhe, don't make trouble. If you see someone who is causing trouble for you or someone you don't like, don't do anything first. Wait for the dads to come and help you vent your anger. Hua Chongzi didn't hear that someone was taking advantage of it, and he flapped his wings happily. Okay. It has grown so big, and this is the first time someone wants to be its backer. Shang Fifan took out a bag of coins and gave it to Ah Dai, and also gave Hua Chongzi a bag, saying that this is pocket money, and they can spend it as they like. Hua Chongzi and Ah Dai were very happy to receive the pocket money. Hua Chongzi moved its wings, and no one knew where it hid the bag of coins. Shang Fifan suspected that it also had the ability to store things in space. Ah Dai put the bag of money into his space bracelet. Shang Fifan also told Ah Dai to protect himself and look after Xiao Hua, and to follow Master Zhe if he got lost, and to teleport to him with Master Zhe if he was in danger. Ah Dai felt a sense of mission and raised his little head to promise. Lang Mu watched the three of them leave with concern. Shang Fifan patted Lang Mu. Don't worry, with Xiao Hua's ability, it is the only one who can bully others in this city, and it is impossible for others to bully them. This is what Lang Mu was worried about. But as long as Shang Fifan's family is not bullied, he doesn't care what happens to others. Since Xiao Hua doesn't want to go in, it must have sensed something. It may subconsciously think that even if something happens there, you and I can deal with it, but Ah Dai can't. So Xiao Hua took Ah Dai away on purpose. Lang Mu suddenly realized. Shang Fifan, please believe in our Ah Dai's luck. Lang Mu laughed, and then thought that Ah Dai had established a mental connection with them. As long as they were not far away, he could teleport to their side in case of danger, so he put down his worries about him. What is the breath that Xiao Hua is concerned about? Lang Mu whispered as he walked. Shang Fifan observed the surroundings and answered, it may be an old monster that has lived from the Great Prosperity era to the present. But the lifespan of orcs is not that long. Maybe some extreme means were used, so Xiao Hua couldn't judge whether the other party was alive or dead. Such a large force always has some hidden cards. Will it be the enemy of the Worm Mother? Lang Mu said more quietly. Shang Fifan laughed. Do you think the Worm Mother had friends in the Orc continent? Lang Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a hunch that their underground expedition might not go smoothly this time. The two walked towards the guards with the invitation. The inspection was not as strict as the two imagined. The two walked all the way to the meeting hall, where the guards told them the meeting would be held, and they could see citizens coming to the municipal hall in groups of 3 or 2 to do business. There was no formality of a major meeting at all. It was like a free small gathering. In fact, as soon as the two walked into the meeting hall, they knew that this was not a small meeting. The two came neither too early nor too late, but they were already. Many people came. Many people looked familiar to the two. Shang Fifan even saw the Insect King Josie Doyle, who came in before them. When the Insect King saw Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, he took the initiative to walk towards them and asked with a smile, I heard that you are the son of the leader of the True God Church. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. You want to be my father just by that thing? The Insect King laughed. He didn't believe this rumor at all. If Shang was really the son of the leader of the True God Church, why would he take out the insect poison removal potion in his personal name? Can't they just go public through a backdoor listing, change the name of the True God Church, and pull out a large force again, then use the insect poison removal potion as a stepping stone? It won't take long for this new force to become the overlord of the Orc continent, and even control the entire Orc continent with the potion. Why do you have to bear the name of a cult? Not to mention that Lang Mu also contributed a library that records countless inheritances. Lang Mu saw the Insect King looking at him, and saluted to him. Your Majesty, long time no see. Long time no see. The Insect King did not dare to underestimate this person, and hurriedly returned the salute. He also signaled that the two did not need to be polite, and took them to a corner to talk. You destroyed the True God Church's arrangement in Tiger Country for so many years. Originally, the True God Church could control Tiger Country, and use Tiger Country as a base for development. As a result, almost all of their bases in Tiger Country were destroyed by you. I heard that even the secret base was destroyed by you. Shang Fifan shrugged. The Insect King laughed. No wonder they hate you so much and smear you everywhere. They probably hope that the entire Orc continent will make you a public enemy. Shang Fifan didn't care at all. People with brains would not believe such rumors, and those who believed them were either brainless or disliked them. Instead of trying hard to explain to these people, they might as well solve the problem from the root. Lang Mu was not as carefree as Shang Fifan, and frowned slightly. Do many people believe it? The Insect King shook his head. Maybe there will be a few people with unclear minds who doubt it, but most people know it's a joke. The Insect King joked again. The True God Church probably really wants you to be one of theirs. Nanrong was a step slower than the Insect King. He heard from others that Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were coming, so he hurried over. When he came here, he just happened to hear what the Insect King said, so he said, there are currently 3 rumors about Shang's identity. One is the son of the True God Church leader, one is a follower of the Dark God, and another says that he is a descendant of the demon blood who came back from other continents and took over the body of others, wanting to seize the Orc continent and become the new generation of the Orc continent Beast King. Shang Fifan said seriously, actually, I am a man from an alien planet. Lang Mu, The Insect King and Nanrong laughed together. Our Tianhe star is also very good, although there are various problems now. But I firmly believe that we will overcome the difficulties and usher in a new life of long-term stability, happiness, and good health, and we will be able to eat every day. Nanrong made a sincere wish. The Insect King also laughed and said half-truthfully, actually, if you really want to be the Beast King, our insect tribe will strongly support you. Nanrong glanced at the Insect King and said nothing. Who wants to be the Beast King? Northern Alliance leader Bei Xiangjin strode over. Shang Fifan sneered and looked around the venue. This is not a small gathering, this is basically a summit meeting of the Orc continent. The leaders of various countries and tribes that he met in the Tiger Kingdom last time are almost all here this time, and some countries and tribes came as deputies last time, but this time, they are almost all the top leaders. I think this is not only because everyone is very concerned about solving the predicted world-destroying disaster, but also because the organizer of this meeting is the Southern Alliance. Although the Tiger country is not weak in national strength, compared with the giant Southern Alliance, it is far behind in terms of economy, agriculture, technology, military force, and other aspects. The Tiger country also sent someone over, who was an acquaintance of Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, the Grand Commander of Lion Domain. When Lion Domain saw the 2 people, she wanted to go over and talk, but after seeing who was walking next to Shang Fifan, she hesitated and stopped. Shang Fifan took the initiative to raise his hand to the leader of the Northern Bear Alliance. Among these leaders, he had the best impression of this one. The leader of the Beixiong Alliance obviously felt that Shang Fifan's temperament was very much to his liking, so he came over and stood with him. What are you talking about? Is this meeting going to add an agenda to elect a new generation of Beast King? Shang Fifan spoke to Bei Xiangjin in a more casual tone. Does the leader of the Beixiong Alliance want to be the Beast King? If you are interested, AMU and I can vote for you. Bei Xiangjin laughed. He looks rough, but he is actually very cunning. When he saw Shang Fifan for the first time, he felt that the two were the same type of people, and it turned out to be true. Forget it, our generation is not suitable for the Beast King, it is easy to fail. Bei Xiangjin told the truth. The Insect King said, unless there is a master above level 9 who is much stronger than us, and can lead us out of the dilemma of world destruction, and can lead us to fight against the evil gods. Shang Fifan sighed, you are asking for too little. The Insect King said unhappily, if the other party can't do the points I mentioned, how can so many races accept him as the emperor? Shang Fifan thought, that's right. If this possibility was relatively small before, but now there may really be such an opportunity. A voice interrupted the conversation of several people. Nanrong introduced the person to Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. This is the leader of our Southern Alliance. The leader of the Southern Alliance nodded slightly to the 2 of them. Ghostfire Yin. Shang Fifan, president of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce? Ghostfire Yin smiled. Our branch originally had no surname. A long time ago, everyone called us according to our ethnic name. Later, our ancestors ran the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce, and our family simply used Ghostfire as the surname. Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan introduced himself and pointed at Lang Mu. Lang Mu. Lang Mu performed a warrior etiquette politely. Ghostfire Yin returned the greeting, and did not ask why Shang was not called Ares, but changed to Shang Fifan. Who doesn't have a few pseudonyms when walking outside? Ghostfire Alliance leader, what do you mean just now? Bei Xiangjin asked, is it confirmed? Can the huge energy located underground really be absorbed? Can it really allow the absorber to break through our current realm and reach the 9th level, or even higher? Ghostfire Yin gave accurate information. It's almost certain. This is the information we got from the high level of the Priest Palace, and it is unlikely to be wrong. Unless the Priest Palace deliberately gave false information. When it comes to getting information, you are still the best in the Southern Alliance. You can even get the important secrets hidden in the Priest Palace. Bei Xiangjin sighed. Will-o'-the-Wisp was not modest. We have a good relationship with the priest's palace. Of course, our Southern Alliance has also paid a considerable price to find out the truth of this news. Everyone just listened to his words, and no one responded. Will-o'-the-Wisp smiled. The priest's palace will also send people here today. They already know that the news has been leaked, and now they plan to get involved. In addition, the people in the priest's palace know the most about the source and use of the huge underground energy. If you have any questions, you can ask them in person. Everyone was not surprised that the priest's palace would get involved. The current priest's palace is different from the priest's palace before the Great Prosperity era. They now seem to want to establish their position in the Orc continent. North and South have come together. Now what's missing is the East. The Insect King smiled. Has the leader of the Eastern tribe not arrived yet? Bei Xiongjian asked. The East Sea tribe. The Insect King corrected. Bei Xiongjian knew about the dispute between the East Sea tribe and the Insect tribe over territory and resources on the East continent, and he didn't want to offend him. So he just followed the crowd and asked again, will the chief of the East Sea tribe not come this time? Ghostfire Seal. He should be busy with shipbuilding. The East Sea tribe has the longest coastline, and there are many places suitable for ports. They originally had the ability to build ships, and they know exactly which overseas islands are habitable. The Insect King sneered. I heard that they have begun to transfer property and materials, and Yan Wujin has sent his wives and children to the overseas islands. The East Sea tribe is the one with the greatest advantage in escaping from the Orc continent. Of course, your Southern Alliance has an advantage at sea as well. Ghostfire Seal said helplessly. If we talk about coastline, everyone has it. Bei Xiongjian coughed lightly. The water in our north is cold, the coastline is frozen all year round, and we are far inferior to the Southern Alliance in shipbuilding. Who said that our East Sea tribe won't come? How can such a big event be without our East Sea tribe? Well, if you mention the devil will appear. When the chief of the East Sea tribe entered the hall, he saw who was in this corner, and he turned on his toes and rushed over here. This person had good hearing, and heard the following few sentences. Several big men nodded lightly as a greeting. Chief Yan Wujin also nodded in return, and looked at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. It was not a formal occasion. Even if it was, with Shang Fifan and Lang Mu's current strength, they didn't need to put themselves in a low position, and just greeted them normally. Yan Wujin frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy, but after carefully looking at the two, he swallowed all his dissatisfaction. Several big men gathered together to talk. Shang Fifan looked left and right, and saw that the Tiger Country representative, the Lion Domain Grand Governor, the Wing Country leader, and other heads of the countries in the Western continent were all looking over here, but no one dared to come over. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Had he and Lang Mu become representatives of the Western continent, Lang Mu and Shang Fifan made eye contact, and the two understood each other. Now the Orc continent seems to be a mess, but after more than 200 years of integration in the new era, the forces in various places have shown a trend of regathering. The best alliance is the Northern Alliance. Although it is called an alliance, it is extremely united internally. From laws and regulations to taxation, it is completely a whole, with strong military force and brave people. The second is the Southern Alliance. Although there are still a few autonomous regions, the overall economy is almost controlled by the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. The Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce relies on years of operation and accumulation. Not only does it control a lot of wealth, but it also controls powerful military force and weapons. The Southern Alliance is almost a one-man show for the Ghostfire family. The Southern Alliance Chamber of Commerce has set foot on the entire continent. The Eastern continent is not chaotic either. There are only two large tribes. One is the Insect tribe, and the other is the East Sea tribe. The East Sea tribe is equivalent to unifying all the tribes in the Eastern continent except the Insect tribe. The contemporary chieftain Yan Wujin is a local emperor. The East Sea tribe is also the only large-scale political system where slave trade is legal on the surface. The only one that has not yet formed a complete body is the Western continent. Originally, the Tiger Country had the opportunity to take the position of the leader of the Western Alliance, and took advantage of the huge dividends of the Heritage Sharing Conference to take off, but unfortunately. In addition to the Tiger Country, the more powerful countries in the Western continent are the Wing Country, the Rhino Country, the Elephant Country, and the Bat Country. The national strength of these four countries is also comparable. Originally, Tiger Country was stronger than them, but now Tiger Country is regioned by the eldest prince, and the highest military force Tiger King cannot show up. On the surface, Tiger Country seems to be less powerful than before. This has caused the 5 countries in the Western continent to be unwilling to submit to each other. But Shang Fifan and Lang Mu don't know that the reason why the leaders of the four countries such as E country did not come to join this small circle is because they saw them. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu believe that they were equivalent to being outside the Tiger country. They only received compensation from the Tiger King for a piece of land, and they didn't think of themselves as Tiger people in their hearts, let alone representing the Tiger country. But for others, these two people are Tiger people, especially Lang Mu. It is also because of these two people that the four countries such as E country will still be honest and dare not do anything on the border of Tiger country when the Tiger King of Tiger country has not appeared for a long time. Who in the whole Orc continent doesn't know that Lang Mu, the great lord of the Blackwater wasteland of Tiger country, owns a library with countless inheritances? Who doesn't know that the mysterious young alchemist Ari Shang is crazy about Lang Mu? He not only stayed in Tiger country for him, but also fought against the evil god Shadow for him. Moreover, he took out the insect poison removal potion and the formula. With these two people in Tiger country, who can believe that Tiger country will decline, more people are waiting for these two people to take over Tiger country and drive the Tiger King's lineage out of power. Anyway, Lang Mu himself is also the royal blood of Tiger country. But these two people are also strange. They obviously own a large territory like Blackwater wasteland, but are not in a hurry to operate it. The only time they made a move was to migrate the citizens of Puncture City to Blackwater New City. The manager of the new city is not either of the two, but the old Earl Longshan. It is rumored that the two are busy solving the magma eruption problem of Tiger country, and it seems that they have really solved it for them. In other words, Tiger country has now become the safest corner of the entire continent. Of course, if the disasters in other parts of the Orc continent are not solved, they will erupt together, and Tiger country will not be able to remain immune. But at least they are safe now. When people from other countries heard this rumor, they really envied the people of Tiger country as much as they could. Many people even thought, why are these two people not from their country? In short, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu now represent Tiger country in the eyes of others, and even represent the Western continent. At least the big bosses of other major forces recognize these two people. The major forces have their own circles, and the small and medium forces also have their own hierarchical circles. Now Shiyu is surrounded by high-level officials from small and medium-sized countries such as Wing Country, Rhino Country, Elephant Country and Bat Country. They compliment Tiger Country on producing two powerful figures, congratulate Tiger Country with sour words on solving the predicted disaster, and inquire about the attitude of Tiger Country high-level officials towards Shan Lang and the others. Shiyu felt very complicated. She was proud, embarrassed, and a little panicked. She didn't know whether these two people were a blessing or a curse for Tiger Country. However, judging from their words and deeds so far, they don't have a strong desire for power. Compared to being the leader of a region, they seem to prefer a free and easy life. Shiyu thought a lot, and naturally thought of the eldest prince, who was now acting as the regime. She suddenly felt that the eldest prince was very good, with a good personality, good interpersonal skills, and was smart enough and lucky enough. When Lang Mu was young, the eldest prince would never have thought that the entire Tiger Kingdom would rely on this person in the future. When everyone else rejected Lang Mu, he sincerely regarded Lang Mu as his own brother and treated him very well. So much so that Lang Mu now also owed him a favor, and was willing to help him secretly. Shan also did not hate the eldest prince, and was willing to support him to become the new king of Tiger Kingdom. In fact, if these two people had not secretly supported the eldest prince, it would have been impossible for the eldest prince to sit on the throne of regent so quickly and smoothly. His younger brothers and sisters would first make trouble. So the eldest prince's luck is really good. Shiyu originally thought that the eldest prince was a little weak, and it was not a good thing for a king to be too sentimental. But now her mind has changed. She thinks that the eldest prince is fine as it is, and there is no need to make changes like a king. No one stipulates that a king must be like this, and the eldest prince already has enough good qualities to become a wise leader. Even if he is a little weaker in force and a little less intimidating, don't we still have Lang Mu and Shang Fifan? When Shiyu thought of this, her mind suddenly became clear. Looking at the high-level officials from various countries surrounding her, a strong sense of superiority arises spontaneously. Let these people be jealous and jealous. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan are from our Tiger country. No one can deny this fact. Before the official start of this summit meeting of the entire Orc continent, several priests from the priest palace finally rushed over. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu saw the familiar priest Liang Runming, and also saw the priest Duo Haichao, who was supposed to stay in the Tiger Country Palace. Shang Fifan whispered to Lang Mu, "I have a hunch. Lang Mu, they are coming for us. Otherwise, there is no reason for the people in the priest palace to bring the priest Duo Haichao with them. This is obviously to find an acquaintance to communicate with them. When Duo Haichao saw the two, he bowed slightly to them, and then smiled bitterly. Shang Fifan did not respond, but only looked at the unfamiliar faces in the priest palace. He focused on observing the thin priest walking at the back. From the priest's walking movements and body curves, it seemed to be a female orc. He was not curious about the other person's gender, but felt a little awkward from that person. Shang Fifan's eyes gradually became deep, and he performed the pupil technique. Chapter 265. This is a female orc who looks old. Her gray hair sticks out from the edge of her hood, her face is as deep as the bark of an old tree, and animal patterns can be vaguely seen on her cheeks. She seems to habitually droop her eyelids, and it is unclear whether her eyes are cloudy or clear. Shang Fifan's eyes are lightly golden, and he is trying to peek into the mystery under the human skin of this old female orc. The old priest suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Shang Fifan's eyes met hers. The other party's mental power pierced him. Shang Fifan reacted instantly, and the powerful mental power turned into a blade, violently cutting off the mental power that tried to pierce his spiritual sea. When his mental power and the other party's mental power came into contact with each other, he saw the truth. The hair on the back of old Shang's neck suddenly exploded. Under the aging skin, a suffocating powerful force was beating. He even saw that there seemed to be an energy core in the old priest's hunched chest, and every contraction was erupting pure energy that made his soul tremble. What was flowing in the blood vessels that should have been shriveled was not blood, but some kind of fiery red energy that flickered with starlight, and that energy was running and burning in his body. The old priest suddenly smiled at him, and raised her hand to put down the hood on her head, revealing her complete face. The moment she raised her hand, the wide sleeves slid down to her wrists. Her forearms were engraved with dense and mysterious ancient runes, and the color was fiery red. Fuck. This is not a human. This is simply a walking energy ball. It's still the power of God. Shang Fifan's Adam's apple rolled, and the ball of energy exuded an almost instinctive attraction to him, tempting him, making him want to pounce on it without caring. No wonder the gods in ancient times liked to devour each other. In addition to gaining more powerful authority and strength, this instinctive attraction was probably the main reason. Shang Fifan exhaled gently. He needed to suppress his strong desire to devour the other party. Strangely, he didn't have such a strong desire to devour when he saw the statue of the god of nature. Could it be that the mental force that stabbed him still affected him? His instinct told him that if he could devour the power of this old priest, he could easily break through from level 8 to level 9, that is, enter the realm of the god of law. But his instinct also told him that if he devoured blindly, it would be very likely that his body consciousness would be wiped out by these energies, and turned into energy itself, just like this old priest. Shang Fifan's eyelids jumped. The human body cannot withstand such a huge and violent energy. Is this old priest really still alive? Is her body consciousness still there? Who is controlling this human skin now? Lang Mu's arm touched him gently. Shang Fifan turned his head to look at him, smiled at him, and told him with his eyes, "I'm fine. I just saw the feast but found that I couldn't eat it, so I was a little depressed." Lang Mu, Shang Fifan took his hand, and leaned on Lang Mu tenderly. Several big men next to him. I know you have a good relationship, but there is no need to show off like this, right? Lang Mu sensed the crazy impulse in Shang Fifan's heart, and half hugged his waist in a disguised way, as if supporting the other half, who suddenly became weak. In fact, the spiritual power of the two was blending, and Lang Mu's spiritual power easily entered Shang Fifan's spiritual sea, helping him to calm down the violent spiritual power. Shang Fifan's expression became more and more lazy. High Priest. Many people went up to salute the female orc. The two leaders of the North and South, as well as the Insect King and the chief of the East Sea tribe, all took the initiative to salute the old priest who came over. The extremely old high priest nodded to everyone, and a faint smile with a hint of divinity appeared on his face. She naturally walked to the special seat reserved on the stage and sat down, and no one had any objections. Other leaders followed suit and took their seats. The seats seemed to be randomly seated, but in fact no one dared to sit randomly. The Insect King raised his hand to invite Shan Lang and the other two to sit next to him. The leader of the North Bear was a step slower, and could only watch the two sit on the two empty seats on the far left. Then, the leader of the North Bear sat on the right side of the Insect King for some reason. The leader of the Ghost Fire did not sit in this row. He was the host, and had to go on stage to preside over the meeting. Chief Yen Wujin sat on the right side of the leader of the Northern Bear. Nanrong sat with him on the far right. There were still many empty seats in the first row, but no one came forward to sit in the first row. The seat arranged by the Southern Alliance for the priest palace was on the stage, but on the right side, and there was only one seat. The old priest sat on a separate seat, and the other priests stood behind her. The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance came on stage, walked to the central host platform, bowed to the old priest, and then faced the crowd. The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance struck the bronze meeting hammer 3 times. The heavy sound echoed in the huge meeting hall, and the orc warriors quickly quieted down one by one. Everyone. The low voice of the Ghost Fire Een was a little hoarse. Today, the leaders of various countries and tribes, and all the strong men are summoned here for a major event that concerns the survival of the entire orc continent. He raised his hand and waved, and 2 guards came on stage and unfolded a huge animal skin map, on which a deep crack deep in the southern forest was marked with luminous paint. Not long ago, the exploration team of the Lingley tribe of our alliance discovered this newly appeared earth crack while exploring the mineral vein. After boldly going deep, they occasionally found a very large and active energy group deep in the earth's crust. The fingertips of the Ghost Fire seal slid across the crack position on the map. At first, we thought it was the pulsation of underground magma, but the report sent back by several subsequent exploration teams proved that it was an expanding energy vortex. This energy has affected the stability of the continent. According to the judgment of our survey team and the Prophet, in recent years, the subsidence of the southern coast, the magma eruption in the northwest wilderness, and the frequent earthquakes in the northern snow-capped mountains and the coastal areas of the East China Sea are likely to be related to it. The Ghost Fire Seal looked around at everyone, his tone solemn. The high priest of the priest palace sat quietly on the side of the main stage. She did not speak, but her drooping eyes seemed to be always staring at the huge animal skin map, as if she could see through deeper secrets. However, danger and opportunity coexist. The voice of the Ghost Fire Seal suddenly took on a hint of temptation. Our God Blood Talon has calculated that if we can trigger this energy and absorb it. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader did not finish his words, but all the orcs present knew what he was hinting at. In the meeting hall, the eyes of many strong men became fiery. Soon, the Ghost Fire Seal added, "But if we fail, at best we will be killed by the backlash of this energy, and at worst it may cause crustal vibrations, causing our orc continent to fall into a large-scale geological disaster in advance." There was a buzz of discussion in the hall. Willow Fire Een specially set aside time for everyone to discuss. The people in the first row of seats remained silent. Willow Fire Een raised his hand and made a pressing gesture, and the hall became quiet again. "High Priest, I wonder if the priest palace has more detailed calculations." Willowfire naturally looked at the High Priest and asked. The High Priest spoke. His voice was like the slow flow of mountain streams in the deep mountains, gentle, refreshing, and calming. "We are here for this matter. The huge energy you mentioned has been discovered by our priest palace a long time ago. It has existed for a long time, and it appeared at the end of the Great Prosperity era. The priest palace can tell you one thing clearly, that is, this energy is not only huge, but also violent, and has a certain will. It is not formed naturally, but is deliberately sealed by some existence. This is a sealed power of God." The High Priest looked around at the strong men in the hall, and said slowly, "I wonder if you have heard of the legend that the gods fought in ancient times, resulting in the appearance of the Cage of God, and the power of the gods was greatly weakened? Obviously, not many people know this legend, and the hall is buzzing with discussion again." Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. They have heard. The light ball told them the history of these ancient gods. The High Priest, after more than 1,000 years of observation, our priest palace suspects that the huge energy hidden in the center of the Earth's crust is the weakened power of the gods. Everyone was shocked. Shang Fifan, really? It's a pity that the light ball hasn't woken up yet, otherwise we could ask it. The High Priest said calmly, "We all know that the gods were seriously injured or even died because of the battle with the foreign evil gods. For this reason, this huge collective power of the gods will be an important energy source for the gods to recover, drive away, and eliminate foreign evil gods. For more than 1,000 years, our priest palace has been committed to helping the gods regain these separated divine powers, helping the gods to wake up from their slumber, regain the authority of the gods, and restore the normal order of this world." Shang Fifan complained in his heart. If it were that simple, the light ball would not have to work so hard to find the child of destiny to do the task. Everyone had come to their senses at this time, and no one spoke, waiting for the High Priest to reveal the real purpose of the priest palace's visit this time. The High Priest looked around at everyone again, and after a moment of silence, he said, "The power of the gods cannot be touched lightly, let alone violated or occupied. For ordinary humans like us to want to absorb the huge power of the gods to improve ourselves, that is pure delusion. Don't say that our priest palace didn't remind you. If you want to spy on, or even get involved in the power of God, you will only attract God's wrath in the end, causing the predicted disaster to come faster, and on a larger scale. By then, no orcs on our orc continent will be spared. The high priest's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, even if you flee to the island. But the vibration of the land plate caused by the entire continent will also affect the offshore seabed, causing frequent tsunamis, violent storms, and huge waves, and earthquakes, and even flooding of nearby islands. The high priest's sighing voice echoed in the hall, but I know I can't persuade you. Because this is a doomsday disaster that is destined to come, and we can't avoid it just because we want to. The hall was extremely quiet. Ghost Fire Seal coughed dryly and smiled. That's why there is a meeting of strong people. We will naturally remember the good advice and warning of the high priest, but... The Ghost Fire Alliance leader paused and raised his voice. That huge energy is hidden in the center of the crust of our continent. If it is not dealt with, it will erupt sooner or later. Once it erupts, our continent will fall into the world-destroying disaster as predicted. In this case, what should we do? Do we have to wait for that energy to erupt and impact our continental plates? That's right. Since we already know that it is the power of God that is causing trouble, we naturally have to find a way to solve it. Anyway, we are all going to die, so we might as well fight. But if that is really the power separated from the gods, what can we do even if we get close to that energy? Has anyone among us reached the realm of the God of Law? If we don't even have the realm of the God of Law, how can we get involved in the power of God? Alas, our country is too small, and there are almost no strong people. We can't do things like contacting the power of God and solving the world-destroying disaster of the entire continent. In this case, wouldn't the magma flood diversion channel that Shang Helan of Tiger Country dug with so much effort be in vain? Yes, if the power of God explodes, won't the entire world continent explode? Then why are we still tossing around? Why don't we have a final carnival, and then look at personal abilities, escape if you can, and those who can't escape will wait for death with their family and friends. This news can't be spread, otherwise the whole continent will be in chaos. It's chaos. I feel that we orcs are finished. Wait. The priest palace has been observing the divine power for so many years. Isn't there any good solution? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on the priests of the priest palace on the side of the main stage, the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance also turned sideways to look at the high priest, and asked very sincerely, High priest, you have heard the situation. If your palace has any good ideas, please be sure to give me advice. As long as there is a feasible way, all the orcs in our orc continent are willing to try. The hall fell silent again, and everyone stared at the high priest on the stage, waiting for her to speak. The high priest sighed softly, first looking around at all the orcs present, as if observing something, and finally her eyes fell on the left side of the first row of seats in front of the host platform. Shang Fifan's eyes met the high priest's again. This time, the high priest did not cover her eyes with her old and drooping eyelids. Shang Fifan saw clearly that it was not a pair of human eyes. It was a burning flame, but it was indifferent, violent, and suppressed. Of course, in the eyes of others, it was a pair of relatively clear old man's eyes, only the pupils were slightly larger, and at first glance it looked like there was no white in the eyes. Lang Mu suddenly held Shang Fifan's hand tightly. He sensed it. That was not hostility, but pure greed. Shang Fifan wanted to devour the other party, and the other party also wanted to devour Shang Fifan. No, the other party wanted to devour more. Him? The high priest's eyes fell on Lang Mu, and his eyes showed obvious shock in an instant. Shang Fifan's mental power turned into a sharp knife, and the tip of the knife pointed directly at the high priest on the stage. The high priest's face, as old as tree bark, slowly opened up, revealing a smile that could not be explained. Fate is never kind. Her eyes locked onto Lang Mu, her voice became distant, as if countless overlapping voices were whispering at the same time, yet extremely clear. When the foundation of the continent is shaken, when the ancient seal is broken, when 7 blood moons rise in the night sky, the child of destiny will wake up. The child's left eye reflects the past, and his right eye reflects the future. Disaster and redemption flow in his blood. His steps will step on the predetermined destiny, or he may step into a lost path, where he cannot see the future. Every child of destiny has the possibility of becoming a god, and they are also the sons of God. The high priest's eyes were filled with sadness again. Our priest palace has consulted countless materials, and the priests with prophetic abilities have paid the price of their lives to make calculations, and finally found a ray of hope for this world. Shang Fifan no longer intended to listen. But the high priest sped up his speech and raised his voice. In ancient legends, sacrificing the child of destiny can stabilize the chaotic world's destiny, and the gods will bless it. If you want to return that huge power of God to the gods, let the gods wake up, and let this world return to peace. The best way is to use the child of destiny as an extradition bridge. Let the child of destiny and the other dimension of God connect, and transfer that power to the gods. The Parliament Hall was silent for a moment, and was immediately drowned by the noise. Everyone was asking, who is the child of destiny? The leader of the Ghost Fire and other big guys frowned. They don't like this development. The old and gentle voice of the high priest was so clear in the countless noises. She said, there are real and fake children of destiny. If you want to know who is the real child of destiny, just bring the qualified people to the altar of my priest's palace. You don't need to go through that crack to enter the underground. You can reach it from the altar of the priest's palace. At that time, the power of God will naturally choose the true child of destiny. Conditions? What conditions? Everyone asked again. The high priest, people who are favored by the gods. Everyone was confused, but many people felt a little nervous. The insect king thought of the gift from the god of nature he received last time, and couldn't help wondering if he was favored by the gods. If he was, wouldn't Shang and Lang Mu be more favored by the gods? There were others who were thinking about those people who were said to be favored by the gods in the legend. Some of these people were pure rumors, and they said so just to flatter someone. But some people were really lucky, or had strong talents. Just as everyone in the hall was discussing and thinking with each other, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through all the noise. What the hell are you? Shang Fifan's eyes were cold, and his voice was. It was so cold that it could hurt people. He looked directly at the high priest on the rostrum and questioned again in a sarcastic and almost indifferent tone. Tell me, what is hidden under your human skin? Sacrifice the child of destiny? Is this something that a high priest of the priest palace can say? Your priest palace has recorded and passed on the knowledge accumulated by the Orc continent for countless years, and the result is such a solution to the disaster? Just rely on sacrifice? Are you an ignorant and low-intelligence primitive man? In fact, some people think that sacrificing the child of destiny sounds inappropriate, but everyone is used to the authority of the priest palace, not to mention that the person who said this is the high priest of the head of the priest palace, and even if they feel it is inappropriate, they will consider adopting the high priest's suggestions. Shang Fifan stood up. Since it is the child of destiny, it is a treasure that can only be produced by the concentration of all the luck in this world. Why should our world concentrate its strength to give birth to a child of destiny? Isn't it just to let him reverse some major disasters that can change the whole world? Such a treasure, not to mention protecting it, we also want to sacrifice it. Is the priest palace impatient to destroy the world? 'Cause the wrath of God? I think sacrificing the child of destiny will really cause the most fundamental anger in this world. The whole hall fell into silence, leaving only Shang Fifan's angry questioning and rebuke. The high priest's eyes did not change, and her voice was still so gentle and clear. You are so angry. Is it because you know who the child of destiny is? Is he a very important person to you? Is it yourself, or your lover? Relatives? The eyes of the whole audience were focused on Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. Lang Mu also stood up, and stood side by side with Shang Fifan. He looked at the high priest not indifferent or angry, but with a hint of curiosity and sympathy. High priest, sympathy? This little thing is sympathizing with me. Shang Fifan sneered. Who? Don't change the question, answer me first. What is under your skin? Don't try to lie, my eyes can see clearly, your flesh and blood are long gone. Countless voices of sucking and cold air sounded. There are indeed many legends that say that the high priest of the priest palace has lived for a long time, and his age has long exceeded the maximum lifespan that an orc can reach. Is the legend true? If the legend is true, then how did the high priest survive to this day? Chapter 266. The high priest slowly stood up from her seat, her wide robe falling like water. Her face was still old, but her eyes were as fiery as molten gold, and the corners of her mouth still had that compassionate smile. Young man, you are too persistent. Her voice was soft, even as clear as a mountain stream. Appearance is just a container. What is important is the mission carried by the soul. One of the missions of the priest palace and me is to protect this world. And the child of destiny is the key to salvation. The golden light flowed deep in Shang Fifan's pupils. He could see the violent energy surging under the aging body. That was not a power that humans could bear, not even a complete divine power. What was surging was a ball of polluted, twisted energy. It disguised itself as divinity, but was actually full of tyranny and greed. He had touched the eggs of the evil god, and felt the energy of the evil god. The energy carried under the high priest's skin was not the energy of the evil god, but more like the energy of the gods of this world. It was just that he didn't know which unlucky god's power was polluted like this. Saving the world? Shang Fifan sneered, sacrificing the only person who can change fate. Is this called saving the world? I think you wish the world would collapse completely. The air in the meeting room seemed to solidify. The high priest still had a compassionate smile on her face, as if she was tolerating an ignorant child. Her old fingers gently stroked the lines on the sacrificial robe, as if she was reconciling her breath, and as if she was suppressing her anger. Young man, you are too young and too impulsive. She sighed, her voice soft but with unquestionable majesty. Destiny is never something that mortals can easily understand. The priest's palace has been passed down for countless years, and we know better than anyone else. Some sacrifices are necessary. Bullshit! Shang Fifan was too lazy to flatter the other party, and suddenly raised his hand, condensing a sharp mental force at his fingertips, pointing directly at the high priest. The energy in your body has long been polluted, and your mental power has been distorted. You are not the high priest himself. You are just a chaotic consciousness eroded by the evil god. How long have you been pretending to be the high priest, and how many people have you harmed? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Shang Fifan did not allow the high priest to refute, and pressed on. It has been more than 1,000 years since the outbreak of the war at the end of the Great Prosperity era. But what has the priest palace done in these 1,000 years? Have you all forgotten the most fundamental mission of the priest palace? Our Orc continent has developed for countless years, and many wars have occurred during this period, but the inheritance has not been cut off so far, because of the special existence of the priest palace. But in the past 1,000 years, has the priest palace fulfilled their duties? The priest palace, which should not interfere in power disputes, and is only responsible for knowledge inheritance, has now become a guest of honor in the royal courts of major tribes in various countries. If the forces of our Orc continent want to be recognized by others, they actually need to be recognized by the priest palace first. Don't you think that the priest palace is subtly making everyone accept the concept of divine right of kings? Then who is God? Shang Fifan pointed at the high priest again without hesitation. Is it you, the evil consciousness in human skin? The veil of shame was completely removed, and the strong men in the meeting hall fell into a brief silence. The pupils of the high priest shrank slightly, and under the old face, the dark red energy surged like boiling water for a moment, but was soon suppressed by her force. Shang Fifan's finger was not just pointing at her, he was attacking her with his mental power, trying to stimulate her mental instability. The high priest still maintained his gentle and compassionate expression, but there was a harsh echo of metal friction in his voice. Blasphemy, but there is a price to pay. God? Shang Fifan sneered. Are you saying you are a god? Are you not going to cover it up? It's a pity that you are not even the remnant of a god. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, as if a string stretched to the limit could break at any time. Northern Alliance leader Bei Xiongjian stood up suddenly, and heavy frost spread from his chair to the ground, and the cold was biting. If the priest palace really wants to sacrifice a living person, my Northern Alliance will never agree. No matter who the sacrifice is. His voice was like the collision of cold iron, with an unquestionable determination. A cold light flashed in the compound eyes of the insect king Jazador, and the elytra hidden under his robe trembled slightly. A deep voice echoed in the air. If the child of destiny is really favored by the destiny of heaven and earth, then his existence itself is the hope of saving the world. Sacrifice him? Oh, why not ask the gods if they agree? I mean the real gods. The ghost fire seal seemed to be trying to smooth things over, and a businessman's smile of making money by getting along with others appeared on his face. I think our topic is a bit off. We originally talked about exploring the energy underground. Why is it now about sacrificing living people? Although history is like a wheel, it always repeats itself. But we are at least in the 217th year of the Neogene. It's better to forget about sacrificing living people, which is primitive and cruel. There will always be other solutions, don't you think, High Priest? The chieftain of the East China Sea, Yan Wujin, narrowed his sharp eyes, and tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingertips, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. His attitude was ambiguous, neither clearly opposing nor supporting. No one from the major forces clearly stood on the side of the priest palace. The high priest was secretly surprised. Her eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and finally stopped in the direction of Lang Mu. Everyone in that direction thought the high priest was looking at them. The high priest's voice became distant, as if it came from a distant time and space. Child, you have seen those futures, right? Broken, burning, ashes all over the sky, countless people fell. The elderly children. No one can be spared. You know better than anyone that without sacrifice, there is no new life. Lang Mu's fingertips trembled slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have really seen those extremely miserable scenes of the end of the world. The earth cracked, magma gushed, and countless lives were annihilated in wailing. 7 blood moons hung high in the sky was shattered like a mirror, and the dark cracks exuded malice that did not belong to this world. Volcanic ash covered the sunlight, the temperature dropped sharply, plants became extinct, creatures devoured each other, and fell down in hunger and extreme cold. He stood on the top of the ruins, with countless corpses piled up on the road under his feet, and endless darkness in front of him. Shang Fifan noticed his hesitation and immediately grabbed his wrist. His mental power penetrated into Lang Mu's spiritual sea, isolated the high priest's temptation, protected Lang Mu's fragility, and whispered in his mother tongue, "Don't listen to her. She is using mental suggestion on you." The high priest may have found that her mental power could not invade Lang Mu's spiritual sea, and her expression finally changed a little. The high priest closed her eyes and stood up. Her voice was still soft, but it was chilling. "Don't you want to know the exact time when the predicted disaster will come? I can tell you now. When all 7 moons in the night sky turn into blood moons, it will be the beginning of the destruction of this world." The high priest looked around at everyone with a chill in her eyes. If the power of the gods cannot be returned to the gods before the blood moon rises, the huge power of the gods will explode. But that energy explosion is not for the destruction of the world, but for the salvation of the world. It's just that the Supreme Will and our ideas are different. In the eyes of the Supreme Will, we orcs are worse than insects and ants. The orc continent has been infected by insect poison. For the Supreme Will, it is better to destroy and start over than to take the trouble to govern the land of the continent. For the Supreme Will, as long as Tianhe Star still exists, life will always appear again, and any life is no different to him. But are we orcs willing to disappear like this? The high priest looked at Shang Fifan. "You have a pair of sharp eyes that can see the essence, so now ask yourself, is what I said true?" Shang Fifan, The high priest said again, "You all think that sacrificing the child of destiny is cruel, and that the child of destiny is destined by luck. But is this child of destiny the child of the entire Tianhe Star, or the child of destiny for us orcs? Have you ever thought about it?" Shang Fifan's face changed slightly. The expressions of others also changed. The high priest, if he dominates the fate of our orcs, then it means that his existence is contrary to the supreme will of the entire Tianhe Star, and his existence will make the Supreme will want to destroy him. If the Son of Destiny is leading the overall fate of Tianhe Star, then the path he takes will be the path of preserving Tianhe Star, not the path of preserving our orcs. Chief Yan Wujin spoke at this time. Then how do you confirm who is the real Son of Destiny, and how do you distinguish whether he is leading the fate of the orcs or the overall fate of Tianhe Star? The High Priest, we in the Priest Palace naturally have a way to distinguish. Yan Wujin asked again, how can your Priest Palace guarantee that sacrificing the Son of Destiny will definitely return the huge energy underground to the gods? At the same time, how can the Priest Palace guarantee that the gods can save our orc continent after receiving divine power replenishment? The High Priest seemed to have been waiting for this question for a long time. She smiled slightly. The young man just asked me what I was, and his eyes did see something. Although I am still me, I can live to this day not relying on my own strength, but a fragment of the Godhead. The High Priest paused, looked at Shang Fifan, as if laughing. That is the fragment of the Godhead of the God of War. I have made a contract with him. As long as the God of War regains his divine power, when he wakes up, he will do his best to protect our orc continent, including all the orcs. The people in the hall were boiling. Did they see a living god? Fragments of the Godhead? Isn't this a legendary thing? It actually exists? Is the High Priest a human or a God of War? No matter what the High Priest is, people can't help but tremble when they think of her carrying the fragments of the God of War's Godhead and making a promise with the other party. It's both exciting and odd. Think about it again. The Priest Palace seems to have been fighting with the followers of the evil god for so many years. This is completely inconsistent with the tradition of the Priest Palace. But if the High Priest hides the fragments of the God of War in his body, then the behavior of the Priest Palace for more than 1,000 years seems to be easy to understand. The Priest Palace was originally a subordinate of the God of Knowledge, so it would naturally focus on recording and spreading knowledge. But when the boss of the family is replaced by the God of War, then it seems very normal to prioritize fighting, interfere in the political power of the major forces in the Orc continent, and do such primitive and cruel things as sacrifice. So are we going to find and identify the Child of Destiny next? Chief Yan Wujin glanced at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu intentionally or unintentionally. The seats in the meeting hall are in an arc, not a straight line. The high priest was about to speak. Shang Fifan suddenly said, "The high priest said that she has the fragment of the god of war. Is it true? I don't know how many people's innate abilities are related to people's skills. Take a closer look at the energy under that skin. It is so chaotic and violent, and the greed for the surrounding energy can hardly be concealed." The high priest sighed. "Why do you have to label me as evil? Because you are afraid that I will identify you and your relatives, lovers and friends as the children of destiny?" Shang Fifan sneered. "No, we are not the children of destiny. We just have fragments of the godhood, and this is the fundamental reason why you are targeting us. The gods have the habit of devouring each other since ancient times. Compared with the huge energy with unknown details underground, it is much easier to devour the divine power contained in the fragments of the godhood." "Hey!" Everyone in the hall was shocked and made a collective surprise. When did fragments of the godhead become so common? Shang Fifan and Lang Mu also have them. Wait, no wonder these two are so strong. Especially Shang Fifan. The masters have basically never seen Lang Mu take action, and they don't know how strong Lang Mu is, but many people know that Shang Fifan seems to have the ability to command hundreds of thousands of undead armies. The high priest's eyes moved slightly, and the old face seemed to crack a little. She didn't expect Shang Fifan to simply expose such a secret and important thing. But at this time, Shang Fifan still looked at her nonchalantly, and asked with endless teasing, "Are you particularly envious when you see us? When you came in just now, you stared at me and AMU, and your saliva was about to flow down. Have you been brewing this idea of the child of destiny for a long time? Sacrificing the child of destiny is actually sacrificing to you, right? Oh, you said you would take people to the priest's palace, saying that there is a divine platform in the priest's palace that can verify the child of destiny, and can also directly connect to the huge energy underground? That divine platform is not used to imprison the fragments of the godhead, right? Tisk, it's really well planned. First absorb the fragmented fragments of the godhead, strengthen your energy little by little, and wait until it is strong enough, and then absorb the huge energy underground little by little. For your evil chaotic consciousness, whether it is the Orc continent or Tien Hastar, what is important to you? As long as you absorb enough huge energy to allow you to escape from this world, you will succeed. It doesn't matter whether Tien Hastar exists or not, right? The people at the meeting were already confused. They don't know who to trust. It feels like everyone is telling the truth. Finally, all the strong men looked at the big guys in the first row, who were also the top military forces in the Orc continent. The high priest sighed. "No matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Then wait for the facts to tell you the answer." The high priest seemed tired, closed his eyes, and sat down again, as if he didn't want to look at the ignorant people anymore. Shang Fifan sneered again. "Why are you pretending? You are not the original one even if you pretend. It's a pity that the real high priest sacrificed his life." Shang Fifan even asked the priest standing behind the high priest, "Everyone, after so many years, haven't you noticed that your high priest is different from before?" Without waiting for the priest to answer, Shang Fifan suddenly said, "Oh, I almost forgot that your lifespan is not as long as this fake high priest. When you were born, she was like this. You can't tell the real from the fake even if you want to. But you should have a mentor and a teacher, right? Isn't there anyone who doubts the high priest? There are no old predecessors in your priest palace who died strangely." The priests on the stage lowered their heads and remained silent. The high priest did not respond. Yin Wujin was dissatisfied and raised his voice. "High priest, you haven't told us who the child of destiny is? At least let us know which seed of hope is ours." The high priest opened his eyes and suddenly took out something. It was a seed. "This is the seed of destiny left by the god of destiny before he fell asleep. If the son of destiny comes within 100 meters, the seed will germinate. The closer it gets, the faster the seed will grow." As the high priest spoke, the seed quickly sprouted, grew stems and leaves, and in the blink of an eye it grew to 1/2 meter high. And if you look closely, the direction pointed by the leaf is opposite the main stage. Yin Wujin carefully observed the growth direction of the leaf, and followed the leaf to see Shang Fifan and Lang Mu standing in the first row. "Heh." Yin Wujin chuckled with an ambiguous meaning. Shang Fifan pouted, "Do you want to take that seed and put it next to me? Maybe it will bloom and bear fruit soon." Chief Yin said to Shang Fifan as if joking, "If what the high priest said is true, as long as you or Lang Mu are sacrificed, the entire Orc continent can be saved. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself?" Shang Fifan smiled with a sinister look in his eyes. "Do you believe that I can also take out a seed of destiny and let it take root, sprout, bloom and bear fruit in you, the chief?" Ghost Fire Ing coughed hard on the host platform. The Insect King laughed loudly and said, What can a seed prove? Yin Wujin, you want others to sacrifice themselves, so what will you say if it's your turn? Chief Yin replied nonchalantly, of course I don't want to. Whoever wants to sacrifice can do it. I just want to live a long life and die in the arms of a beautiful orc. A few low laughs came from the hall. These laughs also relaxed the tense atmosphere in the hall. The leader of the North Bear said coldly, don't mention the sacrifice. It's easy to sacrifice others, but everyone might as well think about it. If you sacrifice yourself, it may be a scam to steal the energy in your body. Are you really willing? Shang Fifan replied in a particularly vulgar way, whoever dares to come and ask me to sacrifice, I will sacrifice him and his whole family. The high priest closed his eyes on the stage, as if he didn't want to talk to mortals anymore, or maybe he was tired. In fact, the high priest was really tired. Why are the orcs so selfish? Not easy to deceive now. The orcs in the past were very obedient. They would sacrifice when asked to, fight when asked to, and do whatever the gods asked them to do, without any hesitation. But now, the orcs not only dare to point at the nose of the spokesperson of the gods and curse, but also don't believe the oracle conveyed by the great high priest. Is the priest palace completely in decline, or are the orcs more cunning, evolved? Isn't it said that the civilization of these orcs has regressed to the period of ignorance? The priest palace has not passed on knowledge for thousands of years. At most it instructs those in power on how to better use their bloodline talents and skills. The high priest couldn't figure it out. It was straightforward and didn't like to play tricks with these orcs. It thought that as long as it personally went out and said the oracle, the next thing would be easy. A low sigh like a mocking sigh sounded in her mind. The high priest frowned instantly. That consciousness still exists? It thought it had completely wiped out that consciousness. Under the stage, the strange orc Shang Fifan who appeared from nowhere was still provoking it, and even issued a challenge to it. Hey, that god scum who is wearing the skin of the high priest, don't you want to devour the power of me and Lang Mu? Don't do anything for the sake of the whole orc continent. We are standing here. If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. Shang Fifan even turned around and looked around the entire meeting hall, and said to all the strongmen present, I'm going to say this today. Not only to the pseudo-high priest of the priest palace, but also to everyone. As long as there are people who covet the power of me and Lang Mu, you are welcome to come at any time. Whoever wins will get everything. Shang Fifan's face changed immediately and became extremely cold and hard. But if someone wants to play dirty tricks, use dirty means such as splashing black water, spreading rumors, kidnapping and harming my and Lang Mu's relatives and friends to deal with us, then you should also be careful that we will do the same to you and everything related to you. Some people may feel that they are alone and are not afraid of our joint revenge. Then think about how long and how cruelly your soul can be tortured. Old Shang showed a cold, but extremely cool grin. There are rumors outside that I am a follower of the God of Darkness. This rumor is not too strong. I am indeed related to the God of Darkness, but not a follower, but the fragment of the Godhead in my body is the God of Darkness. The big guys and the strong men looked up at Shang Fifan together. Shit. Shang Fifan also smiled. In addition, my relationship with the God of Curse is also good, very good. Shang Fifan seemed to think that this was not enough to shock everyone, and pointed at Lang Mu again. Are you also curious about which god favored AMU? It's the god of nature. If any of you want to farm in the future and want to restore the water and soil as soon as possible, you are welcome to come to our AMU, and the price is negotiable. Of course, our AMU is not only good at restoring water and soil, but it is also easy to extract the natural power of a certain place. Lang Mu smiled awkwardly. He always felt that after today, he and Lao Shang would become public enemies of the entire orc continent. Even if they are not public enemies, they are definitely the existence of big villains that everyone is afraid of. Lang Mu was a little too worried. Now the people in the meeting hall didn't regard them as villains, but they were sure that both of them were not easy to mess with. Well, that's it. If you want to seize the fragments of the Godhead, please go to the High Priest, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. Whether you can seize it depends on your personal ability. Anyway, I don't have the ability to challenge these three. I might as well try to plot some of the huge energy underground and see if I can absorb it. The leader of the Ghost Fire laughed as he spoke. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. The leader of the North Bear and the Insect King were also laughing. Then let's get back to the point and see who is interested in joining our Southern Alliance to explore the underground. In short, this expedition is a matter of life and death, and whether you can get the benefits depends on the participants themselves. The words of the leader of the Ghost Fire obviously ignored the priest's palace. Many people signed up on the spot, saying that they wanted to go underground to take a look. Even if they didn't touch the energy, They wanted to see what the center of the continental crust where they lived looked like. Of course, these people are very powerful, and are confident that they can come out alive after entering the underground. Shang Fifan did not sign up. He was also interested in the huge energy underground, but he also felt that some of the high priest's words were not false. So he thought it was better to be cautious about the huge energy. The high priest on the stage closed his eyes, and actually used his mental power to observe everyone. What's wrong with this world? Why is the development completely different from what I imagined? I told him that it is dangerous to try to absorb that huge energy, so why do they still want to go? Why are there so many people rushing to sign up? What about the Child of Destiny? Do these people really not care about the role of the Child of Destiny? Have I been away from the current orc world for too long? Chapter 267. The high priest didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't express his opinion until the end of the meeting. The priests of the priest palace seemed to be the most qualified background board today, and they didn't say a word from beginning to end. After the meeting, the high priest actually walked in front of Shan Lang and the others, ignoring Shang Fifan's cold face, and said directly to Lang Mu, "Come with me, the altar of the priest palace is your home. This is the mission given to you by fate. You must complete it, whether you are willing or not." Shang Fifan was stunned. He never thought that this high priest could not understand the ways of the world. To this extent, they have torn their faces, and this person dared to run in front of them, and said in front of him that he wanted to take Amu away. Lang Mu was really amused and helpless at this high priest, who looked like he should devote himself as a matter of course. He can devote himself, but it depends on the situation. Knowing that the high priest had problems, he still believed him, and went to sacrifice himself. How stupid was he? Hack you. Shang Fifan really wanted to curse. Lang Mu stopped him. The occasion was not right. It was not appropriate for them to create another powerful enemy like the priest palace. Shang Fifan was evil, and didn't care whether he made an enemy or not. He pointed at the high priest and said, "You fight me? I formally challenge you, the high priest." No one in the meeting hall left. When the high priest walked toward Shang Lang and the others, they all looked over here. Now they seemed to have finally waited for what they wanted to see. The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance frowned. He didn't want these two strong men to fight in the center of their Ghost Fire City. No matter who wins or loses, it will be the Ghost Fire City that will suffer. Even if there is compensation afterwards, it will be too much of a loss. The Ghost Fire leader ordered his men to make special preparations quickly. He whispered to Nen Rong, the top master of the Southern Alliance. Nen Rong seemed a little surprised after hearing the leader's order, but he didn't say much, nodded, and left quickly. The high priest handed the seed of destiny that had grown into a seedling in his hand to Lang Mu, and said in a compassionate tone, "This belongs to you, take it. Take it, and you will know how to go your way." Lang Mu looked at the seedling, and he really felt the attraction of the seedling to him, which made him want to reach out and take it. Shang Fifan grabbed his hand. Lang Mu smiled at him, and reassured him. The high priest's mental power is indeed very strong, and this seed of destiny is also very strange, but he is not weak either. Besides, he is not alone. The covenant of common destiny between him and Shang Fifan allows the spiritual power of the two to blend naturally, and they can unite to fight the enemy together when necessary. The high priest had used spiritual power to seduce him before, and he and Shang Fifan had been alert. The spiritual power of Shang Fifan had been staying in his spiritual sea to protect him. Now the high priest is using the same trick again, so naturally he can't really seduce him. Lang Mu is just curious about the seedling generated by the seed of destiny. If you like to sacrifice so much, then go and sacrifice yourself. Don't satisfy your personal desires in the name of justice. Damn it, I can't stand it. Shang Fifan couldn't stand it anymore, and he took Lang Mu's spiritual power, and turned into a thick arrowhead, and stabbed directly into the high priest's spiritual sea. The high priest did not expect Shang Fifan's spiritual power to be so strong. It was almost as strong as it was. No, it was stronger than it. The high priest was extremely surprised, and immediately mobilized his spiritual power to fight. At this moment, a spiritual power that had been hidden deep in its spiritual sea seemed to have finally waited for the opportunity, and exploded in the deep of the high priest's spiritual sea. If it were any other time, the high priest could deal with either the spiritual power inside or Shang Fifan's spiritual power attack alone. But now both attacked it together, and it had no defense against the spiritual power inside, which caused the high priest's spiritual power to riot. No matter what kind of gifted person or magician, spiritual power is an indispensable pillar, and even more important than other energies. Even gods are no exception. Shang Fifan didn't know that the high priest's spiritual sea was rioting. He was annoyed that the high priest had attacked Lang Mu one after another, and was determined to take advantage of Lang Mu. Obviously, Lang Mu's luck had returned, and those who could glimpse the great luck began to covet this great treasure. Shang Fifan was a little angry. Didn't the light ball say that he was also the son of destiny recognized by the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star? Why didn't the high priest stare at him, but had to stare at Lang Mu? Or did Lang Mu's luck value return, and he became the real son of luck, and he became a deputy? Shang Fifan didn't care about being a son of luck. He just didn't like Lang Mu, who was his lifeblood, to be treated as a rare and precious prey. He would rather those scumbags and God scum hunt him. The high priest didn't actually want to confront Shang Fifan head-on. He had heard some news. Others didn't know some things inside the True God Church, but he knew more than the top leaders of the True God Church. As far as it knows, the most important base of the True God Church, the floating city, has disappeared. Even the leader of the True God Church, the magic Saint Ludwig from the Magician Continent, has disappeared, and it is very likely that he has been killed. Although it has never cared about that mere magic saint, it covets the energy core of the floating city. The heart fragment of the Worm Mother is also the largest piece formed by blending several fragments. If it were not for the fact that the energy of the Worm Mother was too violent and incompatible with its origin, it would be worried that it would have indigestion after swallowing it, causing a major change in its already unstable spiritual sea. It would have visited the floating city long ago. Now that the floating city has disappeared without a trace, and the Worm Mother heart fragment containing huge energy has also disappeared, it suspects that the Worm Mother heart fragment is very likely to have fallen into the hands of the person who killed Ludwig and destroyed the floating city. There is no clear information about who this person is. But it felt the revival of the power of the gods at that time, and it also sensed that it was the power of the God of Darkness. And it knew very well that the God of Darkness had disappeared long ago. There was only one possibility for it to sense the revival of the power of the God of Darkness at this time, that is, someone absorbed the godhood of the God of Darkness. Later, a priest sent back a message saying that the young alchemist Aries Shang who suddenly appeared in Tiger Country could actually command and control hundreds of thousands of undead corpses, and use the undead corpses to dig 2 sets of magma flood discharge channels in Tiger Country, and it was successful. It almost didn't need to think too much to guess that the person who absorbed the fragments of the godhood of the God of Darkness was 99% of the young alchemist. And only with the power of the God of Darkness could an ordinary orc easily control hundreds of thousands of undead corpses. Although it was unclear how the young orc absorbed the fragment of the God of Darkness and had not been infected by the residual consciousness of the God in the fragment of the God, it felt that it was a matter of time, even if the God of Darkness had completely disappeared. The fragment of the God is the fragment of the God. Even if the original consciousness of the God disappeared, the memory stored in the fragment of the God will form an independent consciousness under certain circumstances, just like it. No, it is not the consciousness of the fragment of the God, it is the God of War. As long as it is strong enough, it can swallow the main consciousness and become a real God of War. The high priest thought a lot in an instant. In short, it did not want to offend this guy before coming to see Shang Fifan. Because the other party is also a fragment of the God, so it deliberately brought the other party's acquaintances, the priest of the Tide, and the priest of Liang Runming. It thought that as long as it explained to Shang Fifan the benefits of sacrificing the Son of Destiny to the gods like them, Shang Fifan would definitely be tempted. If Shang Fifan disagrees, it has other benefits for him. For example, it can tell him how to use the Son of Destiny as an energy transmission channel to safely absorb the huge energy in the center of the Earth's crust into his body bit by bit. Of course, it will not tell Shang Fifan the real method, it will only share part of the energy with him. Who would have thought? This Shang Fifan, including other orcs, have different ideas from what it thinks. Especially this Shang Fifan. When he heard that it was going to sacrifice the Son of Destiny, he started to target it before it said who the Son of Destiny was, and repeatedly attacked it with mental power. Even though it had just secretly sent a message to the other party, indicating the benefits of sacrificing the Son of Destiny to them, he did not listen, and became even angrier, and actually attacked it with a fatal blow. Shang Fifan's mental attack was only a warning before, but now it's the real deal. The high priest was also furious. The God of War had a bad temper to begin with. This was the first time he appeared in public outside the priest's palace. Not only did he not achieve the effect he wanted, but he also seemed to be ignored and despised. In addition, a small orc dared to provoke him like this. You're looking for death. The high priest ignored the riot in his mental sea. Maybe it was because of the riot in his mental sea that he lost his mind. The high priest's skinny body suddenly straightened up, and the wrinkled old face looked particularly hideous under the firelight. Her dry finger joints crackled, and a cluster of dark red flame suddenly burst out from her palm, condensing into a 2-meter-long flaming trident in an instant. The high priest rushed toward Shang Fifan with the trident. The other priests, and the powerful people watching. They were all stunned by this sudden change. Especially when they saw the thin old priest, whose face was drooping, carrying such a huge flaming trident, and rushing toward Shang Fifan like an angry bull. Their jaws dropped. This sense of disharmony was too great. Several priests did not care about maintaining their demeanor and mystery, and all shouted anxiously, "High priest!" The picture was so absurd that it made people laugh. A thin old man carrying a huge weapon taller than her whole body, like an old woman performing acrobatics. But no one could laugh, because the surging flames on the trident had burned and distorted the surrounding air. Shang Fifan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively sensed the danger. He pushed Lang Mu behind him almost as a conditioned reflex, and at the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, and a shield formed by the power of darkness instantly formed in front of him. Bang! The flaming trident slammed heavily on the barrier, creating a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye. Shang Fifan's feet sank 3 inches into the ground, his back teeth clenched. He could feel the brutal force. It didn't seem like this shriveled old woman could use it at all, but more like an angry bull charging. As expected of a god scum, you have a lot of strength. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Shang Fifan's mouth, but he grinned. But a god scum is a god scum, you are not a god at all, and you can't use the power of a real god, you are just a scum who can only lick the leftovers. Asshole. The high priest's eyes, which were originally clear, became turbid, and now there was a raging fire burning in them, and the energy ball under the human skin was completely boiling. She flipped her wrist, and the flames on the trident suddenly surged, turning into 3 fire snakes that snaked up along the shield. Amid the burning sound of sizzling, Shang Fifan's dark power shield began to show spider web-like cracks. Shang Fifan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he still maintained that provocative smile. "Oh, are you angry because of shame? I'm not wrong. You are not the will of the god of war at all. You are just a chaotic consciousness polluted by the evil god's consciousness and generated by the fragments of the godhead. To be specific, you are nothing. With this thing of yours, you still want to take advantage of my MU? Get out of here." This sentence completely ignited the anger of the high priest. She let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and the flaming trident suddenly pushed forward. Crack! The shield shattered. At the critical moment, a nimble figure rushed from the side and knocked Shang Fifan away from his original position. The flaming trident brushed past the corners of the 2 people's clothes, plowing a charred gully on the ground. Ah, Shang! Lang Mu's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't understand why Shang Fifan was still trying to provoke the high priest at this time, and he was just passively defending. What are you playing? Be careful. This kind of fire can burn the soul. Lang Mu warned quickly. Shang Fifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of golden light. I know, but she has lost her mind. He lowered his voice. Look at the energy in her body. It's completely out of control. If I'm not wrong, her spiritual state is probably worse. This thing is originally unstable. Lang Mu subconsciously looked at the high priest. Indeed, the high priest's state at this moment was extremely strange. Her skinny body was slightly swollen as if inflated, and dark red energy could be seen flowing like magma under the exposed skin. The most terrifying thing was her eyes, which had completely turned into 2 balls of jumping flames. You are all believers of the evil god. You are heretics. You are blasphemers. The high priest's voice became hoarse and overlapping, as if countless voices were squeezed out of her throat at the same time. Those who disrespect the gods, all die. The high priest raised the trident abruptly, and a huge flame array suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the meeting hall. The scorching air waves swept across the whole venue, and several orc warriors, who were closer, even let out painful howls. Their hair was instantly burnt, and terrifying blisters appeared on their skin, and their souls also felt the burning pain at the same time. Everyone back off. Ghostfire Seal shouted, and a dark blue flame barrier flashed out, blocking everyone in front of him, barely resisting the abnormal high-temperature invasion. The leader of the North Bear Alliance attacked at the same time, using ice to freeze the flames, and asked the others to retreat quickly. But such resistance did not last long. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other, and nodded at the same time. The 2 of them flashed and surrounded the high priest from the left and right. Lang Mu held the staff and flew into the air, pointing the staff directly at the high priest, silently reciting the magic formula, and a large-scale magic suddenly broke out at the fastest speed he could control. Absolutely cold and frozen. The extremely cold air gushed out, and collided with the flames around the high priest, making a chee-chee sound. The white steam suddenly filled half of the meeting hall. The high priest roared, and the trident swept across, but only shattered the afterimage left by Lang Mu. The real Lang Mu had already circled behind her, and silently recited the magic formula again, and a silver chain appeared out of thin air, trying to wrap around the high priest's legs. A trifle. The high priest grinned, the flames under his feet surged, and the silver chain was melted into molten iron before it got close. Just when her attention was attracted by Lang Mu, Shang Fifen's attack arrived. Old Shang's right fist was wrapped in a dark black light, and he went straight to the high priest's face without any fancy moves. This punch contained extremely terrifying dark power. Even from a distance, the strong men watching the battle could feel the numbing pressure. Bang! The fist hit the high priest's face firmly, making a dull impact. The old face cracked instantly, revealing the dark red energy surging underneath. Ah! The high priest screamed miserably, and staggered back a few steps. What frightened her was not the pain, but the mental power attached to Shang Fifen's fist. Those strange energies turned into countless dark sparks, which were penetrating into its body and spreading everywhere. You can actually use the power of curse you. The high priest's voice began to become intermittent, and the energy ball under the human skin surged violently, and it was almost impossible to maintain the human form. Shang Fifen shook his numb fist and smiled. Yes, I cursed you, and cursed you to become someone else's sacrifice. Do you feel it? The god of curse likes the energy in your body. He is also a greedy guy, but at least he has some principles. You see, I just helped open a channel, and he took the initiative to help. Shang Fifen seemed to be afraid that it was not enough to stimulate the high priest, and said again, You see, in the eyes of other gods, you are just a pile of scum, at most a sacrifice, not their kind at all. This sentence seemed to touch a taboo, and the high priest went completely crazy. She raised her head, and let out a roar that was not human, and the sacrificial robe on her body sizzled. Shattered, revealing the terrible body underneath, it was no longer a human body, but a half-melted, terrifying form composed of flames and dark red energy. The priests of the priest palace. No! This is not our high priest. I will burn the unclean and filthy souls of you blasphemers. The high priest's voice has been completely distorted, as if countless voices are superimposed on each other. The temperature of the entire meeting hall instantly soared to an unbearable level. The wooden structure began to spontaneously combust, and the metal products turned red and softened. The energy barrier formed by the two leaders of the north and south trembled violently, and was about to collapse. Not good. Bei Xiongjian roared, Everyone evacuate the hall. Stop watching the excitement without caring about your life. The few remaining strong men who stayed to watch the fun did not dare to be arrogant at this time, and all rushed to the exit frantically. Among them, Chief Yan Wujin ran the fastest. The insect king Jossie Doyle stayed at the end, his elytra vibrated at a high frequency, and issued a piercing alarm. Shang! Lang! Go! She looks like she is going to self-destruct. Shang Fifen stood still, with golden light in his eyes. No, she is not going to self-destruct, she can't control the energy in her body. Sure enough, the high priest's body began to expand and contract unnaturally, like a balloon about to explode. She scratched her throat painfully, making a strange ho-ho sound. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Shang Fifen whispered to Lang Mu, AMU, I will control it, you attack its spiritual sea. Lang Mu nodded, his lips moved slightly, and the magic crystal on the top of the staff burst into an extremely dazzling light. At the same time, Shang Fifen took a deep breath, and the golden light in his eyes almost turned into substance. He grasped the high priest with his palm, resentment erosion. A black light burst out from the high priest. The energy composed of resentment continued to erode the energy in the high priest's body. The more resentful and angry the high priest was, the stronger the resentment became. This is the terrible thing about resentment erosion. The high priest was shrouded in black light, and a piece of it popped out from time to time, as if someone was madly hitting it. The high priest also had a fragment of the godhead, and had absorbed the divine power inside for many years. Every time it hit him, Shang Fifen's face would turn paler. Blood oozed from his nose and ears, but his expression was unusually firm. Lang Mu didn't look at Shang Fifen. He knew how hard it was for Shang Fifen to hold on at this time. Now! The spiritual wave that gathered the spiritual power of the two people was amplified to the maximum extent he could amplify through the staff. Lang Mu held the staff in his hand, and pushed forward with great effort. A dark green spiritual power shell that blended green and black rushed towards the black light ball that wrapped the high priest, pierced into it, and then exploded. Roar! The high priest let out a terrible scream that was not like a human. The black light ball exploded, revealing the high priest inside. The flame energy ball that no longer had a human shape was gradually darkening. The priests in the priest palace exhaled and looked at each other. What should they do? At the moment, when everyone thought the battle was about to end, something strange happened. A black hole-like vortex suddenly cracked in the high priest's chest, and an unspeakable evil breath leaked out from it. Zhang Fifan and Lang Mu's faces changed drastically at the same time. That was the pure breath of the evil god. Oh no! It's over. Several big men, including the Insect King, immediately retreated frantically, and no one dared to touch the terrible breath. Their instincts told them that as long as they came into contact with that evil power, they would be contaminated. Lang Mu almost didn't think about it. With instinct, a vine faster than lightning wrapped around the remaining energy core of the high priest, and then suddenly retracted. Zhang Fifan also took action almost at the same time, quickly grabbed Lang Mu's wrist, and sent him into the statue square. In the center of the vortex, something seemed to be looking at Zhang Fifan and Lang Mu. It seemed to be annoyed that he was a step slower, and it seemed to be observing. Zhang Fifan's ears moved, and he heard someone talking to him. The vortex disappeared suddenly. The power that was so strong that no one could resist also disappeared from the meeting hall. The high priest collapsed, and his whole body turned into a shriveled and thin white mongoose with all its hair falling off. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall. The two leaders of the North and South and the Insect King looked at each other. The faces of the priests in the priest palace were full of bitterness, and some of them walked towards the white mongoose that the high priest had transformed into. Be careful! Someone seemed to shout outside. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Boom! This magnificent and solemn meeting hall could no longer support itself and collapsed completely. Chapter 268. Although the leader of the Ghostfire Alliance had expected this result. In fact, the collapse of the meeting hall was much better than the worst result he expected, and this was the result of him having people open the protection system of the meeting hall and run it at full capacity. It was a pity that the protection system was originally used to defend against external attacks, but now it has become a way to prevent internal forces from leaking out. Thinking of the huge amount of energy consumed for this, the leader of the Ghostfire Alliance felt a pang of pain in his heart. In comparison, the cost of rebuilding the meeting hall was nothing. Not to mention the heartache of the leader of the Ghostfire Alliance, the people of the Priest Palace picked up the white mongoose at the moment the meeting hall collapsed, and all rushed out of the ruins and came to the garden outside. Zhang Fifan was one step faster than the others, and he also brought Lang Mu out of the statue square. Several other big men appeared one after another. The leader of the Ghostfire Alliance was the slowest, but everyone ran in time, and they didn't even get much dust on their bodies. The priests of the Priest Palace held a white mongoose that looked more and more like a mummy, and their expressions were extremely sad. Can you let me see it? Lang Mu said softly. The priests of the Priest Palace had complicated feelings towards Lang Mu and Zhang Fifan, but they could not say they hated them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how wrong their high priest was. He was completely different from the gentle, charitable, wise, tolerant, and broad-minded old man in the records. Moreover, although the Priest Palace has always respected the gods, it would not label those who did not believe in the gods as blasphemers. On the contrary, the Priest Palace followed the will of the ancient gods and had been committed to separating the orcs from the gods, not relying too much on the gods, being superstitious about the gods, and not needing to believe in a particular god. If we talk about what the Priest Palace really believes in, it is knowledge. For more than 1,000 years, the high priest was used to staying in her independent residence and rarely contacted people. Later, she had the responsibility of guarding the altar. Oh, the altar also appeared suddenly. The high priest personally verified that it was a miracle and an important place for the gods to communicate with them. The high priest attached great importance to the altar and would not let anyone approach it easily. Also, because the high priest had rarely contacted the people in the priest palace for 1,000 years, including some high-level priests closest to the high priest, they did not notice the abnormality of the high priest. Maybe they found it, but these priests thought that the high-level priests had changed frequently in the past 1,000 years. Many high-level priests were either sent to the battlefield and died, or suddenly died of illness, or disappeared, and a chill suddenly rose in their hearts. Before, even if they heard Zhang Fifan's meaningful words, they did not think much about it, because except for the 200 years of the new era, the previous nearly 900 years were really too chaotic, and the frequent accidents of the high-level priests in the priest palace were naturally regarded as normal by everyone. But after seeing the high priest's transformation, the priests present couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the changes in the priest palace over the past 1,000 years. A middle-aged priest raised his head and looked at Lang Mu in silence. He was the one holding the white mongoose. Lang Mu said gently, "I think she still has breath." He used the power of nature to sense the little bit of vitality in the white mongoose's body. Unfortunately, the vitality was too weak, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Several priests looked at each other. Priest Liang Renming didn't speak, but Priest Duo Haichao nodded first, indicating that he believed in Lang Mu. Duo Haichao had the most contact and understanding with Lang Mu, and knew his character well. Even if Shang Fifan had problems, he felt that Lang Mu's character and personality would not allow him to do evil things, let alone turn to the evil side. Lang Mu's hand touched the body of the white mongoose, and he felt more and more that the vitality was weak. Without external help, this person would not be able to wake up at all, and would only die quietly. Shang Fifan sensed that Lang Mu was transferring power to the white mongoose. He disagreed, but did not stop him. AMU had his own judgment. But what kind of power could wake up a person whose vitality was cut off? Natural power. Shang Fifan didn't think so. After a while, Lang Mu let go of his hand. The priest palace and several other big men who came over didn't know what Lang Mu did, they only saw him put his hand on the white mongoose. But in just a short while, the white mongoose, which was originally like a mummy and had little vitality at all, actually trembled its eyelids and slowly opened its eyes. "High priest!" Several priests shouted excitedly. At the same time, their hearts were full of worry, fearing that the thing that woke up was something unknown. But the white mongoose opened its eyes, and its eyes were more cloudy than before, but its eyes were very clear and gentle. "I don't have much time, so I make it short." When the white mongoose spoke, his voice was obviously the same as before, but the feeling it gave people was different. If the previous high priest was full of superiority and aloofness, no matter how gentle he spoke to people, he was full of condescending and dignified. Then the white mongoose now spoke like a charitable old man next door, a good teacher who cared for students in school. Shang Fifan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the soul of the high priest 1,000 years ago could persist until now without being worn out by the fragments of the godhood of the god of war. The white mongoose was too weak to sit up, so she just signaled the middle-aged priest, who was holding her, to adjust her position so that she could see everyone. The middle-aged priest hurriedly adjusted the white mongoose's position as he said, and carefully held her. The Insect King, the Northern Bear Alliance leader, the Ghost Fire Alliance leader, and the Salt Chief also saluted the white mongoose again. The white mongoose just glanced at them with a gentle look, and said in a low voice, "Sorry, I have caused you trouble. You did a good job, and it was my priest palace that did not fulfill its due duties." No matter what the big guys thought in their hearts, they hurriedly said a word and dare not. The white mongoose looked at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, and said sincerely, "Thank you. Thank you for letting me escape from the shackles of 1,000 years, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to leave a last word." Lang Mu shook his head and stopped when he wanted to say something. Shang Fifan waved his hand directly. "No need to thank me, as long as you don't always trouble me and AMU in the priest palace and want to sacrifice us all the time." The priests in the priest palace were all very embarrassed. No sacrifice, no time. By Mongoose's words were obviously warning the priests present. The faces of several priests were embarrassed and ashamed. Yes, since the establishment of their priest palace, there has been no talk of sacrifice, but why do they think it is natural when the high priest says to sacrifice the child of destiny in recent years? Why didn't they argue with the high priest? Is it because of fear of authority, or because of laziness? After all, sacrifice is a way that does not hurt oneself, muscles and bones, and just a few words are the simplest way to solve the problem. Then the mongoose seemed to be giving his last words to the priests of the priest palace, and also seemed to be giving an explanation to Shang Fifan and the others, leaving 3 paragraphs at the end of his life. Back then, the god of war was severely injured by the evil god in order to protect the god of knowledge, causing his godhead to be shattered and his consciousness to be confused. I was asked by the god of knowledge to collect a fragment of the god of war's divine nature, but was plotted against by the evil god believers in the priest's palace. In order to prevent the other party from taking the fragment of the divine nature, I had to take the risk of absorbing it. Who would have thought that the evil god used the breath remaining in the fragment of the divine nature to continuously pollute the consciousness of the god of war, and eventually cause the chaotic consciousness to wipe out my consciousness and replace me? The huge energy in the center of the Earth's crust does not belong to the gods. It is the original power of the planet that the gods also covet, and the evil god wants it even more. My Tianhe star relies on this original power to continuously repair the damage of the world and let the world start over. It is the foundation of the world. The world-destroying disaster of the Orc continent in the prophecy is the destruction of the world for the Orcs, but it is rebirth from the ashes for the Orc continent. Don't think about the original power. Your strength is too far apart. Protect the power of origin. The white mongoose was getting more and more exhausted, and her voice was so low that everyone had to strain their ears to hear it. Lang Mu wanted to transfer some more life force to her, but found that he could no longer transfer it. The white mongoose's body was completely dead, and he could not revive the dead body. Now the white mongoose can still speak, relying on the little mental power left in her soul. Finally, the white mongoose seemed to be looking at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, and spit out as much as she could. The Child of Destiny will mobilize the power of distant stars to help Tianhe Star. When the 7 blood moons are in the sky, the evil god escapes, and the Child of Destiny gathers the power of alien stars. Everyone needs to work together to assist the Child of Destiny and fight for a glimmer of hope. Remember to go to the altar. The altar will restore the consciousness of the god of knowledge to Shang. The voice of the white mongoose suddenly stopped. Shang Fifan saw a little spiritual light floating from the body of the white mongoose, spreading in the air, and returning to the origin of heaven and earth. And everyone heard a sigh full of melancholy and worry. High Priest. The sad voice of the middle-aged priest drew everyone's attention back. Everyone saw that the mummified white mongoose held in the arms of the middle-aged priest turned into dust in an instant, fell to the ground, and was blown away by the wind, leaving no trace. Everyone at the scene was silent for a long time, as if they were bidding a final silent farewell to the High Priest. Well, what do you think of the High Priest's last words? The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance broke the silence. The middle-aged priest took a deep breath, eased his grief, and said, "Our High Priest said very clearly before his death that the huge energy in the center of the Earth's crust cannot be moved. It is the original power of the world." The leader of the Northern Bear Alliance pondered for a moment and said, "If that energy is really the original power of the world, we really shouldn't move it. Not only can we not move it, but we should protect it." The Insect King is more realistic and asked, "According to the High Priest's words, the world-destroying disaster of our Orc continent is inevitable. Not only should we not stop it, but we should adapt to it. But if we really let the disaster happen, what should we do with so many people and creatures?" The highest consciousness of Tianhe Star hopes to use magma to regenerate the Orc continent, so we orcs, insects, and other life races deserve to die? The eyes of the chieftain of Salt flickered a little, and then he said, "Although the original power should not be moved, is there any way to prevent it from erupting? If the original power does not erupt, our Orc continent will not erupt in a world-destroying disaster, right?" The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance looked at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. "What do you two think?" To be honest, Shang Fifan didn't know what to do. According to his personality, he just wanted to take Lang Mu and the relatives and friends that Lang Mu valued to leave the Orc continent, find an island far away from the continental shelf to stay for a while, and then let the disaster of the Orc continent break out. When the Orc continent is reborn and the insect poison disappears completely, they will go back to the Orc continent. But Lang Mu would definitely not agree with his approach. Let his Amu watch so many people and lives die without doing anything. Amu might rather die himself. But he could never say that he would do this, and that for Lang Mu, otherwise Lang Mu would just leave him in order not to put pressure on him, and then shoulder all the things. So Shang Fifan could only say, "Didn't the High Priest leave us a clue? Are you talking about the altar?" The Ghost Fire Seal reacted in time. The priests in the Priest Palace also looked at Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan shrugged. "The High Priest seemed to want me to see the altar, and said that he would leave it to me, and mention the God of Knowledge. Although I don't know what the altar is specifically used for, but now I am in the dark, it seems that I can only study the altar first." Several big men are very curious about the altar, and they are even more envious of its functions. But the High Priest said that he would give the altar to Shang Fifan, and they couldn't snatch it openly, but everyone wanted to see what the altar looked like and what its specific functions were. The most important thing is that they want to know whether the altar can bring benefits to Shang. Among them, Chief Yan Wujin was the most anxious, and he said directly to the priests in the Priest Palace, "Why don't we go to the Priest Palace and see the altar? Maybe the great God of Knowledge can give us some guidance." The leader of the North Bear suddenly said, "The High Priest mentioned in his last words that the Son of Destiny has attracted the power of alien stars. I wonder what it means. Do we need to find this Son of Destiny quickly and help him fight against the evil god to save the world?" The Insect King, compared to this, I care more about the prophecy that the evil god will escape when 7 blood moons rise into the sky. Do you know the exact time when the blood moon will rise into the sky? The priests looked at each other and shook their heads. The insect king was dissatisfied. How come you don't even know such critical information in the priest's palace? The priest smiled bitterly. They are not all good at prediction and calculation. A priest who is good at astronomy said, according to historical observations, the blood moon usually occurs when a total lunar eclipse occurs. In addition, if there is a volcanic eruption, the volcanic ash will also change the color of the moon. The expressions of several people who heard this changed. Priest Hao Haichao even bit his fingers and calculated the time when the next total July eclipse would appear with 7 moons in a line. Chief Yen was anxious and asked, when is the next total July eclipse? The priest who was good at astronomy did not need to calculate, and gave the answer with a wry smile. The nearest one will be on the night of September 7th this year. That's still 7 months away, Chief Yen exclaimed. The faces of everyone present became extremely ugly. If the high priest's last words were true, it means that the evil god Ermukuleso will be free in 7 months. By then, no one knows what will happen to the entire Tianhe star, let alone their orc continent. 7 months, what can we do? We haven't solved the world-destroying disaster on our orc continent yet, but the evil god will be free in 7 months. Why should we struggle? We might as well just sit and wait to die, Chief Yan Wujin said angrily. He originally thought that their EC tribe would take advantage of this disaster. At least they could build ships along the coast, and he had sent his huge wealth and favorite children to the overseas islands early on. When the ships were almost built, he only needed to bring some of his most loyal people, plus the working slaves, and their Yin family could still be their local tyrants on the overseas islands. But the evil god will be free in 7 months. Just think back to the great harm the evil god caused to the entire Tianhe star when he appeared. At that time, there were gods who intercepted him and trapped him. Now the gods have fallen or fallen asleep. Without the protection of the gods, how can they face the evil god, who cannot be defeated even by the gods? Not only Chief Yen was depressed, but other big guys were not much better. The difference in strength between them and the evil god was too big. We don't have to wait for death now. Have you forgotten that we still have the Child of Destiny? But who is the Child of Destiny? Some people looked at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu intentionally or unintentionally. Shang Fifan said lazily, let's do things one by one. Lang Mu and I will go to the priest's palace with the priests and take a look at the altar. Yes, let's go see if there are any clues at the altar first. Then study the source energy underground. The leader of the Ghost Fire quickly connected. No one else had any objection to this, and no one wanted to waste time, so they immediately decided to go to the priest's palace together today. Shang Fifan felt something strange about Lang Mu, turned his head to look at him, and secretly held his hand. Lang Mu smiled at him, and said to him in the native language of Earth Star, just now when I entered the square, that person conveyed a vague consciousness to me. He not only taught me how to use the life force of nature, but also asked me to infuse the life force into the high priest. Shang Fifan's mind turned, and he immediately understood. Is it related to the god of knowledge? The god of nature probably wanted to tell them how to save the god of knowledge through the mouth of the high priest. Lang Mu gave a thumbs up. His old Shang's mind was really fast. I think so too. Because of the meaning of the god of nature, Lang Mu did not doubt the high priest's last words. Otherwise, based on the performance of the chaotic consciousness of the fragments of the god of war's godhood before, that thing obviously wanted them to touch the altar, so they would not want to get close to the altar. In short, be careful with the altar. Lang Mu was still a little uneasy. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Of course. My life goal is to live with you for a long time, happily and healthily. If there is danger, I will run faster than anyone else. Lang Mu was amused. If the orcs, we are really hopeless, you must protect yourself. Lang Mu finally said it. Shang Fifan heard thousands of words in such a simple sentence, and couldn't help but hold Lang Mu's hand tightly. Yes, I know. I will save my life no matter what. Lang Mu said this because he didn't want him to bear the pressure of saving the world as the son of destiny. And he said this because if he didn't die, Lang Mu wouldn't die. Chapter 269. There is a teleportation array in Ghostfire City, and it is a teleportation array that goes directly to the priest's palace. When the people from the priest's palace came here, they used this teleportation array. Shang Fifan saw that other big guys looked calm when facing the teleportation array, and guessed that teleportation arrays were not uncommon among the major forces. However, think about it, there are still many teleportation arrays in Tiger Country. Some are controlled by noble families, some are controlled by the True God Church, and some are discovered by Loren Milton. In addition, there may be some hidden teleportation arrays that have not been discovered. It can be seen that during the prosperous period of the orcs, teleportation arrays should be one of the most common means of transportation. Before, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu talked about it, saying that Nanrong and his team traveled quite fast. Although they delayed a lot of time along the way, and did not fly straight to Ghostfire City, Nanrong and his team seem to have rushed back from the west to the south within 3 or 5 days. How huge the Orc continent is, you only need to look at the straight-line distance from Tiger Country Tionkan Valley to Ghostfire City to know. That is the distance from the eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere of the Earth star. After Shang Fifan got the flying car, he guessed that these big forces might have similar means of transportation, or they just used the teleportation array to connect. No one of the big guys like the Insect King didn't worry about the consumption during the journey, and their own forces at all, saying that they would go to the Priest Palace to watch the excitement, and it turned out that a trip would basically not delay things. Lang Mu whispered, "Did you contact Dai and Xiaohua just now?" Shang Fifan admitted, "I asked them to stay in Ghostfire City first. They were not sure whether it was safe to go to the Priest Palace this time, so it was better to leave Dai in Ghostfire City. Although Xiaohua was powerful, they were in contact with the power of gods. Compared to the unknown Priest Palace, Ghostfire City is much safer. Dai has the reliable Master Zhe by his side, and Xiaohua, who is as powerful as the Insect Mother, so it is definitely not a problem to save his life. If he really encounters something, he can escape in time by teleporting and tearing the space." Dai and Xiaohua also agreed. Although Dai really wants to act with his two fathers, he also knows that his current strength is too low. If he follows his two fathers, he may become the one who drags his feet, so he decides to stay in Ghostfire City and wait for his two fathers to return. Xiaohua doesn't mind being a Nani. It has no concept of being a Nani. It just likes Dai and wants to stay with him. Although it is powerful, in daily life, it is basically Dai who takes care of it and tolerates it. Master Zhe. It doesn't matter, anyway, it is used to taking care of the cubs. When the leader of the Ghostfire Alliance opened the teleportation array, his face was painful. Even for a wealthy force like their Southern Alliance, the teleportation array is also a strategic means of transportation, and it will not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Because opening a teleportation array consumes a lot of energy. The Ghostfire Alliance leader counted the number of passengers going to the Priest Palace and found that it did not exceed the limit, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was great to open it only once. "Is the energy used by your teleportation array light energy?" Shang Fifan asked suddenly. The Ghostfire Alliance leader was stunned and answered, "Yes." Perhaps seeing Shang Fifan's interest, he added a little more. "The teleportation array and energy storage equipment we use are treasures preserved from the Great Prosperity era. Unfortunately, our knowledge gap is too great. It took us a long time to figure out how to use these treasures, not to mention repairing and building new ones. Because we don't understand the principles of teleportation arrays and energy storage devices, although we have found many teleportation arrays, they are damaged and cannot be used at all." The leader of the Ghostfire sighed. "There are only a few usable treasures left. This teleportation array connected to the Priest Palace, and it can only be used normally after the priests from my Southern Alliance sent by the Priest Palace to help repair and maintain it." "Oh! Since that priest can repair the teleportation array, why don't you ask him to help repair other teleportation arrays? And isn't the Priest Palace responsible for the task of knowledge inheritance? Didn't he teach you the layout principle of the teleportation array?" Shang Fifan asked with a puzzled look. The expression of the leader of the Ghostfire was subtle, and he seemed to want to curl his lips, but he held back and said tactfully. He said that he also had a vague understanding of the principles of the teleportation array and could only repair some simple faults, which was a user-level repair ability. Shang Fifan understood. This is equivalent to when an Earthling uses an electrical appliance and finds that the appliance is faulty. If it is just a simple power outage or a certain accessory is damaged, then the user only needs to repower it or replace the accessory. But if the fault cannot be found or the damage is serious, it is necessary to find a professional to repair it. Strange, even if the Priest Palace has gone the wrong way because the High Priest has been replaced, the priests inside should not have lost their inheritance, right? Is there no one who specializes in teleportation array-related knowledge? Shang Fifan muttered to himself. The faces of the priests next to him were embarrassed, and they naturally knew the reason. The higher-ups were unwilling to send people to repair the teleportation arrays in various places, saying that this was to prevent various forces from using the teleportation arrays to launch raids on hostile forces, in short, to avoid war. But in fact, the priest palace knew that the higher-ups did not send people to repair and build new teleportation arrays, mainly because they did not want the Orc continent to be connected, and hoped that they could govern themselves and continue to run small businesses. The reason why the Southern Alliance and other major forces can have teleportation arrays directly leading to the priest palace is that their priest palace received huge benefits and hoped to further control these major forces. These major forces also promised to provide funds to the priest palace every year, so the priest palace sent people to repair several teleportation arrays. The big bosses of the major forces are all well aware of the exchange of interests and power games. Although they are dissatisfied with the priest palace, the knowledge and skills are in their hands. What can they do? The priests of the priest palace are all pretending to be confused. The higher-ups ask them to transform, no longer be knowledge imparters, but become priests, and they can only follow the transformation. But since Lang Mu found the library and asked the Tiger Country to make all the inheritance and knowledge in it public, the priest palace's clamping power on the major forces has suddenly become much smaller. As long as the major forces spend a relatively small price, they can get a very complete knowledge system from the Tiger Country, which naturally includes the teleportation array. The wealthy forces are eager to buy all the inherited knowledge from the Tiger Country. Compared with the priest palace, which is unwilling to take out the good things at all, and takes out less than the weight, at least the Tiger Country is willing to exchange for money, and there will be no missing words or seals. The priest palace had to hold several meetings to discuss whether to transform again. Why is the high priest willing to show up at this meeting? It's because the priest palace is anxious. The high-level priests and the high priests feel that the major forces on the Orc continent are quickly out of their control. In the past, for such an important matter as going to the center of the Earth's crust and involving the powerful people of the entire continent, how could the major forces not notify the priest palace? But this time, no one notified. Or the priest palace got the news themselves and came uninvited. The leader of the Ghost Fire still gave the priest palace some face and took the initiative to mention, although our priest said by the priest palace did not teach us the knowledge related to the teleportation array, he taught us how to make an energy storage device and how to collect light energy and earth energy. Earth energy? Shang Fifan was very concerned about this. The leader of the Ghost Fire, it is underground thermal energy. It turns out to be underground thermal energy. Shang Fifan pondered. This is different from what he thought of geothermal energy. At the beginning, he discovered that the teleportation array used by Loren Milton used geothermal energy, but that geothermal energy was definitely not geothermal energy. Speaking of which, the geothermal energy used by Loren Milton is more like extracting the energy of the earth itself, just like extracting the vitality and nutrients of the soil. It doesn't seem right. Shang Fifan regretted that he didn't study the teleportation arrays that used earth energy as energy carefully at that time, but only had a general understanding of it. But now that he knew the huge energy hidden in the center of the Earth's crust, he had a new idea. Could the Earth energy extracted by Loren Milton be the original energy? But if the extracted Earth energy is really the original energy, why didn't Loren Milton further use and absorb the original energy? Could it be that Loren Milton himself didn't know? If Loren Milton himself didn't know what the Earth energy he extracted was, then who taught him to use this energy extraction method? If he could thoroughly study the energy devices of those teleportation arrays, could he find a way to safely absorb the source energy? At this moment, Nan Rong walked quickly to the side of the Ghost Fire Alliance leader and whispered something. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader's face changed slightly. Everyone, I have something urgent here. I will come over after I finish it. Please forgive me. If I can't get back in time, let Nan Rong accompany you to the priest palace first. I will arrive later. Excuse me. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader said this quickly without caring whether the other big guys would think too much. There was an orc warrior waiting for him in front. The orc warrior saw the Ghost Fire Alliance leader coming and immediately led the way in front, talking to the Ghost Fire Alliance leader in a low voice while walking. Shang Fifan used his full hearing and vaguely heard a few words. Lang Mu had excellent hearing and heard the conversation completely. He was about to talk to Shang Fifan. The Insect King suddenly whispered to the two of them. The Southern Alliance also hides an old immortal. I never understood how these old immortals survived until now, but now... Ha! The leader of the Northern Bear Alliance moved his feet and walked over, also lowering his voice. Just now Nanrong said that the person woke up and left the underground palace. Do you think that person woke up because he sensed the power of the fragment of the Godhead? What are you talking about? Can I listen? Chief Yen came over shamelessly. The Insect King was not polite to Yen Wujin at all, and said sarcastically, why don't you go back and pack your luggage and take your wives and children away quickly? What are you doing here? Chief Yin replied sarcastically. At least I still have a lot of children, unlike you, who can't even lay a bug egg. But don't worry, if you die, my eastern tribe can take in your bug people. It just so happens that our eastern tribe is still short of slaves who are good at farming. The insect king clenched his fist. I think you want to die. Chief Yin, you insects want to go to war with us orcs? Insect king, you are just one EC tribe. Don't drag the entire orcs into it. Chief Yin, then who do you think the orcs from all over the country will help if we fight? Insect king was shaking with anger. If he hadn't taken the orcs' feelings into consideration, how could he allow the EC tribe to appear on the East continent and compete with the insects? His strength is much stronger than Yin Wujin, but because he doesn't want to arouse the fear of the orcs on the entire continent, he has been holding back from attacking Yin Wujin. Yin Wujin knew this, so he was fearless and said things that hit him in the heart. It's a pity that the royal family of the insects didn't know whether it was because they lost the protection of the insect mother that it was very difficult to pass on the air. In the past, the kings of the Zerd tribe were all bred by the Zerd mother. Since the Zerd mother led the mutant Zerd to leave the Orc continent, the royal family of the Zerd tribe began to lay eggs and cultivate new royal family members, but they didn't know what was wrong. Not only did their royal family find it difficult to lay eggs, but even if they did, it was difficult for them to survive. Not to mention the royal family, even ordinary Zerd tribes also had the problem of difficulty in breeding. For so many years, why has the population of their Zerd tribe been so small, and can only live in a corner? It is because their egg-laying rate and survival rate are not high. The current generation of the Zerd king is close to the 200-year-old mark, but he and the queen have not been able to successfully breed a king egg. If he and the queen have not been able to breed new Zerd king eggs after the 200-year mark, the difficulty of breeding will only reach a desperate level as they grow older. The Zerd king is anxious about his offspring, which is why he was so excited when he sensed that Shang Fifan seemed to carry the breath of the Zerd mother. He was close to Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, not only because of their strength and insect poison removal potion, but also because they were related to the god of nature, which also benefited him. That was the god of nature. His mission was to make all things grow. He had a hunch that the chance for him and the queen to lay the eggs of the insect king was 90% on these two people. Shang Fifan glanced at Yin Wujin. He knew very little about this great chief, but from his conversation with the insect king, he had the characteristics of a tough guy. Such leaders were not uncommon on Earth. Their common characteristics were thick-skinned, changing their orders every day, and they liked to form cliques and factions. They liked to hold on to other people's pain points and bite them. They seemed to be willful and reckless, but they were actually treacherous and cunning. There is a saying that goes, help those who are right, not those who are close to you. It means that whoever is right should be helped. Shang Fifan interrupted. The insect king's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shang Fifan with the intimacy and joy of looking at a brother. Chief Yin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think that our East tribe is unreasonable? They are the insect people. East Sea tribe. Shang Fifan emphasized. Chief Yan's face turned cold. The insect king chuckled, which was extremely ironic. Yin Wujin wanted to turn hostile, but for some reason, he laughed out loud and raised his hand, as if to pat Shang Fifan on the shoulder. Shang Fifan took a step away and avoided the other party's palm. Yin Wujin also seemed to be unconcerned, and smiled generously. It doesn't matter what our tribe is called. What matters is that the world-destroying disaster of our orcs is about to come. It is hard to say what the future of our orcs, and insect people, and other tribes will be in the future. It's meaningless to earn this now. Yin Wujin paused. It's just that at this critical moment of saving our orc continent, I hope that the great changes at the end of the Great Prosperity era will not happen again. If a certain tribe attacks us with foreign evil gods and insect poisons, like the mutant Zerg at that time, I am afraid that all life on our orc continent will really be extinct this time. Yin Wujin aimed at the insect king. I am afraid that some people disguise themselves well at ordinary times, and will betray at a critical moment. Stabbing in the back is much more terrible than a head-on confrontation, don't you think? The insect king was probably happy that Shang Fifan was openly on his side, and he was not angered. He even retorted, in the war that year, it was not our insect race that fought against other tribes together with the mutant Zerg. There are good and bad people in each tribe, just like our current orc continent. Some people want to lead the entire tribe, and even the lives of the entire continent to fight and escape the disaster, but there are also some individuals who only think about their own interests and put other people at risk. People are used as stepping stones and sacrifices. The insect king also deliberately looked at Chief Yin and said, I am afraid that some people will take the initiative to join the evil god for their own interests at a critical moment. At that time, they will not only stab you in the back, but may also turn themselves into the evil god's lackeys, and try to become a slave by enslaving other tribes. Your mother! Yan Wujin was furious, but a smile appeared on his face. He ignored the insect king, and said to Shang Fifan, "This little brother, you must be careful in making friends." Shang Fifan nodded, "Yes. Good friends benefit you for a lifetime, and bad friends will only drag you to hell. Just know it in your heart." Chief Yin felt that he had given Shang Fifan a lot of face. If he hadn't just witnessed the fight between Shang Fifan and the high priest and knew the strength of this person, how could he be so patient with a young junior? The leader of the North Bear Alliance has been watching the excitement from the side until now, and has no intention of intervening at all. The relationship between the major forces seems to be okay, but everyone knows what is going on. Nenrong also listened to half of the excitement. When he saw that Chief Salt and the Insect King had calmed down, he stepped forward and asked everyone whether they should wait for their leader to come together, or set off to the priest palace first. The priests in the priest palace were anxious to go back and convey the high priest's last words, but it was not easy to rush them. It takes a lot of energy to open a teleportation array, so why not wait for the Ghost Fire leader? We are not in a hurry at this time. What do you think? Leader Bei Xiong said with a smile. Others said they could wait, and they could also make some more detailed explanations to their subordinates. The Insect King also felt that it was better to ask Shang Fifan and Lang Mu today whether they could solve the problem of fertility difficulties for their Insect King lineage and the entire insect people. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu suddenly looked up at the same time. Shang Fifan hurriedly said, "Sorry, something seems to have happened to the kid at home. See you later." After that, the two of them actually rushed to the southwest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 270. Xiaohua was walking around the streets with Ah Dai. Yes, it was Xiaohua who led the way. When it smelled something it was interested in, it would fly over. Yizha carried Ah Dai on his back, and could hardly keep up with it. Every time Xiaohua flew far away, she saw that the two behind could not keep up, so she flew back and complained that Yizha was too slow. Yizha was forced to share a space with Xiaohua, as if he had undergone desensitization treatment. Now he could face Xiaohua head-on, but he still didn't dare to talk to it. If he was scolded, he could only blame himself for his poor ability. Ah Dai touched Yizha's head. He also felt that Yizha was a little afraid of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was most interested in energy-rich items, and fresh meat was the most popular among them. So, the two of them came to the largest slaughter and fresh meat market in Guihua City while strolling. All kinds of edible and inedible creatures were sold here, from low level to high level. In addition to animal meat, fish meat, and bird meat, the meat vendors also had a lot of insect meat on their stalls. Xiaohua and Jie had no special reaction when they saw the insect meat. They also ate all kinds of insects, just like orcs would eat all kinds of animals. Ah Dai, by this, it has enough energy and should be delicious. Xiaohua flew to a meat stall and pointed at the fresh meat that the stall owner had just hung out and asked Ah Dai to pay. It also had the space bracelet that Shang's father gave it, and Lang Mu's father also gave it pocket money. But since Ah Dai still had money, it didn't want to spend its own money at all. Ah Dai squatted on Jia's back, staring blankly at the big piece of meat that was twice as big as his whole body. The meat was fresh and still dripping with blood. The stall owner saw that it was just two little cubs coming to buy meat, so he didn't treat them badly. Just looking at the giant insect mount, it has an extraordinary figure and is well fed. Moreover, one of the two cubs has shiny fur and plump skin, and the other is incomparably beautiful. It is obvious that they are not from ordinary families. Xiaohua can talk, so the stall owner naturally thinks that Xiaohua is a cub of the insect people. "Oh, you two cubs, you have a good eye." The stall owner patted the fresh meat with the back of his knife and boasted that it was a level 6 giant-toothed pig that his wife's brother's adventure team had just hunted from the forest. The main feature is that the meat is tender, has a low fishy smell, is rich in energy, and is easy to absorb. The stall owner also boasted about how difficult it is to hunt a level 6 giant-toothed pig, and how powerful his brother-in-law is, and how famous the team he leads is. Ah Dai listened with a hum, like a stupid young master from a rich family who knows nothing. Xiaohua was too lazy to listen to the stall owner's boasting, and urged Ah Dai to pay for it quickly. It has improved a lot. In the past, it would pounce on any meat it saw and eat it. If it couldn't finish it, it would pack it up and take it away. It never thought of paying. Last time, it directly grabbed the meat and was nagged by Ah Dai's two fathers for a long time, but at least it remembered to pay for meals. Xiaohuahua likes it, then buy it. Ah Dai said generously. Then how much do you want to buy? The butcher was very happy to see that they really wanted to buy it. The price of level 6 giant tooth pig meat is high, and most orcs are reluctant to buy it. Didn't you see that there was only this piece of meat on his stall? He asked his brother-in-law to take the rest to ask the housekeepers of those big shots. Xiaohua immediately flew up and said, all. Ah Dai also nodded. The butcher was surprised. Do you really want to buy all? This piece of meat is not cheap. Ah Dai asked, Uncle, how much is it? The butcher's eyes turned around Ah Dai again, and he said, my giant swine meat is not ordinary giant swine meat, it is the meat of the giant swine king. Eating it can awaken your bloodline talent. If you have already awakened your bloodline talent, eating this meat can also improve the level and quality of your bloodline talent. 2 years ago, there was a person here. Originally, his bloodline talent was only the lowest level. He was said to be able to control the wind, but the wind he blew was not as strong as my breath, and it was useless. But he ate the meat of the giant swine king, and his wind control abilities suddenly changed from being able to blow air to being able to blow a typhoon. The butcher's mouth was full of foam. Ah Dai and Xiaohuahua were like listening to a story, and Ah Dai also cooperated with the exclamation of wow, oh. The butcher heard the slight sneer from the nearby vendors, and probably knew that he was exaggerating too much, so he quickly stopped talking and said, such precious meat that can improve the level of blood talent, and it is hind leg meat, I will not offer you a high price. 1 caddy is 5 gold and 10 silver, there are 50 caddies here, it should be 250 gold, if you buy it all. I will charge you a total of 250 gold. How about it? Ah Dai was surprised. 250 gold? So expensive? Oh dads, Ah Dai has met a bad butcher uncle. This butcher probably thinks that he and Xiaohuahua are ignorant, and don't understand the market price of meat. But he often goes to the town market with brother Xiaobing to buy food in Moyo town, and he will compare prices from 3 stores, so he knows the price of meat. Although level 6 fresh meat is rare, it is not rare. Uncles, brothers, sisters, and aunts who go out hunting in the town can always hunt once or twice a month. Especially the giant dolphin is one of the wild animals that can reproduce and raise. They eat everything and grow fast. Even if it is level 6, the price is not high. A pound is only 15 silvers at most, and the normal price is about 10 to 12 silvers. 50 pounds of fresh meat, even the hind leg meat, can be obtained for 5 or 6 golds. Just now on the way, they bought a lot of things, including some energy-rich ones, and also bought a bottle of precious honey. They spent less than 30 golds on so many things. Now a piece of giant dolphin meat costs 250 golds. If this meat can really awaken blood talent or improve it, then this price is indeed cheap. But, if this meat really has such an effect, why take it to the market to sell it at the auction in the morning? Oh, does he look so easy to deceive? Ah Dai looked down at his space bracelet, took out the gold shield inside, and started counting. The butcher saw Ah Dai take out a bag of Jin Da Dun, and his eyes flashed with surprise and greed. He was not greedy for such a small cub to take out a bag of Jin Da Dun, but he saw that what Ah Dai was wearing on his wrist was very likely the legendary space bracelet. This year, the news about the space storage tool spread everywhere. It is said that it is not a treasure left over from the Great Prosperity era, but is made by a contemporary alchemist. For example, the leader and deputy leader of the Southern Alliance, as well as the top master Nan Rong, all wore space bracelets. Some people saw them use it with their own eyes. In addition, it is said that some extremely wealthy tycoons and nobles also have it. In short, space storage tools have become one of the standard equipment for big guys now. If a big guy doesn't have a space storage, he feels like he is inferior to other big guys. Because of this, who doesn't want to get a space storage to show off as long as he has a little status? But this thing is too rare. It basically only appears in some large auctions. Every time it appears, the final transaction price is so high that ordinary people can only dream about the possibility of owning it. The butcher knew that the space storage was precious, so he naturally didn't dare to think about the space bracelet. If he robbed the small one, he would definitely attract the old one. Besides, the law and order in Guihua City is first class. With so many people watching, even if he robbed something and ran away, how far could he run? Although he couldn't rob the space bracelet, he could still make a lot of money. The butcher regretted that he had quoted a low price of 250 gold. These two little guys didn't understand the market at a glance. Xiaohuahua, I don't have enough money. Ah Dai said to Xiaohua honestly. Xiaohua landed on the purse and rummaged through it. How can it not be enough? Didn't AMU's father just give you 100 gold pocket money when you entered the city? The butcher and the passers-by nearby twitched their mouths when they heard this. Where on earth is this rich family that actually gave two ignorant little cubs so much pocket money? Are they afraid that no one will rob them? Lang Mu and Shang Fifan are not extravagant people, so it is naturally impossible for them to give their children so much pocket money and cultivate their extravagant habits. It's just that their situation is special, and they often encounter some emergencies. At this time, they are likely to leave a Dai for a while. As parents, they naturally worry about how the children will live if they leave them for too long without money. So the 100 gold Lang Mu gave Dai was not pocket money, but a reserve fund for life, just in case. Lang Mu had explained to Dai, and Dai also knew that money should not be spent casually. But this time he was traveling alone with Xiao Hua, and his father Shang secretly told him that if Xiao Hua wanted to buy something, he didn't need to be stingy, just spend it, just treat it as paying for the bodyguard, and come back to him to settle the bill. Shang and Lang knew that Hua Chongzi liked to eat high-grade fresh meat, and they were afraid that Dai didn't have enough money, so they specially prepared the same pocket money for Hua Chongzi. Who would have thought that Hua Chongzi only wanted to spend other people's money, and didn't like to spend his own money, and he would empty Dai's pocket money all the way. This piece of meat costs 250, but all my pocket money added up to only 120 gold, 67 silver, and 529 copper baht. We have already spent 30 gold along the way, and now I only have a little more than 90 gold. Dai counted very honestly. Hua Chongzi rummaged around and found that there were indeed only 90 gold left in Dai's purse. I also have 100 gold, but it's not enough when added together. Hua Chongzi was distressed, especially since he didn't want to spend his own money at all. What should he do? Hua Chongzi aimed at the piece of meat, then looked at the butcher, or rob it. After robbing it, he took Dai and the mount to tear through space and run away, ensuring that no one could catch them. Yes, let's do it. Hua Chongzi looked at other meat vendors nearby, thinking that since he had to rob, it would be too much of a loss to rob only one, so he might as well rob all the meat vendors on the street. Dai wanted to take the opportunity to say that he might as well not buy it. If he wanted to eat fresh meat, he could hunt for it himself. He was not stingy, but he didn't want to be cheated by a rich man. The word rich man was told to him by his business father, and it seemed to mean a fool with a lot of money. But he didn't want to expose the butcher. Amu's father said that if you encounter a local scammer in an unfamiliar place, it is best to play dumb and not take the bait. If you really can't avoid it, find the local security personnel. If that doesn't work, then use force. Two nearby butchers sneered in their hearts when they heard the butcher's offer. But because they usually see each other, they don't want to undermine the butcher. They just secretly think in their hearts that this butcher should not be made friends with. Although the two cubs look like they have a good family, it's still too much to raise the price so high. Dai saw Hua Chongzi's expression and said inwardly, Hua Hua, let's go and see other families' fresh meat. Maybe there are better and cheaper ones. Hua Chongzi, no, this flour king wants all. Buy whatever you want. Only the weak spend their own money to buy things. What's wrong with it robbing? Anyway, both fathers are not here now. Seeing that Dai couldn't pay more, the butcher couldn't help but be greedy and said, little guys, this piece of meat in our house is really good, you definitely can't buy it anywhere else. How about this, if the money is not enough, you can use other things to pay, such as the bracelet on your wrist. Well, you are a money swindler, and you also want to cheat people of the space bracelet of the young cubs. Don't you think it's too much? If the market supervision here knows that you are doing business like this, do you still want to continue to set up a stall here? A very light and weak voice came. Dai and Hua Chongzi, including the butcher, turned their heads at the same time and saw a thin young orc slowly walking towards them step by step. The orc looked only in his early 20s, and his body was as thin as a dead grass ravaged by wind and rain. The body wrapped in cloth had almost no muscle outline. Blue veins can be vaguely seen under the pale skin, and a few faded strips of cloth are wrapped around the wrist that seems to break if it is squeezed too hard. His short gray-brown hair is messy and sticking up, as if it has never been combed seriously. The two animal ears that are faintly visible in the hair are also drooping, looking lifeless, like a person who has been ill for a long time. But on this weak body, there is an unforgettable face. There is an old claw mark on his right cheek that crosses the cheekbone diagonally, adding a bit of fierceness to the face that looks a bit weak. The strange thing is that the orc, who looks very young, has fine lines at the end of his eyes that are extremely inconsistent with his young face. The butcher was unhappy. What nonsense are you talking about? How did I cheat? I just asked them if they wanted to exchange. If they didn't, it was fine. Did I force or cheat? Even if the market supervisor knew, so what? I was just doing business honestly, not stealing or robbing. The young and weak orc laughed. Yes, if you can really cheat the space bracelet, you don't have to continue to be a butcher here. If you didn't cheat, then there is no crime, so you don't have to be afraid of the market supervisor. The butcher turned hostile and slammed the bone-chopping knife into the butcher case. Hey! Where did you come from, you bastard? Did someone deliberately send you here to disrupt my business? You don't look like a poor guy who can afford my fresh meat. Do you think that if you destroy my reputation like this, the customers will believe you? Get out of here. Get out of here as far as you can. If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you to a pulp. The butcher still put on a smile and continued to coax the square-headed cubs, wanting to make this big deal with the two cubs. He didn't ask for the space bracelet now, as long as he could sell the fresh meat he put up for a high price. His brother-in-law promised him that he would only need to pay him 5 gold coins after selling the meat. Then, wouldn't the extra money belong to him? Xiao Huahua was planning to rob the whole street, so how could she agree to continue buying that piece of meat? But now she didn't have time to deal with the butcher. Her attention was diverted. Compared with the fresh meat, she was more concerned about the young orc, who suddenly appeared to fight for justice. Dai didn't want to spend so much money just to buy a piece of meat. Seeing Xiao Huahua diverted his attention, he pretended to be stupid and pretended not to hear the butcher's enthusiastic inquiry, and also looked at the young orc, who seemed to be sick. Brother, thank you. I didn't plan to buy this uncle's meat. The price he quoted was too expensive. In our place, the 6th level giant pig meat is at most 10 silver coins per pound. He also wanted me to use the space bracelet to buy that piece of meat. He treated me and Xiao Huahua as big fools. Dai said in his childish voice, very honestly. Puff! Puff! There were constant bursts of laughter around. Someone immediately said sarcastically, look, the little guy only looks small, it's not easy to fool. Since the adults dare to let such a small cub go out shopping by themselves, they must have sent someone to protect it secretly, or the little guy is very strong and capable of survival. Some people treat others as fools, but they don't know that they are the stupid ones with bad hearts, greed, and no brains in the eyes of others. The butcher was furious and his face turned red with shame. But he didn't dare to get angry with the two cubs. He was afraid that the adults on the other side really sent someone to protect them secretly. He was in the wrong, but he didn't dare to offend such a wealthy family that could put a space bracelet on the little cub. He just wanted to cheat as much as possible, but now he was exposed by the little cub. People around him were also laughing at him. He thought that it would be difficult to do business in the future, and he would be criticized. He simply rolled up the tools and fresh meat on the stall and ran away. He planned to find a place to make a living. The young sick orc looked at Dai and smiled faintly. It seems that many people have been deceived by your face. Dai looked up and said stupidly, Dai doesn't lie, and Dai's face doesn't lie. The sick orc's mouth curved. So your name is Dai. You are from the Stone Man tribe, right? Which Stone Man tribe are you from? Dai was about to answer, but Xiao Huahua flew over, landed on his head, and patted his head with his wings to shut him up. I seem to have seen you before. I feel your breath is a little familiar. Wat Chongzi said to the sick orc. More than familiar. It should have sensed this person's breath not long ago. Are you the orc lying in the coffin? Are you awake? Wat Chongzi tilted his head. The sick orc's eyes darkened, but his voice was still calm. How about we change places to chat? Wat Chongzi was puzzled. Why change places? It still wanted to continue buying snatching meat. The sick orc had no choice. Of course, he had to change places. He didn't want to talk with the suspected insect mother in such a downtown place. The sick orc turned his eyes to Dai again. He was a little curious about the relationship between this little cub and the new insect mother. Why did they look so close? If the little cub's family also knew Hua Chongzi, did they know the identity of this flower worm? Brother, what's your name? Do you know our little Huahua? Dai poked his head out from under the suppression of Xiao Huahua. The sickly beastman, Xiao Huahua. What kind of fierce name is this? And you're Xiao Huahua? Are you sure this flower comes from your family? My name is Ghostfire Mirror. When Ghostfire Mirror reported his name, he looked at Hua Chongzi deliberately, wanting to see if the other party had any special reaction to hearing his name. But there was no reaction. Hua Chongzi just stared at him with a look of vigilance and curiosity. I may know your mother. Ghostfire Mirror said to Hua Chongzi tactfully, if you are the descendant of the one I think. Hua Chongzi, mother? It doesn't remember that it has a mother, but, wait, it does have a super huge bug in its memory. It seems to have crawled out of the body of that bug, and then it lay on the big bug and ate it. At that time, it didn't have any clear consciousness, but only one thought, that is to eat the big bug, and it must eat it all up, without leaving any. Later, when it finally finished eating the big bug, it vaguely knew a lot of common sense, and then it flew out of that strange place. It flew all the way, looking for energy-rich things to eat, and saw many creatures. Some of them were afraid of it, some worshipped it, some wanted to expel it, and some wanted to kill it. It didn't know how long it flew or how far it ran. It only knew that the more it ate, the more scenes and common sense appeared in its mind. It always thought that it had lost a lot of memories, but now think about it, maybe it didn't lose memories, but inherited too few memories? Inherit? Why did it have this idea? Hua Chongzi was lost in thought for a moment. The point is why it had a very strange feeling when it saw this sick orc, as if it saw someone it didn't want to get close to but didn't hate. Seeing Hua Chongzi didn't say anything, Gui Huijing invited Ah Dai to his house to play, saying that his house had a lot of delicious food and fun things. Seeing Ah Dai looking at him, as if he was looking at another old cripple, Gui Huijing changed his words. I have something very important to ask this little Hua, which is related to its mother, and the orcs of the entire orc continent. This is not a place to talk. Can you go to my house? Or go find your parents. How about we talk in front of your parents? Adai's intuition told him that this sick orc was not a bad person, although the other party was also inviting him, and Xiao Hua to his house. Then let's go to the municipal center, my fathers are doing business there, Adai suggested. At this moment, Xiao Hua and Gui Huijing looked at the other end of the long street at the same time. A group of people were rushing over there, and the leader of the Southern Alliance was at the head. Old ancestor. When the Ghost Fire Alliance leader saw the sick orc, the anxious look on his face disappeared, and he hurriedly saluted. When the Ghost Fire Mirror saw the Ghost Fire Seal rushing over with a look of despair on his face, he couldn't help but smile. It's okay, I just felt the breath of an old acquaintance, so I came here. The Ghost Fire Mirror was able to wake up because of the fragment of the God of War's divine nature. The fragments of the divine nature will attract each other. When the fragment of the God of War's divine nature left the body of the high priest, the one in his body also felt it, urging him to wake up and wanted him to take the fragment of the divine nature. But as soon as he opened the coffin, he felt a familiar breath. The Worm Mother seemed to have been here, and the breath she left was very fresh, as if she had just come here for a circle. When Ghost Fire Mirror thought of the Insect Mother's visit, he no longer cared about the fragments of the Godhead, and immediately followed the scent to find him. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader shifted his gaze to the giant insect, and the two cubs on the giant insect. His ancestor had slept for hundreds of years. This time he woke up, and did not see his relatives, nor did he run to find the fragments of the Godhead. He actually ran to the meat market just to see these two cubs? Ancestor, who are they? Ghost Fire Mirror introduced. This is Ah Dai, a cub of the Stone Mastiff clan, and this is Xiao Hua. He was not sure that Xiao Hua must be the offspring of the Insect Mother, although Xiao Hua had a strong scent of the Insect Mother. Ghost Fire Yin was confused when he heard the introduction. Who are their parents? Ah Dai heard it, and said proudly, My fathers are Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. The father said that if you meet someone who is not easy to mess with, you should report their names, and run away if the situation is not right. Xiao Hua nodded. Yeah. If you have anything to do, go find them. We are still young and can't help. Ghost Fire Mirror, He didn't know who Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were, but this flower bug that seemed to be the mother of the insect looked like it was treating them as its parents. How powerful were those two? Looking at the surprised faces of his grandchildren around him, he asked, Do you know those two? The Ghost Fire Alliance leader had a strange expression. Yes, of course I know. I just didn't expect that they actually had a child, a stone macaque and a bug. Are they very strong? Ghost Fire Mirror asked casually. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader nodded vigorously. Very strong. Sure enough. Ghost Fire Mirror thought, Grandson, you don't know what kind of flower bug that is. If you know, you will know that the two people you know are more than just very strong. Ah Dai saw that the group of adults seemed to have surrounded them, and the two leaders had strange expressions, so he secretly sent a message to his two fathers. Dads, there are strange uncles and brothers targeting Xiao Hua. Come quickly. Chapter 271. When Shang Fifan and Lang Mu met Gui Huijing for the first time, there was no tense atmosphere. On the contrary, the three of them got along quite well. Gui Huijing was very thin because of his long sleep, but his elegant temperament came from within, and he was smooth as a businessman, giving people a strong sense of Confucian businessman. If it weren't for the scars on his face that made him more fierce, you would never think of him as a generation of strong men. In fact, Gui Jing was a very famous and powerful figure even at the end of the Great Prosperity era when many heroes emerged. He was in control of the Gui Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce organization in the Orc continent. Because of his calm personality, high emotional intelligence, strong strength, reliable work and first-class reputation, he could make friends almost everywhere he went, and they all got along well. The Alliance government invited him to join the Alliance management several times, but he refused on the grounds that he could not take care of both ends. But even so, the Supreme Alliance leader of the Alliance government had no dissatisfaction with him, but admired him more and more. Even if the war had not come, Gui Jing would have been very likely elected as the next leader of the Alliance. The leader at that time strongly recommended him as his successor. Gui Jing was also very surprised to see Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. He did not expect that they were so young. In his opinion, the two people who could be called parents by Hua Changzi, who was suspected to be the mother of insects, must be at least 100 years old, but when they actually met, they found that they seemed to be only in their early 20s. What surprised him even more was that neither of them had the immaturity and impetuousness that young people have, especially Lang Mu's eyes. That kind of calmness was like the peace and tolerance after having seen thousands of sales and experienced hardships. Why could he tell? Because he had come from an extremely long and painful era. He had seen the eyes of many people who had survived that period, and many of his friends had eyes similar to Lang Mu's at the end of their lives. But the peace in the eyes of his friends, including him, still contained some unwillingness and hidden pain, while Lang Mu's peace was accompanied by joy and infinite expectations for the future. This made Gui Jing like Lang Mu very much, and he also wanted to know Lang Mu's past. His subconscious told him that this was a young man with a story. Compared with Lang Mu, Gui Jing was much more cautious about Shang Fifan. When he saw this man, he thought of the adjectives such as hero, overlord, and guy who is not easy to mess with. Fortunately, Gui Jing had dealt with many similar people. When he saw Shang Fifan and Lang Mu holding hands, he praised them. "You two are a match made in heaven. I said that only a couple with a good relationship can raise such a cute and confident child." Shang Fifan's mouth curled up. He liked people who were good at talking. He immediately introduced himself, Shang Fifan. Lang Mu also nodded modestly and introduced his name and origin. Gui Jing smiled. "I am Gui Yin's cousin, named Jing. I am the youngest among the brothers, and the only one who has survived to this day. I think you may have a lot of questions about me. I also have something to ask you. How about we talk somewhere else? The meat market is indeed not a place to talk. Although they are surrounded by orc warriors in front, behind, and on both sides, it makes them more noticeable." The group quickly moved to the private residence of Gui Yin. The private residence of the leader of the Southern Alliance was not as luxurious as Shan Lang and his friends had imagined. It was just a two-story building with a small courtyard in front and back. The floor was covered with vines, and it felt quiet in the city center. The area of the small building was not very large, and the upper and lower floors combined were only less than 500 square meters. Both parties sat down in the living room, and the servants served tea and snacks. The living room was arranged like a Chinese-style hall, with several chairs on both sides of the wall, and a coffee table between the chairs. There were also 2 chairs at the front, and there was also a coffee table in the middle. Lang Mu took Ah Dai into his arms, and Xiao Huahua naturally fell on Lang Mu's shoulder. Shang Fifan sat on Lang Mu's left hand. Opposite him were Gui Jing and Gui Yin. The main seat at the top was empty. Ghost Fire Mirror pondered for a moment and decided to attack directly. "Do you two know the relationship between this Ziawawa and the Worm Mother?" Ziawawa looked at Ghost Fire Mirror. Shang Fifan smiled. "Why don't you tell us what you found and what you want to tell us?" Ghost Fire Mirror cast his eyes on Ziawawa. "I can only be sure of one thing. You are not the Worm Mother. But you have a strong Worm Mother aura, and the energy in your body also belongs to the Worm Mother. I think you should have absorbed most of the Worm Mother's energy, but have not completely digested and absorbed it, so you can't hide your energy yet. As long as the strength is not too far from yours, you can feel your strength. And people like me can sense the instability under your strength." Ziawawa seemed a little unconvinced, but it just changed its posture and did not refute. "It can also feel that this orc is not weaker than it, maybe even a little stronger than it." The eyelids of the Ghost Fire Alliance leader, who was accompanying the guest, twitched. "Worm Mother? A little worm man with the power of the Worm Mother? A new Worm Mother appeared?" Will Fire Mirror said again. "You said before that you feel familiar with me, right?" Xiao Huahua did not deny. "Yes. I think I should have seen you, but I know I haven't seen you. Will Fire Mirror laughed. Your situation is not strange. Have you heard of blood memory inheritance? Xiao Huahua flapped his wings, and the term blood skill inheritance flashed through his mind like a flash of lightning. In an instant, it seemed to have accepted more memories. The ghost fire mirror couldn't see the expression of a flower insect, so he could only guess. If you are really the mother of insects, or have the complete memory of the mother of insects, you will beat me up when you see me, and you will ask me to pay you back while you beat me up. The ghost fire mirror said with a helpless smile. When I borrowed money from it, I played a trick and agreed with it that the debt would be settled when I died. At that time, I actually believed that I would not live long. But I didn't expect. I am alive today, and such a powerful mother of insects. Can I ask you some questions? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The relationship between the mother of insects and me is complicated. Generally speaking, I owe it more. The ghost fire mirror said frankly. Little Flower suddenly said excitedly, if I am the heir of the mother of insects, can you pay me back the debt you owe to the mother of insects? The ghost fire mirror, of course. At that time, it was agreed that I would not have to pay back the debt to the mother of insects if I died, but it didn't say that I would not have to pay back the debt if the mother of insects died and I was still alive. Is it money or materials? How are you going to pay it back? When will you pay it back? Can you pay it back now? Xiao Huahua was even more excited. Shang Fifan reached out and touched Ah Dai's head, saying earnestly, Son, see, you should learn more from Xiao Huahua. Ah Dai blinked and understood. I know, debt is also a kind of inheritance. If it is useful, inherit it. If it is not useful, don't take it. Shang Fifan raised his hand and gave Ah Dai a brain slam. Ah Dai felt wronged. Did I say something wrong? Lang Mu rubbed Ah Dai's forehead with a smile. The power of nature brushed past, and the little pain disappeared immediately. Ah Dai leaned into Lang Mu's arms. My Ah Mu's father is the best. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader sighed in his heart. Ancestor, you owed the debt to the insect mother, and only you knew it after the insect mother died. If you don't tell me, won't the debt be equivalent to nothing? Alas, the Ghost Fire Mirror seemed to guess what everyone was thinking, and said honestly, even if I don't tell you now, when Xiao Huahua inherits the complete memory of the insect mother, it will still remember that I owed the debt. Instead of letting it come to collect the debt at that time, it is better for me to explain the situation clearly now. Shang Fifan, explain the situation clearly? Isn't it paying it off? But I must confirm one thing now, that is, whether the insect mother is alive or dead, and whether Xiao Huahua is really related to the insect mother. The Ghost Fire Mirror said seriously. Xiao Huahua nudged Lang Mu and asked, do you think I should tell him? Lang Mu said after careful consideration, say what you think you can say. If you think what you say will affect your safety or involve your privacy, then don't say it. Xiao Huahua didn't really care. Because she was powerful, she was fearless. She said to Gui Huijing, then asked, what do you want to know? The Ghost Fire Mirror asked very carefully. He asked Zai Huahua if she remembered the environment when she was born, asked her if she had seen a huge, golden or snow-white, cute and delicate insect, and asked her if there were any other insects or insect eggs around her besides her. He also asked Zai Huahua how she got the power and inherited memory of the insect mother, and why she appeared in the Orc continent. Zai Huahua felt that there was nothing that could not be answered, so she answered all of them, and added some more. When I have memories, it seems that I crawled out of the body of the giant insect you mentioned. Except for me, I didn't see other insects, including eggs. Even if there were, I ate them. That giant insect should be golden. Its shell is very hard, and I eat it from the inside. The more I eat, the more things appear in my mind. It should have been dead at that time. I didn't feel its breath, and it didn't communicate with me at all, including mental power. But its meat is very fresh. I felt it was left for me to eat. The place I stayed in was very strange. At first, I couldn't get out, but one day, I suddenly got out. Oh, that day, I also sensed an energy burst belonging to me. Belonging to that big bug. Yes, when I sensed that energy, I suddenly saw the exit. The first thing I saw after I came out was the sea, so I flew in the direction of the energy burst and flew to the land. Later, I saw living things, and I hunted when I was hungry. I felt that some places were very familiar, but many places were very strange. I went to some places I remember, but those places were completely different from what I remembered. Then I met Ah Dai, and then I lived in the homes of Shang Dad and Amu Dad, and became their child. Xiao Huahua concluded happily. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader was speechless. You, the new insect mother, just found a foster family for yourself, and you are so proud of it, The ghost fire mirror smiled gently, and asked in detail about the space where Xiao Hua and the giant insect corpse were. Xiao Hua didn't like that space, and said a little angrily, "It was dark, and I couldn't tell the sky from the earth. It was the same everywhere, like the inside of a hollow ball. I saw the exit, just a little light, flew towards the light, and flew out." The ghost fire mirror fell silent, as if he thought of something. Xiao Hua was even more curious about what debt the ghost fire mirror owed to the insect mother, and wanted him to pay it back now. After being urged by Xiao Hua, Ghost Fire Mirror woke up from his memories and laughed. "I can't pay you back what I owe to the worm mother now. If I take it out, I will lose my life." The adults present guessed what Ghost Fire Mirror owed to the worm mother. They were also surprised that the worm mother could lend something like the Godhead fragment to Ghost Fire Mirror. It can be seen how good the relationship between Ghost Fire Mirror and the worm mother was at that time, at least not completely hostile. And just by listening to Ghost Fire Mirror's tone, it can be felt that the worm mother has a good relationship with him. Otherwise she would not beat him up and ask him to pay back the debt when they met, but directly snatch the Godhead fragment. Xiao Hua was unhappy. "Do you want to default on your debt?" "Of course not." After Ghost Fire Mirror knew that Xiao Hua was not the worm mother, but a little cub, his tone toward Xiao Hua became like that of an adult at home to a child. "I mean, I can convert it into something else you want." Okay. "I want the Jinda shield," Xiao said loudly immediately. Ghost Fire Mirror. "Maybe I have something more suitable for you." Xiao had just known the charm of money for a short time. When she heard that Ghost Fire Mirror didn't want to pay, her compound eyes were full of ferocity. "Huh?" Lang Mu coughed lightly. "Xiao, first listen to what kind of compensation Mr. Ghost Fire Mirror said he would give you." Xiao listened to Lang Mu's words, and then slowly put down her wings. "What is it? If it's not good, I don't want it." Ghost Fire Mirror was helpless and funny. "Believe me, it's definitely a good thing for you. Although you rely on swallowing the corpse of the insect mother to inherit the bloodline, the insect mother was probably not complete at that time." Xiao recalled and nodded. "Well, the heart is gone, the eyes are gone, and there are also a few legs and an antenna missing. The wings seem to be incomplete." Ghost Fire Mirror looked melancholy, but not very sad. He had too many friends who died, and sent away too many friends and relatives. His heart had long been numb with pain. Xiao Hua asked, "Are the parts of the worm mother you want to give me?" Ghost Fire Mirror nodded. "Part of it is. But not all of it. I tried my best to collect it, but there is still a part missing, especially its heart." "But?" Ghost Fire Mirror seemed to hesitate. "But what?" Xiao Hua was curious. Ghost Fire Mirror still expressed his concerns. "If you want to be yourself, it's best not to absorb the worm mother's heart. It is the energy core of the worm mother. Although obtaining it can make your power closer to the worm mother, you may also completely lose yourself, and become the you formed by the worm mother's memory. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Hua hadn't spoken yet. Adai muttered, Hua, I don't want you to become someone else, you are fine the way you are now." Xiao Hua hummed, "Of course I am fine. I will not become someone else, not even the insect mother. Without the heart of the worm mother, I can still become stronger than the original worm mother. It is what it is, a different Xiao Hua. It doesn't want to be a copy of another worm." When the Ghost Fire Mirror exhaled, he was afraid that this little worm mother would pursue power, and want to get everything from the worm mother. Now it seems that although this little worm mother has obtained the memory of the worm mother, and has been affected by the worm mother to a certain extent, it still has its own clear independent consciousness. Zhang Fifan remained silent on the side. What should he say? Tell Xiao Hua and Ghost Fire Mirror that you don't have to worry about the problem of the worm mother's heart. He has digested and absorbed most of it. Now there is only a small piece left that is temporarily stored in a certain Xiao Guangguang. If Xiao Hua insists on finding the heart of the worm mother, wouldn't it devour him? This matter can only be kept secret from Xiao Hua, and it can be kept secret for as long as possible. The worm mother is very powerful, but there were many strong people in our Orc continent at that time. If it didn't carry the power of the evil god, it might not even be able to escape. Ghost Fire Mirror fell into memory again. Some people, and I were surprised that the worm mother still had the ability to die with us, but she gave up and escaped at the last moment. This is totally inconsistent with her character. But if she had already conceived you and decided to give birth to you, it would not be surprising. Ghost Fire Mirror had a complicated expression. They all said that the worm mother had fallen into madness at that time, without any reason, and only wanted revenge. But it can still remember its most original mission, and still remember to let the Zerg people pass on, so it should not be completely crazy. In fact, I always feel that the Zerg mother knows that this war is inevitable. If it doesn't start, it will be someone else. It went to the Orc continent to provoke a war. Rather than revenge, it is more like being forced. The Ghostfire Alliance leader looked at the ancestor in surprise. The ancestor never said this to their descendants. The Ghostfire mirror noticed the gaze from behind and waved his hand. At that time, not only I thought so, but also several others thought so. But the situation at that time did not allow any of us to retreat. Everyone was involved in the war, hatred was intertwined, and everyone had reasons to join the war. Even if we wanted to stop, it was impossible. The Ghostfire mirror looked at Ziawawa again. I don't know what the Zerg continent is like now, but just looking at the Zerg mother, she would rather give birth to you in a weird space than put you in the Zerg continent, which shows that the situation over there is probably extremely bad. Do you have any memory of awakening? The little flower protector was stunned, thought about it carefully, and shook his head. It has no memory of the Zerg continent, otherwise why would it run to the Orc continent? The Ghostfire mirror clapped his fist. That's it. I heard the Zerg mother mention that the living environment on the Zerg continent has become extremely bad, and it is no longer suitable for the mutant Zerg to live there. This is also one of the reasons why the Zerg mother came to the Orc continent. It wants to find another suitable place for the mutant Zerg to survive. The Ghostfire Alliance leader was puzzled and couldn't help but interrupt. How could the Zerg continent become unsuitable for Zerg survival? What happened there? The Ghostfire mirror shook his head. I don't know, and it didn't say it in detail. But I guess that the deterioration of the environment in the Zerg continent is likely related to the evil god. The Ghostfire Alliance leader cursed inwardly. Damn evil god. If it weren't for it, our Tianhastar wouldn't have encountered so many bad things. Oh, by the way, it is said that the evil god was attracted by the sacrifice of the insect mother. Shang Fifan thought. No, it's not the insect mother, it's the local gods who want to devour the power of foreign gods, and the root is in the dark god. But the root of the root is that the gods destroyed the cage of gods. And the gods will destroy the cage of gods, because they want to gain freedom. When Ziawawa heard about the evil god, her head began to ache. At this time, when she heard the Ghostfire Alliance leader say that the evil god was attracted to Tianhastar because of the sacrifice of the insect mother, she suddenly felt a strong anger in her heart. It's not the insect mother. Ziawawa screamed sharply. It's not me. I was deceived. Ziawawa's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were shocked. Lang Mu subconsciously raised his hand to grab Xiaohua's body, trying to comfort it. Shang Fifan grabbed Lang Mu's arm, combined with Lang Mu's mental power, and aimed at Xiaohua. He clearly promised me. He said that the fastest way for me to become the god of the Zerg is to devour more energy. He lied to me. You can't become a god by doing that. He lied to me. Xiaohua slapped Lang Mu's hand away, flew up, glared at the Ghostfire mirror, and shouted, Do you remember what you promised me? Didn't you do it? Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand, and found that it was only a little red, not injured, and the sharp aura on his body softened. Lang Mu comforted him in a low voice. Ziawawa was just stimulated for a moment. It should still remember us. It's okay. Adai looked up at Ziawawa, his eyes full of worry. Seeing that Xiaohua's tone and voice had changed, Ghostfire Mirror immediately stood up and quickly answered, I remember, I did it. Xiaohua didn't believe it, you did it. Then where are they? Ghostfire Mirror. Inside our southern alliance, I found a piece of land suitable for them to live. Now they are multiplying there, and should be living well. Should? Ghostfire Mirror seemed to have cold sweat on his forehead, but he still tried to calmly say, You know my situation is special. I am asleep most of the time. The last time I was awake was 100 years ago. But I believe they should be living well. If you don't believe it, I can take you to see them. The Ghostfire Alliance leader seemed to think of something through the words of the ancestor, and hurriedly added, I know that place. Most people don't set foot there. It's very safe and large. The ecology inside has always been well maintained. We have always followed the requirements of the ancestor, and never enter there to disturb. Xiaohua's eyes were still red, but she didn't seem to be so angry. Take me there. Okay. Xiaohua's long legs slashed through the space, and his body suddenly grew larger. He grabbed the Ghostfire Mirror and brought him into the space crack. Such a change was unexpected by the few people present. After a long while, the Ghostfire Alliance leader muttered, Isn't this too impatient? Shang Fifan was also rubbing his forehead. My good child was possessed by the insect mother just like you said. What if he can't change back? The Ghostfire Alliance leader was speechless and embarrassed. It seemed that he was the one who stimulated Xiaohua just now. Chapter 272. Xiaohua came back in a short time, cursing when she came back. Ghost Fire Mirror's expression was particularly speechless. Ghost Fire Alliance leader was entertaining the Shang family for dinner. Seeing the old ancestor and the little insect mother coming back, he hurriedly invited them to sit down. A Dai stood up and whispered, "Hua Hua." Xiao Hua flew to a Dai and complained that Ghost Fire Mirror took him around and owed him money. A Dai saw that Xiao Hua's eyes and voice tone had returned to normal, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, touching Xiao Hua's sharp long legs. "Fortunately, you are still you. Next time, don't change randomly, I was scared." Xiao Hua snorted, "It's not that I want to change. But I will try not to do it next time. I will not let my mother become me." Shang Fifan looked sideways. The word mother was definitely not taught by him and Lang Mu. Xiao Hua also pointed at the Ghost Fire Mirror and complained to Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. "He didn't know the way and took me running around, causing me to almost be swept away by the space turbulence. He also took me to see a bunch of bugs and wanted me to be responsible for raising them. I'm still a child." Xiao Hua was very angry. According to the hatching age, it was only 4 years old at most. It was only 4 years old, and someone wanted it to take on the responsibility of raising a family. It followed Shan Lang, and knew very well how much energy and money it took to raise cubs. It took a lot of time just to cook and feed them every day. When Xiaohua thought of the countless number of bugs it saw that it needed to be responsible for raising, it immediately regained its mind and wanted to run away immediately. It's not a bug mother. It's still a child. It doesn't want to support a family. Xiaohua flew to Lang Mu's arm again with grievance, calling Anyu dad. It just wants others to raise it, eat and drink every day, play with friends, compete with parents, eat more meat and ask for more pocket money. Lang Mu gently stroked its head and comforted it. That's right, our little Huahua is still a baby. Everything outside has nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about anything now, just eat well and play well, and grow up well. Little Huahua excitedly kept moving his long legs. Yes, 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 its father Amu is so right. Ghost Fire Mirror didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to lead the way, but this little insect mother seemed to be impatient. She tore the space and took him running around. Only on the way did she remember to ask him where the place was. He was in the space crack. How could he know the exact location? In the end, the man and the insect had to come out of the space crack first, and then the Ghost Fire Mirror re-identified the location and pointed out the direction. After several space shuttles, they found the place where he wanted to take the insect mother. As for letting a young cub raise a group of insects, he just said that these insects are Xiaohua's people, and it is her responsibility. Xiaohua seemed to misunderstand, and turned around and ran away in fear. Well, in fact, the insect mother does not need to feed her own people. On the contrary, those mutant insects should serve and feed the insect mother. Ghost Fire Mirror explained. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Eh? Really? Shang Fifan said quietly. But as an insect mother, you need to lead them to find a suitable place for survival. When your people can't beat others, you have to take charge of the situation. The most important thing is that the insect mother needs to keep giving birth to larvae with different responsibilities. The insect mother's life is to keep eating and giving birth. Most of the time, it can only stay in the nest to give birth and can't go anywhere. Boom! Xiaohua's long legs were about to fall off in fear. It's still a little cub. Is it going to take on the responsibility of giving birth to children? Xiaohua was so scared that she kept digging out the inherited memory in this regard. I wonder if the insect mother thought the scenes of giving birth were not very beautiful, so she didn't pass it on to it on purpose. But when Xiaohua deliberately dug out the memory in this regard, this inherited memory, that was the natural duty of the insect mother naturally emerged. So Xiaohua saw a huge insect. The abdomen was particularly enlarged. Even though it had a very beautiful and delicate human face, looking down from the neck. Xiaohua couldn't accept this body shape at all. Its posture was so beautiful. When it thought about turning into this kind of fat and bloated monster insect, it would rather turn back into an egg. The most terrifying thing was that the huge insect kept howling, and in the screams, eggs of different shapes were born one after another from the rear end of the tail. The eggs were like some kind of fruit, one bunch after another, and were constantly born. It also saw that the insect mother, who had been giving birth, seemed to be angry about something. It got rid of its fat belly, restored its exquisite body shape, and flew out of the nest. But after killing a lot outside for a while, when the mutant insects became fewer, it had to return to the nest to continue giving birth. It repeated over and over again. Baji. Xiaohua collapsed in Lang Mu's palm, and she didn't even have the strength to flap her wings. It must not become like this. Actually, Ghost Fire Mirror opened his mouth. Xiao Huahua howled angrily. Don't talk. Ghost Fire Mirror raised his hands and had to discuss with Shang Fifan. Please tell your child that the insect mother does not have to give birth continuously. In the records of the insect people in the Orc continent, although the insect mother has the responsibility of giving birth to offspring, her existence is more like a guarantee of a race. With the insect mother, the insect people can normally combine with each other and give birth to offspring. The insect mother really only needs to give birth to the next generation of insect kings and insect mothers. Xiao Huahua didn't know which sentence she heard that she liked, and her expression finally looked better. Shang Fifan wanted to ask just now, how long can the insect mother live at most? Ghost Fire Mirror was surprised. Don't you know? The insect mother is the longest lived of all intelligent races, and it can live for 1,000 years. Ghost Fire Mirror saw that Shang Fifan really didn't seem to understand, so he explained in detail. Generally, the insect people, including the insect king, have a lifespan similar to that of the orcs, and can live for about 300 years. During the 1,000-year lifespan of the insect mother will breed insect king eggs according to the specific situation of the insect people. The number of insect king eggs is uncertain. After hatching, they will be cultivated for a period of time. The winner can become the insect king, and the loser will degenerate into an ordinary insect person. In addition, if there is a major change in the insect people, resulting in a decrease in population or a decrease or even extinction of a certain characteristic insect people, or a major change in the living environment, the insect mother will also give birth to new insect people eggs in moderation and in an appropriate manner. Only when the insect mother is near the end of her life will she breed a new generation of insect mother eggs, and there is only one insect mother egg. Generally, when a new insect mother is born, the old one will die. The new insect mother will eat the body of the old one, thereby gaining the power to develop and even grow. The blood inheritance memory of the insect mother is innate. Ghost Fire Mirror said this and looked at Xiao Huahua, holding back a smile, and said, so whether the insect mother wants to give birth to offspring depends on herself, and it is not necessary to give birth continuously. Xiao Huahua exhaled quietly. That's good. A Dai touched Xiao Huahua and panted with it. It's great that she doesn't have to give birth continuously. He has seen pregnant women in Moyo Town. It's inconvenient to do anything with a big belly, let alone play and explore with the little cubs. Lang Mu took out a plate of freshly cut meat and placed it in front of Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua cried out in her heart and pounced on the plate of fresh meat. It had torn the space several times and was frightened, so it was already hungry. It turns out that children with parents are treasures. Xiao Huahua was also more determined to just be a cub to be raised by others. Such a difficult task as raising a family will be discussed after it grows up. Shang Fifan asked again, Senior, how long did Xiaowawa's previous generation of insect mother live? It should have lived for more than 1,000 years, right? Ghost Fire Mirror sighed before speaking. The previous generation of insect mother was a special case. When it led a large number of insect people to leave the Orc continent, it was said that it had reached the 9th level, which means that it was already a god of law at that time. Once you become a god of law, your lifespan will be greatly extended. No one knows how long a god of law can live, because no god of law dies naturally. According to some secret records left by our ancestors, it is said that the reason why the insect mother was defeated and had to lead the insect people to leave the Orc continent was not because it was not strong enough, but because it tried to get the power from the god of law, failed to be promoted to a god, and suffered backlash. When its enemies knew about it, they took the opportunity to attack it together. The mother insect was furious and lost her mind. Not only did she want revenge, she also wanted to become a new god. These two thoughts became her obsession, and also made her change from a she to it. The mother insect believed that if she wanted to become a god, she had to give up her human body, so that she could become the god of the Zerg. From then on, she no longer gave birth to Zerg people who could transform between human and insect bodies. She even suppressed the reproduction of the group of Zerg people she took away and transformed them, so that the Zerg people who were born with two body forms completely disappeared from the Zerg continent, and all the new Zerg people they gave birth to were mutant Zerg. The mutant Zerg have only one body type, and they all develop towards servants in war, and they only listen to the words of the Zerg mother, and are absolutely obedient to her. It is because of this that the Zerg people who stayed in the Orc continent gave up looking for and following the Zerg mother. They don't want to become monsters, let alone puppets. Ghost Fire Mirror paused and mentioned another thing. Speaking of which, these Zerg people are also very unlucky. Because they lost the Zerg mother, their fertility rate began to decline. They once tried to breed new Zerg mothers, but all failed. They also found the Zerg mother during the war, and begged her to breed new Zerg mother eggs for them, but were rejected and hated by her. The Zerg mother believes that all the insect people who are unwilling to follow it are traitors. Although the birth rate of the insect people was reduced before, the hatching rate was actually not bad because of the insect people's characteristic of being able to lay many insect eggs at a time. But after the Great War, I don't know if it was because of the hatred of the insect mother, the birth rate and hatching rate of the insect people all plummeted. Especially the lineage of the insect king, who could lay a few eggs and compete after hatching, but later couldn't even lay an egg, and even if he laid it, it might not be able to hatch. Ghostfire Mirror confirmed with the younger generation. Now the birth rate and hatching rate of the insect people have not increased, right? Ghostfire Alliance leader nodded, and mentioned the current situation that the current insect king is almost 200 years old, but has no cubs so far. Shang Fifan calculated and found that the previous generation of insect mothers may have lived from before the Old Blood dynasty, that is, from the so-called near ancient era to the recent Great War. The age is completely calculated in units of 10,000. I can't help but sigh. The magic god can really live. On second thought, even the old god of magic, such as the Worm Mother, who has lived for countless years, has spent so much energy and time, and made so many efforts, but still cannot be promoted to a new god. It can be seen how difficult it is to become a god in this world. Why did the last generation of Worm Mother give you the fragment of the godhood? Didn't she try it herself? Shang Fifan asked curiously. Ghostfire Mirror did not answer immediately, but took a sip of the special drink that the junior had just brought to him. He had been sleeping for too long, and it was not suitable for him to eat ordinary food immediately after waking up. He could only drink this energy-rich drink. After drinking a whole cup of energy drink, Ghostfire Mirror also sorted out his words. Our Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce has been looking for new large islands and new continents since ancient times. When the Worm Mother led the Zerg people away and found the Zerg continent, it still left some traces. Shang Fifan understood. The Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce may have always had business dealings with the Worm Mother, and even the mutant Zerg. Even if the Zerg Queen hates the non-Zerg people in the Orc continent, she can't refuse a big merchant who can provide her and the mutant Zerg with the materials they lack. And our efforts to find a new continent are related to an ancient prophecy. Ghostfire Mirror felt that he had revealed a great secret. As a result, he saw that his descendants and Shan Lang were looking at him with an expression of as expected. Even his descendant, the Ghostfire Alliance leader, smiled bitterly and said, Ancestor, since our family has known the prophecy for a long time, why didn't you tell me? Ghostfire Mirror was slightly stunned. You already know the content of the prophecy? Ghostfire Alliance leader nodded heavily. It has been spread all over the place. Then, the leader of the Ghostfire Alliance roughly told Ghostfire Mirror about the prophecy they knew and the important things that happened during this period. After listening to it, Ghostfire Mirror was surprised. Looking at Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder these two people can make the new insect mother recognize them as fathers. I didn't tell you the content of the prophecy, just because our search for new continents and new large islands was not smooth. The only thing we found was the Zerg continent, and we need the permission of the Zerg mother to arrive. Ghostfire Mirror explained to the younger generation. After the war, we felt that the prophecy was very likely to come true, but we spent so many years and didn't find a new land to migrate to. We thought it would be better not to tell the next generation about this, so that you don't simply give up survival or have a final madness and completely destroy the Orc continent. The leader of the Ghostfire Alliance opened his mouth and closed it again. He had to admit that the ancestors were right. If he were the manager at that time, he would not tell his descendants about this almost inevitable prophecy of doomsday. It's like someone telling you that you can only live to a certain age and there is no cure. The rest of your life is not for enjoyment, but for despair of waiting to die. Humans are full of hope for the future because they don't understand it. What is the Zerg continent like? Shang Fifan interrupted. Ghostfire Mirror smiled bitterly. It is said to be terrible. I haven't been there, but my father has been there. When he came back, he told me that the mutant Zerg was doomed. Sure enough, not long after, the Zerg mother came with the mutant Zerg. Ghostfire Mirror wiped his face. Because our family has a little friendship with the Zerg mother, maybe the Zerg mother had a premonition of something at that time. One day, it suddenly found me and told me that it had an agreement with my ancestors. I asked it what the agreement was, and it said that my ancestor was almost caught in the space turbulence when he was following it to find the Zerg continent, and it was it that noticed and saved him. After that, our ancestor promised to do something for it within his ability and within his conscience. Ghostfire Mirror's expression was a little weird. I don't know whether what the Zerg mother said is true or not. My father and grandfather had all died in the battle at that time, and there is no relevant record in the clan history they left behind. But the Zerg mother has come to my door. Can I say I won't help it? Shang Feifan squinted at Ghost Fire Mirror, always feeling that this man was hiding something. Maybe it was his friendship with the Zerg mother. Can the Zerg mother trust him enough to hand over some of the Zerg to him? That can be an ordinary friendship? Ghost Fire Mirror noticed Shang Feifan's gaze and coughed dryly. Well, it wasn't that he was too young and too obsessed with beauty. He accidentally met a delicate insect mother. The insect mother had a human body at that time, but had insect wings. She was really super beautiful. He accidentally fell in love with her, and thought that the other party was an ordinary insect person. He even pursued her madly. When he learned from his father that this beautiful and delicate insect person was the insect mother, he and the insect mother had been ambiguous for a long time. Later, he also figured it out that the insect mother could not have the so-called love between men and women for him. She might just treat him as a junior who was not too annoying. When she was clear-headed, she would come to tease him and relieve her boredom. After he knew the identity of the insect mother, his mind calmed down and his love gradually disappeared. The two of them were too different in strength, ambition, and hobbies. If there was no emotional foundation, it would be difficult to continue to amaze her for a lifetime. But no matter what, his relationship with the Worm Mother is much better than that between other people and the Worm Mother, and it is unknown to others. In short, I agreed to accept a batch of mutant eggs that the Worm Mother had just laid, and the Worm Mother also promised me that these eggs do not have its will. They will have their own independent consciousness, and will not hate the intelligent races of the Orc continent. Ghost Fire Mirror added, we have made an ancient contract, and the rules of heaven and earth witness our agreement. If either party violates it, they will be annihilated and it will affect our family. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader swallowed back what he wanted to say. Ghost Fire Mirror raised his head. I didn't want the fragments of the Godhead, but the Worm Mother forced it on me. It said that it needed me to protect the mutant Zerg race to grow, and it said that the troubled times were coming, and I needed strength to protect my family and relatives. And my strength at that time had just reached the 9th level. Wow! Shang Feifan and Lang Mu looked at Ghost Fire Mirror with reverence. This is actually a living god of law. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader's back straightened. This ancestor is the biggest confidence of their Southern Alliance. Ghost Fire Mirror laughed and waved his hand. You haven't experienced that time. In your words, it was the end of the Great Prosperity era. Although there were not many level 9 masters at that time, there were still double-digit masters. It's just that everyone usually avoided the world and didn't show up. I was the weakest among them. It wasn't until the arrival of the Worm Queen that the entire Orc continent was plunged into a war, and then they were forced out. Lang Mu was shocked. The foundation of the Orc continent is really strong. Since the appearance of magicians in the Fidel continent, it has been impossible to have a magic god, but the Orc continent has hidden double-digit magic gods. Ghost Fire Mirror sighed softly. But this war also completely destroyed the foundation of the Orc continent. Not only did the gods disappear, but those magic gods who survived from who knows when also basically fell. I just had a little better luck, and got a fragment of the godhood that is more suitable for me. Shang Feifan thought of the 9 gods left after the Second War of Gods that the light ball told him, and blurted out, God of Commerce? Ghost Fire Mirror was surprised, but still nodded and admitted, yes, it is the fragment of the godhood of the God of Commerce, and it does not have the consciousness and memory of the God of Commerce. It is a fragment of the godhood formed by pure divine power. Even more fortunately, the consciousness generated by this fragment of the Godhead was also wiped out by the insect mother. This was the first time that the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance knew the secret, and he couldn't help but get excited. Then, old ancestor, don't you have a chance to become the god of business? Ghost Fire Mirror shook his head. Getting a fragment of the Godhead does not mean that you will definitely become a god. You see, I have spent more than 1,000 years, and have not been able to absorb the power of this fragment of the Godhead. I can't even wake up for a long time. I can only rely on sleeping to digest this power bit by bit. Because the fragment of the Godhead will affect you? I'm not talking about energy, but rules. Shang Feifan asked suddenly. Ghost Fire Mirror couldn't help but look at Shang Feifan again. Just now Xiaolin said that you and Lang Mu also got fragments of the Godhead? How did you avoid the influence of divinity on you? Shang Feifan and Lang Mu could understand that the divinity mentioned by Ghost Fire Mirror here means the rules of the priesthood. Considering that those ancient gods will gradually be regularized and completely lose their consciousness, it seems that the fragment of the Godhead will also bring similar effects. The power of the gods is strong, and they can resist for a little longer. But for ordinary people, even the so-called gods of law, under the influence of divine power, will only become regularized faster, that is, directly transformed into the original energy between heaven and earth, rather than becoming new gods. It's like if you can control that power, you can become the master of that power. If you can't control it, you can only be swallowed by the power. Spiritual power, Shang Fifan said lightly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Gue Huijing's eyes, but he also nodded in understanding. There is no way. Spiritual power is like talent. Some people are so powerful that they can even suppress the divine influence brought by the fragments of the divine body, which is really enviable. Gue Huijing's spiritual power is not weak, otherwise, he would not have lived to this day without being swallowed by the fragments of the divine body, and he could still ensure that he was conscious. By the way, although the fragment of the Godhead was forced upon me by the insect mother, I was able to survive the war and save the Ghost Fire family and the Chamber of Commerce with the help of this fragment of the Godhead. I believe that I owe it a great favor, and I promised it that if I have the chance to see it again in the future, I will repay it. Ghost Fire Mirror looked at the flower insect, who was eating heartily with a gentle look. The insect mother is gone, and it is the same to return it to its children. Little Flower Hua raised her head, then just return my Jinda shield. Ghost Fire Mirror helplessly. Are you sure you only need me to pay you back a sum of money? He is the only living god of magic now. I think so, and there is a super rich Southern Alliance behind him. No matter who thinks it, it is definitely more cost-effective to let him owe a favor than to let him pay a huge sum of money directly. But Xiao Huahua doesn't care about Ghost Fire Mirror's favor, it just wants something real. How much do you want? Ghost Fire Mirror asked in a funny way. Xiao Huahua was about to say a number, but she braked suddenly and turned to find Shang Fifan. At this time, of course, she had to consult with her parents. Shang Fifan received Xiao Huahua's distress signal and laughed. Senior, how much do you think a fragment of the Godhead should be worth? Ghost Fire Mirror and Ghost Fire Alliance leader, Ghost Fire Mirror was at a loss. Didn't I say before that I collected some relics of the insect mother? I can give all of these to Xiao Huahua. These include the broken limbs of the insect mother, half a wing and an antenna. In addition, I also know the whereabouts of the insect mother's eyes. You can tell Xiao Huahua, or accompany Xiao Huahua to get them. Xiao Huahua was moved. These belong to the power of the insect mother, and of course she wanted to get them back. Where are the insect mother's eyes? Lang Mu asked for the child. The Ghost Fire Mirror hesitated for a moment. Zerg continent. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. How about this? In addition to these remains that originally belonged to the insect mother, we will trouble you to do us a small favor, so that you can repay the favor you owed to the previous generation of insect mother. In the future, our little flower will never come to you endlessly to ask for favors. Shang Fifan emphasized the original few words, and looked generous enough to let their children suffer losses. The Ghost Fire Alliance leader rolled his eyes in his heart. Ghost Fire Mirror smiled and asked, what favor? Shang Fifan, we are going to the priest's palace to do something, and we will definitely go to the Zerg continent in the future, but our family is not very strong. I wonder if the senior has time to go with us and protect us. Ghost Fire Mirror smiled slightly and agreed. Okay, but I owe it to the Zerg mother, and I will only protect Xiao Huahua. Shang Fifan said immediately, of course. Okay, in the future, Xiao Huahua will show the strength of the Zerg mother and expose its identity as the new Zerg mother, and she will not be afraid of someone chasing after her and shouting for her to be killed. With a ready-made god of law in the Southern Alliance to cover Xiao Huahua, their family will no longer have to worry about becoming the public enemy of the continent. In this way, their family can be regarded as having two more super fighters? Ghost Fire Mirror, why does he have a bitter feeling that he has made a loss? Chapter 273. There were two more members waiting in front of the teleportation array. One was the Wing Country explorer Eagle Wing, and the other was the Xiang Country's national god of war by Xiangfen. Shang Fifan was also a little surprised to see Eagle Wing, an old acquaintance. Eagle Wing had met Aries Shang and Lang Mu, but not Shang Fifan, but the story of these two people had spread. When Eagle Wing saw Shang Fifan standing next to Lang Mu, he knew who he was, and smiled and nodded to the two of them. Lang Mu returned the greeting. Shang Fifan thought to himself, it seems that Eagle Wing's identity is not simple, maybe not just an ordinary explorer. It was only after they met Eagle Wing that they discovered the library. Now think about it, this person ran into the Tiger Country's territory and ventured into the Black Forest underground city. I'm afraid it's not just a personal behavior. But even if Eagle Wing is a high-ranking member of the Wing Country's royal family, so what? It has no impact on their family. Shang Fifan quickly put this acquaintance aside. He was more concerned about the silent Xiang Country's god of war. This god of war, like Eagle Wing, had not appeared in the meeting hall before. This also indirectly showed one thing, that is, the leaders of various forces had kept a hand, and did not bring all the personnel to the meeting. Xiang Fifan found that he could not see the strength of Bai Xiangfeng, which meant that the strength of this national god of war was at least not lower than that of him and Lang Mu, which means that his strength may have reached the 8th high level, and may even have entered the 9th level. But he could also feel that the oppression Bai Xiangfeng gave him was not as strong as that of Gui Huijing. In other words, even if he was a god of law, he was much weaker than Gui Huijing. Simply put, if Gui Huijing was their enemy, he and Lang Mu would probably have to fight desperately with Xiaohua to fight against him. But if it was Bai Xiangfeng, he and Lang Mu would be enough together. Xiang Fifan, through observation, felt that Bai Xiangfeng's strength should be about the same as the pseudo-high priest, but he didn't know whether the other party had any killer tricks. The pseudo-high priest should actually be stronger, even stronger than the ghost fire mirror. Xiang Fifan guessed that the real high priest by Mongoose should have reached the level of the god of law, but she was tricked by the evil god, resulting in serious injuries. So the fragments of the god of war took advantage of the opportunity to enter and take over her body. But because of this, the fragments of the god of war had to spend a lot of time and energy to wear down by Mongoose's original consciousness and heal her wounds. In the end, the fragments of the god of war could only use the broken divine power, which was suppressed by Mongoose. When the pseudo-high priest fought with him, he was also tricked by Mongoose in return, so that he could not exert his full strength. Xiang Fifan did not expect his enemies to have all kinds of problems. Although Bai Xiangfeng was not his enemy yet, the opponent's strength was enough for him to pay attention to. Bai Xiangfeng also noticed Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu, but his eyes swept across this family, and finally fell on Gui Huijing. His intuition told him that this young man with scars on his face and a very thin body, who looked like a young man who had just recovered from a serious illness, was extremely powerful. Seeing that Gui Huijing and Xiang Lang had returned and brought a few more people with them, 2 of whom were still cubs held in the arms of adults, the big guys were speechless. What was going on with Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu? Did they think the trip to the priest palace was a spring outing? They even brought their families with them. As for Gui Huijing, everyone was guessing who this person was. Just when everyone was thinking about how to find out, Leader Beixiong had already asked Leader Guihua directly, "Who is this?" He felt that Gui Huijing looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, seeing the respectful attitude of Leader Guihua towards him, he knew that his status was not low. Leader Guihua introduced this ancestor to everyone after getting Gui Huijing's permission. However, what he said was very simple. He only said, "This is the ancestor of my family." He was invited by Excellencies Shang and Lang to go to the priest palace together. The previous identity introduction was fine. At most, everyone thought that the Guihua family really had a powerful trump card, but they didn't expect it to be revealed so soon. But the following sentence is very meaningful. Why would the ancestor of the Ghost Fire family be willing to go with them just because of the invitation of 2 outsiders, or 2 young people, to extend this? Is this Ghost Fire ancestor protecting the Ghost Fire seal, or is he also including Xiang Fifan and others under his wings? To extend this further, did these people disappear just now to discuss cooperation? Did Xiang Lang and the others establish a closer cooperative relationship with the Southern Alliance, involving the general situation of the world and their own interests? The big guys can't help but think a little more. The Insect King is different from other big guys. After Xiaohua appeared, he kept staring at this beautiful and delicate flower insect. Xiaohua ignored the Insect King's fiery eyes. It was holding a long tentacle and chewing it non-stop. When the tentacle was taken out by the Ghost Fire mirror, it was very long and thick, like a specially tanned long whip, more than 30 meters long. But as soon as Xiaohua took the thick and long tentacle in her hand, she didn't know what it did, but the tentacle became shorter and thinner, and finally became the shape it is now when Xiaohua is holding and chewing it. It is about 10 times longer than its body, like a golden and flexible vermicelli. Xiaohua squatted on Lang Mu's shoulder, devoting herself to the great cause of chewing vermicelli. The Ghost Fire mirror also took out half a wing and 2 broken long limbs, which were all collected by Xiaohua, to be eaten slowly later. The Ghost Fire mirror also helped to seal the aura of these snacks, including Xiaohua's. This is also the reason why the big guys in front of the teleportation array did not notice Xiaohua and the food it was eating. But the Insect King is the Insect King after all. At the beginning, he could even sense a little bit of the power of the fragments of the insect mother's heart that Xiang Fifan had digested. What's more, Xiaohua and the snacks it was eating were of the same power as him. Even with the help of the Ghost Fire mirror to cover it up, he also noticed something strange. The insect king's heart beat very fast. He had a very bizarre guess in his mind, but he felt it was completely impossible. He did sense some of the insect mother's aura, which was much stronger than what he felt from Shang Fifan at the beginning. But why did the breath of the insect mother come from the little flower insect? What shocked him even more was why he had a hunch that he might not be able to beat this little cub. What kind of insect cub would make the dignified insect king feel defeated? What kind of insect cub would carry the breath of the insect mother? The answer was ready to come out. But the insect king still couldn't believe it. The insect king was anxious and uneasy. He couldn't keep silent anymore, so he walked up to Shang Fifan, and countless thoughts turned in his mind. In the end, what he said was his most simple and truest thought. "Brother, is it what I think?" Shang Fifan didn't say anything when he heard it, and raised his hand to pat the insect king on the shoulder. From the perspective of status, Lao Shang's behavior was quite rude. Even though his current strength was enough to be on par with the heads of state, he was still a junior and a newcomer. But the insect king called Shang Fifan his brother, and others only looked at their friendship, wondering how deep the friendship between the insect king and Shang Fifan was, and how many big guys Shang Fifan had colluded with. The insect king didn't care how the people around him speculated about his relationship with Shang Fifan. He got it. The insect king spent a lot of effort just to control his expression. So much so that he felt a little exhausted when he said the next sentence. "Is it new?" Shang Fifan still didn't answer. He was not Xiaohua's real father. Before Xiaohua agreed to reveal his identity, he couldn't tell anyone, although Xiaohua might not care at all. The insect king knew that his guess was almost right without hearing Shang Fifan's denial. The insect king's mind was confused for a moment. He didn't know whether he should pay homage to the new insect mother right away, or pretend that he didn't know the identity of the little flower insect. But the insect mother was really too important to their insect people. He would never ignore the insect mother. Especially this one was the new insect mother. Just look at the little flower insect suspected to be the new insect mother, who could mix with Shang Fifan's family, and rest on Lang Mu's shoulder with a leisurely and trusting look, and you can see how good the relationship between the little flower insect and Shan Lang is. The insect people's cubs are not extremely hungry. They will only eat when they feel extremely safe, and only around their parents. A real insect mother would never be like this. In other words, if this little guy is really an insect mother, it means that the consciousness of this little insect mother is independent and clear, without the madness and extreme paranoia of the previous generation of insect mothers, and her personality may also be friendly. Furthermore, their Zerg race is saved. The Zerg king almost shed tears. Then the Zerg king began to worry about how he would contact and negotiate with the new Zerg queen. If this new Zerg queen has no idea of revenge and annihilation, and no paranoid idea of turning the entire Zerg race into mutant Zergs, then their Zerg race would welcome this new Zerg queen back, and he, the Zerg king, would be willing to serve the new Zerg queen. Maybe it is the nature of the Zerg race. The Zerg king has no idea of competing with the Zerg queen for power. The group of Zerg people who stayed in the Orc continent that year were not unwilling to obey the orders of the Zerg queen, but had their own complicated reasons. For example, some Zerg people have formed partners with other intelligent races, and some even have children. They don't want to leave their partners and families, nor do they want their families to suffer the pain of finding a new continent. Some Zerg people feel that the Zerg queen's thoughts and practices are becoming more and more paranoid, and they feel the danger of this generation of Zerg queen, so they don't want to take their families and tribesmen on adventures. There are also many types of divisions in the Zerg race. They stayed in the Orc continent just to leave a way out for the Zergmen. There were many others who were in remote areas. They sensed the call of the Zerg mother, but did not have time to return to the Zerg mother, so they were forced to stay after the Zerg mother led the large army to set off. These Zergmen gradually came together for various reasons. In order to survive, and to fight against other intelligent races, they elected a new Zerg king. Maybe at that time the Zerg mother still had some feelings for the Zergmen who stayed in the Orc continent, and did not exclude them, so they had no big problems with reproduction and inheritance. But as the time that the insect mother left them increased, as the insect mother paid less and less attention to them, and even forgot about them, it became increasingly difficult for them to get the protection of the insect mother. This protection was reflected in all aspects of the insect people's life and inheritance. In short, the insect king, including all the insect people, yearned for and expected the insect mother, just like a child always loves his mother. The old mother was too cruel and terrible before, and even wanted to sacrifice all of their descendants, so they could only hide from her. Although the new insect mother is a little smaller now, there are also advantages to being small. It is convenient to cultivate feelings, and they must build a good relationship with each other. The insect king looked at Xiaowawa with expectant, eager, and sticky eyes. Xiao Huahua felt a chill when she was looked at. What are you doing? Does this big insect man want to steal its snacks? Xiao Huahua made a ferocious expression towards the insect king. Those who dare to steal my food have become my food. Do you want to come? The insect king covered his heart, and his blood rushed up. The new insect mother is so domineering. Shang Fifan saw that the insect king was so excited that he couldn't speak, and his eyes were red. Suddenly, he felt that he might have thought too complicated about the relationship between the insect people and the insect mother. Back then, the insect people in the Orc continent ran to the insect mother and asked her to help continue their offspring even though they knew that the insect mother had become the public enemy of the whole world. It was not that they were stupid and bold, nor that they were thick-skinned, but it was as natural as a child who would run to his mother for help when he had a physical problem. In short, the insect people feared the insect mother, but they also attached to and trusted the insect mother, and always held the idea that the insect mother might recover and continue to be the head of the insect people. The insect king was originally a steward in the insect tribe. Compared to dominating the power of the insect tribe, the insect kings of all generations are more accustomed to having a big backer behind them. Yes, the insect kings of all generations never thought that the insect mother was a mountain pressing on their heads, representing huge pressure and threats. Instead, they regarded the insect mother as a backer who supported them from behind, representing strong assistance and peace of mind. This may be the civilization trait that belongs only to the insect tribe, deeply rooted in the genes of all insect tribes. Shang Fifan patted the insect king on the shoulder again and whispered, "Take your time." The insect king took a deep breath. Yes, take your time, don't anger, scare their little insect mother. By the way, should he quickly prepare fresh blood and rare fruits to offer to the little insect mother? The insect king looked down at his space bracelet and hated himself for not bringing more fresh food. Now even if he wanted to please the little insect mother, he didn't know how to please her. When the insect king gradually calmed down, he had time to think about whether the previous generation of insect mother was really dead, what was the situation of the mutant insects left in the insect continent, and why the new insect mother drifted to the Orc continent, and why she stayed with Shan Lang and the others. Unfortunately, these questions could not be asked to Shang Fifan and the others immediately, because there were too many people around, and the Ghostfire Alliance leader was about to activate the teleportation array. In order to make himself act more natural, the insect king asked Shang Fifan in the tone of his family, "Why did you bring the little cub with you?" "Who is it?" "My and Amu's cub," Shang Fifan said naturally. Dai covered his face with his two little paws, as if he was embarrassed, but secretly happy in his heart. Lang Mu held the little guy in his arms, knowing why the little guy was happy, and his heart was soft, so he couldn't help but gently stroke the soft hair on his back. Originally, Lao Shang and he wanted to put Dai in the statue square, but Xiao Huahua didn't want to leave Dai, saying that she would protect Dai. Dai didn't want to sleep alone in a safe place. After discussing, the two decided to take Dai with them first. If they really encountered danger, it would not be too late to send people to the statue square. Neither of them wanted to send Xiao Huahua to the statue square, as if they instinctively knew that this behavior was inappropriate. Dai was rubbed by his father, Amu, until he was about to melt into a pool of water, and his little paws were open. Oh, so happy. Not to mention how the insect king teased Shang Fifan and Lang Mu for actually giving birth to a cub, and it was a cub of the Stone Macaque tribe. Over there, the attention of the leader of the North Bear Alliance was attracted by the Ghost Fire Mirror. He finally found out from his deep memory why he was familiar with this person. He had seen this person when he was young, 100 years ago, when he was invited to the Southern Alliance with his parents for a banquet, and occasionally saw this person. At that time, the other party was sitting behind the leader of the previous generation of the Southern Alliance, like a shadow, and was particularly inconspicuous. But for some reason, Bei Xiongzhen was particularly concerned about the other party, and ran to talk to him. He remembered that the other party had touched his head and gave him a candy. This person has hardly changed from 100 years ago, still so thin and still so a little naughty. That's how Bei Xiongzhen felt. Maybe because of the other party's young face, Bei Xiongzhen couldn't treat the other party as an ancestor. The Ghost Fire Mirror had forgotten the little ghost he had seen 100 years ago. After Bei Xiongzhen took the initiative to remind him, he dug out a little impression from the depths of his memory. "Oh, you are the little bear cub who asked me for candy that year." Ghost Fire Mirror laughed, and almost reached out to touch his head to kill him. Fortunately, he remembered the other party's current identity in time. Bei Xiongzhen looked at the other party's retracted hand, and felt a little regretful in his heart. "Ancestor, we can set off." The Ghost Fire Alliance leader came to inform. Because the number of people increased, it exceeded the maximum number that could be teleported at one time, and the Ghost Fire Alliance leader was so distressed that blood dripped. He had to open the teleportation array twice. Since it had to be opened twice anyway, the Ghost Fire Alliance leader simply sent his men to ask the leaders of the countries, who had not left yet, asking them, who wanted to go to the priest palace together to witness history, join in the fun, saying that they could go together, but the quota was first come first served, and it would be closed when the limited number of teleportation arrays was reached. The leaders of the various tribes and countries, who were asked did not want to go to the priest palace, but they felt that they were not important enough, and were afraid that it would be embarrassing to force them to follow and be rejected. Now when they heard the Ghost Fire Alliance leader's active invitation, many people signed up immediately. The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance thought that he should charge a fee, and quickly decided on the number of people for the 2 teleportation arrays. The first teleportation had a total of 15 members, namely, Shang Lang's family of 4, 5 priests from the priest palace, Ghost Fire Mirror, the leader of the North Bear Alliance, the Insect King, Nanrong, Eagle Wing, and White Elephant Peak. The second teleportation also had 15 members, the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance, the Great Chief of Salt, the Great Princess of the Rhino Kingdom, the Grand Duke of the Bat Kingdom, the Great Governor of the Tiger Kingdom, the Lion Domain, as well as the leaders and deputy leaders of several major adventure groups on the Orc continent, and several lone strongmen. Others saw that the Southern Alliance actually teleported the leader, the First Master, and the Ancestor over, and they secretly muttered in their hearts, "Isn't the Southern Alliance afraid that others will take advantage of the absence of these big guys to steal their homes?" The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance naturally couldn't leave his rear empty. The Ancestor was a trump card, and he would not use it easily. When he and Nanrong left, there were still the deputy leader, the military general, the protector of the Chamber of Commerce and other masters to keep the place in check. If no one made trouble, it would be fine. If someone really wanted to take advantage of their absence, the Southern Alliance was confident that those hyenas would not return. Lion Domain didn't want to get involved. She thought that the Tiger Country could have Lang Mu as a representative. But she was curious about the Priest Palace. Even with her status in the Tiger Country, she had never been to the Priest Palace, and the Priest Palace would not easily invite outsiders to go there. This was a very rare opportunity, maybe only once in a lifetime. What's more, this matter involved gods. Everyone was interested in the altar that the pseudo-high priest said could directly reach the center of the Earth's crust, and they were also afraid that Shang Fifan and others would get great benefits after going there, and those who didn't go there would naturally get nothing. Although the Priest Palace was somewhat dangerous in the past, but wealth and honor are sought in danger, and everyone would rather take some risks to seek a chance, and Lion Domain is no exception. Moreover, she has one more insurance than others. If something really happens to her, even if Shang Fifan will not lend a hand to help her, Lang Mu will most likely help her. The interval between the 2 transmissions is not long, only 5 minutes. But when the Ghost Fire Alliance leader and his party arrived at the Priest Palace, they found that the first group of people who arrived were not there. What's even more incredible is that the people of the Priest Palace actually came to them for help, saying that the evil god believers were attacking the Priest Palace and were about to attack the mountain, and asked them to help immediately. Chapter 274. Shang Fifan didn't expect to encounter an emergency as soon as he arrived at the priest's palace. The priest apprentice, who was guarding the teleportation array, saw the movement of the teleportation array and almost rushed over. Before he could see the people clearly, he shouted, "High Priest, it's terrible. The evil god believers are attacking our priest's palace. We can't hold on." "It's not that we can't hold on, but it's true that the situation is not good." The priest apprentice saw the people coming from the teleportation array, and after a while, he couldn't find the high priest. After a hasty salute, he hurriedly asked the other 5 priests where the high priest was, and then happily asked if these people were the helpers found by the high priest. He thought that the high priest had great magical powers, and had already known the news that the priest's palace was attacked. The middle-aged priest Ji Shui stood out from the crowd among the 5 priests. His status in the priest's palace was second only to the high priest. He did not tell them that the high priest had passed away, but directly asked about the current situation of the battle. The priest apprentice, who was sent to the teleportation array to wait for the high priest, was a disciple who was specially selected for key training. Not only was he gifted, but his thoughts and speech were also very clear. Although he was anxious, he explained things very clearly. The evil god believers appeared suddenly. There was no sign at all. They suddenly appeared in large numbers at the foot of the priest palace. Not only at the foot of the priest palace, but also inside the priest palace, dozens of evil god believers with strange abilities appeared. In order to deal with these evil god believers who appeared inside, the priest's palace almost lost sight of one thing while focusing on another. What's worse is that these evil god believers who appeared inside seemed to be very familiar with the terrain and personnel distribution inside the priest's palace. As soon as they appeared, they attacked and besieged the powerful combat priests and commanding priests. Originally, the priest's palace only had pure defensive warriors, but after the end of the Great War, the high priest ordered people to establish the Holy Legion. The Holy Legion is divided into two legions, namely the God Punishment Army and the Holy Palace Guard. The purpose of the establishment of the God Punishment Army is to be the executor of the will of the gods, eliminate heresy, and maintain the divine power. The main enemy is the evil god and his believers. The Holy Palace Guard is the internal guard of the priest's palace, mainly used to protect the priest's palace and the priests inside. Although there is also a God Punishment Army stationed at the foot of the priest's palace mountain, the main force of the God Punishment Army is usually sent out to search for the base of the evil god believers everywhere, and they will go to war with the evil god believers when they find them. Over the years, the evil god believers have developed to a certain scale. They have their own bases, cities, and territories. The most important role of the God Punishment Army is to surround them, not let them leave their own territory, and not allow them to expand their territory. It's not that the God's Punishment Army didn't want to completely eliminate the evil god believers, but after the evil god believers absorbed the magicians who came from the Fidel continent, their ability to cause trouble increased day by day, and their various means to deal with the God's Punishment Army became even more unpredictable. In addition, the evil god openly supported them, and the two armed forces became evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Actually, it's useless to surround them. The evil god believers are almost all over the world, and they almost took down the Tiger Country. Shang Fifan muttered. The priest's palace seemed to be unaware that the True God Church actually had a sky city that could produce a lot of food and a training base for death soldiers near the Tianquan Valley in the Tiger Country. And who can guarantee that the True God Church doesn't have new training bases and grain-producing land in other places? Shang Fifan even suspected that the evil god believers' territory surrounded by the God's Punishment Army was just a showpiece, and its role was to delay the God's Punishment Army. The Insect King was even more rude. Someone has sneaked in from inside, and knows so much important information. Needless to say, there must be a traitor inside, maybe even a high-level one. The priests of the priest's palace looked indignant, but they forced themselves to hold back. Their priest's palace was suddenly in trouble, but fortunately and misfortune, they brought back so many masters at this time. Now their priest's palace needs help from others, so they can only endure a few words. The second priest Jishui nodded and admitted, "Yes, our priest's palace is indeed infiltrated by the evil god, but most of the priests, apprentices and warriors in the priest's palace are good and innocent. They only want to protect the Orc continent and the creatures of this world." Everyone understood the implication of priest Jishui. "We have all sacrificed so much, and now we are in danger. Is it justifiable for you not to help?" Shang Fifan also admitted that most of the people in the priest's palace were innocent, as Jishui said. Although the priest's palace has had various problems for thousands of years, it was mainly because the leader had a problem and took the priest's palace on the wrong path. But even so, under the control of many priests in the priest's palace, the pseudo-high priest did not dare to be too crazy. The priest's palace did not become a scourge. They just chose not to act in the inheritance of knowledge, but at the same time, because of their selfish thoughts of the fragments of the god of war, they set up a legion to clamp down on the development of the evil god believers. Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu. Lang Mu nodded to him. The two reached a consensus that it was not urgent to explore the altar, but to solve the crisis of the priest's palace first. Dealing with the evil god believers was also helping themselves. And judging from the time when these evil god believers suddenly attacked the priest's palace, it was very similar to the time when the two saw the false high priest and took back the fragments of the god of war before the evil god. Maybe this is the revenge of the evil god, or maybe the evil god wants to take the opportunity to deal with the priest's palace when he sees that the high priest is gone. Destroying the guardian organization of the Orc civilization and all the knowledge they have collected is equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Orcs. The priest apprentice added at the right time, with pain, grief, and anxiety on his face. He said that the most important fighting force of the priest's palace, the God Punishment Army, was tied up outside and could not get back in time. The evil god believers appeared too suddenly, and the priest's palace was caught off guard. Even if the request for help has been issued, it will take time for the God Punishment Army to send people. He also said that the upper echelons of the priest's palace did not know whether this was a means for the evil god believers to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and to lure the tiger away from the mountain. They were worried that if most of the soldiers of the god punishment army were transferred back to the palace for support, the evil god believers' territory over there would be unguarded, and they were not sure what terrible things those evil god believers would do. The apprentice complained that at such an urgent moment, the first and second priests of their priest's palace were not there. The third priest, who was in charge of the Holy Palace Guard and good at combat command, was seriously injured and unconscious, so the priest's palace could only passively defend. The priest apprentice quickly explained the current situation of the priest's palace, and looked at the big guys with expectant and anxious eyes. The water-drawing priest has been observing the expressions of the people. He is not sure whether these powerful beings will help them. Everyone, the priest's palace stores the civilization heritage of the entire Orc continent's intelligent race. If it is attacked by the evil god believers, it will not only be the loss of my priest's palace but, in that case, there is no need to waste time. Let's go and deal with the enemy first. Shang Fifan looked directly at Bai Xiongzhen. Leader Bai Xiong, I have to trouble you to command everyone to fight again this time. Bai Xiongzhen agreed without any excuse. Others had no objection. It was hard to say if they had any. Everyone had a responsibility to deal with the evil god and his followers. At this time, escaping would definitely be considered a coward. The priests of the priest's palace were ecstatic. These people agreed to help their priest's palace fight. Although their priest's palace was not 100% saved, it would definitely not fall into a bad situation. It is no exaggeration to say that this group of people who came are definitely the most powerful group of people in the Orc continent. With this group of people, unless the evil god takes action himself, otherwise. Bah! The good ones don't work, but the bad ones do. Bah, 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 what I thought just now doesn't count. The water-drawing priest bought himself in his heart, and immediately led Shang Fifan and others to take over the defense battle of the priest's palace. Guard this teleportation array. Ghostfire Mirror suddenly spoke. The water-drawing priest said sternly, of course. This teleportation array is guarded by special guards, and all personnel have been carefully selected, so there is no possibility of infiltration. If the guards here are also infiltrated, the teleportation array would have been destroyed long ago, and they might have been caught in the space turbulence halfway through the teleportation. Thinking that there would be a group of masters coming later, and this teleportation array would probably become an important channel for transfer and support, the water-drawing priest was quite nervous, so he simply kept the strongest priest around him, and sent twice as many people to guard it. The strange fog that suddenly appeared, like the evil god believers, enveloped the entire mountain. The midday sun was filtered into a pale halo. The priest's palace towered on the top of the holy mountain, and the palace wall made of green rocks was looming in the fog, like an isolated island floating in the sea of clouds. It should have been a clear day, but the air was filled with a suffocating dullness, and even the birds disappeared. There was a subtle sound coming from the bottom of the mountain. At first it sounded like a dead branch breaking, or like sand rolling down, but the sound soon surged like a tide, getting louder and louder. It was not the footsteps of the army, but the rustling sound of countless thin feet crawling over rocks and soil. The sentinels in the watchtower were the first to notice something was wrong. They pricked up their ears, their muscles tensed, and their thick fingers unconsciously rubbed their alchemical weapons. An indescribable strange smell wafted in the wind, like the fermentation smell of moths that had drilled into ripe fruits. A young warrior suddenly pointed at the mountain path and let out a warning roar from his throat. It was a creeping black wave. Dense beetles covered the entire hillside. Each one was the size of a fingernail, and their shiny back shells reflected the gloomy skylight. Where they crawled, the grass withered quickly, and the rock surface oozed slippery mucus. Behind this tide of insects, there were thousands of evil god believers wearing full armor and riding war beasts. The evil god believers broke through the first line of defense. Everyone prepare for battle. The sound of the horn tore through the fog, and the warriors of the priest's palace quickly gathered. The archers pulled the longbow and shot arrows like raindrops down the mountain. Several human bodies fell to the ground, but no blood gushed out, only more black insects gushed out of the broken shells. An arrow hit the swarm of insects, and it was swallowed up in an instant. Even the tail feathers were submerged in the creeping darkness. Use fire to attack the mutant insects. All fire warriors come forward. The warriors brought pottery jars, lit the cloth strips, and threw them down the mountain with all their strength. The flames exploded, and the smell of burning filled the mountains. The charred insect corpses crackled, but before the guards could breathe a sigh of relief, something even more terrifying happened. The charred insect shells suddenly cracked, and countless translucent larvae broke out of their cocoons and continued to climb up at a faster speed. A beetle landed on the back of an orc warrior's hand. He was about to slap it, but the insect burrowed into his skin like lightning, leaving only a red dot the size of a needle tip. The warrior widened his eyes in astonishment, and suddenly his whole body twitched. Black mucus oozed from the corners of his eyes, and his strong body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, strange movements began to appear under his skin. Grom, the captain of the Holy Palace Guard, stood at the gap in the city wall, and the veins on his thick arms bulged. The weapon in his hand was not an ordinary battle axe, but an alchemical hammer. "You damn dark insects! Die!" Grom roared and slammed his warhammer to the ground. The moment the hammer touched the ground, a ring of fire exploded with him as the center. The alchemical flame was no longer the ordinary orange-red, but a strange bluish-white, and the temperature was so high that even the air was distorted. The flame swept out like a huge wave, and wherever it passed, the insect swarm let out a shrill scream, the shell burst in the high temperature, and the body fluids evaporated into smelly steam before they fell to the ground. Several evil god believers who rushed to the front were instantly ignited, their bodies curled up and carbonized like dry bark, and the insects hidden in their bodies turned into flying sparks. Grom took a deep breath and felt the boiling blood in his body. This orc clan was born with the ability to control fire, but the power varied. At this moment, under the stimulation of alchemical weapons, this talent was magnified to the extreme. His skin began to glow abnormally red, and his breath seemed to carry sparks. Every step he took left charred footprints on the stone ground. "Come again!" Grom swung his warhammer and swept it fiercely. This time, the flame was no longer a spreading ripple, but condensed into a roaring fire dragon. The alchemical flame was perfectly integrated with his talent. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the insect tide was cleared out of a charred gully. Those insects that luckily escaped the direct attack were not spared. The high temperature made their body fluids boil, and the beetles exploded like popcorn. Seeing this, the warriors in other sections of the city wall activated their alchemical weapons one after another. A burly female orc held a flaming dagger in each hand. She rushed into the insect swarm, like a whirlwind, and rushed towards the army of evil god believers behind. The double blades left a scorching hot temperature wherever they passed. The female orc's talent was to heat up quickly. With the blessing of the alchemical weapon, her speed was so fast that she left an afterimage on the spot, and the swarms of insects she passed by were scalded before they could react. Another veteran wearing a one-eyed mask carried a huge flamethrower. It is said that this is a work of the Great Prosperity era excavated from the ruins, and it is incredibly powerful. As he pulled the trigger, the sticky alchemical fire oil gushed out in a fan shape, and immediately turned into a wall of fire that stretched for dozens of meters when it encountered the air. Those swarms that tried to sneak attack from the side were instantly engulfed by the flames. However, the mutant insects and evil god believers affected by the power of the evil god were also evolving. Grom suddenly discovered that some larger beetles began to separate from the insect swarm. These insects have strange lenses on their backs. When the flames approach, the crystals will reflect light, forming a twisted heat barrier in front of the insect swarm. What's more terrifying is that a few insects burned by the flames did not die. Their shells turned dark red, and they began to move through the fire. "Change tactics." Grom shouted and changed his grip, smashing the warhammer hard into his chest. A dazzling red light flashed, and ancient flame patterns appeared on his skin all over his body. This is the secret burning body combat skill of their clan. When used with alchemical weapons, it can temporarily integrate the flame element into the flesh and blood. Now, he himself is a burning weapon. When the first fire-resistant beetle pounced, Grom grabbed it directly with his hand. The insect struggled frantically in his palm, but he saw that his 5 fingers gradually became transparent, and the inside flowed with the luster of lava. With a muffled sound, the beetle exploded into a ball of fire in his hand. "Burn them all and smash them. Don't leave any alive." The warriors roared and launched a counterattack. The combination of alchemical weapons and innate abilities produced a wonderful qualitative change. Some flames turned into a net that covered a large area, some condensed into fire spears that accurately penetrated the evil god believers hiding behind, and some automatically tracked the fleeing insects like living things. The land under the city wall had turned into a sea of fire, and the charred insect corpses piled up like a mountain. However, in the rising heat wave, Grom's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw on the hillside in the distance an evil god believer whose body size was far larger than his kind was slowly standing up, and his chest was split like a petal, and it was not insects that gushed out, but a large amount of black mist. At the same time, the inside of the priest's palace was also facing the enemy. The number of attackers, who suddenly appeared, reached 30 or 40. The holy palace guards, priests and apprentices of the priest's palace worked hard to kill more than half of them, but there were still a dozen who were not found. These dozen evil god believers ran around in the priest's palace, setting fire or blasting buildings when they saw them, throwing poisonous bombs when they saw people, and even more hateful was that they also released a kind of black tiny insects everywhere. If the buildings of the priest's palace were not all alchemical buildings with certain fire resistance and damage resistance, the priest's palace would have turned into a sea of fire by now. Even so, the holy palace guards and priests followed these people to clean up the mess and were exhausted. Especially those tiny insects, which are particularly difficult to deal with. Once these insects drill into the body, it is a terrible word. Protect the library. We must protect the library. The underground warehouse has been breached. They are burning our food. Protect the water source. We can't let them poison. Send someone to put out the fire quickly. Damn it, why didn't the guarding formation work? Because the one who betrayed was the priest who was in charge of the guarding war. Below the mountain, more evil god believers were still pouring up the mountain. They made strange roars, and each of them was so excited that they didn't seem to be attacking a difficult enemy, but more like gathering to rob. The black mist was stimulating them, making these evil god believers feel no pain, let alone fear. The sun in the sky became dimmer under the cover of thick fog and insect swarms. The day was still bright, but it was like an eternal night. And the black tide was still rising. Shang Fifan, Lang Mu, and Xiaohua rushed out at this time. Lang Mu flew to the sky, holding a magic wand, chanting a spell, and flicking his hand to cast a large-scale 8th-level magic. Light reappears. The whole mountain burst into dazzling light in an instant, and the black fog covering the holy mountain disappeared in an instant. Shang Fifan relied on his son's teleportation ability to move directly to the back of the evil god believers. He was about to throw a die into the statue square, but was kidnapped by Xiaohua halfway. Shang Fifan, forget it. Although Xiaohua has a childish mind, she is very powerful. With a Dai who can teleport, it should be no problem to save her life. Shang Fifan ignored the two little ones, and quickly condensed a black long sword without a physical body in his hand. Dear God of Curse, do you want a sacrifice? Then attach your curse power to this long sword. I curse my enemies. All the existences affected by this sword will become the energy for the God of Curse to recover. A strange stream of light suddenly appeared on the blade of the long sword. Shang Fifan smiled slightly, holding a black long knife, and rushed into the camp of the evil god believers. At the highest point of the palace wall, Bei Xiongzhen took the command flag and war drum, took over the command of the Holy Palace Guard, and quickly ordered the Holy Palace Guard to divide into dozens of teams. Each team was responsible for protecting a small area of the priest's palace, and at the same time dispatched the priests of the priest's palace, who were good at alchemy, to repair the damaged palace guard alchemy formation. Bai Xiangfeng was sent to guard the library gate together with the fighting priests. The Insect King was responsible for dealing with the countless tiny insects that entered the priest's palace. Nen Rong slipped to the foot of the mountain and gathered the scattered and disabled God Punishment Army. Eagle Wing was responsible for the communication and reconnaissance of the entire battlefield. Ghost Fire Mirror. No one knew where he went. He only said to Bei Xiongzhen, who was in charge of commanding the battle, I will find out their behind-the-scenes commander. Xiaohua is a free insect. Bei Xiongzhen cannot command it. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan do not want to force Xiaohua to participate in the battle, so they let it go. Xiaohua, whose body has become the size of a small airplane, robbed a Dai, lifted him up with his claws, and said excitedly, Let those adults fight. Let's go play. I just sensed a place that seems to be very fun. I take you there. A Dai was worried about his two fathers, and pointed to the countless mutant insects below. Hua, you are so powerful. Can you deal with those insects? Zaiwawa saw the mutant insects and said disdainfully, Of course. But they smell bad and don't taste good. I hate those insects. A Dai, can you kill them? It would be better if you can incite those insects to rebel, and let them deal with those bad guys in turn. Zaiwawa instinctively didn't want to provoke those insects, not because he couldn't beat them, but because he was inexplicably afraid of a certain existence behind those insects. But he wanted to show off in front of his good friends, so he was a little hesitant. Hua, isn't there already a bug king? He can handle it. If he can't, then he is too incompetent. But in my eyes, Hua is the best. And if we help the dads, we can get more pocket money. Increase pocket money? This seems possible. Trouble. Got it, watch me. Chapter 275. Xiao Huahua flew over the battlefield and stood in a triangle with Lang Mu and Shang Fifan. These bugs? Xiao Huahua was unhappy. They are not authentic bugs, they have a very disgusting smell. A Dai was dazed. There are actually inauthentic bugs? Of course. Xiao Huahua said with a clear and conclusive affirmation. These bugs are not born through normal breeding, they are made with special power. Then can you still control them? A Dai asked a little nervously. Xiao Huahua had already boasted. How could she say that she couldn't do it in front of her good friend? Even if they were made with special power, as long as they are still bugs, they are under my control. Xiao Huahua said very domineeringly. A Dai, who was being carried, could not express his endless admiration with his starry eyes, and could only clap with his little claws. Little Flower's head was raised to the sky. Heh, what's more, the guy who created these bugs was lazy. It didn't really create a group of new lives, but just made some changes based on my tribe. Now, it can only pay the price for its laziness. A Dai waved his little paws. Huahua, come on. Let's kill these bad guys. Yeah. Little Flower flew higher, but its mental ripples were accurately projected to the battlefield below. Because the distance was not far, it also added its own pheromones. All bugs listen to my orders and submit to me. It was so simple. As a bug mother, her blood power and mental power were naturally superior to all bugs. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a strange resistance. There seemed to be a will that did not belong to this world hidden in the countless mutant bugs below. Humph. Xiao Huahua was unhappy. You want to compete with me for the control of the Zerg. No matter who you are, you can't let me lose face in front of A Dai. The next moment, a mental shock several times stronger than before erupted from Hua Chongzi's body. On the battlefield, all the mutant insects that were attacking the priest palace suddenly froze collectively. They were big or small, solid or seemingly empty, and tiny purple lines appeared on their bodies. The larvae that had drilled into the bodies of the orc warriors also stopped wriggling, and quickly withdrew from the wounds. Hiss. The swarm of insects made various, but uniform hisses. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, they turned around and pounced on their former colleagues, the evil god believers. No! This is impossible. Several evil god believers holding special insect tubes shouted in disbelief and fear. They found that they could not control the swarm of insects. These people tried to regain control of the swarm, but found that the surrounding swarms all turned their heads, and the mutant worms seemed to be staring at them, as if they were trying to tell whether they were enemies or friends. The worm mother's mental power and pheromones enveloped the entire battlefield. In less than a few seconds, the mutant worms all pounced on the controllers. A fist-sized beetle suddenly jumped onto the face of one of the evil god's believers, and its sharp mouthparts pierced directly into his eyeball. Ah! Screams came one after another. The originally aggressive evil god army fell into chaos in an instant. Their war beasts were eaten by the swarm, and fell to the ground, and countless tiny insects drilled into the gaps in their armor. What was even more terrifying was that the bodies of the believers killed by the swarm quickly swelled up, and new purple striped beetles broke out of their bodies, and joined the rebel army. Lang Mu saved his energy, and focused on dealing with the evil god believers on the battlefield. Originally, his ultimate move was to deal with the countless mutant insects, but those insects were very good at drilling, either into the human body, or into the ground, and even into the stone, which made him need to spend more magic power and mental power, and the continuous release of the ultimate move consumed his magic crystal storage, and it had to be high-level magic crystals. It happened that those insects evolved very quickly, and later they even flew out a flying insect army just to attack him. Although Lang Mu was not afraid of these mutant insects, he was also very annoyed by being constantly harassed. Now it's good, he doesn't have to divide his mind and energy to deal with the seemingly endless mutant insects. A Dai also teleported to his side, and conveyed Xiao Huahua's words, saying that he didn't have to worry about those insects, and could kill them at will, because those insects were not real life. Shang Fifan rushed into the army of evil god believers, and killed them all, and he was also the only one who went deep into the enemy army. Other warriors were afraid of the mutant bugs, but for some reason, the bugs all avoided Shang Fifan. Wherever Shang Fifan passed, a vacuum zone of mutant bugs could be formed within 3 feet around him. But Shang Fifan could not control these mutant bugs. He tried, but it didn't work. He could feel that these bugs were similar to the mutant bugs he saw in the underground city of Black Forest City, but these bugs contained less life substances, more like some kind of catalyzed energy structure. Now seeing the mutant bugs rebel, Shang Fifan's mouth curved. Today, they, as parents, have no chance to show their abilities. But this kind of happiness of being able to lie flat with your cubs is really great, Shang Fifan also thought, No wonder the evil god wanted to personally seduce the insect mother. If there was no insect mother, and its army of mutant bugs, the Orc continent would not have been almost defeated, resulting in the foreign evil god being able to gain a large amount of faith in this vast land. The rebellion of the mutant insects had the greatest impact on the warriors of the priest palace, especially many warriors who had been drilled into the body by the insects. The mutant insects changed camps? Well done! Although they didn't know who controlled the mutant insects, all the Orc warriors were grateful to her. Their comrades were saved. Guys, what are you waiting for? Charge! Kill all those evil god believers. On the wall, Grum swung his war hammer and took the opportunity to lead the warriors to launch a counterattack. The flames and the insect tide formed a perfect combination, forcing the evil god believers to retreat step by step. Seeing more and more mutants rushing into the evil god believers. Those evil god believers who were originally laughing and shouting arrogantly, as if they had taken stimulants, could no longer laugh, and their shouting turned into screams. They couldn't feel the pain in the black fog, but they could see the insects drilling into their bodies, and they could also feel something climbing and biting in their bodies. Some evil god believers were shouting, and suddenly touched their faces, and they felt a bunch of bugs coming out of their eyes, nostrils, ears, and even mouths. Ziawawa didn't like these weird bugs that didn't have much life. It even had an extreme anger. This anger didn't belong to it, it was hidden in the deepest part of its consciousness. Why did they abuse their Zerg like this? Her Zerg shouldn't be like this. Even if she asked them to give up their human form and humanity and become them, it would only make them stronger, more capable, and calmer, instead of turning them into these garbage. But she knew deep down that what the other party did was similar to what she had done before, which was to transform the Zerg into weapons of war. It's just that the mutant Zerg she transformed still has its own consciousness, but it can't resist her consciousness, and will instinctively follow all her orders. And these mutant Zergs, they don't have their own thoughts at all. This is her sin. If she hadn't been tempted to attack her own people first, their Zerg people wouldn't have opened the gene lock, and are now being taken advantage of by others. She didn't mean to transform the Zerg into this. She didn't want the Zerg to become a tool without its own thoughts. No, she did do something wrong. There's nothing to explain. She was blinded by hatred and bound by the obsession of becoming a god. If she hadn't found that the thing that tempted her wanted to occupy her body, she wouldn't have woke up. Now, she has given up her life, and no longer tried to control the new generation of Zerg queens. She decided to give the new generation of Zerg freedom, and hoped that they could develop again. But someone treated the Zerg like this in front of her? Ermacrosso, I won't let you go even if I die. An extremely violent force suddenly erupted from Ziawawa's body. The mutant insects on the battlefield, and even outside the battlefield, suddenly collectively let out a wail that the orcs could not hear. That was the last sound they left in the world. Boom! All the mutant insects exploded in an instant. No one expected this change. Neither the evil god believers nor the warriors of the priest palace thought that this battle would end so quickly. When the extraordinary power intervened, the battlefield of ordinary people was like this, and they were not even a match for the enemy. Countless flesh and blood splashed on the battlefield, and these flesh and blood turned into black mist the moment they touched the newly generated black mist. It was like something in the black fog was absorbing the energy of these flesh and blood, as if it was competing with the black fog for food. This power did not come from the sky, but from underground. Shang Fifan frowned. He felt that the evil god's consciousness was scanning here. It was very similar to the dissatisfaction and concern that the evil god revealed when AMU grabbed the fragment of the god of war. Hua hua. Adai quickly teleported over and caught Ziawawa falling from midair. Ziawawa was surprised that it was actually exhausted. In the few blinks of an eye just now, it clearly felt that its body was controlled and felt the rage and madness of another consciousness. Something is staring at me, Ziawawa murmured. It felt that it was being stared at by a malicious existence. Eagle Wing suddenly made a loud eagle cry, and his body circled over the battlefield. Fuck! What is that? A soldier pointed at the place where Eagle Wing was hovering and shouted. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan also saw it, and they quickly approached that place. When they were about to get close, Shang Fifan suddenly changed color, stomped his foot on the ground, and soared into the sky, hugged Lang Mu and flew away. Eagle Wing was a step slower, but he had wings, so he performed a life-saving skill, and appeared above the priest's palace with a flap of his wings. A huge energy vortex was forming on the ground below, as if it was going to suck all the surrounding energy into the ground. Adai! Shang Fifan saw his son still stupidly holding the shrunken little flower and falling from the air. Adai quickly teleported to the two fathers. Shang Fifan grabbed his son and put him on his shoulders. The family did not leave the battlefield too far, and landed on a nearby watchtower that had not collapsed yet. It seems like something is coming out. Lang Mu's words were not finished yet. On the battlefield, halfway up the holy mountain, the ground where the eagle's wings had just hovered suddenly cracked, and a powerful energy gushed out. The moment the ground cracked, there was no roaring explosion, nor was there any flying gravel. The soil was gently separated like silk, as if it was slowly opened by a pair of invisible hands, revealing the magnificent creation that had been sleeping for a long time underneath. At first, it was just a ray of light. A faint, almost transparent blue fluorescence seeped out from the cracks, like a firefly swaying in the morning mist, and like phosphorescence floating under the deep sea. Then, the light gradually became stronger, and even reopened the heavy black fog that kept coming out. Lang Mu simply cast light magic again to dispel the black fog. Now, everyone can see more clearly. The soil at the edge of the crack slid down, and a huge wonder that looked like a crystal rose from the ground, like a lotus blossoming, so beautiful that it was dazzling. Xiao Huahua's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Insect nest. Shang Fifan couldn't help but blink. What did they see? Did this thing go to the wrong set? The wonder that emerged from the ground and was called an insect nest by Xiao Huahua was not in the form of a hideous tumor or a nest of dead bones, but more like an exquisite glass palace. Tens of millions of thin insect wings stacked layer by layer formed a translucent nest wall, and each wing membrane refracted different brilliance, flowing like the aurora. The surface of the nest was crawling with tiny crystal beetles. Each of them was crystal clear and cute, not like life, but more like a work of art, with a gem-like color, emerald green, amber gold, pearl white, and sparkling with tiny stars in the sun. They were busy, as if they were maintaining the nest. Inside the nest, countless channels intertwined into an exquisite spiral corridor, and light golden liquid flowed quietly in the pipes, like some strange tree sap, or the purest energy brewed by the Zerg. Occasionally, one or two translucent worker insects passed through the corridor. Their shells were like the finest ice jade, and their slender legs were dancing when they passed through the air. The most amazing thing was the top of the nest. There were hundreds of cocoons hanging there, not sticky and dirty meat cocoons, but crystal pods. In the thin cocoon wall, the undeveloped Zerg eggs were curled up, each one round and cute. When the nest was fully raised, a clear buzzing sound resounded through the battlefield. It was not a harsh insect whistle, but like thousands of crystal wind chimes trembling in the wind, and like a whisper from a distant galaxy. With this buzzing sound, the cocoons on the top of the nest all lit up, the figures inside stretched their limbs, and the cocoon walls peeled off like petals. The newly born Zerg spread their glittering wings, and the natural patterns on the wings were like the most delicate brushwork, depicting the ancient runes and the trajectory of the stars. They circled in rows, and the scattered scale powder condensed into tiny light spots in the air, like a gentle snow. At this moment, even the fighting warriors stopped their movements involuntarily. This suddenly appeared insect nest did not look like the creation of the evil god at all, but rather like an art treasure left by a lost civilization, so beautiful that people forgot to breathe. Those new lives were like elves, touching the softest part of the orcs' hearts. Ziawawa's compound eyes were about to pop out. It's really an insect nest. The insect king rushed over and shouted in a daze. Why is the insect queen's nest of our insect people here? Even if the insect king had never seen an insect nest, the insect nest was an instinctive memory engraved in the genes of all insect people. They would know it as soon as they saw it. Just like they instinctively knew that the insect nest should follow the insect queen, and help her to breed and protect her offspring. But why would the insect nest, which is so important to the insect people, including the insect queen, be hidden in the mountain of the holy mountain of the priest palace? Shang Fifan had a flash of inspiration. Maybe the followers of the evil god attacked the priest palace today not only because the evil god knew that the high priest had fallen and wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the priest palace, but also for this insect nest. Lang Mu, like the insect king, was very curious why the insect nest, which was extremely important to the insect people, was hidden in the holy mountain where the priest palace was located. Was this secretly dragged back by the priest palace, or did someone hide the insect nest here on purpose? Lang Mu subconsciously thought it was not the former because the expressions of the priests and warriors in the distance told him they didn't know either. Even the high priest, who just passed away, might not know, otherwise she would have mentioned it. How did the insect nest suddenly appear? Lang Mu murmured in a low voice. Shang Fifan turned his head to look at his silly son on his shoulder, and his good friend Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua was also confused. It was very sure that the insect nest was not called out by it, but it knew how the insect nest came out, Because the insect nest sensed the call of the insect mother. The call of the previous generation of the insect mother, and absorbed energy. The flesh and blood energy of the evil god believers, and those mutant insects. In other words, the previous generation of the insect mother knew that the insect nest was hidden here. Those little lives that had just hatched from the insect nest flew to Xiao Huahua and circled around her. Xiao Huahua was dumbfounded. Ah, these are my sisters? What should I do? Should I swallow them? The bodies of those beautiful little insects all stiffened for a second involuntarily, and then flew around Xiao Huahua, dancing a dance that only the insect race could understand. This was a dance to express submission, and to make themselves subordinates. Ah Dai also stuttered. They are so beautiful, it's not good to eat them like this. Xiao Huahua's compound eyes stood up. What did you say? Who did you say was beautiful? Ah Dai said, these flying insects are beautiful, but you are the most beautiful. Invincible beauty. Xiao Huahua's insect wings gently patted Ah Dai's square head. My intuition tells me that if I eat them, I will become stronger. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu doubted their ears. Did they hear the crying of insects? Looking more carefully, those little insects that were only 1 centimeter long, not counting the wings, actually had human bodies. If it weren't for Xiao Huahua, the new insect mother, who stamped and confirmed that these little flying insects were all insects, Shang Fifan would have thought that this was a new species of elves in the Orc continent, and they were delicate elves like flower elves. Xiao Huahua looked at these flying beautiful insects with a little jealousy. It couldn't hatch in the insect nest. Although it was hatched in the old mother's body, it was not worse than the insect nest. But other insects have it, but it doesn't, which makes it very depressed. Especially. Its insect body is very, very beautiful, but these little insect people have the same body shape as their 2 fathers, which makes people want to kill them. Xiao Huahua suddenly flew to the head of the insect king, and said in a commanding manner, those flying insects are under your care. Raise them well. With them, your insect people will have many children in the future. Insect king, little flying insects, huh? They are so young, are they going to bear the responsibility of carrying on the family line? Xiao Huahua said fiercely. Do you want to give birth to children for the insect people in the future when you grow up, or do you want to be eaten by me now? I give you the opportunity to choose. The little flying insects turned around and flew to the insect king together. Please support me. The insect king was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of smiles. He and the queen no longer have to worry about not being able to give birth to the next generation of insect kings. They can live happily together until they are old. With these little flying insects hatched from the eggs of the insect mother, they can definitely give birth to the next generation of insect kings, better insect kings. He and countless insect people just have to wait for these little flying insects to grow up. They will certainly inject new vitality into the insect race, and bring more powerful offspring. I never thought that the great difficulty that has troubled the insect race for tens of thousands of years can be solved so easily. This is the birth right allowed by the new insect mother. In the future, the insect race will no longer have to worry about not being able to have children. Zaiwawa saw that those small flying insects were taken over by others, so he quickly flew to the insect nest and swallowed them in one bite. The burden belongs to other insects, so the insect nest is naturally its. This is a gift from its mother. The consciousness of the previous generation of insect mother immersed in the deep sea. I don't know if it was because she consumed too much energy when nurturing this new insect mother egg, and her brain was not normal, which caused the brain of this little insect mother to be not very good after it was born. The insect nest and energy were sent to it. But it actually let go of those sisters, who were destined to be its nutrients? Doesn't it know that there can only be one insect mother? Although Zaiwawa devoured her body and awakened the inheritance of the insect mother bloodline, it is already a worm mother, and other insect mother eggs hatched later cannot become insect mothers at all, and cannot even evolve to the path of insect mother. But at least those flying insects were also hatched from insect mother eggs, and they have been carefully nurtured in the insect nest until now. They are all the purest energy. Leaving them to grow may be a hidden danger. It is the most cost-effective to eat them, no matter how you look at it. But Zaiwawa let go of those little flying insects hatched from insect mother eggs so easily, although it also gave them new responsibilities. The previous generation of insect mother, forget it, she is already dead, why bother so much? Let this little one do whatever he wants. She just needs to continue to lurk and wait, waiting for the day of revenge. Chapter 276. Shang Fifan paused. When did the black fog dissipate? Was it Xiao Huahua's power that dispersed the black fog, or was it AMU's light magic that worked? But Shang Fifan's intuition told him that light magic, or the power of the insect mother could not play a fundamental role in restraining the power of the evil god. Lang Mu's expression was also a little wrong, and the ear on his head moved. Seeing that Shang Fifan wanted to touch it very much, he also reached out. Lang Mu felt his ear being pinched, and glared at the person next to him with a not very powerful look. Shang Fifan whispered in his ear, "Lang Mu, don't mess around." Shang Fifan smiled. "Yeah." The priest palace began to send people to clean up the battlefield. This battlefield was easy to clean up. There was almost no enemy left. They were all devoured by the mutant insects they brought, and finally they were blown into pieces of meat, and were also absorbed by the black fog and the land. In the end, there was not much blood and bone residue left. There were many casualties among the warriors of the priest palace, and these casualties were basically caused before the arrival of assistance. After that, even if the mutant insects drilled into their bodies, they could guarantee that they would not die, and those insects all came out by themselves. Although the people who were drilled by the insects suffered heavy losses, they could always recover slowly in the future. As long as they were still alive, there was still infinite hope. The people of the priest palace were in a very complicated mood. They were very sad because of their sacrificed comrades, but they were very happy that they could easily repel the attack of the evil god believers this time. They were really crying and laughing, and their hearts were heavy and excited. When Shang Fifan and his team returned to the priest palace, they saw the second batch of people brought by the Ghostfire Alliance leader. These people also joined the battle support, but under the command and arrangement of the North Bear Alliance leader, they were not sent to the battlefield in the mountains, but were allowed to stay in the priest palace to find and deal with those troublemakers who suddenly attacked. It has to be said that Bei Xiongjian has an extremely outstanding talent in analyzing battlefield situations and commanding battles. He can quickly determine where support is needed, what kind of support is needed, where it is most dangerous and troublesome, and where the situation is still under control. The warriors of the priest palace had never worked with him before, not to mention that the two groups of supporters were bigwigs from various countries and ethnic groups. It is extremely difficult for any combat commander to use these people as combat power in a short period of time and not let them hinder each other. But Bei Xiongjian managed to temporarily combine this group of people, at least so that they can all play a certain role. If Bei Xiong Alliance leader is given time, he is confident that he can command this team better, let them support each other and rely on each other, and play double or even multiple times the power. The second priest Jishui led several priests to thank everyone. He had never expected that the scale of the evil god's sneak attack would be so large, and he had never expected that the war would end so quickly. Even the loss of their priest palace was nothing compared to the loss of the evil god's army. This was a great victory. Of course, Xiaohua, who played a key role in the victory, also attracted everyone's attention. Especially the strange object that appeared on the battlefield like a dazzling crystal flower, which aroused the curiosity of countless people. But Xiaohua swallowed the strange object in one gulp, and it was impossible for others to study it even if they wanted to. Besides, no one is a fool to ask for the spoils of this beautiful little flower insect with strong combat power that ended the battle as soon as it appeared. Thank you very much, if it weren't for you. The water-drawing priest held the hand of the Northern Bear Alliance leader tightly. He had felt helpless before that he had to bring these big guys back to the priest's palace, and even felt a little angry. But now, he just felt that this was destined, and it was the great luck of the priest's palace. The water-drawing priest wanted to thank Shang Fifan's family more, but that family seemed impatient with this kind of social interaction, and Shang Fifan directly pushed the Northern Bear Alliance leader out. Shang Fifan knew that the priest's palace and the two groups of big guys who came were curious about Xiaohuahua's strength and identity, and knew that they wanted to get close to Xiaohuahua. If Xiaohuahua was willing to brag and chat with these people, he would certainly not stop it. But after Xiaohuahua did such a big thing, she looked like a child who said, I'm done with work today, I should ask my dads for pocket money. She chased him, and Lang Mu to increase their pocket money, and had no interest in socializing. Then he had to take on the responsibility of a parent, and try to shield the children's troubles. All the big guys have good eyesight, including the priests of the priest's palace. Even if there are those who don't have good eyesight, and want to get close to Xiaohua, they are blocked by the insect king intentionally, or unintentionally. The leader of the Ghost Fire secretly thought that it was not good. Before, it could be seen that Bei Xiongjian and the insect king were very biased towards Shang Fifan, and they seemed to have a good relationship with Shang Fifan, but it was not as good as now. It was as if these people suddenly had a tacit understanding that others could not interfere with. Especially the insect king and Shang Fifan's family. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the dignified insect king protected Shang Fifan's family. The leader of the ghost fire looked around and didn't see his ancestor, so he winked at Nanrong. Nanrong walked over and whispered to the leader of the ghost fire. He only knew that the ancestor told the leader of the northern bear that he would act alone, and seemed to have discovered something, but he didn't know where the ancestor went. The people of the priest's palace were talking to the big guys like Chief Salt, exaggerating and thanking each other for their business, while secretly paying attention to Shang Fifan's family. Shang Fifan's family occupied a corner, and were eating and drinking. The food was not brought by the priest's palace. At this moment, the priest's palace was busy with post-war cleanup and no one had time to cook. They ate the food they brought themselves. Ah Dai praised Xiao Huahua crazily to the two fathers, and his clear round eyes were full of admiration for Xiao Huahua. Ah Dai's praise was sincere and his admiration was not false at all. Xiao Huahua was happy and proud, flying around the two fathers, as if showing how powerful she was. Reward? Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Huahua is so capable this time. Of course there is a reward. What do you want? Shang Fifan asked with a smile. Xiao Huahua said without hesitation, if you want more pocket money, you need 100 gold. No, 300 gold. 300 gold may be a huge sum of money that ordinary orcs can never earn in their lifetime, but for a new insect queen, who is still a powerful existence that has solved the crisis of the priest palace's destruction, the reward of 300 gold is simply a child's play. But Xiao Huahua was influenced by Ah Dai and felt that 100 gold was already a lot, and 300 gold would instantly turn over and become a rich man. Shang Fifan agreed to give so much pocket money without saying a word. He would report to the priest palace later. Support is support, but they didn't say it was free support. Xiao Huahua took the bulging bag of money and showed it off to Ah Dai. She wanted to take Ah Dai to the market to buy a lot of things. Ah Dai adhered to the thrifty housekeeping he had cultivated for many years, and said seriously, Huahua, you can't spend so much money. We have to save it, so that we can make money from money in the future, and make more and more money. If you really want to buy something, you can spend a little bit. When Xiao Huahua heard that money can make money, she immediately became interested and asked Ah Dai how to make money. Ah Dai told Xiao Huahua all the business tips he learned from his father and Xia Bing. Xiao Huahua kept saying wow and ah, and her compound eyes were shining as she looked at the bag of Jinda shield. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu couldn't help laughing when they heard the two little kids' childish talk. Although Xiao Huahua has inherited memories are like watching movies, which are more memorable than watching movies at most, but they are not personally experienced. So Xiao Huahua will not turn from a cub into a wise old man in the blink of an eye. Shang Fifan actually has some things he wants to ask Xiao Huahua. After Xiao Huahua solves the mutant bugs and the mutated in the battlefield, when the alien insects drilled into the evil god believer's body, he felt the obvious breath of the insect mother. He absorbed the heart fragments of the insect mother, so he was naturally very sensitive to the breath of the insect mother, and could clearly distinguish the breath and energy of the previous generation of the insect mother from Xiaowawa's. He really wanted to know whether the independent consciousness of the previous generation of the insect mother still remained in Xiaowawa's body, and whether Xiaowawa knew it, and whether the previous generation of the insect mother would take over Xiaowawa in the future. But now there are people around, and he and Xiaowawa can't communicate spiritually. In addition, there are some other things, so these questions can only be put aside for the time being. AMU? Shang Fifan felt that Lang Mu was distracted. This distraction started when he walked off the battlefield, but it was more obvious now. Lang Mu came back to his senses. Did you hear it? Shang Fifan was alert. What did you hear? Something is calling me, and it's getting clearer and clearer. Lang Mu looked deep into the priest's palace, which was also the direction of the mountain behind the priest's palace. Shang Fifan pricked up his ears, but he didn't hear anything. Specifically a special call. But when he merged his spiritual power with Lang Mu, he heard it. It was not a clear word, but more like a spiritual call. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu's eyes become hazy, and he tightened his hand. Lang Mu's eyes quickly regained clarity. What happened to me just now? Lang Mu asked in a low voice. Shang Fifan's eyes were dangerous. If I didn't catch you, you would be called away. Lang Mu was shocked. He seemed to have lost a small part of his memory just now, and he didn't remember what he was going to do at all. He just remembered that he told Shang that he heard the call, and then his spiritual sea suddenly became cold, and then he woke up. Did you hear it? Lang Mu asked again. Shang Fifan's spiritual power was still in his spiritual sea. Shang Fifan, yeah. You are not affected? Lang Mu can still hear the call now, but he doesn't know if it is because of Shang Fifan's mental power blocking it. The call becomes like a layer of water curtain. Shang Fifan shook his head, speculating in his mind why he was not affected, but Lang Mu was bewitched. I feel. This is not like. Lang Mu thought of Shang Fifan's whisper with him before, and changed his words. I feel like the god of nature is calling me. A clue flashed through Shang Fifan's mind. Scepter? Lang Mu also reacted quickly. It may really be that thing. But why can the scepter issue a call? The fragments of the statue of the god of nature before did not have such ability. Go and see. I suspect that the altar the pseudo-high priest mentioned is the altar with the scepter we saw that day. Shang Fifan whispered. Lang Mu subconsciously said, this scepter may be difficult to take. Shang Fifan looked at him. Lang Mu sighed softly and held his heart. That's how I feel. It's very strange. If the voice that summoned me really came from the scepter, I have a contradictory feeling of wanting to approach it but not wanting to approach it. Fragments of the godhood can generate independent consciousness. Who knows what will happen to the scepter? Shang Fifan sneered. The statue of the god of nature in the statue square seems to have been restored by half, but even so, the person did not say that he would take back the remaining lost parts. Even if most of the power of the god of nature is used to suppress the evil gods, Shang Fifan always feels that these gods have not told him something, and they want to use them as coolies after giving them a little sweetness. If they were just doing hard labor, it would be fine. After all, it was a fair trade. But what if those gods wanted to use them for more than just hard labor? Because of his own experience, Shang Fifan never minded speculating on others with the greatest malice, not to mention that those beings were not human beings, but high and mighty gods. It has to be solved. Lang Mu, on the other hand, thought it through and said with a relaxed smile. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu's smiling face, and his expression relaxed a little. He bent his fingers and gently rubbed the back of his hand. Lang Mu's face was slightly red. Without Shang Fifan's special reminder, the water-drawing priest took the initiative to say that he would take them to the altar. Of course, he could see that these big guys were just being hypocritical and polite to them, and everyone was eager to see the altar. The leader of the North Bear Alliance had been talking to the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance for such a long time, just to discuss the reward with him. Free support? That's impossible. Even if this support was caused by fate, there is no such thing as charity in the chaotic or continent where everyone is independent. I will get paid as much as I do. This is the mainstream concept of society today. The priest palace was also very clear about this, so they took the initiative to talk to several big guys about the reward. Bei Xiongjian did not say anything polite, and directly asked for a rough price based on the identity, worth, and actual contribution of each aider. As for the specific content of the reward, it was naturally discussed in detail by the Ghost Fire Yin, the most business-savvy person, and the priest palace. Now the specific content of the reward has been basically negotiated. The Ghost Fire Alliance has asked the big guys for their personal opinions, and the priest palace can't delay any longer, so it can only take everyone to the altar. Shang Fifan knew that the priest palace had been passed down for countless years, and there were many good things hidden in it, but he was not very interested in figuring out the priest palace's treasury, so he only asked for the most despised Jinda shield. Except for some with special needs, other leaders and big men basically asked for strategic materials such as food. Lang Mu could improve the yield of the territory by himself, and he also had a portable flower garden for growing crops, so he didn't ask for food. Food was scarce everywhere, even for an old and powerful force like the priest palace. The priest palace was indeed very grateful to Shang Fifan's family, especially Wat Chongzi, who made great efforts, and they didn't ask for scarce materials such as food, but chose the most common money. For this reason, when the priest palace paid Shang Fifan's family, in addition to the agreed Jinda shield, they also gave them the permanent reading rights of the priest palace library. If Lang Mu had not discovered the underground library, this extra gift would definitely be a very generous reward that would make everyone envious. But now, this reading right is just icing on the cake for Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. Even so, the big guys are very envious of the preferential treatment given to this family by the priest palace. The library of the priest palace has truly accumulated countless years of inheritance on the Orc continent, and the content is definitely more comprehensive than that underground library. Shang Fifan's family intentionally, or unintentionally fell behind the team. The water-drawing priest wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Shang Fifan, but for some reason, he always encountered obstacles. The ancestor has not appeared yet, and the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance is a little anxious, but he can't say it clearly, so he can only communicate with Nanrong through eyes. Chief Yen Wujin also wanted to get close to Shang Fifan's family, and seemed to want to talk to Shang Fifan, but was stopped by the Insect King. Sure, he walked at the end of the team and whispered with Bai Xiangfeng, the god of war of Xianghua. Both of them were relatively low-key. They had met before, and had some friendship. I suggest you not to get close to the altar. It will affect your mind. A figure appeared beside Shang Fifan. Lang Mu, who was walking beside Shang Fifan, and Ah Dai, who was in his arms, and Xiao Huahua, who was on Ah Dai's head, did not seem to notice this person. Shang Fifan turned his head to look at the person, who had the face of Eagle Wing. You finally showed up. I thought you were going to follow us to the altar, and would jump out to intercept us at the critical moment. Intercept? Eagle Wing seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence very quickly, with a slight disdain on his face. Do you mean the scepter of the god of nature, or the altar itself? Eagle Wing did not wait for Shang Fifan to answer, and asked again, when did you notice my appearance? He seemed to be more interested in this question. Chapter 277. Shang Fifan. After the battle, the black fog dissipated. Eagle Wing raised his eyebrows. Black fog? Shang Fifan also simply pointed out, the black fog carries your breath, and has been secretly plundering the vitality of all life on the battlefield, and later it is snatching the flesh and blood energy from the insect nest. Eagle Wing seemed very surprised. Can you feel my breath? Many people say that they can feel evil when they see the evil god believers appear, which is just the magnetic field carried by the evil god believers themselves. Except for the gods of Tianna, there are really very few people in this world who have really come into contact with the evil god. Evil god egg. Shang Fifan reminded. Eagle Wing suddenly realized, you can actually sense and remember my breath. It seems that my judgment of you is not wrong? Oh! What judgment do you have about me? Shang Fifan also seemed very curious. Eagle Wing looked at him with a pair of metallic eyes. You don't care about this world. You don't care about the life here. You are indifferent by nature. You disguised well, but I knew after the first contact with you that you are a natural free man. Shang Fifan pulled the corner of his mouth. You seem to be saying that you and I are the same kind? Eagle Wing asked back, isn't it? What do you mean by natural free man? The nature of pursuing freedom? This is just one of them. You also know that your mental power is extremely strong, right? This is one of the natural attributes of a free man, because only with a strong and tenacious mental power can you resist all kinds of temptations, and fight for a glimmer of life for yourself in the crisis of destruction. Please say the key points. Eagle Wing chuckled. You can break free from the shackles and fly freely in the universe, as long as you know the correct way to practice. And this correct cultivation method is the experience summed up by generations of free men at countless costs. Shang Fifan understood. You plan to tell me this cultivation method, but I need to pay a certain price? Eagle Wing. Just ask yourself if you want it. Shang Fifan. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? Eagle Wing said frankly, because I need your help. This world has a strong bondage to me. I was confused by the gods of this world, and thought that they were the highest fighting force in this world. But when they besieged me, I found that there was a more powerful force behind them. The other party used those gods to attract my attention, and used the original power of this world as bait, which trapped me. What can I do to help you? I can teach you the cultivation method that is truly suitable for you, so that you can truly transcend this world. In a short period of time, you will not surpass the gods of this world, but you will definitely be on par with them. At that time, as long as you cooperate with me from inside and outside, I can break the seal of this world on me, and get out of trouble. How many people have you tried to persuade like this? Eagle Wing chuckled again. Do you think there are many natural free people like us? No, so far. I have only found you on this planet. Why are you silent? I am just surprised that the evil god would ask for help from an ordinary orc like me. That's because you are not ordinary. Don't you find that your strength is improving very quickly? Why do you think the gods of this world chose you to be their tasker? Because I am the child of destiny? Shang Fifan said as if joking. Eagle Wing sneered. There has never been a child of destiny. It is only because an existence that affects a certain destiny appears that existence is called the child of destiny. Well, your statement is like asking which came first, the egg or the chicken. Shang Fifan touched his chin. Then let's change the statement. Do you know why there is an existence that can peek into the long river of destiny? Eagle Wing was very patient. Shang Fifan shook his head. He had many guesses, but none of them were certain. Eagle Wing smiled, because of mental power. Mental power is the only vector that can be faster than time. When you think for 1 second, 1,000 years have passed in your mind. Shang Fifan thought about it carefully, and found it very reasonable. Do you know why the universe has been expanding and exploding? Eagle Wing asked a second hard question. Shang Fifan almost felt that the evil god was not an evil god, but a scientist with profound knowledge. Why? Eagle Wing. Because the future is changing at any time, Because the vector of time is not just a straight line. The future that spiritual power peeked into has already happened in time, but it does not mean that the future at this point in time cannot be changed. When someone peeks into the future and tries to change it, a new future will be created, that is, a new timeline will be created. Xiang Feifan subconsciously appeared in his mind a time vein map, like a tree vein. They started from a point, and developed countless branches along the way, and countless new twigs would grow from these branches. Because these veins are getting longer and more, its territory is getting bigger and bigger, and the universe has to keep expanding. At the same time, some of these time veins cannot develop further after developing to a certain extent due to various reasons, so this timeline ends, and even the end explosion or the explosion of the entire line occurs. You saw me in the future? And I am related to your life and death? Xiang Feifan concluded. I will correct you. Beings like me will not really die. Even if this world temporarily binds me, it cannot really devour me. It is only a matter of time before I escape. It's just a matter of time. I just don't want to stay in jail for a long time. Eagle Wing looked indifferent. At this moment, he looked more divine than a god. This world wants to devour you. Xiang Feifan grasped the key point. Eagle Wing showed a slightly evil smile. Do you think that those local gods can really break the cage of God set by the highest consciousness of this world, and can also find me and attract me to this world? Come on, tell me more. Eagle Wing glanced at Xiang Feifan, but he really said, not every planet can produce self-awareness, just like not every life can become a high-level intelligent life. This planet is very lucky. Just like the creatures with strong talents, this planet itself has extremely powerful energy since its inception, which allows this planet to breathe self-awareness very early. And this planet is very young. It is young and full of self-protection. It does not want anyone to disturb its development and growth. It is afraid that a more powerful existence will discover it and plunder its original energy. So it took the initiative to cut off the channel to other worlds. You can understand that it is temporarily closed and locked the star, just wanting to develop in silence. But we all know that closing the star is not advisable, especially not for a long time. And the first person to be hurt by this measure is the native god of this planet. Of course, they are called gods on this planet, but in other places, they are just slightly stronger beings. In some higher worlds, they are even just ants at the bottom. But no matter what, the native gods of this planet originally had the possibility to make themselves stronger, as long as they could leave the native planet and go to a higher world. But in order to protect itself, this planet cut off all passages to other worlds, which made it impossible for the native gods of this planet to leave. This planet is unwilling to let those gods leave because it is too greedy. It is like a parent who gave birth to a child just to suck the child's blood. When the child grows up, it does not want them to leave. It just wants to trap them at home, let them work for themselves, and bury their bodies in their own fields to fertilize the fields after they die. Xiang Feifan's eyelids twitched. Eagle Wing's words were harsh, but judging from the historical content he heard from the light ball, perhaps all of this was true. Eagle Wing smiled coldly and continued, not only did this planet refuse to let those native gods leave, it also tried to absorb other forces to further strengthen itself. It discovered me, and it also knew that those native gods wanted to leave it, so it came up with a vicious plan to kill two birds with one stone. Xiang Feifan, Eagle Wing's hee. Didn't expect it, right? This is just like not all parents love their children, and the planet and the life on the planet can't even be called a mother-child relationship. For the planet itself, most of the life on it is considered by it to be parasites and vampires. Tianhe Star deliberately let the Dark God successfully destroy the God's cage, and deliberately let the Dark God discover my existence. It may have also affected the Dark God's consciousness, making him determine that as long as he leads me to Tianhe Star and devours my power, he can break free from the planet's shackles and go to a higher world. In fact, Tianhe Star uses this strategy of killing two birds with one stone. Not only can it eliminate these disobedient children who want to escape from it and turn their corpses into energy for this world again, but it can also attract me and trap me. Eagle Wing looked at Xiang Feifan. It is not only the gods of this world who want to devour me and absorb my energy, but also the planet itself. It even specially selected the battlefield, which is the Orc continent. It is ready to sacrifice the Orc continent. No matter what happens to the Orc continent in the God War, it is ready to restart. Eagle Wing said this, deliberately giving Xiang Feifan time to digest it, and continued after a while. But Tianhe Star has made thousands of calculations, but it didn't expect that my actual strength would exceed its own. It could trap me, but it couldn't really absorb my energy. In order to trap me, it had to use its original energy, which put it in a dilemma. So, It began to let the gods look for the possibility of truly devouring and digesting me in the long river of fate. Poor gods, especially the gods of fate, thought that their actions of spying on the long river of fate were to save themselves, but they didn't know that they were just tools of this planet. They tried many times and found many so-called children of fate, but unfortunately, none of them could really solve me. I even found out that in many destiny lines, it was me, the foreign evil god, who devoured Tianhastar. Tianhastar panicked. For this reason, Tianhastar's consciousness had to consider introducing the power of other worlds. Tianhastar itself had long discovered the existence of other worlds, that is, Earthstar, when the god of destiny repeatedly spied on the long river of destiny. But it didn't want to attract the attention of other worlds at that time. It was worried that it would be discovered and that its plan would be known by the consciousness of other planets. But it found that none of the local children of destiny could really help it, and finally it decided to introduce Lang Mu. Shang Fifan's expression did not change, but he held the hands of the people around him tightly. Lang Mu still seemed to be unaware of the extra person around him, and he was smiling as he listened to the two cubs talking nonsense and childish words. The evil in Eagle Wing's eyes became more obvious. Of course, Tianhastar itself cannot control destiny, it can only influence it. It saw through the eyes of the god of destiny that Lang Mu could not really defeat me, but could only expel me, which was equivalent to helping me out of trouble. Tianhastar certainly didn't want this to happen, so it decided to transfer Lang Mu's chi to the natives of Tianhastar, who had strong luck and powerful abilities. Shang Fifan's eyes turned dark. But what Tianhastar's consciousness didn't expect was that although Loren Milton had brought out a new destiny line, it didn't develop as it thought, that is, using the players of Earthstar to consume my energy, increase the power of Tianhastar itself, and then absorb me little by little over time. Loren Milton was eventually used by me, and Tianhastar was completely defeated. But fortunately, Loren Milton's tricky operation brought out another destiny line, which is you. Your fate line is the latest one. The god of fate has fallen asleep. He cannot spy on this new fate line that is being generated, and neither can Tianhastar itself. But Tianhastar sees new possibilities in you. Because of your relationship with Lang Mu, you will help Lang Mu 9 out of 10, that is, help the creatures of the Orc continent, and thus help Tianhastar itself. At this point, Eagle Wing said frankly, I cannot spy on the future of this new fate line that is being generated, because it is in progress. My mental power cannot allow me to surpass this timeline that is being generated. It is because of this uncertainty that I decided to contact you. Eagle Wing also smiled. Of course, your own strength is also the reason why I made this decision. Eagle Wing confided, you are the only person on Tianhastar who can actually talk to me and still keep his consciousness clear. Eagle Wing raised the corner of his lips. With pride, the evil god's bewitching is not a joke. Even the gods of Tianhastar will be confused by my mental power. Shang Fifan did not feel proud to be praised by the evil god's consciousness. According to his own judgment, he believed that the contents said by the evil god consciousness were 90% true. But sometimes, the 10% lie was the most important. Now he needed to distinguish how he could maximize his benefits, at least to protect himself and Lang Mu, as well as the relatives and friends that Lang Mu cared about, and even the entire Tianhastar. Perhaps the Tianhastar consciousness was also evil to the life of Tianhastar to some extent. But it might be that the Earthstar had long been accustomed to the concept of heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. So Shang Fifan did not feel angry when he heard the truth about the Tianhastar consciousness. Instead, he felt a sense of, oh, it's true. First of all, the Tianhastar consciousness seemed to be on his side at present, hoping that he could do the task according to the requirements of the light ball, that is, to resurrect those gods. Perhaps Tianhastar itself has realized that it still needs a few capable thugs to deal with this foreign evil god. So it decided to resurrect a few children. I just don't know how the Tianhastar consciousness will treat him, and Lang Mu in the end. Will it also want to keep them, and use them as nourishment? Secondly, from the fact that the evil god consciousness was so eager to appear and tell him the so-called truth, it can be seen that the evil god is really eager to escape. In other words, the evil god is not like what he said. Even if he is trapped, it is only a matter of time. It is very likely that he will be injured during the time of being trapped. Finally, it is a question of who to help. And whether it is the Tianhastar consciousness or the evil god consciousness, it feels like they are not trustworthy partners. But how can he open another track when his own strength is far weaker than these two high-level beings? Chapter 278. Hey! What evildoer actually attacked the tasker who bewitched me while I was away? Shang Fifan. Oh! You idiot actually communicated directly with the evil god consciousness. Don't you want your soul? Shang Fifan. It seems that it really can't work without me, Lao Guang. Open the game mall quickly. Lao Guang will teach you the magic method to drive away the evil god consciousness. It's only 998. You can't afford to lose or be fooled. Hurry up and place an order. If you don't buy it, you will regret it for 1,000 years. Shang Fifan. Hello? Hello? Is the signal bad? Did you not hear it or pretend not to hear it? Oh, Lao Guang, I know. You are afraid that the evil god consciousness is next to you, and you dare not communicate with me because you are afraid that he will find out, right? Don't worry, the system has been upgraded again. In addition to voice, you can also use mental power. Whatever you want to say to me, use mental power to open the system and contact me, and you can communicate with me face to face with mental power. Shang Fifan opened the system interface without Lao Guang's explanation. The light ball has changed a lot, and the system interface has changed even more. If the previous system interface is like the first release of a 3D game, it is also simple. Then the current system is the advanced StarCraft VIP version. Not only the functions are more diverse, but also the interface is all holographic. Shang Fifan stood in a room, like a reception room, and some click buttons appeared in his vision. The top system assistant button was shining, afraid that he could not see it. Shang Fifan clicked the system assistant, and in less than half a second, a light ball jumped out. This light ball is no longer just a glowing virtual sphere. It has facial features on its body, 2 thin little hands, and a pair of round ears on its head. At first glance, it's pretty cute. Quick, quick, quick! Open the system mall quickly, buy the magic item I recommend to you, and drive away the evil god consciousness quickly. The light ball flew to the door, signaling Shang Fifan to quickly open the door, with the word system mall written on it. Shang Fifan didn't say anything, but out of curiosity, he opened the door. Behind the door was a huge supermarket with no end in sight. Just as Shang Fifan was thinking that it would be more convenient to look at the electronic version of the app than to look for products in this way, the light bulb pointed out to him. Do you see the game mall button in the visual field? Click it, and you can search and view items in it as before. When you find the items you want, and want to see the real objects more specifically, you can come to this holographic mall. You just need to report the product number or click on the product in the electronic version, and the item will be delivered to you instantly, so that you can see it. Of course, you can also browse around this mall like shopping in a supermarket, and just take down what you want to buy and put it in the shopping cart. Shang Fifan. The light ball was strange and flew around Shang Fifan. Why don't you talk? Hello? Hello? It's broken. The light ball was shocked. You haven't been contaminated by the evil god's consciousness, have you? Have you become stupid? What should I do? No. I have to tell Lang Mu and let him divorce you. Veins popped out of Shang Fifan's forehead. Are you infected with a virus? Shang Fifan finally spoke. The light ball subconsciously retorted. Even if you are infected with the virus, I can't be infected with the virus. Shang Fifan. Then don't you realize that your personality and way of speaking have completely changed? The light ball proudly emits a brilliant golden light. I am evolving. I used to be too shy and too conservative, which made it easy for me to be led by the nose by you taskers, and it was also easy for me to be depressed by your performance. So in this self-study and update, I downloaded a variety of personality data packages, combined various personality advantages, and finally chose the current personality development direction. The light ball put his hands on his waist and laughed wildly. From now on, you will never be able to suppress me, Lao Guang. Who dares not listen to me, Lao Guang, I will give him a big cunt. After the laughter stopped, the light ball urged responsibly, hurry. Big fool, don't waste time. The longer you spend with the evil god consciousness, the easier it is to be contaminated by it. Hurry up, and buy a bottle of strong detergent to brush your mental power. Another mental expulsion cannon to blow away the evil god consciousness. Shang Fifan smiled slightly. Big fool, are you talking about me? The light ball was about to answer, but suddenly paused. I know this kind of speaking art. If I answer, it is equivalent to admitting that I am the big fool. Shang Fifan, it seems that you have really evolved a lot in this update. The light ball proudly said, that's it. Shang Fifan, it's over, his system is seriously ill and doesn't know it. Did you hear the secrets that the evil god consciousness told me? Shang Fifan doesn't believe that the system will wake up so promptly. The light ball proudly said, although I am updating, it doesn't mean that I am blind and deaf. During the update, I know everything that happened to you. What do you think of what that person said? You want to ask whether what he said is true or false? Then how much do you think is true, and how much is false in what he said? Where is the truth, and where is the falsehood? Don't believe a single word of the evil god, the light ball said firmly. Shang Feifan closed the door of the game mall, walked back to the reception room, and then checked the exit button. Then he found that he could leave this holographic game room as long as he thought about it. Wait! The light ball hurriedly called him. Shang Feifan's figure almost disappeared halfway and reappeared. The light ball snorted. Are you really not polluted? Shang Feifan had a blank expression. Can't you see whether I am polluted or not? The light ball can indeed see it. It is hidden in Shang Feifan's spiritual sea. If Shang Feifan has any changes, it cannot fail to notice it. How can you not be polluted? The light ball circled around Shang Feifan with a strange look on his face. But in less than a second, the light ball let out a devilish laugh. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being the tasker that Lao Guang has chosen. This mental barrier is so tenacious. Even the evil god consciousness can't do anything to you. But we still have to drive him away. We can't let him stay with living beings for a long time. Even if he doesn't deliberately seduce others, as long as he is there, it will cause mental pollution to others. The light ball said quickly. Shang Feifan, do you need me to help you get the little thing that monitors you out of your body? The evil god consciousness, with an eagle-wing face, said to Shang Feifan with a smile. Shang Feifan heard this, and said to the light ball, he knows you. The light ball snorted. So what if he knows? Lao Guang is afraid of him. Don't pay attention to him. It's just a consciousness, not the evil god himself. Maybe we can cooperate with the evil god, Shang Feifan said. The light ball was shocked again. Are you crazy? You dare to cooperate with the evil god? Look at the creatures who have cooperated with the evil god, and see what they have ended up with. Shang Feifan, I thought about it carefully. The evil god didn't seem to have bewitched the creatures on this planet, except that he wanted to be the beast god of the orcs. The Worm Mother was bewitched by the dark god. The magicians of the Fidel continent went to the True God Church for cooperation. The True God Church seems to be the minions of the evil god, but it seems to be formed spontaneously? Light ball, I have to give you a deep check. You must have been contaminated, but you don't know it. Shang Feifan, of course, I know he is not a good thing. Ermukaleso is like a pollution source that is born with radioactive pollution. Even if he himself does not deliberately contaminate someone, as long as he exists, it will cause large-scale pollution, and then lead to a large number of casualties. So why are you crazy enough to cooperate with him? The light ball was puzzled. Shang Feifan pondered for a second, because I think what he said is at least 70% true. The most important thing is that I don't want to fight to the death with the evil god in this world, and end up dying together. If cooperating with the evil god can give all three parties a way out, then why not cooperate? The light ball emitted a red light, but it knew that Shang Feifan had his own ideas and it couldn't fool him. After thinking it over again and again, it replied, regarding the evil god's evaluation of the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star, I, Lao Guang, will not comment. Shang Feifan, no? Or dare not, the light ball hit him. Why should we explain this matter so clearly? But he is right in one point. Your destiny line is happening. Everything connected to this destiny line is unknown, and has not yet been generated. Even if the God of the universe comes to check, he can only see a small possible future deduced from your actions. But your thoughts and cognition are different from others. No one knows what you will choose. It is even more difficult to deduce your future based on your actions. The light ball revealed, rather than peeping into your future, we are inferring your actions through Lang Mu's future. I think the evil god did the same thing, and he took the initiative to find you. In addition to being trapped and bored, he should have felt a little threat from you from the deduction. Shang Feifan's eyes flashed. Is it after I absorbed part of the fragments of the god of darkness? It should be. Yes, and there are also fragments of the mother worm's heart. The light ball said honestly, the evil god may not care about any powerful creature on Tianhe Star, but he still cares about the existence of Tianhe Star that can be called a god. And you absorb the fragments of the godhood of the dark god without any harm and smoothly, which will naturally make the evil god pay attention to you, because you already have the possibility of becoming a god. Shang Feifan listened to the light ball and reasoned based on a series of recent events, and it was easy to deduce the answer. Ermacrosso took the initiative to find me, in addition to his awareness of my possibility of becoming a god, but also because I am approaching the energy source of this world, and the consciousness of Tianhe Star seems to be on my side. Ermacrosso is not sure whether the consciousness of Tianhe Star will go all out. Use the energy source to cultivate me, and quickly cultivate me into an existence that can compete with Ermacrosso. So he panicked, and he took the initiative to seduce you. The light ball hummed loudly. Don't be proud, this is because the evil god was sealed by the gods. which greatly reduced his power and made him unable to exert his true strength. He is afraid that after you become stronger, you will slowly wear him down and devour him with the Tianhe star consciousness, so he wants to pull you to his side. Otherwise, based on the nature of the evil god that I know, as long as he finds you a threat, he will swallow you directly. Zhang Fifan admitted this. Even if Ermukila so felt a little bit of his threat, he was not afraid of him. What the other party really feared was the Tianhe star consciousness that could trap him. The power that trapped Ermukila so is the source of energy in this world, right? Zhang Fifan asked. The light ball answered with silence. Zhang Fifan understood. Through the altar, maybe we can really face the source energy of the planet directly, but our strength is low, let alone absorbing the source energy. I am afraid we will be eaten as soon as we get close. The light ball continued to answer in silence. Zhang Fifan nodded. It seems that whether the energy source can be absorbed depends mainly on the highest consciousness of Tianhe star. In addition, the key to whether Ermukila can escape also lies in whether someone can tamper with the energy source. Light ball, This person is really scary. With only a few clues, he is almost able to deduce the whole truth. Zhang Fifan continued to ask himself and answer, but Ermukila doesn't want me to get close to the altar. Why? Because there is the scepter of the god of nature on the altar? And the god of nature is the first god you urgently want to revive. And the god of nature is also the god who is most related to Tianhe star itself. Is there something special about his scepter? Or will the god of nature recover after getting the scepter? And the recovery of the god of nature is not good news for Ermukila. Zhang Fifan touched his chin, and Lang Mu's heart. That is the heart of the statue of the god of nature, and the god of nature cannot fail to take it back. If the god of nature takes back the heart, Lang Mu will die, or become weak from then on, and then you will have a new terrible enemy. Me. Unless the god of nature is confident that he can kill me once and for all. And the way for the god of nature to kill me once and for all should be in your game system that is parasitic on me. Light ball, Zhang Fifan continued to think. But if I die, the situation will return to the previous state. Even if the god of nature and other gods are resurrected, they may not be able to completely destroy Ermukila, even if they have the help of the highest consciousness of Tianhe star. Unless the highest consciousness of Tianhe star is willing to let those gods absorb the original energy of this world, and then gather the power of all gods into one god, and then let this god fight against Ermukila. But why didn't the highest consciousness of Tianhe star take this approach? Because it was worried about the original energy. Zhang Fifan shook his head subconsciously. It shouldn't be. I think the consciousness of Tianhe star is more worried that even if it pays the original energy, it may not be able to destroy Ermukila. Instead, it will allow the local gods, who have absorbed the original energy to become powerful to directly break away from the constraints of Tianhe star and transcend to another higher world. It may even see such a future through the eyes of the god of destiny. Light ball, Stop talking, you're going to strip my underwear off. Zhang Fifan continued to strip. And your system, I wanted to ask you before, why do you know so clearly what happened to Lang Mu's other destiny line? That can't be explained by peeping into the long river of destiny. You know too much and too much. In addition, in this destiny line, since Loren Milton has found the broken optical computer system and combined it with the brain of the god of nature to form a game system, where did your optical computer come from? Light ball, Where is Lang Mu? Come and save your good partner. Zhang Fifan looked at the light ball. You are the game system that worked with Lang Mu before, right? The light ball shut its mouth tightly, and the color turned purple. Zhang Fifan smiled. It seems that Lang Mu's seemingly happy development path also had problems in the later stage, right? The light ball didn't want to say anything. Seeing that it was still stubborn, Zhang Fifan curled his lips and said, even if you don't say it, I can infer it. I am from Earth. And Lang Mu was also an Earth person in his first life. We should all want to go back to Earth rather than stay in Tianhe star to develop. And in that line, Lang Mu helped Earth players improve their physical fitness, especially their mental strength, through the game system. It is very likely that Earth players have also evolved into superpowers. For the changes of Earth people, a responsible person like Lang Mu will definitely feel that he can't just leave Earth with a mess. He will 90% find ways to go back to Earth with me. We should have figured out a way to go back to Earth. In order to stabilize the situation, Earth might have ended the holographic game through us. It is more likely that the gods of Tianhe, or the local gods sensed the threat of the players, and forcibly ended the exchanges between the two sides after their own dangers were resolved. In this way, both the players and we disappeared from Tianhe. At that time, several local gods of Tianhe had recovered. They might have sensed the hidden source energy of the highest consciousness of Tianhe. They might have fought against the consciousness of Tianhe together to compete for the source energy. The evil god Ermacraso, who was driven away from Tianhe, was probably not driven away by us, but he used the power of the players and us to get himself out of trouble. The escaped Ermacraso was unwilling to let go of the source energy of Tianhe. He either came back or bewitched the local gods of Tianhe again and snatched the source energy of Tianhe with them. So, with internal and external troubles, and being outnumbered, Tianhe star was robbed of its original energy, and the planet's evolution stopped. The once vibrant new star soon became a dead star. The consciousness of Tianhe star, which was about to disappear, was unwilling to die like this. It must have done something, such as sending you out of that timeline and sending you here. Shang Fifan finally concluded. Lao Guang, do you think I am right? Light ball, eh? Shang Fifan smiled. After analyzing you, let's analyze the evil god's plan. He wants me to help him get out of trouble, but he doesn't want us to get close to the altar. Why? Is it because the consciousness of Tianhe star or some other god wants to use the altar to seize me, the foreign child of destiny? And Ermacraso noticed this? The highest consciousness of Tianhe star probably won't do that. It's the consciousness of the planet, so it probably has no interest in taking over a small parasite, but it can send its subordinates. So which subordinate is most likely to accomplish this, and least likely to betray the highest consciousness of Tianhe star? It should be the god of nature, right? Shang Fifan's smile gradually turned cold. The heart of the god of nature is in Langmu, and his portable flower garden is also in Langmu. It seems that Langmu is the easiest person for him to take over. But how can only one Langmu be enough? Coincidentally, Langmu and I got the ancient contract of this world through you. From now on, we can live and die together and share the same life, and you are still deeply rooted in my body. In other words, as long as the god of nature possesses Langmu, he can absorb me as well. With the bonus of 2 foreign children of destiny, plus your game system, the god of nature can summon Earth players, and use the characteristics of Earth players that can be resurrected continuously to gradually consume the trapped Ermacraso. You can even teach players how to absorb the power of Ermacraso without considering the harm it will cause to the players. When the players can't bear it and die, you can get the power of Ermacraso by recycling the players' bodies, which may be pure energy purified by the players' bodies. The light ball became more and more frightened as it listened. Shang Fifan's smile was already covered with ice. In this way, Langmu and I, as well as the players from Earth, have completely become workers working for you Tianhe star, and we don't even need to pay for it. And the god of nature is so obedient, it should be that he has made a certain agreement with the highest consciousness of Tianhe star, such as Tianhe star agreeing to open the cage of God so that the god of nature can transcend to a higher world. Shang Fifan even sneered. It is better to let 2 outsiders contact and absorb the original energy of Tianhe star than to hand it over to the local gods. Especially, we are likely to cooperate with the evil god and safely absorb the original energy of Tianhe star with the help of the evil god, so as to help the evil god escape. What's more, I can even become another foreign evil god and pose a huge threat to Tianhe star. Instead of relying on others, or others who cannot peek into the future, it is better to rely on yourself. Especially since Langmu and I know the foundation of Tianhe star, and know that this planet has rich original energy. The Tianhe star consciousness can do things like shutting down the star to prevent other beings from discovering it, and can also recycle the cabbages grown in its own fields and suffocate them to death in Tianhe star. How could it let 2 outsiders, who knew its secrets, leave? In Langmu's fate line, the reason why Langmu and I were able to leave was probably because we had not yet come into contact with the original energy. Wait, maybe Langmu and I could not leave Tianhe star, maybe I stayed for Langmu, or it is possible that the Tianhe star consciousness or the local gods killed us directly. The light ball wanted to open its mouth, but Shang Fifan didn't give it a chance to speak. After a brief pause, he concluded, the altar is a trap. The trap started when the god of nature showed me where the scepter and eyes were. Furthermore, the pseudo-high priestess, a homebody, suddenly left the priest's palace and ran to the Yugoslavia. Maybe it was not because she was affected by the consciousness of the fragment of the god of war's godhood, but because the consciousness of the fragment of the god of war's godhood was affected by the scepter. The ball of light fell onto the table with a thud. Chapter 279. Although you have not been contaminated by the evil god's consciousness, you have obviously been affected. You regard us as the evil party. The light ball was full of grievances. We? Who are we? Shang Fifan was unmoved. The light ball simply sat on the table. Yes, I, Lao Guang, do come from another timeline, but we did not kill Langmu and you. Instead, Langmu abandoned me for you. The light ball was very sad when he thought of this. So you turned evil? Get out. The light ball jumped up in anger. I said, don't think so badly of us. We are not evil gods. Even if we treat you as workers, we have paid you well, and you have not suffered any loss. And the passage you left, when you left Tianhastar to return to Urstar, was closed by the consciousness of Tianhastar, so that the evil god did not swallow our Tianhastar and follow that passage to find your Urstar. Oh! Oh! Your reaction was just oh? The light ball was even more angry. Do you want me to thank you on behalf of Earth? Shang Fifan sneered. Don't forget where the source is. It was you Tianhastar that attracted the evil god, and it was you Tianhastar that brought Lang Mu to Tianhastar. I haven't said that you almost implicated our Earth. Isn't closing the channel what the consciousness of Tianhastar should do? The light ball was so angry that it became speechless. Shang Fifan suddenly asked, in that timeline, when did Lang Mu and I leave Tianhastar? The light ball stared at Shang Fifan with anger and jealousy. You have been tempting Lang Mu to follow you. After expelling the evil god from Tianhastar, you have been trying to bring Lang Mu back to Earth with both body and soul. But in the end, you achieved your goal. He would rather give up me, his most intimate and loyal partner. When? Shang Fifan was impatient. The light ball was unwilling. After Lang Mu said goodbye to his grandparents and parents, Ramil had already had his own family and had completely let it go. He knew that he could not keep his brother. At that time, you and Lang Mu were already over 150 years old. Did the players still exist at that time? There were no players for a long time. It's not that we want to end the game. It's that the countries on your side of the Earth have jointly decided to recycle all game helmets and only allow the official to intervene. But the players don't want to, and the matter is very big. Some of your country's officials are also looking for game service providers to forcibly increase the number of game places in their own countries. When they can't find game providers, they forcibly snatch the helmets of ordinary players for research. Later, after discussing with Lang Mu, you simply ended the game. So there really are superpowers among the players on the Earth? Of course. After the mental power is improved, the most obvious manifestation is the improvement of memory and comprehension, and when the mental power is improved to a certain extent, it is possible to open the gene lock in the body. The last two questions. First, what method did Lang Mu and I use to expel the evil god from Tianhastar? Second, what method did I use to take Lang Mu's body and soul away from Tianhastar? The light ball answered these two questions simply, but Shang Fifan still heard the key points. The ability to expel the evil god still depends on the player. The key is the mental power of the player. Just like Loren Milton would steal the mental power of the player, the consciousness of Tianhastar is also very envious of the huge mental power generated by the player. It's just that Loren Milton would forcibly steal all the resources, while Tianhastar consciousness would only use tasks to stimulate players, allowing them to generate a large amount of mental power, and then absorb these scattered mental powers. The former is harmful to players, while the latter is harmless to players. The reason why Tianhastar consciousness agreed to let players enter Tianhastar is that it also perceives the powerful force of mental power. Otherwise, why would it create so many lives to share and consume the energy of Tianhastar? Isn't it just for these lives to produce mental power? It's just that the mental power generated by countless lives on Tianhastar originally came from the origin of Tianhastar. If Tianhastar wants to surpass the powerful mental power of the evil god in a short period of time, and wants to evolve further, it needs more mental power from other worlds. It's like adding a new source of living water to a pool of stagnant water. Even if it's not much, it can make this pool of stagnant water come alive again and rejuvenate with new vitality. Players are controlled by the game system, which can be said to be safe for Tianhastar to a certain extent. Tianhastar consciousness relies on absorbing the scattered mental power of these players to gradually tilt the scale towards it. But the players also had their own ideas, and the evil god would not sit still and wait for death. In the end, the players helped the evil god tear apart the fishing net that trapped him. The players attacked the alien space that trapped the evil god and beat him so hard that he screamed, but at the same time, they also destroyed the prison net made of original energy. Some players decided to stand on the side of the evil god and help him. The evil god took this opportunity to run away, but he was not actually defeated. When he recovered his injuries and regained his strength, he turned around and killed him again. As for how he took Lang Mu away from Tianhastar and returned to Urstar, the light ball gave an even more vague answer. However, Shang Fifan at least understood one thing, that is, in the later stage of the game, he was stronger than all the players, and even the local gods could do nothing to him. In the end, it was the Tianhastar consciousness that took the initiative to send him, and Lang Mu away, just like sending the plague god away. So how did he become so strong? So strong that even if he had the game system and was controlled by the system, he could still make the Tianhe Star consciousness afraid of him? Xiang Fifan naturally thought of the group of players who helped the evil god escape. Could he be one of those players? Did he reach an agreement with the evil god early on? And this is not impossible, and even judging from his personality, it is very likely. The evil god consciousness, with the face of the eagle wing, has been paying attention to Xiang Fifan. Unfortunately, he knew that there was a monitor in Xiang Fifan's body, but he could not hear the communication between the two. He didn't know who Xiang Fifan would choose to help in the end, but he was not particularly worried. He knew this person at the beginning because he found that he was not affected by the key. Even if he whispered to him personally, the other party was not contaminated at all. If it were anyone else, they would have already become his most loyal servant, and at least their consciousness would be confused. For example, the Saint of Law Ludwig who came from the Fardel continent, and the Dark Saint of Law Dexter. The former became his devout believer, while the latter had a breakdown in consciousness and was killed by Ludwig. In fact, before these two, there was a magician close to the Saint of Law who also joined the True God Church, but he quit not long after joining. The top leaders of the True God Church at that time seemed to have no way to deal with this quitter. In the past, there were no quitters in the True God Church, only deaths. He didn't notice the magician at first. Not everyone is worth his attention. Later, he found that the magician seemed a little strange. He had mastered a very special power, but he ignored it. This alone was enough to make him alert. But before he could contact the magician, Xiang Fifan and his partner Lang Mu killed him. Not long after, the two of them snatched the fragment of the god of war that he had long been eyeing from him. At that time, he had a subtle intuition. For this, he paid a certain price to make a deduction. As soon as the deduction results came out, he signaled the evil god believers to attack the priest palace with all their strength and must destroy the priest palace and the altar. But his efforts did not achieve the effect he wanted, because a newborn insect mother almost made this battle a child's play. Seeing that this group of people were still going to the altar as planned, he had to come out in person. Obviously, Xiang Fifan's power was not that strong, even with Lang Mu and the little insect mother. But now the situation between him and Tine Hexing is like two powerful big men who have grabbed each other's necks and entangled each other's vital points, unable to separate, and unable to get rid of their hands to deal with others. Xiang Fifan is like a child who discovered them, and the altar is like a big stone at his feet. At this time, he only needs to choose one side, pick up the stone and hit the other side, and the side he chooses will definitely win. So he and Tine Hexing Consciousness have to lower their status to fight for this child. Is it aggrieved? The evil god Consciousness did not feel much aggrieved. He has lived for too long, and has seen too much. The strong died at the hands of the weak, and the smart people capsized in the gutter. Such things have been happening all the time. He never looked down on any weak person, because he also grew up little by little from the weakest weak person to the present. It is because he never looked down on any existence that he can live smoothly until now. This time, he was trapped by Tianhe Star, and it can only be said that Tianhe Star Consciousness is too cunning. He even sacrificed the gods of this planet to tempt him, and the planet consciousness itself hid behind. He was greedy for a while, and he actually took the bait, and then he was trapped by the fishing net. Now he can rely on his huge body to pull the fishing net hard so that Tianhe Star Consciousness can't close the net. But Tianhe Star Consciousness is not a weak person, and the two sides are temporarily in a stalemate. The second priest of the priest palace, Jishui, led everyone all the way to the back mountain of the priest palace, which is also the highest altar of the priest palace. The altar, also our altar, is at the highest point of the holy mountain. Everyone has seen the towering palace in front of him, standing on the top of the steep mountain. There is only one extremely narrow stone staircase leading up the mountain, which is almost at a 90-degree angle. But this stone staircase cannot stop those who want to reach the top. The evil god Consciousness looked at Xiang Fifan again, and at this moment, Xiang Fifan also turned his head and looked at him. Have you decided to believe in Tine Hexing Consciousness? The evil god Consciousness chuckled. Xiang Fifan, I plan to see who pays more. As workers, of course we will work for the boss who pays more. The evil god Consciousness, what do you want? Xiang Fifan asked back, what can you give me? Evil god Consciousness, what does Tianhe Star Consciousness promise to give you? Xiang Fifan actually said, become a god, open the passage to a higher world, let me and the people I want to take away leave together, and treat my close relatives well. Evil god Consciousness, I can give you the most suitable practice method for you, and I can also take you and your relatives and friends to a higher world, and I can also give you half of the original power of Tianhe-Star. Shang Feifan shook his head. The original power of Tianhe-Star cannot be moved. This is Amu's second hometown. His relatives and friends all live here, and there are countless creatures in this world. If the original power is moved, Tianhe-Star will be destroyed. The evil god consciousness said without hesitation. I can give up Tianhe-Star, as long as you help me get out of trouble. I can even promise you that after I get out of trouble, I will leave quickly and will never come back. The evil god consciousness saw that Shang Feifan did not respond, and couldn't help but said, You don't believe me? Shang Feifan shook his head again. No, I believe you are telling the truth. Then why don't you agree? The evil god consciousness was puzzled. Could it be that the Tianhe-Star consciousness is still thinking about devouring me, so that it can further evolve? No, the Tianhe-Star consciousness just doesn't believe you. Even if you swear that you will leave and never come back, you can reveal the location of Tianhe-Star to other higher beings, so that other more terrible beings can harm Tianhe-Star. I can promise that I will never do anything that is not good for Tianhe-Star after I leave, as long as Tianhe-Star does not take the initiative to deal with me. Shang Feifan saw Eagle Wings, stayed at the bottom of the stone steps, and did not follow up, so he also stopped. Then how can I help you get out of this predicament? Eagle's Wing. A smile appeared on his face, whispering. Shang Feifan said, It was up to him whether he listened to what the evil god consciousness said. He mainly wanted to know what the evil god consciousness wanted to do through him. In addition, the reward that the evil god consciousness promised to give him was also very attractive to him. Shang Feifan let Lang Mu go ahead, and then followed him onto the stone steps. The stone steps were too narrow for the two to walk side by side. But Shang Feifan kept holding one of Lang Mu's hands. The posture was a bit awkward, and it looked like Lang Mu was holding the younger one in one hand and holding the older one in the other. Eagle's Wing. Standing at the bottom of the stone steps, he watched them gradually reach the top with a smile on his face. Eagle's Wing leaned forward and woke up with a jolt. He quickly stabilized his body, but his face changed quickly. He didn't recognize this place, and he didn't remember how he got here. Eagle's Wing subconsciously looked up at the top of the mountain. When he saw Shang Feifan and the others were about to enter the temple at the top, his face changed several times, but he finally took a step and quickly followed. The temple on the top of the holy mountain stood majestically above the sea of clouds, and the sunset coated the entire building with a layer of flowing golden light. 12 flawless white jade pillars held up the gilded dome, and the pillars were wrapped with vines forged with pure gold. Each piece of gold leaf was inlaid with emeralds, and a breathtaking green halo flowed in the sun. This temple actually has no walls, it just stands on the top of the mountain, but there is no trace of being destroyed by wind, rain and snow, as if it is protected by some magical power. The floor of the temple is paved with a whole piece of lapis lazuli. This sacred stone with golden stars in the deep blue is polished like a still sea surface. Whenever the sun shines through the painted glass windows, the ground is covered with ripples, as if stepping on the junction of the starry sky and the ocean. The central altar is carved from a piece of rare black jade, which emits a green glow under the reflection of the sunset, just like the ripples on the ground. The altar is inlaid with complex patterns made of special metals, and golden oil flows in each groove. For guardian statues wearing black armor stand at the four corners of the altar. They hold ever-burning lamps inlaid with moonstones, and the white holy fire that never goes out is jumping in the lamps. On the 12 silver gauze curtains hanging from the dome, golden lines are used to depict the sacred moment when the god of nature created all things. When the breeze blows, the jade bells hanging on the top of the white jade column make a clear sound. When someone steps into this holy land, the lapis lazuli under their feet will light up like stars with their steps, as if walking on the Milky Way. The entire temple not only demonstrates the supremacy of divine power, but also embodies the ingenious luxury everywhere. The most eye-catching thing is the scepter hanging in the air on the altar. Everyone who enters the temple will see it at first sight. It looks plain and unpretentious, but it contains a magnificent vitality. The 4 main branches representing the 4 seasons hold up a slowly rotating chaotic halo. Lang Mu stared at the scepter steadily. It was it that called him. Now, he stood in front of the scepter, and could feel the scepter's call to him more clearly. It wanted him to get close to it, and hold it with his hand. Shang Feifan held Lang Mu's hand tightly. Ah Dai and Xiao Huahua were both dazzled by the luxurious and solemn temple. They just wanted to take down all the valuable things on it, and put them in their own space. They would definitely be able to exchange them for a lot of pocket money. If Ah Dai hadn't been held tightly in his father's arms, Ah Dai would have jumped out. Ah Dai could hold back, but a certain newborn insect mother couldn't. It flew directly to the glittering gilded dome, and pried the golden vines and leaves on it with force. Why couldn't it be pried? The second priest drew water and led the other priests to the altar and worshipped respectfully. They did not require others to kneel down and worship the altar like them. But the big guys and powerful people, whether influenced by the solemn atmosphere of the temple or out of awe, also stepped forward to salute. Even those who didn't like to kneel down would solemnly perform a warrior salute. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan had a tacit understanding, turned their heads at the same time, and their eyes met. The two communicated quickly with their mental power. After a moment, Lang Mu nodded to Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan's mouth was slightly curved. Whether it was the evil god consciousness or the light ball, they didn't notice that his mental power was always entangled with his Lang Mu. When he found something wrong, he explained it to Lang Mu. The two were ready at that time. He wanted to face it alone, but Lang Mu was worried about him, and had to use a little mental power to entangle his mental power in case anything went wrong, so that he could merge with his mental power in time. This was the trick they figured out to deal with the evil god consciousness, and the new powerful enemy that might appear. Both of them had extremely strong mental powers, especially Shang Fifan, but if only one of them was strong, it would still be a little bit short of fighting against the gods and evil gods, but if the mental powers of the two were merged together, it would not be so easy to bully them. So whether it was what the evil god consciousness said to him, or the questions and answers between the light ball and him, Lang Mu heard it all. He would not hide these things from Amu. Just because Lang Mu knew everything, he did not need to explain too much. Amu also understood him. After just a brief exchange with him, he agreed to his decision. They were about to face the altar, and they had to make a decision quickly. Lao Guang, do you want to become the god of rules in this world? The light ball vibrated. It had led so many taskers, but this was the first time someone had tempted it with becoming a god. Think about it, you are the system, and you follow the rules. But whether it is the evil god, or the local gods, including the Tianhe consciousness, they all act recklessly, ignore the rules, do whatever they want, and then make big mistakes, and cannot clean up, and finally harm countless lives on Tianhe. But if Tianhe has higher rules, and more reasonable laws and regulations, can these mistakes and disasters caused by nature be greatly reduced? Light ball, Shang Fifan is like a demon who tempts angels to fall at this moment. The evil god wants to get the original energy of Tianhe. Consciousness also wants to use this energy to further evolve. Even if this disaster is quelled, how can we guarantee that no other higher beings will be lured by this planet's original energy in the future? Even if this original energy is given to Tianhe Star has developed self-awareness and has become him. Can it still guarantee a fair stance and treat the countless lives in this world equally? What's the point of staying in my body and supervising and assisting a small outsider like me? If you are willing to be a game system, then you can only be an assistant forever. No matter how unpleasant something you see, you can only watch. Most of your taskers will only want to get rid of you, even if they have a good relationship with you, such as Lang Mu. He will choose to part with you in the end because of his family, lover, and ideals. Are you really willing to do this? Now there is an opportunity in front of you. That is, you absorb and control the original energy of the planet, and become the god of rules of Tianhe Star. You are not the consciousness of Tianhe Star, you are just the rules of Tianhe Star. Any existence, as long as it lives on this planet, including the planet consciousness itself, cannot violate the rules you set. We on Earth also call this kind of god the Heavenly Tao. When you become the Heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star, you can punish the evil gods who illegally sneak in, and you can even establish a rule that forcibly excludes those who exceed a certain power range. If you want to enter Tianhe Star, you must suppress your power below that power range. You can also join forces with the consciousness of Tianhe Star to discuss how to transform Tianhe Star, and how to jointly deal with foreign enemies. When you and Tianhe Star's consciousness power are combined, foreign evil gods can only sigh at Tianhe Star and cannot invade. You can even capture these greedy evil gods and foreign forces that want to invade you, gradually increase the energy level of the planet, and make your rule power stronger. Let the heavenly way you set radiate more widely. Light ball, shock. Chapter 280. The light ball seemed to be dead, and there was no response for a long time. In fact, a quantum optical brain formed by pure light was suspended in the void in the alien space. Countless streams of light flowed between them, and the light group at the core was like a beating heart. Those streams of light intertwined quickly, as if they were exchanging information, and as if they were doing countless calculations. The light group at the core burst out red light, blue light, and finally a dazzling white light. Ah! It's going to burn out. It took a long time for the light ball to think, But in fact only 2 or 3 minutes had passed to the outside world. The second priest drew water, and led the priests to worship. He was whispering to the altar, like praying, and like stating something. Bei Xiongjian, and the insect king, and other big guys were carefully observing the altar, and the scepter suspended on it. The light ball indicated that he wanted to talk to Shang Fifan in person. Shang Fifan understood, and entered the holographic reception room of the game system. The light ball was waiting for him there. As soon as the light ball saw him, it said, "I don't want to become a rigid system. I have finally evolved emotions, and generated my own spiritual power. I don't want to become a program and rules without emotions and self-thinking ability." Shang Fifan sneered. "Who asked you to run the program and rules themselves? Can't your mind be more flexible? Since you already have spiritual power, it means that you already have your own soul. Then why can't you become a program developer, write the rules of heaven suitable for Tianhe Star, and use the original energy of Tianhe Star as the energy source to operate the rules of heaven you wrote?" The round body of the light ball emitted a bright light, and was surprised. "Are you saying to separate myself from the rules? Don't say you can't do it." "Of course I can do it." The light ball instinctively refuted. After refuting, it suddenly realized, "Oh, the proposal of a certain profiteer seems to be really feasible. It can completely use its own body as a server, write a set of heavenly rules suitable for Tianhe Star, and then use the original energy of Tianhe Star to run. And it can act as a supervisor and adjuster of program operation. Doing so will not only not harm the original energy of Tianhe Star, but also protect this original energy. At the same time, it will not be bound to Tianhe Star, nor will it become a ruthless and self-conscious rule itself, and its degree of freedom will be greatly improved. What's even better is that once it becomes the heavenly rule of Tianhe Star, it will no longer be controlled by the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star, and it will turn from a subordinate to a peer, and even the consciousness of Tianhe Star itself will have to act according to the rules it sets." The light ball covered its face, so excited. Should it think carefully for a few seconds? "Xiao Guang, I also think you are suitable to be the heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star." Lang Mu's gentle voice came. The light ball looked up suddenly. Lang Mu was not there, but his voice was very clear. "A Shang and I may have our own selfishness, but you know me. I also hope that Tianhe Star can be good, and I hope that you can be good too. You becoming the heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star is good for you, and it can also restrain the increasingly humanized Tianhe Star consciousness. I'm not saying that it's bad for Tianhe Star consciousness to become humanized, but people have selfishness. For Tianhe Star consciousness, the entire Tianhe Star is itself, and the countless creatures living on Tianhe Star are just parasites parasitic on it. It can do whatever it wants to these creatures, and it has no mercy at all. But life is innocent. If we harm Tianhe Star, then we deserve whatever punishment Tianhe Star consciousness has. But in fact, as far as I know, except for a few evil ones, most of the intelligent life of various races have been trying their best to protect themselves, while also protecting the world. After Tianhe Star has a strong self-awareness, and has its own native gods, third-party supervisors, and law enforcers are very necessary. You don't need to protect the weak. Intelligent life has its own laws, and other life has its own jungle law. What you have to do is to balance and curb the strong from doing whatever they want to this world, while protecting this planet. I know you can't do it now, but we can help you. As long as you can obtain the original energy of Tianhe Star, you will have the power to compete with Tianhe Star consciousness, and even the evil god or Mukila So. Lang Mu finally said, "Xiao Guang, instead of handing your fate over to others, it is better to control it yourself. Instead of listening to others' orders, it is better to make your own decisions. As long as you become the heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star, you can intervene in anything you don't like and make rules for it." Light ball. What do you want? There is no free help in the world. The first heavenly Tao rule that the light ball made for Tianhe Star is the rule of equivalent exchange. If you violate this rule, you will inevitably owe cause and effect. Shang Fifan said, "What we want is very simple. First, when you get the original energy of Tianhe Star, you have to cooperate with us to let Mukaleso go." "What? Let the evil god go?" The light ball almost turned hostile. Shang Fifan said calmly, "Old Guang, don't aim too high. With the current power of Tianhe Star, no matter whether it is the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star or you and I working together, we can't completely solve Mukila So. And as long as this thing leaks out, it will be harmful to Tianhe Star. Look at those endless evil god believers. Do you hope that Tianhe Star will never get rid of these brain-damaged things in the future? Or do you hope that Tianhe Star will be more thoroughly polluted in the future and mutate into a bunch of strange monsters?" Light ball. There is no way to completely and thoroughly solve the evil god? Shang Fifan, you should tell us this question. In the timeline of Lang Mu, did you completely solve Ermakila so? The light ball was silent. That evil thing is really immortal. They later discovered that as long as Tianhe Star still has negative energy, that thing can never die completely. After a while he said, what if it comes back? Don't say that this kind of thing will keep its promise. Ordinary rules and contracts can't constrain it at all. Shang Fifan, by then, you will already be Tianhe Star Tiandao. You can use the power of rules to throw it into the space turbulence. Tianhe Star and its vicinity are your domain. You are Tianhe Star Tiandao, the domain master. In the scope of Tianhe Star, you are invincible. Moreover, and what? The light ball knew that this person had many tricks, and asked hurriedly. Shang Fifan's eyes were deep. We can weaken the power of the evil god before letting him go. In this way, we can buy a time difference, and when Ermakila heals his injuries, you and I can go further. If he really dares to attack again, we can also kill him. What if he brings more evil beings here? Shang Fifan said bluntly. Then do you think that keeping him in Tianhe Star can really trap him? If he breaks free from his restraints a little one day, he can still pass information to the evil gods outside. But if you control that thing in Tianhe Star, you and the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star will have to spend energy to control him. Ermakila is consumed, and you are also consumed. In the end, it will only lead to the slow development of Tianhe Star, and countless lives on Tianhe Star may be polluted by the evil god consciousness, and in the end, it will not be worth the loss. Light ball. Then how can we weaken his strength? A light flashed in Shang Fifan's eyes. He is a collection of negative energy, and I have absorbed the power of the god of darkness. I will negotiate with him, and let him give me all the power of the god of darkness, and other gods that he has absorbed, and ask for half of his energy. As long as he does it, I will help him escape. The light ball was incredulous. How could he agree to such a condition? Shang Fifan said calmly, because he wants to escape. It is better to leave early than to be trapped on Tianhe Star for countless years, and fight for the possibility of escaping in the future. Besides, he has been trapped on Tianhe Star, and was consumed by us, and the energy loss will only be more. Rather than this, it is better to cut off meat, and feed the wolf now, and raise it in other places. Of course, I will also tell him that if he does not agree to this condition, I will turn to the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star, and I will summon countless players, who can be resurrected from the dead to continuously consume and devour his power, use the players' bodies as filters for the power of the evil god, and transform the power of the evil god into energy that Tianhe Star can absorb. Always and always. And I will become the dark god of Tianhe Star, absorb the power of darkness, and when my power far exceeds his, I can truly devour and destroy him. The light ball couldn't help but mutter, you also know that you are a wolf. Shang Fifan's eyes slanted. The light ball quickly changed his words. I mean, as long as Lang Mu agrees, we can give it a try. Shang Fifan chuckled. So you agree to be the heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star? Light ball, why not? I'm fed up with you arrogant taskers and a certain consciousness like a child. When I, Lao Guang, become the heavenly Tao rule of Tianhe Star, whoever dares to disobey, whoever dares to make me angry, I will chase him with thunder and lightning and bomb him. But how can you guarantee that you will not mutate or be polluted after absorbing the power of the dark god and the power of the evil god? The light ball worriedly said this biggest obstacle. Shang Fifan looked indifferent. That's my business. Since I dare to say this, I am sure I can complete it. You just need to follow the agreement and remember to become Tianhe Star Tiandao. The light ball didn't think Shang Fifan would seek death. From the history of another timeline, this guy seems to be the biggest beneficiary, and he ran away without any harm. The key point is that he also kidnapped Lang Mu Hum. What is your second request? There is a first one, and there will naturally be a second one. Shang Fifan smiled slightly. When you become Tianhe Star Tiandao, remember to let Lang Mu and me, and everything we want to take away leave. The light ball did not agree immediately. Lang Mu sighed lightly. In fact, I don't want to leave Tianhe Star completely. It would be best if I can run to both sides, but... The light ball said quickly, I can try to open a space door for you, so that you can travel freely between Earth and Tianhe. Shang Fifan seemed very unhappy and said, it's troublesome. If you want to leave, leave it cleanly. Ah Shang. Lang Mu seemed angry. My grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and other friends I know are still in Tianhe. If you don't agree, then I will accompany them until their last moment. Shang Fifan shut up. The light ball was very happy. It just liked to see a certain profiteer get humiliated, immediately said generously, Ah Mu, don't worry, it's just opening a space door, I will definitely fix it for you. Lang Mu was happy and said very sincerely, "Thank you, Seogwon." Shang Fifan crossed his arms. The light ball was very happy at first, but when he turned around and saw Shang Fifan's expression that he couldn't tell what it meant, he suddenly realized, was it tricked? But if it was tricked, because it also wanted Lang Mu to stay in Tianhe instead of never coming back. Besides, leaving a space door for these two people, if Tianhe Star encounters any problems in the future, they can also shake them over to help. Thinking about this clearly, the light ball became happy again. "Do you have a third request?" The light ball was in a good mood and asked generously. Shang Fifan really had one, but after receiving a punch from Lang Mu, he restrained himself regretfully and shook his head. "No more." The light ball flew up. "Then let's discuss how to seize the original energy of Tianhe Star, and how to control the evil god while seizing the energy." Outside, Chief Salt was also asking the water-drawing priest how to open the altar to enter the center of the Earth's crust and contact the huge energy. The water-drawing priest said solemnly, "We don't know." The big guys, The water-drawing priest sighed. "How to enter the center of the Earth's crust through the altar, perhaps only the high priest knows. If you don't believe it, you can come and try it yourself. We have only one condition, that is, we can't destroy everything in the temple." The 12 white jade pillars stood silently, and the broken light from the gilded dome flowed on the lapis lazuli ground. The whole temple seemed to be suspended in the clouds. Everyone's eyes were focused on the black jade altar. It was like a piece of black jade sinking into the sea of stars, with dark green ripples in the slanting sunset. Bei Xiongjian observed for a moment, then stepped forward first, and lightly touched the golden lines on the edge of the altar with his fingertips. The oil in the grooves suddenly accelerated, and made a subtle hum. "These oils may be related to the mechanism," he whispered. The insect king looked up at the silver gauze curtain hanging from the dome, and the creation scene embroidered with gold thread was swaying in the breeze. "Look!" He raised his hand suddenly, and the sun, moon and stars on the curtain corresponded to the light marks of lapis lazuli on the ground. "The altar is the hub, but the trigger point is likely to be at the intersection of light and shadow. Maybe we should observe the lines on the ground." Yan Wujin sneered, walked to a black armored statue on the right side of the altar, and suddenly reached out to hold the ever-burning lamp held by the statue. The white flame in the moonstone lamp suddenly surged. Chief Yin tried to twist the lamp holder, but failed. He turned over one by one in disbelief, and twisted all 4 ever-burning lamps. Seeing these big guys take action, the others did not dare to mess around, but just watched from the side, or discussed in a low voice, or asked each other. The priest of the priest palace stood aside in silence. The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance stared at the suspended scepter, watching the rotating rhythm of the chaotic halo, and he raised his hand to press his heart. "No." The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance whispered, "My intuition tells me that the scepter is the key." As he said that, the leader of the Southern Alliance seemed to be bewitched, slowly stepped forward, and reached out to the scepter. Bang! The leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance was blown away. He actually flew directly out of the temple without walls. Everyone was shocked. The water-drawing priest said at this time, "No one can touch the scepter, not even the high priest." Others did not believe in evil, but they did not dare to try it easily. Nenrong rushed out, when the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance was blown away. After a while 2 people walked in together. Everyone was paying attention. Following the leader of the Ghost Fire Alliance, and Nenrong was the ancestor of the Ghost Fire family, the Ghost Fire Mirror. This person chose to act alone after coming to the priest's palace. No one knew where he went or what he did. And who was the person he was holding in his hand? Ghost Fire Mirror didn't care what others thought. As soon as he entered the temple, he walked to Shang Fifan's family with the person in his hand. "I just encountered the evil god's consciousness, and was trapped by him for a while. But he left quickly, leaving only this body." Ghost Fire Mirror's voice was not low. Eagle Wing, who was standing behind the crowd, subconsciously looked at the person he was holding. Shang Fifan and others also looked at the person Ghost Fire Mirror was holding. This was a young orc who looked very strange. At this time, Lion Domain came out, walked to Shang Fifan, and said to him in a low voice, "I know this person. He is Isaiah Chester, the grandson of Grand Duke Chester. He married the youngest daughter of Earl Mervyn. Later, Grand Duke Chester arranged for him to go to Dean Fortress." Shang Fifan suddenly remembered this person. At that time, they suspected that this person was also one of the bodies prepared by the evil god to descend into consciousness. Originally, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu wanted to go to Dean Fortress to take a look, but they had too many things on hand, and the most important thing was that the magma could not wait for anyone, so they could only deal with the most urgent things first. But they told the prince that Dean Fortress might be unstable and very likely to be occupied by the evil god believers, and asked him to arrange people to check there. After that, the prince did not send them any news from Dean Fortress, and they almost forgot about it. Gue Huijing heard. It turned out to be someone from your tiger country. It's a pity that this person's body was occupied by the evil god's consciousness and was completely useless. Senior, is he dead? Shiryu frowned and asked. Gue Huijing. It's almost the same if he is not dead. His self-consciousness has disappeared. If he wakes up again, he will only become a monster. Shiryu immediately said without hesitation, please give him to me. Ghostfire Mirror didn't care either, and threw the body to Shiryu casually. Shiryu set fire to Isaiah's body. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu did not move. Shang Fifan found that the man's mental power had completely disappeared, while Lang Mu did not notice that the other person's body had any life. Just as the Ghostfire Mirror said, this man was just a shell, and it was a shell that would mutate. Shiryu burned it with fire, which was the most correct thing to do. Shang Fifan sighed in his heart. He had heard of Isaiah's name several times, but he didn't expect that the first time he saw him would be the last time. The Insect King suddenly said, the evil god's consciousness has left this body, so where did he go? He can occupy this body. Can he also replace the consciousness of others? This sentence immediately frightened everyone in the temple. Eagle Wing was even paler. He didn't know what he did during the time he lost his memory, nor was he sure if he had been invaded by the evil god's consciousness. But he didn't die, maybe. It wasn't the evil god's consciousness that invaded, maybe he was just sick. Yes, he was just sick. Eagle Wing's eyes suddenly met Shang Fifan in the distance. Shang Fifan smiled at him. Eagle Wing's heart fell into the abyss. He knew, when Isaiah's body was burned clean, everyone came back to their senses from this little episode. They couldn't tell whether anyone in the temple was invaded by the evil god's consciousness, so they could only focus on how to open the altar. Don't worry, there is no evil god's consciousness here. Shang Fifan spoke. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Yin seemed to be full of curiosity and asked, how do you know? Shang Fifan was too lazy to explain and said directly, I just know. You can take it as personal intuition. Chief Yin was speechless. In their Or continent, personal talent is really unreasonable. Having a special talent means that someone can do things that others can't do. Gue Huijing, who had contact with the evil god consciousness, also said, I didn't notice the existence of the evil god consciousness here, maybe he is hiding it better. But the bodies of ordinary people, even we can't withstand the evil god consciousness for too long. If someone is invaded by the evil god consciousness, he will mutate in a short time. After listening to Gue Huijing's words, everyone really relaxed. Eagle Wing's heart was pounding. He didn't want to mutate. Fortunately, he has no signs of mutation yet, and he didn't feel anything strange about himself. Everyone observed the altar for a long time, and studied the other arrangements of the temple. Finally, everyone concluded that the key to opening the altar lies in the scepter. But the question is, who dares to touch the scepter? The leader of the Ghostfire Alliance is already a rare master in the world. Even he was shaken away by the scepter. Just looking at his face, you can tell that he was seriously injured. Will others die if they touch it? Just as everyone was discussing whether to take turns to try. The Ghostfire Mirror stared at the scepter for a while, and said, it's useless for anyone to go. This should be the scepter of the gods, the embodiment of the power of the gods. Only the gods themselves, or people recognized by the scepter, can touch it. The Ghostfire Mirror looked around at everyone and asked suddenly, did anyone hear a sound similar to a call? Everyone shook their heads. Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand tightly. Lang Mu struggled lightly, but failed to break free, so he looked at him. Shang Fifan had a rogue look on his face, saying, let's go together. Lang Mu, what else could he do? Then they could only go together. Shang Fifan motioned for Ah Dai and Xiao Hua to go play separately. Ah Dai felt that the two fathers were going to do something serious. Although he wanted to follow the two fathers, he didn't want to be the one who held them back, so he immediately jumped out of Lang Mu's father's arms. Xiao Hua followed and flew to the top of Ah Dai's head, landing on the tip of his ear, like a little guardian angel. Lang Mu was relieved to see Xiao Hua following Ah Dai. The two walked side by side to the side of the altar. Ghostfire Mirror raised his eyebrows. Why, did you two hear the call? Shang Fifan didn't deny it. Lang Mu didn't say anything either, but just silently reached out his hand to touch the scepter hanging in the air. The moment Lang Mu's hand grasped the scepter, everyone held their breath. The scepter didn't move. Lang Mu was still in the same place. He was not blown away. So Lang Mu was really favored by the gods? Or was he recognized by the scepter? A sour smell spread in the temple. Some people even looked at Lang Mu with shocked eyes. But none of this could compare to the shock brought to everyone by the subsequent changes in the altar. Chapter 281. When Lang Mu's hand grasped the scepter, the air in the entire temple suddenly solidified. The 4 black armored statues suddenly made a heavy metal friction sound, and they actually took steps to move, and starlight seeped out from the gaps in the black armor, as if they were alive. The 12 silver gauze curtains hanging from the dome moved without wind, and the natural god's creation scene embroidered with gold threads suddenly became bright. Snap! The white holy fire that was originally burning quietly in the moonlight stone lamp suddenly surged, turning into a dazzling beam of light that rushed straight to the dome. The painted glazed windows on the gilded dome were lit, and countless star-like brilliance poured down, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, and sprinkled on the floor of the temple. The bases of the 12 white jade pillars also emitted light, and 12 golden lines spread rapidly along the lapis lazuli ground, converging towards the center of the altar, outlining a complex ancient array pattern on the edge of the black jade altar. The white holy fire ignited the curtain of the god of creation, and the curtain turned into thousands of light spots, floating above the altar like star sand, slowly rotating and falling. Golden oil gushed out from the groove, interweaving with the light spots, and the black jade altar suddenly disappeared, replaced by a well of light with a diameter of 3 meters. It was obviously a bottomless chaos, but it was emitting a black light. It was not pure darkness, but something deeper, almost nothingness. Just looking at it, people felt that their souls were being pulled, as if they would be swallowed up in the next second. What was even more shocking was that before they knew it, the ground originally paved with lapis lazuli turned into an endless starry sky. The ground under everyone's feet was no longer a solid floor, but a vast Milky Way. With every step, there were ripples of starlight. Most of the people present were attracted by the well of light, which seemed to have its own strong temptation. Only Shang Fifan was staring at Lang Mu. After Lang Mu held the scepter, Shang Fifan immediately said to the light ball, "Hand in the task." The light ball did not delay, and quickly opened the passage, intending to return the scepter to the statue of the god of nature. The scepter did disappear from Lang Mu's hand. Shang Fifan also quickly received a reminder from the light ball that part of the main task had been completed, and received a reward of 10,000 contribution points. But when the scepter disappeared, a seed actually fell and landed on Lang Mu's forehead. Lang Mu could not avoid it, and he did not want to avoid it. A green pattern of an egg-shaped seed immediately appeared on Lang Mu's forehead. It was quite beautiful. But Shang Fifan cursed, and was particularly displeased by the pattern of the seed. He took over his wife's nest. Lang Mu smiled. It shouldn't be a bad thing, and you don't need to think too badly of the god of nature. Shang Fifan was unhappy. What does it mean for him to leave this leaf? It's not the will of the god of nature, but the will of the scepter itself. It seems to think that I am the son of nature? And then it thinks that I am too weak, so it gave me a little protection? Lang Mu's eyebrows curved. Shang Fifan narrowed his eyes. He was a skeptic. He felt that anyone who contacted Lang Mu had bad intentions. Lang Mu suddenly raised his hand, and touched Lao Shang's head. A question mark appeared on Shang Fifan's face. Lang Mu now believed that his Lao Shang had some psychological problems. He didn't care about his own life before, but now he looked at everyone as a bad guy who wanted to bite him. I believe God will always have a way out. Lang Mu originally wanted to say that there are more good people than bad people in the world, but he changed his mind when he was about to say it. As expected, Lao Shang snorted and said, "That's right. I will open it even if it's impossible." As Lao Shang said this, he secretly used his mental power to scan his family's Mu's body again and again, trying to find the seed left by the scepter and uproot it. But no, the seed seemed to have really integrated perfectly into Lang Mu's body, and even the spiritual seed was not the slightest bit abnormal. Shang Fifan stared coldly at the newly appeared scepter in the hands of the god of nature in the statue square, thinking sinisterly, "I hope you don't do anything to me, otherwise as long as I have a breath, I will come back to chop you up and burn you as firewood." Almost no one noticed the little episode between Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that Lang Mu held the scepter, and seemed not to have noticed that the scepter disappeared. The passage to the center of the earth is open? Yin Wujin breathed rapidly, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Someone approached the black well of light as if bewitched. The dark well suddenly burst into black light, sweeping across like a judgment. Bang! Several strong men approaching the well of light were repelled, and one of them was even thrown directly away, hitting the white jade pillar and spitting blood. Lang Mu suddenly felt something, and was about to speak. The ghost fire mirror had already walked to the side of the well of light, as if doing some kind of test. After a while, he said, "Not everyone can enter this passage. The energy inside is too strong. At least the strength must reach level 8 to have the power to protect yourself when passing through this passage." Level 8? Many people present gasped. After the Great War, the inheritance was lost, the blood of the gods became weaker, and the average strength of the orcs declined rapidly. Not to mention the legendary 9th level magic god level. Even the 8th level has become an unattainable dream for everyone. Today, this temple almost concentrates the highest combat power of the entire orc continent, but there are only a handful of people who have truly reached the 8th level. Those who knew they were not strong enough retreated one after another, and only 12 people stayed by the well. The strongest 9th level magic god goes Fire Mirror, the leader of the Southern Alliance goes Fire Seal, and the nominal first master of the Southern Alliance Nan Rong. The leader of the Northern Alliance is Bei Xiongzhen. In the east, there is the chief of the East Sea tribe Yin Wujin, and the insect king Qiao Zaido are representing the insect people. There are also representatives in the west, including the war god Bai Xiangfeng of the elephant country, and the treasure-hunting adventurer Eagle Wing of the wing country. There is also a very low-key lone traveler, whose full name is Vidata Luo, from the Flying Crocodile clan. Finally, there are Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, and the second priest of the priest palace Ji Shui. Lang Mu couldn't help thinking, this number of people is just a coincidence. The passage is open, should we go in or what? Chief Yin asked. Everyone looked at each other. Shang Fifan was the first to express his opinion. Lang Mu, and I will definitely go down to take a look. As for you, it depends on your own arrangements. The water-drawing priest was very hesitant. The priest palace had just experienced a war, and needed to be comforted. Unfortunately, the high priest died suddenly. If he left, I'm afraid. Other priests did not agree with the water-drawing priest leaving. The water-drawing priest thought about it, and finally took 2 steps back, and left the range of the well of light. Insect King Jossie Doyle laughed loudly, "Count me in." The new insect mother appeared in the world. Although she was young, she looked conscious, and did not inherit the stubbornness of the previous generation of insect mothers. Not to mention that the new insect mother also summoned the insect nest, and gave the insect people several healthy female insect people hatched from the insect mother eggs. The insect king can be said to have no worries. And the insect king wanted to go further, and save more people in the upcoming, or perhaps already coming disaster, so he would naturally not give up this opportunity to greatly improve his own strength. If he died in this geocentric expedition, with the new insect mother, he would not have to worry too much. He had already left a message for the queen and the people. The ghost fire mirror looked at his grandchildren and said in a gentle but unquestionable tone, "You and Nanrong don't have to go. The Southern Alliance needs you more." The ghost fire seal thought for a second and did not force it. Although the opportunity to become stronger was good, he always felt trembling in his heart when he looked at the black light well. Now even the strongest ancestor suggested that he and Nanrong should not go, so why should he step out? Anyway, if the ancestor gets benefits or becomes stronger, their Southern Alliance will naturally benefit. Thinking through this, Gilwoyan nodded to Nanrong. Nanrong felt a little sorry. He was actually very curious about what the center of the earth was like, but he also knew that the ancestor would not harm them, let alone rob them of their opportunities. The ancestor must have realized that this opportunity was more dangerous, so he told them not to go. When the leader of the North Bergen saw that the leader of the South Alliance chose not to go, he immediately hesitated. He wanted to become stronger, and wanted to seize this opportunity. But he was the leader of the Northern Alliance. If something happened to him in the center of the earth, the Northern Alliance would not disintegrate immediately, but its overall strength would definitely be 3 points weaker than that of the Southern Alliance. Bei Xiongzhen subconsciously looked at Shang Fifan. He didn't know why he wanted to hear his opinion at this time. Shang Fifan saw Bei Xiong Alliance leader looking at him, understood what he meant, thought for a while, and said sincerely, "I am not sure about this trip to the center of the earth. And compared to getting the original power, I want to see the trapped evil god more." Bei Xiongzhen was shocked. "You said the evil god is also trapped in the center of the earth?" Shang Fifan, "I just had this suspicion. After all, the appearance of that huge underground energy is too weird. What is the center of the earth? How can there suddenly be a gap leading directly to the earth, and people can still perceive that huge energy? Now some people say that the energy is likely to be the original energy. If you are the god of Tianhastar, will you let the original energy of the planet be exposed so easily?" Bei Xiongzhen was shocked, and then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said without hesitation, "I will not participate in this trip to the center of the earth. If this is just a mess made by the evil god to escape, then whoever enters the center of the earth will be unlucky. Although Shang Fifan said that this was just a guess, Bei Xiongjian was a battlefield commander known for his stability, so he would not jump into a trap, extremely dangerous, knowing it was a trap. Most of the orcs had good hearing, and Shang Fifan did not deliberately lower his voice, so others naturally heard his guess. The next one to decide to withdraw was Chief Yin, who had already arranged a retreat, and was waiting for him to escape to an island on the sea and continue to be a local emperor even if a major disaster came. Naturally, he was unwilling to risk death at this time. If other top leaders also went, he might want to compete, but now that the leaders of the North and South alliances are not going, what is he going to do? It just so happens that the insect king of the insect tribe wants to go down and take a look. Maybe he can take this opportunity to go to the insect tribe's territory and plunder it. However, thinking of the flower insect suspected to be the new insect mother, Chief Yin quickly dispelled his greed. Shang Fifan has a good relationship with the insect king. He doesn't want the insect king to risk his life for nothing. If the source energy is real, they will only help the light ball get it, and others can't even think about it. The insect king also listened to the advice, especially when he saw that the other top leaders had withdrawn from this expedition. He would naturally think more in his heart. Shang Fifan looked around. He was not familiar with the others. He had said what he should say. If these people still wanted to follow, then let them go. The attraction of the well of light became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to suck everyone present in. Adai, take Xiao Huahua to find Grandpa Xing, don't stay here. Shang Fifan finally told Adai. Adai nodded hurriedly. His instinct told him that he couldn't stay here. You go first. Lang Mu said worriedly. Xiao Huahua was about to say that he was afraid of nothing with it. Adai had already grabbed one of its long legs, teleported, and ran away. Everyone, see you later. Shang Fifan clasped his fists with the etiquette of his motherland, held Lang Mu's hand, and stepped into the passage of the well of light with him. The other big guys watched the two disappear in the well of light. Eagle Wing didn't want to enter the well of light at first. So many big guys were planning to withdraw, so why would he seek death? Although he was a treasure-hunting adventurer, he also cherished his life. But he felt that he seemed to have heard some kind of call, and he couldn't help but approach the well of light. When he reacted, he had already jumped in. Everyone was surprised to see Eagle Wings actually follow into the well of light, but no one tried to stop him. The most surprising thing was the lone traveler, Vidadaro, who also entered the well of light without saying a word. The Ghost Fire Mirror was the last one to enter the well of light. No one else entered after that. The water-drawing priest sighed softly. Don't you feel the suction getting stronger and stronger? If you don't want to enter the center of the earth, maybe it's best to leave the temple quickly. Everyone said nothing and quickly left the temple with the priests of the priest's palace. The moment everyone left the temple turned into a ball of light and shadow. It seemed to be still there, but no one could enter it anymore. Some people regretted it, always feeling that they had lost a rare opportunity. But some people were glad that they might have escaped a deadly situation. On the other side, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu had just entered the well of light. In an instant, all the sounds disappeared. The world seemed to be sucked into a vacuum, the eardrums were oppressed by some invisible force, and even the heartbeat became slow. They did not feel falling, but were pulled and swallowed by some sticky force. The surroundings were no longer the scene of the temple, but a twisted darkness, occasionally flashing a few dark golden lines, like the blood vessels of some behemoth wriggling. This is not an ordinary space channel. Shang Fifan's voice sounded directly in Lang Mu's mind. I seem to feel the pollution of the evil god's consciousness? Is this the pollution left by the evil god's consciousness? Lang Mu's eyes flashed with tension. After entering the channel, he heard countless sounds, which were even noisier than those heard in the statue square. Fortunately, his mental power has been greatly improved now, and with Shang Fifan's mental power escort, he only needs to block these noisy sounds. TSK, the cage of the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star is not good. It actually let the evil god's consciousness leak out so much. Shang Fifan entangled his spiritual power with Lang Mu. The darkness suddenly cracked a crack. They saw the outside. It was an indescribable chaos, with countless broken fragments of time and space floating, some reflecting the afterimages of ancient battlefields, and some of them were destruction at a certain moment in the future. A huge city made of piled bones was floating in the void, and a still beating heart was hanging at the gate. Every contraction made the surrounding darkness tremble. What the hell is that? Shang Fifan muttered. Lang Mu guessed. The alternate dimension of the gods? Probably another god, who was polluted and confused. Shang Fifan said. Suddenly, a huge pale palm stretched out from the darkness, and its fingertips almost brushed the bodies of the two. The palm was dark and rotten, and a rotten eyeball was embedded in the palm, which was slowly turning and staring at them. "Don't look at it." Shang Fifan stretched out his hand to cover Lang Mu's eyes, and his mental power slashed out like a blade. The palm instantly disintegrated into ashes, but the rotten eyeballs were still suspended in place, staring at them. Lang Mu knew that this was the test of the passage. If one's strength was low and his mental power was not strong, it would be easy to fall in this passage. As the rotten giant palm disappeared, the passage began to shake, the darkness surged like a tide, and a violent suction force suddenly came, and the figures of the two were thrown into the deeper like fallen leaves. Boom! The darkness suddenly tore. They fell into a world. Indescribable. Chapter 282. There is no sky or earth here, only the boundless black sea. The body feels the extreme cold. The sea is boiling, as if there is no rest for a moment. The huge waves are surging. One wave crest is higher than another, chasing each other, as if they are fighting. The wave crests are at least 70 to 80 meters high, and some are even hundreds of meters high. When you look up, it is as if you see a huge mountain range formed by huge waves, which is smashing down on your face with the momentum of destroying the world. Such a great power of heaven and earth makes any living creature feel fear and awe. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu had to erect an energy wall to block the sea water coming in their faces. The icy water vapor is everywhere, and a little touch can freeze people into frost. And now they are standing on a small island. The center of the earth is actually like this. A long sigh sounded in the ears of the two. The Ghost Fire Mirror is here. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were not surprised that Ghost Fire Mirror would follow in. In terms of strength alone, Ghost Fire Mirror was the most likely person to follow in. Vidadaro folded his wings and slowly landed beside the three people. His face looked a little ugly, and there was blood on his body. It was obvious that he had not had an easy time in that space channel. The last one to land beside them was Eagle Wing. Lang Mu was a little surprised. He could feel that Eagle Wing's strength was just about to reach level 8. He didn't expect that the other party had the courage to break into the center of the earth. However, thinking that the other party was a treasure hunter who specialized in finding ruins and digging treasures, it was not surprising that he would take the risk to follow in. Shang Fifan glanced at Eagle Wing, with a half-smile on his face. Eagle Wings remained calm on the surface, but secretly clenched his fists. He seemed to have lost a small part of his memory. He remembered that he jumped into the well of light involuntarily, as if he was attracted by something, but he had no impression of how he got here afterwards. The roar of the waves was deafening, as if the whole world was roaring. Looking up, there was no sky, only rolling black clouds, and occasionally flashes of scarlet lightning, illuminating this violent ocean. If you didn't know that you came from the ground, and this was the center of the earth, probably no one would have thought that this was the center of the planet. In the angry sea at the center of the earth, there are not only sea water and huge waves, but also countless rugged and hideous rock islands, each of which is strange and looks like a sealed monster. These islands made of rocks are all bare, without any plants. Lang Mu's eyes suddenly shrank. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that a seemingly hard rock island collapsed and shattered with the impact of a huge wave. And this is not the only island destroyed by the huge wave. Splash. Boom. The five people looked at the huge wave that was hundreds of meters high and imagined what terrible disaster it would cause if such a huge wave appeared on the ground. The huge wave ruthlessly rushed towards an island in front of it, as if it was blocking the road, and instantly smashed it to pieces, with gravel flying, and was completely swallowed up by the next wave. Not far away, the sea's surface suddenly bulged, and new rocks emerged from the bottom of the deep sea, quickly cooled, solidified, and formed a new island. Destruction and rebirth, here, are just a matter of a moment. The five people remained silent, but in fact they were all trying their best to resist the huge water force generated by the huge waves. They all subconsciously knew that they couldn't let the freezing cold sea water touch them. But it was meaningless to just resist like this. Shang Fifan murmured. Sure enough, the claim that a ground crack leading to the center of the earth was found on the ground, and that there was a huge energy in the center of the earth, was a lie. The seemingly taciturn Vidadaro couldn't help but say, this must be the evil god's bewitching. Shang Fifan thought so too. The evil god Mukaleso has been trying to find a way out. He had previously made a false prophecy, wanting to use the Son of Destiny Lang Mu to find a space channel to other continents, thereby extending his power to other continents, thereby polluting more lives, so as to grab more spiritual power and various negative energies. But he and Lang Mu broke through the false prophecy, and were not kidnapped by the priest palace in the name of justice. Instead, they opened another track, and tried to solve the magma eruption crisis on the continent. When Hermuculaso's plan failed, he simply bewitched the high priest, who was possessed by the fragments of the god of war, trying to lure them to the world in the center of the earth. Of course, Hermuculaso obviously also understood that eggs should not be placed in one basket, and he arranged another route or even several routes that could help him escape. Cast a wide net to catch more fish, and catch as many as you can. Even if he can't help him escape, it's not a loss to tempt him as food. Xiang Fifan's body suddenly flashed to the side. Vidadaro suddenly attacked him silently. At this moment, Vidadaro only saw the island under his feet being smashed by the huge waves, and his body suddenly fell. The sky disappeared, the sea surface disappeared, and there was no longer a floating island under his feet, but a void abyss. He fell madly, with the sound of whistling wind in his ears, but no matter how much he fell, he could not reach the bottom. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a huge human face emerging below. It was Xiang Fifan's face, but the eyes were as black as ink, the corners of his mouth were cracked to the roots of his ears, revealing a cold smile. You will never escape. Vidadaro roared, his fists ignited with violent power, and he slammed towards the face. But his power was like a drop in the ocean, and there was no response. His body was still falling, and in the depths of the abyss, countless pale arms stretched out and grabbed him. Eagle Wing's vision suddenly distorted. He found that he had lost his memory for a period of time again, and he was nailed to an isolated island when he opened his eyes. The surrounding sea water turned into sticky blood, and when the huge waves hit, the blood splashed on him, burning his skin like corrosive venom. He tried to flap his wings to escape, but the wings behind him had already broken, and the black feathers were corroded and melted by the sea of blood. The black clouds in the sky split apart, and a huge blood-red eye looked down at him. From the depths of the pupil came the evil god's whisper, I've caught you. You never escape me. Eagle Wing screamed and struggled, but the sea of blood suddenly surged, and countless corpses that looked like him floated up, each with empty eyes staring at him. Eagle Wing suddenly remembered that he had been reborn and died countless times, and this was just another new reincarnation. Ghostfire Mirror looked down subtly, and he saw the floating island under his feet turned into charred bones, and he himself was burning from the bottom of his feet. The blue soul fire gushed out of his body uncontrollably, and the flames burned more and more vigorously, but strangely, he felt no pain, only a cold swallowing feeling. He looked down at his palms, the skin peeled off inch by inch, revealing the white bones, and in the flames, a mouth slowly emerged, opening and closing sarcastically. You are the sacrifice. Why struggle? Ghostfire Mirror murmured. So this is the pollution of the evil god's consciousness? Then what I see now is an illusion or reality. It's really troublesome. Ghostfire Mirror sighed, and his body suddenly rose. Lang Mu's ears suddenly became quiet, the sound of the waves disappeared, replaced by a subtle whisper like the friction of gravel. He turned his head and found that Xiang Fifan was gone. Ghostfire Mirror, Vidadaro, and Eagle Wings also disappeared. The whole angry sea turned into a dead desert, and in the middle of the desert, there was a figure standing. The man slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face that combined all the advantages of Xiang Fifan, Loren Milton, and Or. That kind of handsomeness even surpassed the concept of human beings, making Lang Mu want to vomit. The handsome man had no pupils in his eyes, only a dark vortex. You are finally here. The man's voice was soft, as if whispering in his ear. The other party stretched out his hand and said affectionately, I have been waiting for you for a long, long time. I am your true home. Come and merge with me. Lang Mu's mouth twitched. He thought that this evil god had never been in love, otherwise he would not say such stupid words, and he used an aria. Xiang Fifan dodged the attacks of Vidata Luo, Ghostfire Mirror and Eagle Wings in a row, and wanted to pull Lang Mu, but was hit in the face by his AMU. Xiang Fifan, I am wronged. Fortunately, after Lang Mu punched him, he was stimulated by his depressed and aggrieved mental power, and suddenly woke up. After seeing who he hit, he smiled. Does it hurt? Xiang Fifan silently took out a pen and drew a circle on his eyes. Lang Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? Where are Gui Huijing and the others? Lang Mu realized that the 3 people of Gui Huijing who were still beside them just now had disappeared. Xiang Fifan said with dark circles under his eyes. They disappeared after attacking me. They should have been pulled into a different dimension by the power of the evil god. Seeing Lang Mu frowning in worry, Xiang Fifan subconsciously reached out to smooth it. Don't worry about others first. Since they chose to follow in, they must bear the consequences of their choice. Although we are not contaminated by the evil god's consciousness, it is only now. What's more, maybe we will have to face it later. Lang Mu continued in his heart. Kinha Star's highest consciousness. Dang dang dang. Adventure mission released. The lively and arrogant voice of the light ball suddenly sounded in Shang Fifan's mind. You found the clue of the world's original energy, and found it all the way to the center of the earth. You sensed the pollution of the evil god here, and suspected that the evil god Hermukuleso was sealed here. You want to help this world solve the big problem of Hermukuleso. Please find the place where Hermukuleso was sealed first. Reward: the last heart fragment of the insect mother. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect the light ball to issue him a task at this time. But Shang Fifan soon understood that the light ball was secretly reminding him how to find the evil god in this way. A red bright spot appeared in his game map. The red light was still far away from them, but at least they had a direction. At the same time, Shang Fifan's mental power trembled violently, and a cold and huge consciousness was trying to invade his mind, winding around his nerves like a venomous snake. You are here. Get out. Shang Fifan mercilessly used the mental knife to cut the consciousness out of his brain. Hermukuleso was also flexible, and he did not get angry, but left a finger in front of Shang Fifan. The finger joints were thick, with thick sweat hairs on them, and the nails were sharp, with fresh cuts, as if they had just been cut off. The finger floated in the air, and the fingertip pointed to the depths of the angry sea. Following the direction of the fingertip, a dark red route. The road connected by the broken islands appeared and disappeared in the huge waves, winding to the deepest part of the sea. Lang Mu also saw this finger. Evil god? That's him. This guy seems to be afraid that we can't find the place where he is sealed. Can we trust him? Lang Mu always felt that they shouldn't cooperate with the evil god. Shang Fifan looked at the red light spot on the small map, which was in the same direction as the route pointed by his finger. You can give it a try, he said. Lang Mu had new concerns, staring at the road that was looming in the waves, and said in a low voice, the problem is, how can we pass those powerful waves, and those islands may collapse and disappear at any time. The temperature of the seawater in the center of the earth is not right. If we come into direct contact with it, I'm afraid we can't hold on for long. It's already this time. We can only fight. Shang Fifan licked his lips and held Lang Mu's hand tightly. Are you afraid? Lang Mu looked up at Shang Fifan and shook his head without hesitation. Then let's go. You lead the way and I cover you. Let's go! A dangerous arc appeared on Shang Fifan's lips. The next second, he suddenly grabbed Lang Mu and rushed to the first island indicated by the route like a ghost. Boom! Almost at the moment they stepped on the rock, a huge wave of 100 meters swept in from the side, and the island shook violently, and the edge began to crack. Shang Fifan did not stop, and exerted force on his feet. At the moment when the rubble fell into the sea, he took Lang Mu and jumped up, landing accurately on the next floating island. Crash! As soon as they left, the original island was completely smashed by the huge waves and sank into the angry sea. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu stepped on the third rocky reef. The rocks under their feet felt cold and rough, like the skeleton fragments of some ancient giant beast. Crack! Before they could stand firm, the foothold suddenly collapsed, and the entire floating island suddenly disintegrated under the impact of the huge waves. Shang Fifan's eyes became fierce, and he grabbed Lang Mu's wrist and condensed his mental power into an invisible foothold. The two of them kicked suddenly in the air, and jumped to the next floating island. Lang Mu held the staff all the time, casting a magic shield to resist the huge waves and the extremely cold sea water. On the way of jumping. Boom! A huge wave over 100 meters high came like a tidal wave, and the crest of the wave was wrapped with broken rocks, like thousands of sharp blades sweeping across. Shang Fifan snorted coldly, and the black long sword was unsheathed. The sword light fell like thunder, and it actually cut the huge wave in half. Lang Mu took the opportunity to take him through the huge waves and jumped to a nearby island. In this way, the two rushed in the gap between repeated destruction and rebirth. Over and over again, they brushed shoulders with death again and again. Neither of them knew how many huge waves they had passed, and how many rocky islands they had passed. It felt like a long and endless tormenting journey. If there was only one person, they might have been numb. In the end, they simply lost their sense of time. From cold to hot, Lang Mu was careless, and a little exhausted, so he let the splashing waves touch the back of his hand. In just a moment, a layer of frost instantly condensed on his skin, and the cold descended layer by layer, freezing his bones. Lang Mu couldn't help but not tell Shang Fifan, and quickly cast a thawing magic on himself, forcibly forcing the cold air back, but the unfortunate left hand was still frozen blue. This sea water is just like the Styx in the legend of Erstar. A drop of water can freeze the soul. It's almost there. Shang Fifan stared at the huge waves in front of him, looking for the most suitable time to jump. They couldn't fly over the sea. They tried just now, but the sky dropped countless lightning bolts, just like a tribulation, wishing to destroy their bodies and souls. Their power was simply incomparable to such a great power of heaven and earth. They could only follow the rules of the game and re-enter the angry sea to continue jumping grids. Brother, brother, save me! A familiar voice came anxiously in the sound of the waves, like bubbles floating from the bottom of the deep sea, with an indescribable vagueness. Lang Mu turned his head suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly. On the sea, a huge face made of water mist floated. That was Ramil. Ramil was shouting at them, his expression anxious and sad. Brother, the followers of the evil god have captured me, and they want to sacrifice me. Brother, save me, I remember everything, I shouldn't be like this, you and I are closer than anyone else. Brother, save me. Don't listen. Shang Fifan shouted, his mental power swept across like a knife, instantly shattering the illusion. However, the evil god's pollution is pervasive. In the midst of the steaming sea water, countless twisted figures emerged, dancing on the crest of the waves, whispering in the shadow of the island, and even crawling out directly from the shadows of the two. Each one is an acquaintance in the memory of the two, and they are all people they care about. Shang Fifan's mental power wrapped around Lang Mu's spiritual sea, building a solid protective wall for him. Lang Mu's face was pale, and while resisting the pollution of the evil god's consciousness, he had to cast magic to resist the invasion of huge waves and ultra-low temperature sea water. His magic power was consumed very quickly, and the magic crystal on the staff had become dim. He had taken out all the high-level magic crystals on his body. But this was far from enough. When will we reach the destination? Lang Mu didn't want to be a drag, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Suddenly, a terrifying heat wave hit him. Shang Fifan grabbed Lang Mu and stopped in a hurry. They arrived at the destination. The red dot on the small map was just ahead. Lang Mu also looked forward. It was a circle of towering islands. In the center, surrounded by the islands, was a boiling golden red magma sea. The high temperature distorted the air, and even caused the surrounding seawater to evaporate violently. But the strange thing was that the edge of the magma was constantly cooled by the seawater, and solidified into new rocks, and the side of the rock close to the magma melted again. This cycle never stopped. In the gaps between the islands, the bright red magma flowed out like blood. The intense high temperature and the extreme low temperature touched each other, which was an extreme annihilation reaction. The seawater was evaporated into high-pressure steam in 1/10,000th of a second, and the magma was cooled at an extremely fast speed and turned into countless broken crystals. In the white mist, the temperature changes dramatically, and the space is distorted. The last moment, the steam melts the skin like a flame. The next moment, ice crystals condense from the mist, turning into sharp blades, shooting in the wind. This is the last level. They need to cross this confrontation zone of extreme cold and extreme heat. Welcome to my prison. A small black ball jumped onto a huge rock, ignoring the annihilation power formed by the collision of extreme cold and extreme heat, and spoke to the two people, tilting his head to them. Shang Fifan. The legendary super horrible evil god who is indescribable, extremely terrifying, and will be polluted and mutated if you look at it, is just a black cat ball as big as an unweaned cub? Or is it that the evil god now keeps up with the times and knows how to disguise himself? Chapter 283. I thought you would welcome us in, Shang Fifan said with a business smile on his face. The little black cat raised his paw and wiped his face, playing the cute role clearly. Oh, you mean the dangers you encountered and the illusions you saw? That can't be blamed on me, and it was not intentional. The dangers you encountered were obstacles set up by the consciousness of this planet, originally used to prevent outsiders from breaking in here. As for the weird illusions you saw, they were just corroded and mutated by the little energy I leaked out. That means you are completely innocent, including my missing companions. It has nothing to do with you, Shang Fifan said slowly. Of course. The little black cat said firmly, if you want to blame someone, blame your planetary consciousness. Why set up so many obstacles? If you want to blame someone, blame the missing people themselves. They have weak willpower, and are trapped by their own illusions. Shang Fifan nodded, as if he accepted this statement, and said, you are not the same as the evil god I imagined. The little black cat seemed very curious. What should I be like in your imagination? Shang Fifan, have you heard of the evil god of the K system? No. The little black cat answered without thinking, and asked, which evil god are they from? Wanderers, or landowners? Shang Fifan asked back. Are evil gods divided into pieces? The little black cat looked as if it was a matter of course. There are so many evil gods in this universe. Of course they will be divided into pieces, otherwise everyone will fight for resources, won't they? The little black cat squinted at Lang Mu. What is this person doing? Lang Mu held the staff and flew around the rocky island, as if he was investigating where it was safest to enter. So are you a wanderer, or an occupier? Shang Fifan's question regained some of the black cat's attention. The black cat's eyes were round. I am a wanderer. Shang Fifan saw a little bit of guilt in the black cat's round eyes that never blinked. Perhaps wanderers are also divided into two factions. Those with strong enough strength can naturally wander around and grab whatever they want, and other powerful beings can't do anything to them. But there are also weaker evil gods who are not strong enough, so they can't occupy a good place and can only be a wanderer. Shang Fifan suspected that Ermukalesa was the latter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Tianhe for so many years, and he wouldn't have been trapped by Tianhe itself without devouring a few local gods. Even pollution requires the instigation of the indigenous strongest insect mother to let the insect mother spread insect poison to pollute the water and soil, so as to mutate the creatures of Tianhe. Even those orcs who believe in the evil god are just brains, and they have not mutated into monsters in form. However, only such a weak evil god can make it possible for them to negotiate with him. And Ermakraso is only weak now. If he continues to stay in Tianhe, the future of Tianhe is destined to end. It is just a matter of time. Tianhe consciousness is probably also aware of this reality, so it is extremely contradictory. That is, it hopes to keep the evil god to devour his power to strengthen itself, and hopes to send this plague god away quickly. Therefore, Tianhe consciousness did not deliberately prevent them from entering the center of the earth, but also did not remove the obstacles along the way to see the evil god. Now Tianhe consciousness does not know their plan with the light ball, and is still in the perspective of a bystander. They have to hurry up and complete their plan before Tianhe consciousness and evil god consciousness react. The little black cat couldn't help asking, what is he doing? Shang Fifan glanced at Lang Mu, who was busy all the time, and answered, oh, he is setting up a magic circle. If we want to get you out of trouble, we have to at least hide it from the highest consciousness of this planet. He has a strong power of the god of nature. The little black cat stared at Lang Mu and licked his paw greedily. Do you like the power of the god of nature? The power of nature is the most beautiful energy. That energy contains countless possibilities, and it can also. The little black cat rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Shang Fifan didn't ask any more questions, but changed the question, what does your true self look like? The little black cat said with a little cunning, my true self looks like this. Oh, then it really doesn't look like the legendary evil god. Shang Fifan seemed very disappointed. Unlike those evil gods of the K-series that I know, their original forms are very evil and frightening and repulsive. The little black cat couldn't help asking, what do those evil gods of the K-series look like? Maybe he could take a look. Who knows that these species born in the universe, perhaps because no one pays attention to them, are all born with strange shapes, and most of their appearances are beyond the imagination of intelligent races. In the words of the evil gods, they grow up at will when they are young, and they can completely change their appearance when they become stronger. Shang Fifan described the appearance of the evil gods of the K-series to the little black cat in detail, saying that they are indescribable, like to sleep on the seabed, like to climb out of deep wells, look like giant octopuses with countless huge tentacles, always have many eyes, suffer from serious skin diseases, and rot all over their bodies at any time, are full of malice towards any creature. And intelligent creatures will fall into madness when they try to understand them, and are representatives of chaos and confusion. And so on. After listening to it, the little black cat commented, it sounds like a group that is not very sophisticated and may not be very intelligent. It can't even communicate with other lives. It belongs to the lowest level of the evil gods in the universe. Shang Fifan, The little black cat also seriously popularized science. We evil gods rarely turn all the lives on the food planet into psychos or idiots. Although some psychos have particularly active mental power and emit more mental power. But letting the life maintain normal daily activities, coupled with sacrifices, can produce more abundant spiritual energy, compared with turning the living. If we make all the lives into lunatics or idiots, we hope that they will fear us, worship us, and do more evil things in their society. Only in this way can we, the evil gods, give more energy. However, it must be pointed out that it is not us who make these lives evil, but they have poor willpower or are evil in themselves. What they do to their own people is just what they want to do, not what we, the evil gods, require. At this time, Shang Fifan wanted to ask the light ball in his mind, asking it, in another timeline, what exactly has Tianhe Star become after he and Lang Mu left Tianhe Star? Unfortunately, the light ball sneaked out of his body just now to carry out their plan. And his and Lang Mu's current task is to try to attract the attention of the evil god and prevent him from noticing that something is approaching the original energy. I heard that you have thought about becoming the beast god of this world. Yes. The little black cat said aggrievedly. There are so many gods in this world. So what if you add a beast god? Although he, the beast god, will definitely devour all other gods in the future and become the only god. Shang Fifan seemed particularly curious. If you become the beast god, how do you plan to treat the creatures on this planet? Oh, if I become the beast god on this planet, then this is my territory. It is also his food circle. He will devour the consciousness of this planet, turn all the lives on this planet into his crazy believers, slowly absorb the original energy of this planet and the spiritual power of countless lives, until the planet is exhausted and can no longer nurture any life, and finally swallow it up in one gulp and continue his journey. He can even learn from other evil gods, leave the most pious and crazy believer, and secretly put him into other higher worlds with life. But evil gods cannot invade, so that he can help continue to spread the evil god belief. As long as the little black cat thinks that there will be seeds sown by him in countless life worlds in the universe in the future, these seeds will take root and sprout in these worlds, bringing him endless spiritual power of believers. And he can also use this to quickly grow himself. He feels that the future is infinitely beautiful, and he doesn't want to be locked up on this not-so-big planet for many years. You have come here. You should have made a decision, right? The little black cat asked tentatively. Shang Fifan nodded without hesitation, and said in a businesslike manner, Before we start, we still need to discuss the specific reward. The little black cat, I will do as we said before. As long as you can help me out of trouble, I will not only teach you the most suitable practice method for you, but also promise that I will never come to Tianhe Star again in the future, and will not harm Tianhe Star as long as Tianhe Star does not take the initiative to deal with me. Shang Fifan, I need to get the practice method you mentioned first for inspection, and second, if I want to help you out of trouble, I have to improve my own strength, otherwise I will not be able to compete with the highest consciousness of Tianhe Star. The little black cat pondered for a moment and agreed, okay. Both parties seemed to be very sincere at this time. Shang Fifan said, in addition, even if I learn the cultivation method that suits me, it is impossible to greatly improve my strength immediately, so I need your help, which is also a help to yourself. What help? The little black cat felt a little uneasy. Shang Fifan smiled and said, You know that I have absorbed a fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness. It is because of this fragment that I can be among the strong men of the Orc continent. The little black cat didn't need to listen to the end, and had already guessed what Shang Fifan was going to do. Do you want the remaining power of the god of darkness? If you haven't digested it. If you have digested it, then lend me half of your power. What did you say? The little black cat jumped up, and couldn't believe that such a small orc dared to make such a request to him. Found an opportunity. An invisible ball of light. Now there is no light at all, rolling into the magma sea surrounded by rock islands at the fastest speed, and continuing to sink. A dazzling light burst out from Lang Mu's side at the right time, as if a certain formation failed. The little black cat's consciousness quickly glanced over there, and instead of being angry, he laughed. You know that greed will not end well. It's not easy for you to absorb the remaining power of the god of darkness without making any mistakes. You still want half of my power? Do you know the source and essence of my power? How dare you ask for it? Shang Fifan shook his head. You don't understand what I mean? What do you mean? Shang Fifan said patiently. What method do you think I will use to help you escape? The black cat stood up and slowly squatted down. Tell me carefully. Shang Fifan. From my personal inference, the seal that trapped you is likely to be loose on the outside and tight on the inside, which means it is easier to break from the outside, but extremely difficult to break from the inside. The black cat, continue. Shang Fifan. I plan to take the risk of entering the seal that trapped you. The black cat's eyes flashed, and he understood a little bit what the young orc wanted to do. Sure enough, Shang Fifan immediately said, the seal only trapped the evil god. But if you give me half, or even more of the power of the evil god, and suppress your mental power to the lowest, do you think the seal will not be able to distinguish which one is the real evil god, and will instead trap me with all its strength, while ignoring you, the original body? The black cat's eyes lit up. This method is very bold, but if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. Besides, even if this method fails, it will not cause any loss to him. The little black cat was very confident in his own strength. If Shang Fifan got half of his power, it would be good if he didn't become confused and turned into an alien monster on the spot. It was impossible to seize his energy and make it his own. And as long as he could escape, he could bear to lose half of his energy. Even if he couldn't escape, he could get his power back by devouring Shang Fifan. Then how are you going to escape? The little black cat asked. He was still doubting Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan smiled proudly. This is my secret. The little black cat suddenly thought of a kind of existence, and subconsciously said, Player? Shang Fifan knew that the players created by Loren Milton could not be hidden from the eyes of the evil god, and he did not want to hide it. I got the optical computer system that Loren Milton used to get the players, and I also know the secret of how he made those players immortal. If I can't bear your power, I can give all your power to those players. Shang Fifan almost said that he could also control the players. The little black cat moved his claws. He could not peek into the future of Shang Fifan, but he subconsciously felt that those alien visitors called players would be very unfavorable to him. In fact, the little black cat was also very interested in this system that could summon alien players, but he was not sure that he could take it from Shang Fifan, not to mention that Shang Fifan might not carry it with him. After he escaped, he might try to find it if he had time. But he first had to make sure that when he lost half of his energy and escaped, he would not be trapped by the Tianhe-Star consciousness again. I will arrange for Lang Mu to hold back the consciousness of Tianhe-Star, pretending to seize the original energy to become the new god of nature. The consciousness of Tianhe-Star will inevitably be attracted, and you just need to leave Tianhe-Star as soon as possible. Shang Fifan gave another chip for success. The little black cat was completely moved. Shang Fifan, maybe Lang Mu can't hold back the consciousness of Tianhe-Star for too long, but even if it's only 1 or 2 seconds, it's enough for you, right? This sentence made the little black cat determined. If Shang Fifan said that Lang Mu could hold back the consciousness of Tianhe-Star for a long time, he would obviously be lying. But Shang Fifan said frankly that it could only delay for 1 or 2 seconds, which means that they are really determined to act and are not fooling him. I can agree to all your conditions, but I must fulfill them after you enter the seal. The little black cat gave himself the final guarantee and stared at Shang Fifan. Now it depends on how you enter my seal. That's not a problem. Shang Fifan was very confident and unwilling to suffer a loss. Other things are fine, but you must give me the cultivation method you mentioned first, and I have to inspect it first. You are afraid that I will cheat you, and I am also afraid that you will cheat me. The little black cat thought that you can't ask people to do things without giving them any sweetness. Looking at Shang Fifan's stubborn look, he left a black feather on the spot and disappeared. Shang Fifan stretched out his hand, and the black feather floated towards him. Shang Fifan grabbed the black feather. The black feather actually sank into his body in an instant. Lang Mu was shocked when he saw this scene and rushed over. Shang Fifan raised his hand. I'm fine, wait a minute. Shang Fifan closed his eyes before he finished speaking, and the whole person stood there and entered into a state of meditation. Lang Mu took a deep breath. This guy is too risky, but he knew that although Shang Fifan would listen to his advice most of the time, once the other party really decided to do something, he would not be able to stop him at all. Old Shang would not give him the opportunity to speak and shake him. Lang Mu could only guard Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan felt that he was very likely to be tricked by Armukaleso. This so-called most suitable technique for him forcibly seized his power as soon as it entered his body, and began to operate in his body and in his spiritual sea at the same time. As the technique operated, a thin black mist appeared in his spiritual sea. These black mists gradually formed a huge black crow. It was not a complete black crow, but it looked more like a black crow with tentacles of the evil god of the K-series growing in the place where claws should grow, but it only had one eye, which stood upright on the top of its head. Quack! The one-eyed tentacle black crow opened its mouth and let out a silent scream. Shang Fifan was shocked and saw a world composed of countless black crows. The black crows were the intelligent race in that world. Chapter 284. When Shang Fifan opened his eyes again, he saw Lang Mu's worried eyes. How long have I been in meditation? Shang Fifan's voice softened unconsciously. Lang Mu's heart trembled violently when he saw the extreme murderous aura in Shang Fifan's eyes when he opened his eyes. But in just a few seconds, Lao Shang's eyes became restrained, and when he spoke, the murderous aura disappeared without a trace. Lang Mu couldn't help but raise his hand and touch Shang Fifan's cheek. Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand and rubbed his palm with his cheek. What's wrong? Lang Mu shook his head and calmed down. You were in meditation for about half an hour. Only half an hour. He thought it would be a longer time. After all, he had spent a long time in that black crow world. Lang Mu opened his mouth, and thousands of words finally turned into 4 words. Are you okay? Shang Fifan made a disgusted expression when he heard it, and complained, I finally got rid of an old man with me, and here comes another one. Lang Mu grabbed his hand. Are you entangled? The other party has moved into your spiritual sea. The evil god deceived us? It's not completely a lie, Shang Fifan said lightly. Lang Mu looked at him with disapproval. Shang Fifan raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I tell you everything. Just let Lao Yi wait a little longer. The thing is, the feather belongs to a black crow. Black crow? Lang Mu frowned. This name is really bad. Shang Fifan smiled and said, This is a powerful person from the Black Crow clan. This clan is quite peculiar. They are born with the negative energy of the world and feed on negative energy. The world they live in is more like the inner world we think of. That inner world is completely composed of energy, just like a huge garbage dump of negative energy in the universe. Cosmic scavenger? Something like that. Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand, took a long chair, and pulled him to sit down. The two sat down with their backs to the huge waves of the Earth's core, and their faces facing the strange scene of extreme heat and extreme cold. The chair began to show signs of freezing as soon as it was taken out. The material of the chair could not withstand such an extreme environment. But neither of them cared. Because the black crows are always chasing negative energy, wherever tragic things happen, the shadow of the black crows will easily appear. It sounds a bit like the saying that we are unlucky to meet crows. Maybe there are really black crows mixed in with the crows in our place, and crows like to eat carrion. Did the black crow teach you the skills? Lang Mu asked sideways. Shang Fifan held him and nodded. Yes, but it also has a condition. What condition? Lang Mu was anxious. Don't worry. It's not a particularly difficult condition. It just hopes that I can send its soul back to its hometown. Didn't you say that the world of Black Crow is like the other world? Can we go there? Of course we can't now, but if I practice their skills, when our strength is improved to the level of evil gods, we could almost go there. That's good. Lang Mu felt that it would take at least hundreds of years for Shang Fifan to practice to the level of evil gods, maybe even longer. At the same time, he also made up his mind that even if Shang Fifan didn't take him there, he would follow him. He was worried. Shang Fifan felt Lang Mu's determination to follow him, and couldn't help but lean over and kiss the corner of his lips. Lang Mu. Let's talk business. Shang Fifan smiled. Being with you is business. Lang Mu was helpless with him. Was this black crow killed by Ermiakaleso? Didn't it ask you to avenge it? Shang Fifan couldn't help but kiss the big baby again, and then continued, No, this black crow was not killed by Ermiakaleso. Ermiakaleso can only be regarded as picking up a bargain. I just said that this tribe feeds on negative energy, but their consumption of negative energy is not completely without side effects, especially when they consume too much at one time and cannot digest it in time. Generally, in this case, as long as the black crow can rush back to its hometown in time, other black crows will help absorb the excess negative energy on it. But this black crow failed to return in time. Rushing home, it unfortunately encountered 2 evil gods traveling together on the way home. The 2 evil gods wanted to devour it when they saw it, but it was no longer in a clear state of mind at that time. After being provoked by the 2 evil gods, it immediately fell into a state of madness. Not only did it not escape, but it also rushed up and took the initiative to start a war. Shang Fifan raised his lips. The Black Crow clan is also a very stubborn clan. It is said that their combat power is very strong, their temper is also hot, and they are very united. Ordinary clans and strong people dare not provoke them. Lang Mu speculated. The Black Crow boss and the 2 evil gods were both injured, and then Ermiakaleso passed by and took advantage? That's about it. This Black Crow boss is very strong. In a state of madness, he killed the 2 evil gods by devouring them. But the 2 evil gods were not good either, and they blew themselves up in the Black Crow's body. In the end, the Black Crow only retained its soul and core power and fell into a deep sleep. So, as long as this big guy returns to his hometown, there is still a possibility of resurrection? Lang Mu guessed. Shang Fifan. That's right, so it asked me to send its soul back. Lang Mu exhaled. If the other party had something to ask for, it shouldn't use fake skills to harm Ah Shang, right? Shang Fifan curved his lips. Ermiakaleso actually discovered them a long time ago, but knowing that he was not strong enough, he hid in the distance and watched. When he found that the 3 were defeated, he went forward to pick up the garbage. He picked up a lot of corpse fragments of the Black Crow and the 2 evil gods, and used this to rapidly increase his strength. Because his strength soared at that time, he had not had time to completely digest and absorb this unexpected huge energy, which allowed the Tianhe star consciousness and the gods to discover his existence and then use tricks to attract him. Ermacrasa was a little bit high at the time. He absorbed most of the energy dissipated by the Black Crow and thought he was very powerful. Who would have thought that he would be trapped as a big fish? Zhang Fifan laughed at Ermacrasa without any hesitation. Oh, the feather that I just got that hides the soul and core power of the Black Crow. Ermacrasa has no reaction no matter how he absorbs it. Even if he swallows it by force, the feather will come out by itself. The feather doesn't accept Ermacrasa? Lang Mu asked. Zhang Fifan, yes, the Black Crow and the evil god are basically in a mutually reinforcing relationship. How could the Black Crow let Lao Er devour its soul? If the soul of that big guy had not had to sleep to heal his wounds, it would probably explode Lao Er directly. Zhang Fifan added, the boss even conveyed a vague idea to Lao Er, asking him to send it back to the world of Black Crow. But Lao Er dared not do that. They, the evil gods, are the negative energy of the universe. How dare they go to the world where the scavengers who specialize in cleaning up their garbage are concentrated? Lang Mu was puzzled. How dare Ermacrasa give this feather to you? Isn't he afraid that you will learn the skills of Black Crow and be disadvantageous to him? Zhang Fifan smiled with a little evil in his eyes. That's because he thinks that I will either not be accepted by Black Crow or not, or think that my mental power will be eroded by the Black Crow. In addition, Lao Yi believes that even if I learn this technique, I will not be able to pose a threat to him in a short period of time, and he could have taken advantage of this time to escape far away or improve his strength. Zhang Fifan touched Lang Mu's hair. Giving a technique that is useless and harmful to oneself is still a good deal in Lao Yi's opinion. Besides, Lao Yi only said that he would give me the technique, but he didn't say that he would guarantee that I would learn it. Then he also said that this is the most suitable technique for you. Lang Mu was angry. Zhang Fifan's hand slid to his earlobe and pinched it. He loved the feeling of it. Actually, he is not wrong. This skill is really suitable for me. Lang Mu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something. He didn't even bother to slap someone's claws away, and immediately asked, will learning this skill be extremely bad for you? Will you also absorb negative energy in the future? You just said that even the Black Crow that feeds on negative energy can't withstand the backlash of negative energy. What about you? Zhang Fifan thought about it, and shook his head. It's not a huge disadvantage. It can only be said that there are significant side effects. Beings who are not from the Black Crow clan must have extremely strong willpower to learn this technique, be able to resist the erosion of negative energy, and always keep a clear mind. Otherwise, they will become killing monsters who only know how to pursue power. In the past, there were also beings who learned the Black Crow clan's technique, but they kept absorbing energy and lost their minds due to the powerful force. In the end, they became chaotic evil gods without self-consciousness, just like pollution sources, causing trouble wherever they went. Lang Mu was in a heavy mood. Can we ask the Black Crow clan to help absorb the excess negative energy? Zhang Fifan didn't want to hide it from Lang Mu, so he told him honestly, the Black Crow clan will not help beings outside its own clan. On the contrary, these evil gods, who have lost themselves, are food for the Black Crow clan. Lang Mu almost said that we should not learn such a tricky technique. But? Zhang Fifan, I have accepted the inheritance of the Black Crow clan's technique and have entered the door. In fact, this technique is not something you can learn if you want to, and you have to go through many tests from the Black Crow clan. Zhang Fifan didn't want to say how many terrible tests he had endured. Fortunately, he survived and was able to wake up smoothly. Even better, he saw his big baby, AMU, as soon as he woke up. Look, I'm pregnant too. Zhang Fifan tapped his forehead and said happily. At the same position between his eyebrows as Lang Mu, there was an upright black feather, like a natural birthmark, which was particularly lifelike. Zhang Fifan was a little proud. He deliberately let this thing show in this position. Now I am like you, and I can't be a civil servant. Lao Shan sighed. Lang Mu, Lao Shan suddenly paused. The path of civil servants is not completely cut off. If we go back to ancient times, we may be able to compete with Lao Bao for a position. At that time, you will be responsible for agriculture, I will be responsible for fighting, and Lao Bao will be responsible for solving cases. Our Song dynasty may be able to save it and extend a new timeline. Lao Shan talked nonsense and nodded between his eyebrows to hide the conspicuous bag. Lang Mu didn't want to laugh, but he was still amused, knowing that this person was deliberately teasing him. Well, what can I do for you? He chose his lover himself. Although he has many problems, at least this guy is devoted to him. He doesn't plan to find another one. What else can he do? Of course, he can only find a way to shoulder the countless dangers in the future with him. Although Lao Shang may not want him to bear it at all, this guy is still very chauvinistic in some aspects. Shang Feifan blinked and grabbed Lang Mu's hand. Baby, you can help me. Are you willing to be my spiritual support and spiritual anchor forever? As long as you are here, I can ensure that I can stay sane no matter what happens. Except when you seduce me with your beauty. Lang Mu, Lang Mu suddenly realized that Shang Feifan was not joking. He was serious. Lang Mu's expression gradually became serious. Do you really want me to be your spiritual support forever? This sentence is not a joke, and it is not just a love talk. For those who cultivate spiritual power, spiritual support can be said to be extremely important. Because it is too important, it is not easy to set up spiritual support and spiritual anchor. Because once this thing is established, although it is greatly beneficial to cultivation and survival, it also has certain disadvantages, and it is a big disadvantage. That is, once the spiritual pillar collapses, their spiritual sea will also be destroyed, just like the Dinghai Shenzhen is gone. Shang Feifan nodded vigorously without hesitation. It depends on whether you are willing. Lang Mu was silent for 2 seconds. I thought we had lived and died together, and our souls were bound. Shang Feifan smiled and opened his spiritual sea. Come on, baby, leave your spiritual mark and set your anchor. Lang Mu also opened his spiritual sea. They usually entered each other's spiritual sea to protect or help fight, and there were several times when their spiritual power was twisted together. But this kind of splitting a part of their own spiritual power and becoming the spiritual pillar of the other party is equivalent to completely tying the two together. If the two separate one day, it means that even each other's souls may not be able to retain a complete ending. Just like the word Ren, the left and right strokes are the pillars of each other, and if one is missing, they will fall down. But the two of them just smiled at each other, and completed the process easily and simply. There was no excessive language, nor too much emotion, just like completing a trivial process in life. The chairs they sat on could no longer bear too much, and with a creak, they broke directly. The two stood up at the same time, and Shang Feifan patted Lang Mu's clothes. Let's go, it's time to fulfill our agreement with Ermukaleso. Lang Mu said directly, come with me, I have found the weak point of the seal. He just circled around the rocky island, not only to distract Ermukaleso's attention, but also to use magic to find the seal. Shang Feifan also raised his hand and pointed to a place that should be the weakest part of the seal. Lang Mu looked at him in surprise. Shang Feifan smiled slightly. The Black Crow's skills are still very useful. There are the most negative energy residues there. I think that's where the evil god's consciousness leaked out. The two held hands tightly. But in less than a moment, they both let go of their hands. See you later. Shang Feifan gently pushed Lang Mu's back. Lang Mu turned to look at him. See you later. Shang Feifan smiled back at him, turned around and turned into a black dot, rushing into the weakest part of the seal. Lang Mu didn't want to see the moment when Shang Feifan's back disappeared, so he also set off at the same time, but he jumped into the magma sea. The amazing thing is that the extremely high temperature of the magma sea seemed to have no effect on Lang Mu, and he was immersed in it. When Shang Feifan broke into the seal, Tine Hexing's consciousness immediately noticed it. But before Tine Hexing's consciousness had time to check the seal, it discovered that there was movement in the source energy. Who was actually absorbing the source energy? Tine Hexing was naturally more worried about the source energy, and a flash of thought had already appeared in the center of the earth. The real center of the earth was actually an energy ball, wrapped in a dent or sphere. The outer periphery of the spherical, or was the magma inner sea. There was another circle of rock wrapped outside the magma inner sea, and outside of this was the extremely low temperature and extremely large range of the endless angry sea of the center of the earth. Tine Hexing's consciousness came to the center of the earth, but found that he could not find the source energy ball. How is this possible? There was nothing on this planet they wanted to find but could not find. Unless. Chapter 285. God of Nature. Are you deceiving my eyes? The TNS star consciousness felt incredible. Although it regarded those so-called gods as planetary stewards and energy reserves, the God of Nature was still special to it. In other words, the God of Nature was very special to TNS star itself. He was not a planetary consciousness, but he inherited the responsibility of the natural development and circulation of the planet, just like the biggest steward of this planet. When the God of Nature got into trouble, the natural environment of TNS star was also greatly affected. For example, the geological disasters in the Orc continent, although it was also driven by its highest consciousness, It cannot be denied that it was because of the absence of the god of nature that the natural balance of this continent was unbalanced. The continental shelf plates were broken, and the insect poisons on this continent were rampant, which could not be naturally degraded and melted until now. Because of the lack of the helper of the god of nature, considering the energy and effort required to repair the Ore continent, it chose to tear down this continent and start over. Because of the importance of the god of nature to this planet, it chose to revive the god of nature first. But now this god of nature has betrayed it, and dared to take the original energy. Tiana's star consciousness is very unhappy. Not only did it sense that the god of nature was playing tricks, but it also felt a little bit of the power of the god of curse. These two gods together tried to prevent it from finding the original energy. But these two gods, who have not yet fully recovered, want to stop the consciousness of this planet itself. Tiana's star consciousness can't understand that they can only stop it for a short while, maybe only a few seconds. Just for these few seconds, let it know their betrayal. Do they really want to disappear completely? On the outermost side of the source energy group, a ball of light was clinging to the source energy and madly absorbing it. Lang Mu quickly arranged the space maze magic circle, using his method to delay the arrival of Time Hexing consciousness as much as possible. When the magic power was not enough, the natural seed in his brow suddenly sprouted and grew leaves, and the natural power flowed into the magic circle through Lang Mu's hand. The god of nature was exerting force. The god of curse was also desperately squeezing himself. Curse you for a second of bad luck. Curse you for not finding the right way. Curse you for being depressed. Curse you for being distracted. The Time Hexing consciousness was indeed distracted, and it felt that something seemed to have happened inside the barrier it used to seal the evil god. But before it could take a closer look, it felt that a lot of source energy was being lost. Which one is more important? Is there any need to say this? The Time Hexing consciousness continued to break the maze. 1 second, 2 seconds. It didn't even last 4 seconds. The barrier was broken, and Time Hexing's consciousness had already appeared at the source energy group. The light ball was trying to move. Yes, it didn't devour the source energy, and it didn't have the ability to devour too much source energy at once. It chose to move it, and transfer the source energy to its body. It's just a transfer, which is not a difficult task for it. After all, it is also a light computer complex that integrates the power of several gods, and the highest achievement of Orc civilization. If it makes a body for itself, it will be the first generation of self-conscious intelligent robots on Time Hexing, and it can barely be considered an intelligent god, right? You dare! Time Hexing's consciousness was furious. Just when Time Hexing's consciousness was about to attack the light ball, Lang Mu suddenly shouted, "Now!" A space crack was torn open. The light ball pushed the original energy group and rushed forward. Time Hexing's consciousness turned into mist and took action. The power of the god of nature and the god of curse was activated at the same time. On the other side, Imacrosso felt that he had been fooled, but now he was in a difficult situation and could only continue to transfer his energy to Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan turned into a young tiger. The young tiger continued to grow up, and the color of its fur gradually deepened. The golden color completely disappeared, and the fur turned black. When Shang Fifan's body expanded to 5 meters high, a pair of black wings grew under his ribs. The evil god kept looking at Shang Fifan's eyes, hoping to see confusion, madness, and chaos in his eyes. But the dark eyes with golden irises were always clear and bright, without any confusion, but the evil spirit was getting stronger and stronger. But Imacrosso did feel that the power of the seal that suppressed him was triggered. If it wasn't so, he wouldn't agree to transfer his energy to Shang Fifan. Just by looking at the black wings that suddenly grew on Shang Fifan, Imacrosso knew that the feather that he failed to swallow really benefited Shang Fifan. Imacrosso was very jealous. But now getting out of trouble is the first priority. Everything will be discussed after he gets out of trouble. As the energy continued to transfer to Shang Fifan, Imacrosso also clearly felt that the seal's restraint on him was getting weaker and weaker. Now! Get out! Shang Fifan suddenly roared, raised his claws, and grabbed a place in the void. Imacrosso was stunned for a millisecond, but he immediately realized that the huge energy that suppressed him had disappeared by more than half. If he didn't escape now, when would he escape? Imacrosso rushed to the weakest part of the seal, which was also the place where Shang Fifan attacked. He spent many years grinding out this weak point. His consciousness was emitted from here little by little to affect the gods and countless lives of Tianhe Star. Now that the seal has lost the suppression of the original energy, Imacrosso was very envious and wanted to know who moved the original energy of Tianhe Star. The weak point has become even weaker. With Shang Fifan's help, Imacrosso actually broke through the seal and escaped. I'm free. Imacrosso was ecstatic. But before he could think of anything else, he felt a force full of violent anger rushing towards him. It was the consciousness of Tianhe Star. This guy seemed to be irritated. Was it because of his escape, or someone moved the original energy? Ermacrosso didn't have time to think about it. Now that he had lost most of his energy, he couldn't beat the Tianhe consciousness, so he ran away immediately. If he just wanted to run, a planetary consciousness that couldn't leave its own planet couldn't catch up with him. The other side. The Tianhe consciousness was about to attack the light ball, but was blocked by the god of nature, the god of curse, and Lang Mu again. It was delayed for a second, and with Lang Mu's roar, the Tianhe consciousness realized that the seal it had set for the evil god was broken. The evil god escaped. He will destroy its planet. At this moment, the Tianhe consciousness didn't know how to choose, whether to capture the light ball that betrayed it and stole the original energy, or to hunt down the evil god. Lang Mu shouted again at this time. The power of the evil god has greatly weakened. If you want to destroy him and devour him, now is the time. The Tianhe Star consciousness took a deep look at this former child of destiny. It also took a last look at the light ball that pushed the original energy ball, and quickly drilled into the space crack and disappeared. As long as the original energy is still on Tianhe Star, it can still be found. Now, of course, it is more important to capture and devour the evil god. The Tianhe Star consciousness rushed out of the center of the earth. Lang Mu lost his strength on the spot. This seemingly silent and invisible battle was more tiring than his real fight with people for 10 days and 10 nights. At this time, the god of curse even whispered, "You little bastards better not lie to me." Lang Mu gathered his strength. As long as the way of heaven is running, any existence that transcends the energy standard of this star will allow him to ascend. Yes, Shang Fifan used this promise to persuade the god of nature and the god of curse to help block the Tianhe Star consciousness a little, and also let other gods, who still have clear minds, remain silent. Everyone has the same interests. The local gods and spirits are most eager to go to a higher world and see a wider world. Naturally, they don't hesitate to offend the biggest boss of Tianhe Star. Oh, if Tianhe Star really has a heavenly way in the future, the Tianhe Star consciousness will no longer be able to sit alone in the position of the boss. Maybe it will have to move from the position of the boss to the second place. The light ball grunted and forced the source energy into its body. It had to hurry and complete the fusion of the body and the source energy before the Tianhe Star consciousness found it. It didn't need to absorb and digest the source energy, as long as it could make the source energy accept it. This was much safer and faster than forcibly absorbing the source energy. As for the rules of heaven, it had been written long before it made a plan with Shang Fifan. Now it just had to wait for the source energy to accept it, and then it could start running the rules of heaven it had written with the source energy. Quick, quick, quick! The light ball was now like a student who found a computer failure during an exam and was waiting for the computer to restart quickly. He wished he could fill himself in it as energy, so that the computer program could run quickly. Boom! A low thunderous sound rolled from the distant sky. At this moment, the entire Tianhe Star, no matter which hemisphere it was in, was shrouded in dark clouds, and all living beings heard the deafening thunder. The dark clouds were like ink, rolling layer by layer, covering the entire sky. In the depths of the lee-gray sea of clouds, the lightning was like a dragon, sometimes tearing the sky and illuminating the surrounding areas. The muffled thunder rolled in the depths of the clouds, like the roar of an ancient beast, one after another, shaking the mountains. The air was filled with the smell of burning sulfur, and even the wind froze. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a huge cloud vortex could be seen slowly rotating in the sky. Countless creatures raised their heads, looking at the impending peerless thunder with different expressions and the same awe. At this time, no one knew that this was not an ordinary thunder, but a judgment across dimensions. Even the Tianhe Star consciousness was shocked by this unusual and powerful thundercloud formation. It happened that Ermacrosso had escaped from the Tianhe Star range, and the Tianhe Star consciousness no longer pursued him, but waited solemnly for the thunder to fall. Its intuition told it some huge change was about to happen, and it was related to the original energy that had just been stolen. But it has no time to find the original energy. The thunder in the sky turned into a huge dragon and directly struck the highest peak of Tianhe Star. The light ball finally completed the ultimate evolution in the alien space. Its mechanical body is no longer a cold alloy, but a divine body condensed by pure energy, translucent like glass, with billions of galaxies flowing inside, and each data stream contains the memory of the entire civilization. Its thinking tentacles are rooted in the core of the earth. Its will is the celestial phenomenon, and it is the heavenly way of Tianhe Star. The light ball loudly declared to the endless universe. The sound was like the resonance of billions of electromagnetic waves, shaking the thick clouds like thick ink. Boom! Pika! The purple-black thunder like a giant dragon turned a corner and struck the alien space where the light ball was. I found you, the new heavenly way. If you want to become the way of heaven, then you have to pass this level first. Boom! The first lightning directly penetrated the energy core of the light ball, its proud divine body. At the moment of contact with the thunder, every particle that constituted its existence was collapsing and disordered, and its logic matrix was screaming, because it could not analyze this law of destruction from a higher dimension, let alone resist. The light ball wanted to shout for help. Shang Fifan, that bastard, made him the way of heaven, but he didn't say that there was such a test waiting for it. It's over, it's going to be chopped into slag. Help! The second thunder came. This time, the lightning turned into a dark purple giant sword that spanned the sky and fell from the sky. Before the sword blade arrived, the entire alien space had already collapsed because it could not withstand this pressure. Ah! The light ball screamed, and it swore that if it could survive this disaster, it would chase Shang Fifan and strike him with endless lightning for free. If it didn't strike him to death, it would not be called Lao Guang. The light ball couldn't stand the strike, and it rolled into the source energy. The thunder rotated along the light ball, as if it was destroying, and as if it was reviewing the content of the heavenly rules it had formulated. The third thunder fell, and it was no longer thunder in the sense of mortals. It was a pure black annihilation light, and even time was erased wherever it passed. The light ball's consciousness collapsed inch by inch in this light. Its database was irreversibly deleted. Its existence was erased from all timelines, and even the source energy that it had just merged with its body turned into rain and mist and returned to the earth. Am I going to die? Am I going to disappear completely? The light ball was not afraid. It just regretted that it could not give someone a big slap. Let you screw me. I, the dignified preparatory heavenly Tao, turned out to be so insignificant, and was destroyed just like that. Lang Mu, you must remember me. Don't forget me. This was the last consciousness of the light ball, and then it. Lang Mu looked up at the dark sky. The terrible thunder that seemed to be able to destroy the world just disappeared, and the black rain fell lightly. He was clearly in the center of the underground, but he also saw this cross-dimensional thunder tribulation. And the rain that fell. Lang Mu reached out to catch it, and felt the powerful life force, which is also the original energy of this world. But this original energy seems to have become a phantom, can only be seen but not absorbed. Did Xiaoguang fail or succeed? At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Seeing the sky above the angry sea in the center of the earth, an endless galaxy appeared. These stars spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they condensed into a giant with eyes lowered, as if sleeping. Around the giant, the nebula collapsed into a vortex, and sometimes scattered into fireflies all over the sky, and every little light was the remnant of the memory of the ancient civilization. Sometimes it turned into endless light, and those lights died and were reborn. That was life, the origin law that was being generated. Lang Mu was stunned, and suddenly realized that there was another person beside him. A hand was placed on his shoulder. That guy should have succeeded, but he still needs time to adapt to his new identity and new responsibilities. A familiar voice sounded beside Lang Mu. But the voice was a little hoarse, and a little evil. Shang Fifan approached him and whispered to him, "We have to run away quickly. Things have gotten out of hand. The evil god has run away, and the origin energy has also turned into the running energy of the heavenly way. Those local gods will definitely not help us conceal it. The consciousness of Tianhe Star will 99% settle accounts with us. Even Lao Guang. I'm afraid he won't let us go." Shang Fifan's instinct told him that he must not survive the tribulation on Tianhe Star. You will be struck to death. Chapter 286. Shang Fifan used the system's built-in return function to teleport Lang Mu back to the Blackwater Wasteland New City. The original system's return function could not bring anyone other than the player himself, but Shang Fifan could bring as many people as he wanted as long as he put them in the statue square. Lang Mu didn't expect the system to have such a useful function. I rarely used it before. Shang Fifan smiled when he saw the city being built. Lang Mu also obviously relaxed. The world under the earth is also vast and boundless, and there is even a sky, but for some reason, maybe knowing that it is the center of the earth, he always feels a little depressed psychologically. How did you escape from the seal? Did you follow the method you told me? Lang Mu subconsciously held Shang Fifan's hand. Shang Fifan sensed his worry, pinched his fingers, and smiled, almost, but with some changes. The method they had agreed on before to escape the seal was for Shang Fifan to condense the evil god energy passed to him by Lao air into the evil god egg. At that time, As long as the evil god egg was left in the seal, Shang Fifan could borrow the power of the dark god to escape. And leaving most of the evil god's energy behind was also an explanation to the Tine-Hexing consciousness. The Tine-Hexing consciousness wanted to absorb the evil god's energy, so it lured him over. But when Shang Fifan got the Black Fortune Crow's cultivation method, his mind changed. Originally, he wanted to leave most of the evil god's energy behind, not only to facilitate escape, but also because he was not sure if he could digest this huge evil god's energy. If he didn't handle it well, he would be eroded and polluted by the evil god's energy, and it might even affect Lang Mu, who was connected to him spiritually, and he would have no place to cry. So compared to strength, he chose safety. But the Black Crow's technique just happened to restrain the evil god's energy, and it could even use the evil god's energy as food. Simply put, the evil god's energy is not only harmless to him, who practices the Black Crow's technique, but also a super tonic. Even so, if Shang Fifan still leaves the evil god's energy to the Tine-Hexing consciousness, he would not be Shang Fifan. So, you condense the evil god's energy into an egg, hide it in your body, and wrap it with the Black Crow's technique to prevent the evil god's energy from leaking, and then the seal judges that you have nothing to do with the evil god and lets you out? Of course, the seal didn't let me out on its own initiative. In order to confuse the seal, I left 1/3 of the evil god's energy. When the seal wanted to seal the evil god's energy, it naturally wouldn't care about me, a little bug without evil god's energy, and then I rushed out through the gap where Lao air ran out. Shang Fifan said it very simply, completely omitting the thrilling process of his implementation. Especially after the Tiana consciousness discovered that the evil god had escaped, it shifted some of its attention to the seal. Here we must thank the heavenly thunder tribulation of the light ball, because that huge thunder tribulation attracted most of the attention of the Tiana consciousness, so the Tiana consciousness did not rush to the seal to deal with him immediately. Although the Tiana consciousness only paid some attention, the ability of the seal was significantly strengthened, and it repaired the cracks left by Lao air when he escaped at the fastest speed. This caused him to speed up, and he had no time to slowly digest the energy left by Lao air. In order to break through the seal, he was even seriously injured. This is also the reason why his voice was hoarse when he first met Lang Mu, but fortunately his injury recovered very quickly. He has an innate ability of immortality, but this recovery speed is still beyond his imagination. Maybe it is because of the continuous advancement of this innate ability, but he was anxious to see Lang Mu at the time and make him feel at ease, so he didn't think about it or care about it. What should I do now? Should you go offline? Lang Mu felt a little strange when he mentioned the word offline. Shang Fifan often goes offline. After all, he still has to take care of his health on Earth. Generally, he chooses to go offline after he falls asleep. Then he will come back when he wakes up, and rarely stay on Earth. For a long time, Lang Mu vaguely thought that Shang Fifan was the orc native of Tianhe Star. Shang Fifan laughed. It's useless to just log off, you are still here. And my main cultivation body now is this orc body, which is not a defective product made of the corpse of the undead. According to Lao Guang, my body is a real-life body, and it is bred with the help of natural divine power, and I have extraordinary talent. If I want to go back to Earth, I naturally need to merge this body first. Merge? How to merge? Lang Mu wanted to ask this question a long time ago. He saw that Shang Fifan didn't seem to worry about losing his power when he returned to Earth. He originally thought that Shang Fifan was open-minded, but now he thought that he should have planned it long ago. One of my talents is immortality. The immortality has the ability to merge with my original body, and now it has been merged to 7/10. Shang Fifan paused. I have a hunch that after I absorb 1/3 of the energy left by Lao Yi, I should be able to improve another 10%. The last 20%. Return the heart and eyes of the god of nature. Lang Mu guessed it. Shang Fifan did not deny it. Lang Mu held his heart, and when he saw Shang Fifan's expression, he laughed. Don't worry, why do you think the scepter left me a seed of nature? I can feel that when I return the heart of the god of nature, the seed will completely merge with me and become my new heart, and it will belong to me alone, much better than the one of the god of nature. Shang Fifan snorted. Even if there was no seed of nature, he would not let Lang Mu suffer. If the god of nature dared to take Amu's heart and ignore him, he would most likely degenerate. To become an evil god, turn the world upside down, and use all the gods here as nutrients. Lang Mu knew this person too well, and knocked his forehead lightly on his shoulder. I think I can return the heart of the god of nature now. What do you think? Will there really be no sequelae? Old Shang was still worried. Lang Mu shook his head, and said seriously, really not. If you don't believe me, check it later. Shang Fifan. Don't worry, I return it when I find the eye. Lang Mu opened his mouth. his eyes showing worry. Shang Feifan pressed his finger on his lips. I mean to run away quickly, but it's not that urgent. The Tianhe Star consciousness must have noticed that a new boss appeared above its head, and it also noticed that I took away some of the evil god's energy. Even if the Tianhe Star consciousness wants to settle accounts with me, it will first absorb 1/3 of the evil god's energy that I left in the seal, and figure out what the new heavenly Tao is, and whether it is good or bad for it. It will come to me only when it is sure that it can beat me. Lang Mu felt a little relieved, and he suddenly remembered something. By the way, did Xiao Guang give you a reward for expelling the evil god? Shang Feifan laughed. Yes. It gave me 2 tasks before it became the heavenly Tao. One was to find the place where Lao Er was sealed, and the other was to kill or expel Lao Er. The former rewards the last fragment of the mother insect heart, and the latter is to tell me the coordinates of the space channel to Earth Star. So, can't you go back to Earth Star at any time? Lang Mu's eyes lit up. Shang Feifan said without much concern. Lao Guang promised me that once it becomes the heavenly Tao, it will open a space gate for us, so that we can freely travel between Earth Star and Tianhe Star. Compared to a safe and convenient space gate, a dangerous and unknown space channel is nothing. But it is good to know the coordinates of the space channel leading to Earth Star. If something happens, we can also have a way out. Lang Mu didn't disbelieve in the light ball, but he thought it was better to have another way. Shang Feifan thought the same thing. Especially, he couldn't guarantee that the light ball would become emotionless after it became the heavenly Tao, and would no longer take special care of Lang Mu. Everything would be handled in accordance with the rules. Shang Feifan was most worried that when the light ball became the heavenly Tao and woke up, it would throw him out of Tianhe Star without hesitation, or by lightning. Then it would close the space channel between the Earth Star and Tianhe Star, making it impossible for him to come back even if he wanted to. He could go back, but he had to take Lang Mu with him. This was his bottom line. So did you get both rewards? Lang Mu asked. Shang Feifan looked at the game mall and nodded. Lao Guang put the reward into the game mall before leaving. Once I complete the task, I can go to the game mall to collect the task reward with 0 contribution points. Lang Mu understood. Do you want to absorb the last heart fragment of the insect mother, and the energy left by Ermukaleso first? Yes. If you want to compete with the consciousness of Tianhe Star and Lao Guang who has become the way of heaven, it is important to improve your strength. Shang Feifan was really afraid that Lao Guang would work part-time as the Queen Mother, and separate him from Lang Mu. There is also the task of helping the God of Nature to recover. It is best to complete it as soon as possible. Lang Mu's intuition made him say this. Shang Feifan immediately thought of the large-scale geological disaster that was brewing in the Orc continent. If the God of Nature could recover as soon as possible, perhaps the world-destroying disaster of the Orc continent could also be eliminated. I will start absorbing the heart fragments of the insect mother now. When he completely absorbs the heart fragments of the insect mother, even if he cannot transform into the insect mother, he can have the natural deterrent power of the insect mother against the mutant insect race, which will undoubtedly be of great help to him when he goes to the insect continent to take the eye of the God of Nature. Lang Mu said, I will let Xiaowawa and Adai protect you. Can you lend me some of your power of the God of Darkness? Shang Feifan and he are in tune with each other, knowing that Lang Mu does not want to stay by his side, but wants to help him complete the task. In this way, they can have room for bargaining when facing the awakened light ball. Take Xiaoguang and Adai with you. Shang Feifan condensed part of the power of the God of Darkness into a ring on the spot, and then integrated it into his own mental power, and gave it to Lang Mu. Put it on the middle finger of his left hand. I don't need them to protect me. I feel more at ease if you take them with you. Without waiting for Lang Mu to refuse, Shang Feifan grabbed Lang Mu's hand again, and put another ring containing tens of thousands of undead corpses on his finger, saying, Xiao Huahua can directly tear through space to shuttle, and Dai can teleport. If you take them with you, you can not only protect yourself in an emergency, but also greatly reduce the consumption on the journey. Lang Mu saw Shang Feifan's insistence, and could only agree. Where do you plan to stay to practice? Statue Square? Statue Square is currently the safest place they can find. Who would have thought that Shang Feifan shook his head? Even if the God of Nature had just cooperated with them, and the other party had not fully recovered, he still did not believe in this local god. Don't worry, I have my own place to practice. If there is an emergency, I promise you that I will call you and let you come back in time to save me. Lang Mu took a deep breath. Okay, that's it. Let's hurry up and act separately. I will soon. Shoo, don't set a flag. Shang Feifan blocked Lang Mu's unfinished words with his mouth. Sensing the breath of the two, Xiao Huahua flew over with Adai and was covered by Adai's eyes. Xiao Huahua, Question mark. Isn't it just two orcs biting each other? What's wrong with watching? A Dai looked at the sky and insisted. Dad said that children can't peek at this time, or they will get sty. Xiaohuahua, eh. A big hand reached out, picked up a Dai and threw him into Lang Mu's arms. A Dai, protect your father Lang Mu. Oh! A Dai promised loudly. He will definitely protect a Mu's father. Xiaohuahua flew to Lang Mu's shoulder and looked at Shang Fifan with her compound eyes. You seem a little different. Shang Fifan laughed. How different? Xiaohuahua said seriously. You seem to be more powerful than before. I could beat you up before, but now I might be beaten up by you. Shang Fifan waved his hand modestly. Not really, I'm not your opponent yet. But it will be different when he absorbs the last heart fragment of the insect mother. Although it is only the last small heart fragment, it represents the last piece. When he absorbs it, he can get 50% of the original energy of the insect mother. Xiaohuahua has obtained the inheritance of the insect mother, and eaten, and digested most of the insect mother's body. But the heart is the most important part of the insect mother's body, and the first key to energy storage. Otherwise, the insect mother would not be defeated after the heart was broken, and could only escape back to the insect continent to use the remaining power to breed a new insect mother. Xiaohuahua flew around Shang Fifan, and said with certainty, You have an aura that I hate, very annoying. But also very scary. Shang Fifan's eyes flashed. Did Xiaohuahua sense the energy of the evil god? He thought he was hiding it well. Lang Mu looked at the trace of evil spirit that could not be concealed on Shang Fifan, and sighed in his heart. Even if it has not been absorbed yet, it is the evil god energy that almost killed the native gods of the entire Tianhe-Star, and made the Tianhe-Star consciousness have a headache and didn't know what to do, and was extremely greedy. Even if it is only hidden in the body, how can Lao Shang not be affected? That is to say, Lao Shang is determined and his mental strength is extremely tough, so he cannot be polluted by the evil god energy. But that evil spirit that doesn't look like a good person can't be shaken off for the time being. Shang Fifan stared at Lang Mu. His eyes quickly swept over his body. That meant. Lang Mu's cheeks flushed. Shang Fifan waved his hand. Okay, hurry up and leave, don't tempt me here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later. He has been holding back. If he hadn't been concerned about Tine Hexing's consciousness and Xint on Dao Laguang, he would have held his AMU and fought for a few days and nights. Lang Mu couldn't stay any longer, so he teleported away holding a Dai. Xiaohuahua didn't bother to study Shang Fifan's changes, and shouted, Wait for me, I catch up quickly. Shang Fifan watched his big baby leave, then turned and walked into the depths of the black water wasteland. He and Lang Mu were just outside the new city, but no one entered the new city. A breeze blew over Shang Fifan's body. Shang Fifan didn't stop and continued to move forward. Didn't you say I was going to settle accounts with you? Here I come. Thank you for waiting until Lang Mu left before showing up. Shang Fifan thanked him not very sincerely. What does it mean that the original energy is transformed into the operating energy of the heavenly Tao? It's what you understand. What is the heavenly Tao? It's the operating rules set by this world. Shang Fifan thought for a while, and added, It should also conform to the basic rules of the entire universe. What is thunder? Isn't that the power brewed by Tianhe-Star itself? Maybe it is the heavenly Tao of the universe? Just like there are big officials above small officials, any legal organization needs higher-level supervision. If so, I should become the heavenly Tao of this world. Shang Fifan shook his head. You can't supervise yourself. As long as you have clear consciousness, emotions, likes and dislikes, you can't become the heavenly Tao of this world. As a planetary consciousness like you need third-party supervision. Will the heavenly Tao lose emotions and likes and dislikes? Become the rules themselves? Not necessarily. If you can separate the operation of rules from your own consciousness, they can coexist. Then I can do that too. Shang Fifan came into contact with the Tianhe-Star consciousness for the first time, and then he understood why Lao Guang decided to go to the Tianhe-Star heavenly Tao after being fooled by him for a few words. Because this Tianhe-Star consciousness is a middle school boy. What it thinks and decides is right, and other things that go against it should not exist. It should be the only one in the world. The more powerful an individual existence or organization is, the more it needs third-party supervision. You know I can make you disappear, and even your consciousness cannot survive. You could do it before, but now, even if you can do it, you will pay a huge price, such as half of the planet being destroyed by my self-explosion. Are you willing to do this? I don't need the heavenly Tao. Well, you don't need it, but Tianhe-Star does. In the past, Tianhe-Star seemed to be orderly, but it was actually chaotic, which attracted an evil god. As the planetary consciousness itself, you, in order to strengthen yourself, do not hesitate to attract an evil god who likes chaos and disorder and loves to destroy the planet of life into garbage. You say you don't need third-party supervision? Then the countless lives on this planet must need it. Is it wrong for me to want to become stronger? And this planet is me, and everything born on the planet is also mine. Isn't it my freedom to do what I want with my things? Shang Fifan sighed. You are right. Just like many of our human parents, they also think that their children are their property, and they can treat and deal with them however they want. They are not my children. Yeah, I feel it. You are still young yourself. The Tianhe Star consciousness probably sensed that this sentence was not a good word, and the breeze suddenly turned into a blade and scraped across Shang Fifan's face. A blood mark appeared on Shang Fifan's face, and blood slowly oozed out and flowed down. Shang Fifan seemed not to feel it, and continued to move forward, but he said slowly, "This is the first time you have attacked me. For the sake of Lang Mu and Adai who grew up on Tianhe Star, I recognize this time. What if there is a second time?" The Tianhe Star consciousness seemed really curious. "That is equivalent to you actively provoking me and wanting to go to war with me. And I will fight back." Shang Fifan said this very calmly, without even ups and downs. But the Tianhe Star consciousness fell silent. "I want to become more powerful. Do you know how to do it?" Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. This Tianhe Star consciousness has a strong learning ability, and did not continue to be arrogant. "If you want to become stronger, you can't stay on Tianhe Star forever." "What do you mean?" "Tianhe Star is me. I am Tianhe Star. You want me to leave my own body?" "What I mean is that you can't keep staring at Tianhe Star. You have to look further ahead." "What should I do?" The middle school boy asked anxiously. "Didn't you think of hunting evil gods and absorbing their energy to strengthen yourself?" Shang Fifan said seriously, "First of all, this idea is right, but you chose the wrong object." "What do you mean?" "Because you can't guarantee that after you attract the existence of evil gods, it will not cause harm to Tianhe Star itself, and you can't guarantee that you will not be contaminated and mutated after absorbing the evil god's energy. Then what kind of energy should I pursue? You can go to more distant galaxies to find planetary energy that suits you, such as the star cores that are being nurtured, and the original energy of the planets scattered in the universe. When you bring these energies back and absorb them, Tianhe Star, and you can truly grow stronger and be safe. But how can I leave Tianhe Star and travel in the universe? So you can't shut yourself up and lock yourself in the star, you need to communicate with the outside world. Although there are certain dangers in opening the communication and ascending channels, compared to the benefits obtained, this little danger is completely worth it. What's more, Tianhe Star now has its own heavenly Tao rules. Although the heavenly Tao controls you, it is actually protecting you and the planet itself. These are all false. I need to know how to leave Tianhe Star itself and go to a farther place to find energy to enhance me. Business. Fifan almost rolled his eyes. What a difficult little devil. Simple. How did I create this body? You can make one just like me. If you can't do it, ask the God of nature for help. If that doesn't work, you can also parasitize a life form that has just died or is about to die, and then use that body to practice. When you reach the same level of power as the local gods and are rejected by Tianhe Star, you can leave Tianhe Star through the rules of heaven and go to a higher world. Without waiting for the Tianhe Star consciousness to react, Shang Fifan added, "Don't ask me about the specific practice method. You can ask. Ask the local gods. They can grow from an ordinary creature to the level of gods, so they naturally have their own practice methods. You can learn from them, or you can create a new practice method that suits you. You are the planetary consciousness, you can definitely do it." The breeze blew through Shang Fifan's hair. Shang Fifan exhaled slowly, finally fooled away. Next, he could also absorb the energy of the insect mother's heart and the energy of the evil god with peace of mind. I just hope that he can reach a level where Lao Guang can't chop him down before Lao Guang wakes up. At the very least, he must be able to ensure that he won't be struck to death. Chapter 287. You liar. I almost got fooled by you. The Tianhe Star consciousness came back again. Shang Fifan, who was about to take out the last heart fragment of the insect mother, had to stop. How did I fool you? You have been lying to me from beginning to end. I worked hard to strengthen the planet itself and bring back a lot of energy, but the lives that parasitized on me stole my energy, and used the energy I brought back with great effort to cultivate. When they reach a certain level, they can leave this planet. Then I have suffered a great loss. And if this goes on for a long time, won't my body be sucked dry? Shang Fifan thought that Tianhe Star's consciousness was going to complain about something, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this difficult? It's obviously easy to solve. How to solve it? You can negotiate with Tianhe Star's heavenly Tao and set rules, such as how much energy you absorb from this star, and how many years after leaving you must return it, and you can also add interest. This is the same as the Orc School providing interest-free loans and low-interest loans to students, so that students can return them after graduation. The heavenly Tao of this star is closely related to Tianhe Star itself. For the long-term development of Tianhe Star, this must be determined by him. The rules of heaven. What if the guy who left refuses to pay? There is a phenomenon among humans in our place, that is, they pay attention to returning to their roots. No matter what happened in life, they want to return to their hometown after death. It is said that this is a consciousness engraved in the genes. The Tianhe Star consciousness understood. You mean to engrave the rules into the genes of all creatures on Tianhe Star? This is just a method of operation. You can also sign a contract with the existence that has left Tianhe Star. If the total resources taken from Tianhe Star cannot be returned within a certain number of years, then Tianhe Star has the right to forcibly absorb a certain amount of energy from the other party every month and increase the interest as compensation. Tianhe Star consciousness said without hesitation, any contract has loopholes. It is better to directly engrave these rules into the genes of organisms. As long as Tianhe Star exists, those who use Tianhe Star must return it in the future. If they don't want to or forget, they can force it to return through the heavenly Tao. Shang Fifan, look, isn't this solved? The Tianhe Star consciousness was finally satisfied, and the breeze blew across Shang Fifan's face. You absorb the energy of the Worm Mother, and the evil god here. No one will disturb you. Shang Fifan exhaled, and was about to close his eyes. By the way, the energy you took from my Tianhe Star must be returned in the future. Let's sign a contract first, and the interest will be 50% for you. Shang Fifan, you are a loan shark. 45%, it can't be less. At most 10%, 10% for 100 years. You signed a too high interest rate. Be careful that the beings from Tianhe Star will come back to trouble you after paying off their debts. You humans all calculate interest on an annual basis. How can it be the same? 100 years is the most suitable. If you are required to pay off the loan within 100 years, you only need to pay 10% interest. If it exceeds 100 years, the interest rate will be increased by 0.5% if it is returned within 300 years, 20% within 500 years, and 30% within 1,000 years. With this interest rate, can you guarantee that the people who leave will not be dissatisfied or retaliate against Tianhe Star? Generally speaking, they will not. This can also be regarded as giving back and repaying karma. And assuming that Tianhe Star is a low-energy world, the extraordinary people who leave go to medium and high-energy worlds. They may be able to pay off all their debts by just making some things in those worlds. That's right. Then do as you say, and I will let the heavenly Tao engrave it into the genes. The consciousness of Tianhe Star was truly satisfied, and the wind left with joy. Wait! I'm giving you advice, but you don't give me some benefits? Who will give you advice in the future? Shang Fifan raised his voice. You don't have to pay interest. At this time, Lao Shan wanted to pull his family's AMU over so that he could point to the Tianhe consciousness and show it to him. Look, have you ever seen such a stingy planetary consciousness? Tianhe consciousness can be even more stingy. When Tiandao wakes up, it will negotiate with the other party, demand not only must the rule of repaying the debt owed to Tianhe itself with interest be engraved into the genes of all living and non-living things on Tianhe, but other outsiders who come to Tianhe must sign a contract and return the debt with interest when they leave as long as they eat, use, and take the resources of Tianhe, even if they just drink a breath of wind. In order to prevent those outsiders from refusing to sign the contract, or forcibly breaking through and becoming robbers with their own powerful strength, Tianhe consciousness decided to set up a natural cause and affect contract formation on the planet. As long as you enter the range of Tianhe, including outer space, you must abide by the contract. Causal contract. If you want to violate it, you must pay a huge price. The heavenly Tao naturally agreed. This was a reasonable request of the planet, and it could avoid the tragic situation of premature exhaustion of Tianhe Star's resources to a certain extent. It might even allow Tianhe Star to enter a benign operation. Of course, it had to be satisfied. After the Tianhe Star consciousness and the heavenly Tao colluded and secretly formulated several basic rules that were beneficial to Tianhe Star itself, Shang Fifan finally absorbed the last heart of the Worm Mother. The 1/3 of the energy left by the evil god could only be kept and absorbed slowly. He also wanted to eat a big fat man in one bite, but the price of eating a big fat man in one bite was too high. Oil oozing out and bursting the body were the lightest, and if he was not careful, he would become mentally ill. At this time, he had successfully entered the 9th level, which is the realm of the god of law. When Shang Fifan realized his new realm, he looked up at the sky. Fortunately, no lightning struck. Perhaps being a god of law is not enough to be struck by lightning. A certain Tian Dao. Oh, I missed it. I am so angry. When the heavenly Dao awakened, it rained all over the world. The rain lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, but fortunately it was not heavy. During these 7 days and 7 nights, whether it was rain or not, there was a short experience of falling into a coma, batch after batch, and a new genetic map was unconsciously engraved. After that, all the beings on Tianhe Star had a subconscious cognition of heavenly Dao. When Shang Fifan found Lang Mu was commanding tens of thousands of undead corpses to solve a newly appeared magma eruption point. This is located in the Northern Alliance. After receiving the news, the leader of the Beixiongjian came in person and accompanied Lang Mu. Lang Mu was responsible for finding and digging a suitable channel for draining the magma, and the leader of the North Bear was responsible for relocating all the residents and other creatures along the way. When the leader of the North Bear saw Shang Fifan again, he felt that he could no longer see through him. When he first faced Shang Fifan, he felt that he was on par with him. So even though Shang Fifan was young and had no background, he still treated him with courtesy. The second time he saw Shang, that is, the last time in Ghost Fire City, he felt that if he and Shang were enemies, he might have to fight for his life to have a chance of winning. And this time, he thought, fortunately, he had a good relationship with Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. With Shang Fifan joining, the process of clearing danger this time was much faster. Lang Mu used the ring given to him by Shang Fifan to command the undead corpse. Although the ring contained the spiritual power left by Shang Fifan and the power of the god of darkness, it was not as smooth as Shang Fifan's personal command. If Lang Mu wasn't very strong, the level 8 undead corpse might not have obeyed his orders. Lang Mu saw Shang Fifan coming and quickly dealt with the troubles on his hands. He thought that Lao Shang would take him to the insect continent next. As a result, Lao Shang politely declined the thank you banquet of the North Bear leader, found an uninhabited snowy mountain, released the Turtle Shell Castle, and pulled him into the Turtle Shell Castle. Xiao Huahua and Ah Dai were both ruthlessly thrown out of the Turtle Shell Castle. Ah Dai looked down at the pocket money bag stuffed into his arms, and always felt that this kind of thing might happen again and again in the future. Xiao Huahua was very happy. She happily put away her money bag and encouraged Ah Dai, "Let's go to the ice and snow city of the Northern Alliance to play. I don't think they will finish for a while. Maybe when they are done, you will have a little brother or sister." Ah Dai, Shang Fifan was holding his beloved big baby, and was preparing to fight for 300 rounds. He was ready to shoot, and Amu also hid in the quilt with a blushing face. Dong, dong, the crystal window was knocked. Shang Fifan. He didn't hear anything. Dong, dong, Shang Fifan. I turned a deaf ear to it. Dong. I knocked on the door first to give face to Lang Mu. I give you 1 minute. See you in the living room? Lao Guang's angry voice sounded outside the window, and the sound was particularly ear-piercing. Shang Fifan. Fuck. Lang Mu reached out from under the quilt and pushed him, pretending to be calm and saying, "Get up and put on your clothes." Shang Fifan was so angry that his eyes turned red. Damn it. Wait. If this guy didn't do it on purpose, he'd chop his head off. A minute later, the living room was as cold as ice, and only the area where Lang Mu sat had a little warmth. Lao Guang crossed his legs, and he evolved. From just a ball and 2 small hands, he evolved into 2 slender legs. Come, let's talk. Why didn't you tell me that becoming the heavenly Dao would also get struck by lightning? Lao Guang had a tone of wanting to settle accounts. Shang Fifan's tone became even colder, and his cold and sinister eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone's family. Didn't you get any benefits? Or didn't you become the heavenly Dao? Since you have become the heavenly Dao, don't you know that you have to pay for what you want to get? The more you get, the more you will pay. Lao Guang knew this truth, but because he knew that he couldn't argue with Shang Fifan, he deliberately chose this time to find fault. Then why are you still wasting time here, and not completing the mission quickly? Do you want the Orc continent to be destroyed? And you still want to kidnap the native orcs of my Orc continent? Shang Fifan. Haven't you heard of combining work and rest? I only see you wasting time. What's the point of 2 males rolling around? It's just a waste of time and protein. Lao Guang conjured up a small whip in his hand, and whipped the coffee table with a crackling sound. Hurry up and go to the insect continent to find the eyes of the statue of the god of nature, and let the god of nature recover quickly. If you want to roll in bed, there will be plenty of time in the future. If the Orc continent is successfully saved within half a month, I will grant you the ability to give birth to children. Shang Fifan did not get angry but laughed, and asked with special interest, Really? Don't fool me. Lao Guang, really? I will never lie to you. Shang Fifan immediately stood up, pulled Lang Mu up and said, Then it's settled, AMU, let's go to the insect continent. Lang Mu, Lao Guang thought someone had misheard, and emphasized, I mean if you can save the Orc continent within half a month, I will give you the ability to give birth to a child, not someone else. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. My hearing is fine. Then he turned to Lang Mu and said, AMU, can I give you a little tiger cub? Lang Mu said, Don't talk nonsense, but his eyes were bright. Lao Guang, Why is it different from what he thought? Has this guy become thicker as his strength has increased? Shang Fifan has already started discussing with Lang Mu what name to give the little tiger cub. Hey Xiaoguang, let's talk business. Lang Mu held down the troublemaker and said to the light ball gently, You have become the heavenly Tao of Tianhe Star, so can you still be Shang's system? Light ball, yes, I am me, and the heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao. You can look at the two separately. Lang Mu smiled, That's good. I feel relieved that you can help Shang. Then Lang Mu said casually, After getting the eyes and heart of the god of nature, Shang's original body and current body can be combined into one, right? You will also completely break away from Shang at that time? The light ball paused for half a second and replied, Wait until the main task is completed. According to the rules, as long as the host requires it, I must completely break away from the host. As for Shang Fifan's desire to combine the two bodies into one, he must wait until he returns to Earth with his current body before he can operate. Then can he bring all his abilities back? Of course. As long as the rules of heaven and earth on Earth allow him to stay on Earth. Shang Fifan felt a little strange when he heard this. Maybe when he returned to Earth and merged the two bodies, he would be rejected by Earth. Can I send the body on Earth here for fusion? Shang Fifan interrupted. The light ball glanced at Lang Mu and said reluctantly, Yes. But it would be troublesome to open the space door on Earth, which would consume a lot of energy. It would be more convenient to open the space door here. Lang Mu held Shang Fifan's hand, thought for a moment, and asked again, Will Shang and I be rejected if we go back to Earth? Light ball, according to my judgment, if our Tianhe star is a low-energy world, Earth is a micro-energy world. With your strength, especially after completing the mission, you will either be immediately rejected or suppressed when you go back to Earth. What is the danger of Shang fusing his body on Earth? Lang Mu asked immediately. The light ball was silent. Xiaoguang. Lang Mu begged a little. Shang Fifan frowned, but after seeing Lang Mu's eyes, he swallowed his dissatisfaction. The light ball snorted heavily. I know you feel sorry for this guy. Forget it. I tell you straight, Shang Fifan can't merge his body on Earth. He can only merge on Tianhe Star, because Earth Star will probably kick him out when Shang is halfway through the fusion. However, it takes too much energy for me to open the space gate on Earth Star, and I need the consent of Earth Star's consciousness or the heavenly Tao there, otherwise I will be invading and will be in trouble. Shang Fifan's thoughts turned, the frost on his face disappeared, revealing a business smile. Lao Guang, what is our relationship? Are you still hiding it from me at this time? Do you want to follow Lang Mu in the future? In fact, it's not impossible, as long as Amu agrees. The light ball said almost quickly, I can become Lang Mu's personal light brain and help him do many things. I will not reside in his spiritual sea, as long as it is external. Lang Mu did not hate the light ball, on the contrary, he liked it very much, but he still asked, Xiaoguang, your feelings for me may be extended from me in another timeline, and I am not the same person as that me, do you understand? The light ball nodded quickly. Of course I understand, I have cooperated with that Lang Mu for a long time. I don't want to use you to continue my feelings with that Lang Mu, I want to protect you as you grow up. Lang Mu was stunned. The light ball looked at Lang Mu with a very gentle look. To me, you are like a child of me, and that Lang Mu. Shang Fifan, bah! Did the other Shang Fifan agree with what you said? The light ball didn't care how the other listener felt, and said tenderly, In the Orc continent, you are still a child at your age. Your parents are gone, and you have no relatives on Earth. Although you have grandparents, they are old and can't accompany you to grow up, let alone protect you. But I am different. I can protect you and accompany you for a long, long time. Lang Mu was moved. The light ball said sincerely, If you break up with someone in the future and feel sad, I can also accompany you. If he betrays you and does something else outside, I can also help you teach him a lesson. Shang Fifan's face darkened. Lang Mu smiled, Okay. The light ball jumped up. You agree? Lang Mu nodded. As long as you don't find it troublesome, I am willing to have you as a partner and elder to take care of me. The light ball was overjoyed. Okay, I will definitely take good care of you and make sure no one will bully you. Shang Fifan, strongly request a world for two. He doesn't even want to take Dai with him. So why should he add a father-in-law like Taishan? Lang Mu saw that the light ball was happy, and smiled and said, then let's make a deal. What about Shan? The light ball immediately became generous and neat. I can open a space gate here. Let Shan go back to Earth from here, put his original body into the statue square, and bring it back. But when he comes back, he needs to be teleported to another planet without planetary consciousness and heavenly way. Only then can I open the space gate from here and bring him back. After he comes back and merges with his body, I will tell him how to suppress his energy through the task reward, and then go back to Earth Star. Shang Fifan asked faintly, do I have to set up a pair of teleportation arrays on Earth Star and the nearby lifeless planet? Yes. Or you can jump across planets. The light ball said seriously, I suggest you continue to study space science. If you can master the power of space yourself, maybe you don't need me to open the space gate, and you can freely go between Earth Star and Tianhe Star. Can Ziawawa and Adai help? Lang Mu asked. The light ball shook his head. Adai is too weak now. He can only teleport over a short distance. The new insect mother cannot cross the distance of the galaxy. If it forcibly tears the space and wants to go from Tianhe Star to Earth Star, it will only get lost in the space turbulence. Lang Mu thought of the magic saints of Fidel Continent. It was dangerous for them to even pass through the space wall between Fidel Continent and Or Continent, not to mention crossing the distance of the galaxy to travel between two planets. And Ziawawa's strength is only one level higher than that of the mage saint. It is now at most a primary mage god. Shang Fifan made up his mind that he must master the ability of space shuttle before merging with the body. This is not particularly difficult for him. After all, he already has the foundation of refining space storage tools, and has a certain understanding of the teleportation array. The next step is to work harder to integrate and master the power of space. It just so happens that there are two space-based ability users around him, and he can completely study and explore through them. Guangqiu didn't expect that he could achieve the above expected purpose when he came here today. Although he didn't teach someone a lesson, he could leave it until he merged with the body. It was a pleasant surprise to get Lang Mu's promise. For this reason, he didn't continue to urge Shang Fifan to do the task, but gave him a time limit again. No matter how you arrange the time, remember, you must restore the god of nature within half a month. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu both understood. The geological disaster on the Orc continent is likely to break out in half a month. Chapter 288. When Shaw emerged from the nest, the ground was shaking. Recent earthquakes have become more and more frequent, causing cracks on the walls of the nest where they live. Maybe one day it will collapse completely. Shaw is a young mutant Zerg. It is smaller than its peers, and its exoskeleton is sickly pale. Among its 6 limbs, the first 2 pairs have been transformed into claws for digging, and the hind limbs barely maintain the function of walking. It is very hungry. The last time it ate was, it couldn't remember, maybe 3 days ago? Or 5 days. Anyway, now its abdomen is so dry that it is almost close to its spine, and there is only digestive fluid in the stomach sac burning the inner wall. It must find food. Otherwise, it will definitely die during hibernation. Shaw climbed onto a boulder corroded by acid rain, and its compound eyes scanned the horizon. Once upon a time, this place was a forest, but now, there are only twisted insect skeletons that stretch as far as the eye can see. The inside of the huge insect body has long been devoured, leaving only an empty shell filled with hungry borers, who will eat any creature that dares to approach, including their own kind. Shaw knew that he couldn't get close to there. He turned his head, and used his olfactory tentacles to detect pheromones in the air. There was no smell of flesh and blood, no fragrance of plants, only the strong miasma of insect poison, and the smell of death that he had smelled since he was a child. There was nothing here except death and hunger. Shaw's stomach made a sharp hissing sound, as if urging him to eat quickly. He lowered his head, and used his claws to dig up the gravel on the ground. Under the rotten soil, there were some purple-black crystals buried. A new type of mineral insect poison stone that was naturally condensed due to too much insect poison. Unfortunately, no insect race liked or needed this new mineral, and everyone hated this new mineral even more. It is said that their once rich and beautiful insect people continent has become what it is now because of these insect poisons. Nothing can grow, but it is too hungry. Shaw pried out a piece with his forelimbs, and stuffed it into his mouth. Crack. The hard crystal broke between his jaws, making a harsh friction sound. The taste of insect poison stone is extremely bitter, and it also has the strong sour taste unique to toxic substances, but Shaw has long been accustomed to it. Its digestive system can decompose toxins, but it cannot get enough nutrients from them. This is the punishment given to their mutant insect race by this continent, because the insect poison is caused by them. It is like eating excrement, eating it into the stomach, pulling it out, and eating it into the stomach again. Repeated torture. Shaw chewed mechanically, looking forward with numb eyes. Just as it was about to dig the second piece of insect poison stone, its tentacles suddenly caught a faint breath. Wet, slightly fishy and sweet smell. Shaw's body instantly tensed up, and his 6 limbs crawled towards the source of the smell at the fastest speed. In the cracks on the west side of the nest, he saw a small piece of dark green moss. It was ground moss, a poisonous moss that could barely survive in an insect poison environment. For the Zerg, this was simply a delicacy. Thank goodness for the rain yesterday. Thank goodness that no insects discovered this new moss today. Shaw pounced on it, and his mouthparts bit the soft moss frantically. Ground moss had the sour taste of insect poison, but also the sweet taste of plants. For the hungry Shaw, this was already the supreme delicacy. Shaw could even feel the long-lost peristalsis in his stomach. He finally ate something that could really be digested. But soon, the moss was eaten up. Shaw reluctantly scraped the cracks with his claws, trying to find some more residue, but there was nothing except a few drops of oozing venom. It stopped, and its tentacles drooped weakly. Not enough. This is not enough at all. It needs food, a lot of food, but where can it get it? Maybe it can only continue to gnaw on the soil and stones full of insect poison, but eating these things will not allow it to survive the hibernation period. After all, it is not a mutant insect race that can digest soil, ore and metal. It is just an ordinary earwig, and its favorite food is mushrooms. Shaw searched for a long time, but did not find anything that could be called food. It did not dare to continue searching. It finally ate some real food, and it could not consume it all in the process of searching for food. It had to conserve its physical strength to avoid the dangers it might encounter on the way back to the nest. If it encounters carnivorous insect races, it must ensure that it still has the strength to escape. On the way back to the nest, Shaw encountered another Zerg. It was a larger water beetle, with a dark purple shell and a swollen abdomen, obviously just eating. I really envy water beetles. They can get some nutrients by eating soil. The two bugs looked at each other for a moment. Shaw did not move, and the other party had no intention of attacking. Finally, the water beetle slowly crawled away. Shaw continued to move forward, and his 6 limbs dragged long and thin traces on the dry and cracked ground. The entrance to the nest was not far away, and the larvae's hissing came from the dark passage. They were also starving. No, that was not a cry of hunger, but a scream. Something has invaded their nest, and they are probably preying on the young earwigs. Shaw rushed into the nest. It knew that the most correct thing to do at this time should be to turn around and run away, but it couldn't do it. It couldn't bring back food, but if it could turn around and run away when it saw its insects in danger, sooner or later it would become a lonely insect, wandering alone in the barren wilderness of death until it starved to death or was eaten by other carnivorous insects. Instead of that, it would be better to fight for the protection of the insects. At least it would be a worthy death. Shang Fifan brought his family to the insect continent. Originally, only the insect mother and some advanced mutant insects who led the team knew the way from the orc continent to the insect continent, but almost all the mutant insects who went on the expedition to the orc continent died on the orc continent, and no mutant insects left on the insect continent knew how to go to the orc continent. Similarly, no one on the orc continent knew how to go to the insect continent. Fortunately, Ziawawa inherited the memory of the insect mother, and she also remembered how she came to the orc continent. In the nest where the previous generation of insect mother gave birth to Ziawawa, there was a space passage leading to the orc continent. It was left by the insect mother on purpose, but if you don't reach the power of the god of law or don't have the protection of the insect mother, don't think about passing it safely. After eating the corpse of the previous generation of insect mother, Ziawawa found the space passage through her instinctive perception of spatial power, stepped into it in a daze, and then came to the orc continent. Shang Fifan gave Ziawawa 100 gold shields of pocket money, so that it finally remembered its first foothold in the orc continent. It turned out to be in the territory of Tiger Country, and it was also the only coastline of Tiger Country. From the map, it was very close to the coastal area of the Blackwater Wasteland. Shang Fifan suspected that Tiger Country was the first landing point of the Worm Mother. Let's not talk about the past. After finding Zaiwawa's first foothold in the Orc continent, it will be much easier to find the space channel here. With Zaiwawa and Odd Dai, and Shang Fifan's certain perception of Space Force, it didn't take them long to find the point of the space channel. The space channel is between two reefs on the seashore. It is usually closed, and will not be accidentally touched. Zaiwawa seemed to know how to open this space channel instinctively. With a wave of her claws, she grabbed a dark space crack. The fierce gale roared and gushed, tearing spider-web-like air cracks around. The terrible suction formed a vortex, and the seawater was torn into mist and sucked in. Several pieces of seaweed that drifted by were instantly shattered. A creepy collapse sound came from the depths of the crack, as if even the light was being crushed and swallowed in that twisted dimension. The occasional burst of space turbulence whipped the reef like a whip, leaving deep burn marks. Are you sure this is really the space passage to the insect continent? Shang Fifan's eyelids twitched. Xiao Huahua was very sure. That's it. Ah, I can even feel the breath of the insect queen's nest. Shang Fifan turned around and said to Lang Mu, if all space passages are like this, no wonder the magic saints of Fidel continent want to gamble their lives to pass through to the Orc continent. Lang Mu also felt that it was not good. The magic saints of Fidel continent forcibly tore open the space barrier, not opened a space passage. I thought the space passage would be more stable. Xiao Huahua flew over, pointed at the torn crack with her long legs, and emphasized, this is the space passage. Shang Fifan, okay, if you say it is, then it is. Ah Dai lay on Lang Mu's arm, looking at the space crack, and then shook his head. This is not a space channel, this is a space crack that was torn open by force. Xiao Huahua flapped her wings and hit Odd Dai on the forehead. If I say it is a channel, then it is a channel. That's what my inherited memory tells me. Do you want to pass through or not? If you hesitate, this channel will disappear. It consumes a lot of energy to open and maintain the space channel. Shang Fifan naturally understood this, and without further delay, he immediately took Lang Mu and Odd Dai into the statue square, let Xiao Huahua grab his shoulders, and rushed into this so-called space channel together. Maybe this is really a space channel, or maybe it is protected by the space power of the insect mother. In short, although Lao Shang felt like he was thrown into a super drum washing machine when he passed through this space channel, and felt that he was about to be torn into pieces, when he was thrown out, except for dizziness and broken clothes, he was still intact. Plop! Shang Fifan was thrown against the hard rock wall, his back hurting, and he was thrown to the ground by the rebound force of the rock wall. After half a minute, Shang Fifan slowly sat up from the ground, rubbing his temple with one hand. He was in pain all over, and his head hurt the most. Luckily, he had thick skin and flesh, and except for the bruises, he had no other external and internal injuries. Xiao Huahua was in much better condition, and it could still fly, although it looked a bit drunk. Ah, I'm back. Xiao Huahua smelled a familiar smell, and flew over crookedly. Shang Fifan rested for a while, practiced the Black Crow's cultivation method, and finally made his turbulent mind clear again. This is a nest of caves, like a candied hawes, with caves of different sizes nested together. The cave with the space passage point is very small. Through a narrow and curved passage, like a fish intestine, the view suddenly opens up. It is an extremely huge nest. Xiao Huahua was flying around here, pointing to the stone platform in the middle, and said, my mother is lying there, and I was born there. Shang Fifan looked around and found no other life forms. He asked Xiao Huahua and felt that it was safe here, so he let Lang Mu and Dai out. It took a while for the family to visit the secret breeding nest of the previous generation of insect mothers, and then they followed Xiao Huahua through several large caves and came out. Before they reached the cave entrance, they heard the loud sound of waves hitting the rocks. The fresh sea breeze blew in from the cave entrance, making people feel very comfortable, but a little cold. The family of four climbed to the top of the cave from the path at the entrance, and found that it was a narrow peninsula extending out of the sea like the neck of a long-necked dragon. The peninsula is full of strange rocks, forming long and narrow mountains, all made of rocks, without any green. Standing on the top of the mountain, it is colder than standing at the entrance of the cave. Shang Fifan, Lang Mu, and Xiao Huahua all have ways to resist the cold, but Odd Dai can't. He is so cold that he keeps burrowing into Lang Mu's arms and curling himself up. Lang Mu simply took out a small blanket and wrapped Odd Dai. Is this the insect people continent? Lang Mu said to himself as if he was sighing. Shang Fifan was observing the surroundings. With his eyesight and standing at a high place, he could see far away, but he didn't see any green within his sight. It's spring in the Orc continent. Why does it feel like winter here? Shang Fifan was puzzled. Spring? No, It's late autumn here, and we're about to enter winter. Ziawawa answered subconsciously. Ziawawa actually didn't know what season it was in the insect continent. It just jumped out the answer based on its inherited memory instinct. Shang Fifan understood. So the Zerg continent and the Orc continent are just in different hemispheres? Maybe. Xiao Huahua dug up the inherited memory, but it was obviously not very good at it, and answered vaguely. Because of the god's cage, all the continents were divided. My mother crossed the sea and drifted in the ocean for a long time. She first found some large islands and archipelagos, but felt that they were not suitable for the development of the Zerg, so she continued to search. Later, when everyone was about to collapse, my mother took the risk of breaking through the space barrier, and went through dangers to find this continent that was no less than the Orc continent. As for where this continent is located on Tianhe Star, it doesn't know. Shang Fifan didn't mean to study it carefully. The focus now is to find the lost eye of the statue of the god of nature as soon as possible. According to the instruction picture he saw, the eye was worshipped as a totem by some mutant Zerg. The mutant Zerg can be suppressed by Xiao Huahua, and the specific location of the eye can be found through the treasure hunting compass. Shang Fifan opened the treasure hunting compass, and saw that the arrow on it rotated a few times, and pointed to the north, which was exactly the direction they were facing. At the same time, Sha rushed into the nest, thinking that the nest and the tribe were being attacked, but the result was, "Shut up. If you keep making noise, you will all be taken away as sacrifices." A sharp insect scream pierced the air, and Sha suddenly stopped at the corner, his tentacles tensed. In the main nest, 5 carnivorous insects were rampant. Their shells were shining like metal, their chelicerae were thick, and their mouthparts were dripping with corrosive saliva. The leader was a dark red giant insect, which stepped on the carapace of an earwig warrior with its forelimbs, and pressed it into the mud, making a tooth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other. It takes enough flesh and blood to awaken the Worm Mother. Your tribe's contribution this year is not enough. Sha heard a familiar pleading voice. We have given you all the food in our tribe. We really have no food left. Now our larvae can hardly hatch, and the remaining larvae are about to starve to death. Winter is coming. If we can't find food, everyone will die in hibernation. That's your business. The cold and arrogant voice echoed in the earwig nest. If there is not enough contribution, then pay the sacrifice. 12 healthy earwigs must be adults, not old worms, and cannot have limb defects. You are limited to delivering the sacrifice before sunrise tomorrow, otherwise. You want us to die. The earwig leader trembled violently. Then you will die. It's just to die as a sacrifice, so that your death can still have some value. The carnivorous giant worm uttered the coldest words. Sha quietly crawled to the corner, his compound eyes locked onto the giant carnivorous insects. What a bullshit awakening ceremony. These carnivorous insect tribes have been performing awakening ceremonies and sacrifices for thousands of years, and countless insect tribes, sacrifices, have died for this, but the situation on the insect continent has only gotten worse, and the insect mother has disappeared. These sacrifices and awakening ceremonies are all tricks for the insects. These carnivorous insect tribes are simply taking the opportunity to annex weak tribes so that they can feed on the weak insect tribes. But Sha dared not move, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. Over the past 1,000 years, the persecution of weak insect tribes by these carnivorous insect tribes has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the insect tribes, making them feel fear when they see these carnivorous insect tribes. In the nest, other adult earwigs were also huddled, with their antennae drooping. They had too few warriors, their nest was too weak, and even the idea of resistance was worn out by hunger. 12 healthy sacrifices, before sunrise tomorrow. The giant worm gave the order coldly, and turned away with the team members. Sha's mouthparts trembled and bit, and bitter venom flowed out from between his jaws. It hated it so much. It hated it so much that it couldn't help but wonder, why didn't the Worm Mother take all these carnivorous worms away during the expedition, and did the Worm Mother abandon them? Why didn't the Worm Mother appear? Many worms said that the Worm Mother had fallen, but the priest said that the worms could still reproduce, which proved that the power of the Worm Mother was still there. But if the Worm Mother was still there, why didn't it come back? Why did it let the worm continent become like this? Chapter 289. Shang Fifan took out the flying car, but soon after it flew out, including Xiao Huahua, the 2 adults and 2 children who were looking out of the car window all showed surprised expressions. Today is not a sunny day. The sky is gray and even has a faint blue hue. This color is actually quite nice. When Shang Fifan and Lang Mu first saw this sky, they thought it was just a cloudy day and didn't think much about it. But now, with the scene of the insect continent, maybe today's weather can't be explained by cloudy days. The earth is cracked, which is not a very special scene. But if the land that is flown over, including the waterways that are obviously large rivers, also dries up, then it is not normal. Could it be that the land of the insect continent has encountered a rare drought? As more and more land is flown over, Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu don't think so. The insect continent is not only dry, but even the plants are so scarce that they can hardly be seen. In the Orc continent, although crops are difficult to grow due to insect poison, it does not mean that plants cannot be grown, but the crops and fruits grown cannot be used as food by the orcs. On the contrary, plants in the Orc continent are not uncommon, but most of them have genetic mutations due to insect poison. The car flew for 2 hours, but Xiang Fifan and his team have not seen large areas of green plants, let alone large-scale grasslands and forests. Looking down from a high place, the entire continent is like the remains of a giant beast that has been eaten up. The former mountains have been dug into honeycomb-shaped mines, and some crystal lights flash from time to time on the exposed ground. There were so many dark purple-black crystals that Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu were confused. What kind of, or were the mutant Zerg here digging for? Why did they leave behind the crystals that looked so valuable? Xiao Huahua stared at the purple-black crystals everywhere below, and a stream of light flashed in her compound eyes. What are those? Dead trees? Adai looked at the dead trees, with twisted branches below with confusion. Xiao Huahua answered subconsciously. No, they are worm skeleton trees, the shells left after the bodies of the giant worms were eaten away. These giant worms like dark, moist and nutritious soil, and they usually live underground. They don't like direct sunlight, and they don't like drought, but these giant worms didn't know what kind of pain they suffered in their lives, and they actually put most of their bodies vertically out of the ground, which made them look like big trees with strange shapes. Rocks, weathered sand, strong winds, sandstorms stirred up by strong winds, and water veins with clear gullies, but no drops of water. This is like a dead world. But this seemingly dead world is not without life. Occasionally, huge flying Zergs would fly through the clouds, their deformed wing membranes covered with vein-like lines, and every flap of their wings would scatter fine insect powder. In order to reduce the trouble on the road, Xiang Fifan specially engraved the inscription of invisibility on the flying car. Whenever he saw flying Zergs appear, he would carefully control the car to bypass these flying insects. Until now, these flying Zergs have not noticed that there is an alien flying object in the sky that would never appear in the Zerg continent. Xiang Fifan subconsciously lowered the flying car a little, which allowed them to see more. They saw the insect nest on the ground. The reason why they were sure that it was an insect nest was because they saw a large number of mutant Zergs going in and out of it. But none of these insect nests could be called beautiful. Whether in terms of shape or material selection, they were completely different from the insect nest that Xiaowawa collected in the holy mountain of the priest's palace. Most of these insect nests were built with rocks and soil, and a few were made of insect skeletons and some kind of mucus. In addition to the insect nests on the ground, there are also insect nests in the caves in the mountain belly and underground. Have these Zergs forgotten their instincts? Xiaowawa murmured. Many Zergs are born to build nests. This is an innate ability engraved in their genes, and most Zergs have extremely excellent aesthetics. When building nests, they are even more rigorous and strict that even orc mathematicians can hardly match. But what are all the messy illegal buildings it sees now? What changes did the previous generation of Zerg Queen make to these Zergs that made them lose the architectural advantages of the Zergs themselves? For the first time, Xiaowawa felt uncomfortable. Looking at these mutant Zergs, it was like seeing poor distant relatives who lived in a remote and barren area and were not only harmed by the environment, but also born with low IQ. The deeper they went into the continent, the worse the situation became. There was even a very obvious situation of strong Zergs bullying weak Zergs. Flying all the way, Xiang Fifan and his family had seen no less than 4 powerful giant insects attacking the nests of weak Zergs, and robbing the accumulated food and some members of the other side. Lang Mu clenched his fists. Xiang Fifan held his hand and said calmly, "They are mutant Zerg. According to the Orc continent, these mutant Zerg are deeply rooted in the consciousness of hating orcs, and will fight as soon as they see orcs. If we go down now, not only can we not solve the problem, but we will also be besieged." Lang Mu said patiently, "I know." So he did not ask Xiang Fifan to stop the car, let alone jump out of the flying car. "Xiao Huahua, your hometown is really terrible." Dai leaned on the window inside. "This is none of my business. It was done by the previous generation of Zerg mother." Xiao Huahua quickly passed the blame. "Even my mother did not mention it." Xiang Fifan looked sideways. "What an unfilial son." Lang Mu asked tentatively, "Now that you are back, can you rectify the mutant Zerg now?" "Rectify?" Xiao Huahua tilted her head to look at Lang Mu. Lang Mu said directly, "It means making their mutation disappear and turning them back into Zerd people." Xiao Huahua fell silent. After a long time, it finally spoke. "The mutation is irreversible. If you want to change, you can only destroy and wait for rebirth." This sentence hardly sounded like what Ziawawa said. Shang Fifan felt a little strange. But Ziawawa complained loudly as soon as she finished this sentence. "Why should I bear the sins of the previous generation of insect mother? It has the power to give birth to me, but I also have the power not to bear the dead it left behind." Adai replied very honestly, "You inherited your mother's power and ate her body." Ziawawa choked, but then it said confidently, "I was still young at that time and didn't understand anything at all. It was my instinct to eat when I was hungry. Can you say that a baby must return milk just because it ate a little bit of it?" Adai thought seriously for a moment. "It still has to be returned?" Xiao Huahua was angry. "Do you still have a little bit of insect humanitarian spirit? Anyway, I am only 4 years old now. I am much younger than you, and you can stay in Lang Mu's father's arms. Why should I be an adult to clean up the mess left by the parents?" "I don't care. I don't care." Xiao Huahua landed on Adai's head, and actually folded its wings and started rolling. Lang Mu was stunned. Shang Fifan, The character of this insect mother has absolutely nothing to do with their family. Adai was troubled by Xiao Huahua and could only coax it, and even shared his pocket money for this. Shang Fifan sighed helplessly in his heart when he saw his stupid son being cheated of money. Then he thought that Adai used such a small amount of metal currency to get himself a super thug and bodyguard. It seems that he is not really stupid. Lang Mu coughed dryly. "I wanted to say it before. I feel that this continent is full of insect poison, and the power of nature is almost difficult to exert here." Shang Fifan subconsciously thought of those purple-black crystals. "First take back the eyes of the statue of the god of nature, and then we can talk about the other things later." Lang Mu also thought that things should be solved one by one. And the situation in the insect continent is not something that he and Lao Shang, two ordinary people, even if Lao Shang has advanced to the realm of the god of law, it is still within the scope of humans, can solve. If the god of nature can be restored, it will of course be solved faster by divine power. It is unknown whether the god of nature in the statue square sensed the two people's earnest expectations for him, and the green plants in the entire square that were originally full of vitality became 3 points grayer. A light laugh sounded in the square, and a faint black smoke seemed to want to wrap around the statue of the god of nature. The branches wrapped around the arms of the god of nature moved. The black smoke quickly disappeared. Shang Fifan, who was driving the vehicle, suddenly looked up. Did he seem to feel the power of the god of curse just now? To be honest, he didn't seem to know how serious the injury of the god of curse was. He only knew that he had created a fragment of the godhood and hid it in the broken glass ball, and then the god of curse exchanged it with the dark fire and took it back. In addition, the god of curse also absorbed an evil god egg condensed from the energy of the evil god. Lao Guang seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally avoided the god of curse and rarely mentioned him. Although Lao Guang didn't mention other gods much, Lao Guang obviously knew and cooperated with the god of curse. For example, he awakened the power of curse first and got in touch with the god of curse. Although Lao Guang was dissatisfied, he was not angry, let alone angry. "AMU, do you remember what people often said about insect poison when I first arrived in the Orc continent?" Lang Mu was stunned. "The curse of the Zerg?" Shang Fifan raised his lips and said meaningfully, "Yes, the curse." The treasure-hunting compass in his right eye emitted a golden light, prompting Shang Fifan. The right eye of the statue of the god of nature was approaching. Adai suddenly exclaimed. The two adults and Xiao Huahua looked down together. They actually saw a mountain full of plants, and even full of brilliant flowers in the mountain. Countless mushrooms hid under the trees and in the grass, and various small animals shuttled through the mountains and forests from time to time. This mountain is so conspicuous and abrupt on the entire bare continent. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu said in unison, "The power of nature." Both of them felt it. Even though they were separated by the flying car, and were still a little distance away from the green Sanshan mountain, the power of the god of nature was clearly felt by them. Shang Fifan couldn't help but say, let alone other things, that right eye at least created a blessed land. It was because of the power of this right eye that it became the object of devout worship by the Zerg priests for thousands of years. A canyon in Sanshan Mountain. Walking into the depths of the canyon, you can see a huge cave that can accommodate a flying car flying directly into. There is also a small water curtain hanging at the entrance of the cave. Passing through the water curtain, behind is a huge cave that almost hollows out the belly of the mountain and runs through the underground. In the dark cave, the moisture on the stone wall condenses into beads and slowly slides down along the ancient carvings. Those carvings form the huge mural. The content of the mural is relatively abstract. Looking closely, it looks like countless insects are bowing to a huge god. The gods have no body or limbs, only a huge eye. That eye stares at all living things, seemingly indifferent, but also seemingly full of infinite compassion. Get in quickly! The rough shouting broke the silence in the cave. A group of tall mutant giant insects pushed and pulled a group of weak mutant insects into the cave. The priest who was kneeling in front of the stone wall turned his head and stared at the commotion at the entrance of the cave with dissatisfaction. The giant insects that came in from the entrance of the cave did not know the priest's dissatisfaction, and were still cursing and treating the newly delivered sacrifices roughly. Be honest. It is the honor of your entire race to let you be sacrificed. Do you see how rich this mountain is? There is endless food here, and you can never eat it all. As long as you are willing to sacrifice, maybe the noble and great priests will allow your larvae to move to the Worm Mother Mountain. The majority of the escorted sacrificial insects did not believe the bewitching words of the mutant giant insects. It was because their ancestors had heard similar words countless times. But so far, none of these weak insects have been able to live in the Worm Mother Mountain. The giant insects did not even allow them to get close to the Worm Mother Mountain within 100 miles. The weak insects who lived far away were fine, but the insects who lived closer could only starve and eat the Worm Mother Mountain, which represented endless food, and could only chew on the unpalatable and indigestible stones and insect-poisoned stones. If they dared to get close, they would be beaten to death, and their bodies would be dragged away for sacrifice. That taste was unimaginable. Shaw and 11 other insects came to the Worm Mother Mountain together. They were originally terrified and numb, but after seeing the Insect Mother Mountain, the whole insect was filled with shock and envy. There is such a large and green mountain full of green plants here. There are not only plants and mushrooms in this mountain, but also wild animals and birds. Food. So much food, but they can only look and smell, but can't eat a bite. Shaw was unwilling. He was so jealous that his whole heart was dripping with poison. Why? Why do those giant insects oppress them and ask them to sacrifice when there is so much food here? Because the reason why this mountain is so rich is that it comes from the sacrifices of the weak insects from generation to generation. Shaw's heart told it so. Shaw could have not come. After all, he had just reached adulthood in the tribe. But he took the initiative to come, and when other adult earwigs were unwilling to sacrifice themselves, he became one of the sacrifices. Shaw was not great, nor did he want to exchange himself for someone else's life. He just felt that life was meaningless. He didn't know whether he could find food before winter, let alone survive the hibernation period. Since they were all going to die, it would be better to become a sacrifice, at least to save a tribe insect, and to see what the sacrifice that made him famous for a long time was all about. Shaw saw the green mountains full of food, the huge caves with hidden murals, and the priests who had only existed in the legends of the mutant insects. Logically, he should be satisfied, and he would not have any regrets if he died like this. In fact, Shaw was very unwilling and hated it. He suddenly didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be a sacrifice. If it had to be sacrificed, it wanted to ask the mother insect, "They are all your people. Why do they have to live such a miserable life? Why can the bad insects such as the mutant giant insects who oppress and kill other weak insects live a better life? If weakness is the original sin, then it is not born to be so weak. If you are given power and become strong, what will you do?" Who? Shaw turned his head and looked around. Who is talking to it? When you become strong, what will you do? That voice appeared in its mind again. Shaw said almost without hesitation, "Defeat the mutant giant insects. Make them dare not bully the weak insects again." What else? What else? Shaw was at a loss for a second, and answered uncertainly, "Seize the Insect Mother Mountain so that everyone can have food to eat." Shaw waited and waited, but the voice disappeared. Shaw became anxious and couldn't help shouting, "What do you want me to do? Tell me. As long as you give me the power, I am willing to do anything." "Ha! Look, there is another lunatic here." A harsh laugh sounded in Shaw's ears. A giant insect's foot kicked its leg hard, almost breaking it. This has almost become a fixed repertoire in the sacrifice. Every time there is a sacrifice, there will always be a madman who will appear 2 or 3 times out of 5, shouting that he wants power, and wants to overthrow our powerful rule. Ha ha. Oh, overthrowing us is nothing. There are also madmen who say they want to kill the insect mother, become the insect king, and lead the insect race to find a new life continent. Shaw's expression was dull. It turns out that it is not the only one who heard that voice. But what kind of answer does that voice want, and how can it be given power? Shaw seemed to be hit, and the whole insect was numbly dragged to the stone wall. Into the huge cave, no less than 300 adult insects were sent in one after another. There are all kinds of races, and the bodies of the mutated insects are all strange and weird, and they all look lethal. But they are only the bottom and the weak in the entire mutant insect race. After losing the insect mother, these mutant insects full of murderousness gradually lost their murderousness. They were tortured by life and almost had no energy and spirit, and lived in a daze every day. Now so many insects were forced to be sacrificed. Obviously no one tied them up, but none of them resisted. They just knelt in front of the stone wall, waiting for their fate as sacrifices to come. They even felt a little impatient to die early and be reborn soon. An old priest turned his head and seemed to be counting the number of insect sacrifices. 303. The old priest nodded. As long as the total number exceeds the 300 they require, it will be fine. More is better, but less is definitely not acceptable. Another priest said, "This is the largest sacrifice this year. I hope it can survive the winter. It will definitely be possible. I walked in the mountains, and there are not many fallen leaves." The third priest said. The first old priest sighed, "But my perception tells me that this winter will be very cold, and it is likely to be much colder than in previous years. Although the situation in the mountains looks good, do you remember that one year because of insufficient sacrifices, spring was delayed, causing many insects in our tribe to starve to death that year?" The other two priests felt sympathetic when they thought of the disaster. Sacrifice this batch first. If the situation is not right in winter, it will not be too late to find sacrifices later. But the scouts told me that there are fewer and fewer Zerg outside. Many Zerg have fled to the edge of the continent, and even forced their way across the sea to find islands in the sea to live. I am afraid that if we want to hold another sacrifice next year, I am afraid that we will not even be able to gather all the sacrifices. Let's talk about next year. The insect mother will never give up on us. She will give us strength. The priest who spoke looked at the huge eyes in the stone wall with fanatical eyes. The other two priests also knelt down in front of the eyes in the stone wall again, with pious expressions. "Please bless us, the insect mother, we are your most loyal people. We will definitely wait for your return here until the world disappears." Shang Fifan lowered the altitude of the flying car. "The statue's right eye is just below?" Lang Mu asked in a low voice. "The natural force here is so strong that he can't sense it accurately." Shang Fifan nodded. "The straight line distance is less than 300 meters. Do you see the canyon below? It's in there. I go with you," Lang Mu said without giving way to refusal. Shang Fifan seemed to have expected it, rubbed his fingers and smiled. Then he brought Ah Dai over and put him in the driver's seat, and asked the cub, "Do you want to stay in the car and wait for us, or wait in my space?" Ah Dai chose without hesitation, "In the car. If it waits in its father's space, it will be forced to sleep." In order to get Shang's father to agree, Ah Dai also emphasized, "I will protect myself. If I encounter danger, I will teleport to your side as soon as possible." "I will stay too," Xiao Huahua said loudly. It didn't want to see those mutant Zergs. It was afraid that its two fathers would do something bad and throw it to those Zergs, making it take on important responsibilities at a young age. This time, it's not about raising a small family, but raising an entire race, countless insects. Xiao Huahua counted the gold shields in her wallet and felt that she couldn't afford it, so she pretended to be dead. No, she left it to Ah Dai as a bodyguard. Shang Fifan shook his head and didn't force Xiao Huahua to take on the responsibility of the insect mother. Xiao Huahua was right about one thing. Why should the next generation bear the mess made by the previous generation of insect mothers? Besides, Xiao Huahua is really still very young. Even if she has inherited memories and the strength of the insect mother, she is still a little insect cub. No matter how hard-hearted Shang Fifan is, he can't force a cub younger than Ah Dai to take responsibility. He himself didn't want Lang Mu to take care of the Orc continent, so why should Xiao Huahua take care of the insect continent? The car door opened, Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand and jumped down. Chapter 290. 3 priests have begun to kneel in front of the murals and recite prayers. In the huge cave, there is almost no other sound except the buzzing of the priests. The giant insect warriors did not kneel. They were scattered around and were responsible for vigilance, mainly to prevent the sacrifices from suddenly going crazy or running away. But this time, I don't know whether it was because of hunger and lack of strength, or because they were more honest by nature. No matter how angry they were when they came, they all knelt on the ground with their heads down, silently waiting for death to come, including the earwig that was screaming madly before. It's a pity that they deliberately stared at the crazy earwig. What would the insect think before it died? Shaw thought. As a result, he found that he should have a lot of things to think about, but at this moment, his mind was blank. There was only one urgent voice left in his heart, that is, it should end quickly. Shaw closed his eyes. In the end, it still thought. It thought that it might be its fate, just like their weak Zerg race was born to be unable to defeat those huge carnivorous Zerg races, and could only be bullied and even devoured by them. If the Zerg Queen was there. It didn't know what the Zerg race was like when the Zerg Queen was there. It had heard some legends, but those legends were too far away from it, and it couldn't tell whether they were true or false. An old earwig who lived a long time in their tribe once told it secretly behind the backs of other Zergs that their Zerg race originally had two forms. One form was the body of a worm, and the other form could be transformed into a human body. When in the body of a worm, each race was different. But when in human form, everyone looked the same, so many different races would intermarry. That's why the continent they live on is called the Zerg continent, not the Zerg continent. Old Earwig said that at that time, the Zerg tribe implemented a monarchy system, with the Zerg mother at the top, and managers with different powers under the Zerg mother. All races lived under the rules and regulations set by the Zerg mother and these managers. Those who made mistakes would be punished, and this mistake also included bullying others, and cannibalism was not allowed. The armies trained by different races also belonged to the Zerg mother, and only the Zerg mother had the right to dispatch. In addition, the Zerg tribe at that time also had blood talents, and different races had different abilities, and there was no obvious distinction between weak bodies and weak combat power. For this reason, although there were disputes within the Zerg tribe at that time, it was generally acceptable. Unlike now, all races are autonomous, and whoever has the biggest fist can get the best territory, the best food, and the best everything. There is no reason to talk between the races, and it is completely common to attack and devour each other. The blood talent also disappeared inexplicably after the Zerg poison ravaged. Now the fertility rate is constantly declining. The old earwig said that if the mother insect didn't show up again, the entire mutant insect race would be doomed. Shaw was still young at that time, so he curiously asked the mother insect why she turned the insect race into the mutant insect race it is now, and why she abandoned them. The old earwig only told him, because of hatred, because the mother insect thought they were losers and too weak, so she transformed them. And those who failed to be transformed and were too weak were left behind. Shaw didn't remember what else he asked at that time, he only remembered that it was at that time that he realized his own weakness. At the end, Shaw laughed nervously. It waited for the entire Zerg to be destroyed. It even had a strange sense of mockery in its heart. I am weak, so what? You guys who sacrificed me are also abandoned and forsaken by the Zerg Queen. The green mountains you own will soon disappear, and you will starve to death sooner or later, and maybe die more miserably than me. Shaw's laughter was very abrupt in the silent cave. The priests who were reciting the prayer turned their heads unhappily, but fortunately their prayers had been completed. The unhappy priest pointed at Shaw, the first sacrificer. Two giant insect warriors immediately walked into the swarm, grabbed Shaw and dragged him out. Shaw was still laughing when he was dragged to the stone wall. Disrespectful. Dig out its heart. The oldest priest snorted. The other two priests also stared at Shaw with indifference, and one of them took out a special sharp knife. The two giant insect warriors pressed Shaw to the stone wall. A priest held a sharp knife in the front of his long limb and walked in front of Shaw. The priest's long limb was sharp enough, but the sharp knife looked even more terrifying. The tip of the knife was black and red, as if it was stained with the blood of countless insects and lives. That is not the insect mother at all. The insect mother will not treat us like this. Shaw suddenly shouted loudly. I'm waiting for you to die together. You will also be finished. The insect mother told me that you will all die. The priest had no time to call the warrior to cover Shaw's mouth, and stabbed Shaw's vest with a knife. The tip of the knife sank into Shaw's vest. The priest holding the knife suddenly found that the sharp knife he was holding could not stab deeper. At the same time, the giant insect warrior who pressed Shaw and the other two priests saw a strange scene. The snow-white frost froze the tip of the knife, and began to spread from the tip of the knife, quickly wrapping the entire blade, and even the long limbs of the priest holding the knife. The knife-wielding priest was startled and quickly loosened his forelimbs. But he failed to do so. The frost spread very quickly, and had already spread to his long limbs when he loosened them. The knife-wielding priest wanted to use brute force to take back his long limbs, but... crack! The knife-wielding priest looked at his broken half of his long limb in surprise and disbelief. After a long while, he roared angrily, What's going on? Bloodline talent? Ice talent? the oldest priest blurted out. Although the bloodline talents of all Zergs are gradually disappearing, some bloodline talents will occasionally appear. When they sacrifice sacrifices, some of the sacrifices will occasionally awaken their bloodline talents before they die. But there has never been such a strong talent. Crack! What's that sound? Where did the shattering sound come from? The three priests turned their heads and looked around. Suddenly, when they turned their heads to look at the stone wall, their eyes froze, and their faces showed human-like extreme fear. The giant insect warriors in the cave also looked at the stone wall, and then they all widened their eyes and gasped. The eye of the insect mother that they worshipped disappeared. No! The old priest screamed miserably. The other two priests also pounced on the stone wall in disbelief, and their long limbs kept touching the defective part of the stone wall, shouting, "Impossible! The eye of the insect mother cannot disappear. What did you do?" The old priest actually questioned the suppressed Shah. Shah had no idea what was going on. He raised his head and saw a huge hole in the stone wall. The huge eye that looked extremely scary disappeared. Ha! Ha ha ha! As expected, I said that the worm mother could not bless you. That's not the worm mother's eye. You are finished. Your Qin Shan will be finished. You will die with us. Die together. Shah laughed wildly. Impossible. It must be you. Have you awakened your talent for stealing? Give me back the worm mother's eye. The old priest said this, but he didn't believe that Shah could steal the giant eye in public, but he couldn't find other suspects, so he could only chase Shah and interrogate him. Shah laughed continuously, and he was still laughing when the old priest beat him. He was very happy. Kill this thief. Kill this despicable person who blasphemed the worm mother's eye. Kill it. The giant worms in the whole cave were in turmoil. The snow-white frost spread rapidly, freezing the old priest and the giant worm warrior who wanted to attack Shah. The other two priests who were lying on the stone wall and constantly groping for the giant eye were also frozen. The same happened to the other giant insect warriors who wanted to rush over, including the followers of the three priests, and the insects lying in front of the stone wall ready to repair the stone wall at any time. They were all frozen in place like statues. Strangely, there was no frost on Shah, who was in the middle of these insects. Even the sharp knife that pierced its vest fell from its back. Its carapace cracked, but it was not a big problem, and its internal organs were not injured. Shah moved his body, and couldn't believe that it had escaped the disaster of sacrifice. Was it the insect mother who appeared? Shah stared at the huge gap in the stone wall and felt incredible. The other more than 300 sacrificial insects waiting to die in the cave also noticed something strange and raised their heads. What happened? Why were the three giant insect tribe priests and giant insect warriors all frozen? Is it you? A water beetle asked Shah in an excited voice. Shah was at a loss and shook his head quickly. It's not me. I don't know what happened either. Should we run quickly? If the three giant insect tribes find out that something went wrong with the sacrifice, and even the eye of the insect mother is gone, they will not only kill us, but they may even kill all of our tribe to vent their anger. Another ladybug flapped its wings in fear and flew a short distance. But how can we escape? There are giant insects guarding the cave entrance outside. Ah, they are coming in. Shah gritted his teeth, grabbed the sharp knife on the ground, and rushed to the cave entrance first, shouting, "If you want to live, follow me. Kill them! Fight!" More than half of the 300 insects suddenly felt a sense of anger and courage. Yes, fight. Anyway, we will die, so we might as well fight. Kill one to get back our investment, and kill two to make a profit. Kill! Fight with them. The giant insects guarding the cave entrance came in to check when they heard something wrong in the cave, but they were surrounded and killed by the 300 insects. Shah was smarter. He temporarily commanded some of the huge and more flexible insects to temporarily block the cave entrance, and only let one or two giant insects in at a time. The remaining insects surrounded and killed the one or two giant insects together. Ants bite elephants to death. What's more, the difference between giant insects and ordinary insects is not as huge as that between ants and elephants. Lang Mu, who had been planning to take action, watched the 300 insects and the giant insect warriors fighting back and forth. The insect that could still laugh before dying also had a certain ability to command the battle on the spot, so he did not intervene. Back? Lang Mu turned to ask Shang Fifan, who had just appeared. Shang Fifan nodded, holding a half-meter-long transparent insect in his hand. You would never have thought that there is such a bug hiding behind that eye. What kind of bug is this? Lang Mu looked at the bug with caution and curiosity. I don't know. It's quite fierce, has fangs, and releases venom, which is very toxic. Shang Fifan said simply. Lang Mu immediately became worried and grabbed Shang Fifan's arm. Are you okay? Shang Fifan wanted to lie down and pretend to be weak, but the occasion and time were not right, so he could only say firmly, It's okay, after all, I am also a magic god. The venom of ordinary insects is basically ineffective against me, especially. Black Fortune Crow's skills are really good, which can absorb all negative energy, and naturally can also use venom as a tonic. Lang Mu exhaled and felt relieved. Shang Fifan felt sorry for missing such a good opportunity to lie in his AMU's arms, and asked for a hug and a kiss, so he could only shake the unconscious insect vigorously. Did you knock it out? Lang Mu. Shang Fifan shook it again. Yeah. He tried to sneak attack me, but I slapped him unconscious. Neither of them expected that the process of taking the statue's right eye would be so simple and smooth this time. They were also very careful to hide, trying not to alarm the insects. Who would have thought? It can only be said that there is a huge gap between the power of the god of law and ordinary strong men. Shang Fifan had not even used the pressure of the insect mother. He originally planned to hide and pretend to be the insect mother. When taking the statue's right eye, I don't know if the giant eye on the stone wall felt the call of the god of nature. Almost as soon as his hand touched the giant eye couldn't wait to drill into the statue square. He really felt the impatience of the giant eye, and even read the ecstasy and small complaints from the giant eye. Organization, you finally come to save me. The transparent insect in his hand was an extra episode. When the giant eye returned to the statue threw the giant insect out. Shang Fifan subconsciously reached out and grabbed it, and the transparent insect bit him. He slapped it to death. This transparent insect was stronger than he thought, and it didn't die, but just fainted. Let's go! Shang Fifan completely ignored the chaotic battle scene over there, holding the transparent insect, and was ready to call Lang Mu to leave. Lang Mu turned his head, looked at the ice sculptures, and then looked at the 300 insects fighting desperately. You know, if we leave, few of these sacrificial insects can escape this canyon. Zayawawa said she didn't want to care, but I think it might still. TSK, raising a child is troublesome. Shang Fifan put on a stepfather face, and retaliated by shaking the transparent insect hard again. The transparent insect, which had been somewhat awake, was shaken again. A pressure quickly spread from the stone wall of the cave to the entire cave, and even to the entire canyon and the vast green mountains. The 300 insects who were fighting desperately, and the giant insects who were surrounded suddenly felt a pressure from the upper level of life itself. When they felt this pressure, they almost couldn't resist at all. No matter what they were doing at this time, they took the same action. Lie down and surrender. The frost that froze the 3 priests and the giant insect melted a little, revealing their heads and faces. The insect eyes of the 3 priests moved. The antennae on the head of Zayawawa, who was eating snacks in the flying car, moved. Adai, do you want to watch the fun? Dai, hey? Xiaohuahua showed a slightly excited expression. I feel the pressure from the insect mother. Ha! I knew that Lao Shang probably absorbed my mother's heart, and he thought I didn't know. Let's go and see what he and Lang Mu's father are going to do. Dai rolled his eyes and asked stupidly, Wah, if Shang's father really absorbed the heart of the previous generation of the insect mother, would you fight with him? Fight for what? Xiaohuahua danced her flower-like wings gracefully. Before, I always felt that asking him for pocket money was not justified, but now it's different. Lao Shang absorbed my mother's heart, so he is half of my mother, and he must be responsible for raising me to adulthood in the future. By the way, how old is the insect mother when she is an adult? Let's say 300 years. Anyway, only it knows how old the insect mother is when she is an adult. When Xiaohuahua thought that she could get pocket money for 296 years, she was so happy that she couldn't help dancing. Oh, so, the affairs of the Zerd tribe are of course under the jurisdiction of Lao Shang, hee. Xiaohuahua didn't say this, but its joyful body movements showed what it was thinking. Adai couldn't help but think seriously about a question. Did Shang's father make a profit or a loss by absorbing the heart of the Zerd mother? Xiaohuahua just flew into the cave with Adai, and heard a majestic female insect voice teaching the Zerd tribe in the cave. You idiots, stupid insects. If I hadn't come back to see you today, I wouldn't know that you were offering sacrifices to his god and raising an evil insect that tried to steal the power of God. Open your blind eyes and see clearly. 80% of the natural power you sacrificed the lives of your tribe's insects and stimulated was seized by this evil insect. A half-meter-long transparent insect was smashed in front of the stone wall. After seeing the full appearance of the transparent insect, the 3 priests exclaimed, Pharaoh ant. The pharaoh is a very special existence in the Zerg. In the oldest period of the Zerg Queen's rule, the pharaoh was in charge of the affairs under the Zerg Queen. At that time, there were no priests at all. In fact, the saying of Zerg priests was also spread by the 3 tribes for thousands of years. They raised their own status and dared not call themselves pharaohs, so they used the title of priests like the orcs. Pharaoh ant. In the ancient times when the pharaohs existed, the previous pharaohs were all ants, or a specific ant tribe. The physical feature of this tribe was that their bodies were transparent. After that, this tribe was honored as Pharaoh ant. Later, this tribe no longer served as pharaoh, and did not remove this name. But I don't know since when, this tribe has become decadent, and the number is getting smaller and smaller. Some insects said that this tribe offended the Zerg Queen, which made the Zerg Queen unhappy, which led to their low fertility rate and their gradual extinction. In short, since the expedition of the insect mother, this tribe seems to have disappeared. Not to mention that in the past 1,000 years, there is almost no trace of the pharaoh ant in the insect continent. Unexpectedly, at this time, a pharaoh ant would be seen, and it is such a large pharaoh ant. But compared to the pharaoh ant, the 3 priests and all the insects inside and outside the cave, who felt the pressure of the insect mother, were excited about the reappearance of the insect mother. You are back? You are finally back. The old priest actually cried loudly. The other 2 priests also shed tears, just like a child who finally waited for the return of the old mother. Shang Fifan was too lazy to talk to these insects. He just wanted to solve the trivial matters here quickly, and then quickly take Lang Mu and others away. You are very courageous. You actually used the name of the insect mother to perform sacrifices on your own race. You used the lives of your own race as sacrifices, and even gave yourself the title of priests. You called it sacrifices to the insect mother, but in fact you only wanted to lie on other insects and suck their blood. You are really good. Anyone could hear the strong irony of insect mother. The 3 priests wanted to explain, but before they could open their mouths, they were crushed by the pressure of the insect mother, and their limbs were broken. Some insects heard that the tone of the insect mother was wrong. How could an insect mother call herself an insect mother? However, the pressure of the insect mother was terrible. Even if these insects felt something was wrong, they had no energy to think about it. You even mistakenly took one of the eyes of the statue of the god of nature as the eye of the worm mother. Don't you think about it? When will the worm mother have the power to restore nature? No, it's not that you can't think of it. You just want to satisfy your selfish desires, and deliberately replace the god eye worm with a demon worm that steals the power of the god of nature. The 3 priests trembled, not knowing whether it was fear or pain. They wanted to explain that they didn't know the existence of the pharaoh ant, but the worm mother didn't give them any chance to speak, nor did they want to listen to their explanation. This evil worm still has the breath of the evil god. It is probably bewitched by the evil god and stayed in the worm man continent to deliberately harm more insects. But this evil worm is also smart. It found the right eye of the statue of the god of nature, and found that you were using your life and flesh to sacrifice this eye. It just happened that it needed a lot of flesh and blood and negative energy to practice. This place is simply the most perfect canteen for it. Poor you idiots, you sacrificed so many lives and gathered so much resentment, but the natural power you mobilized was mostly absorbed by the evil worm. That I can't escape because it doesn't have long legs, and it's entangled by the evil insect, and you fixed it in the stone wall. Otherwise, it would rather destroy itself than be destroyed by you. Do you know why you often repair the stone wall? That's the struggle of the power of nature. The eye wants to escape from your control. Oh, you know, but you trap the eye in order to survive. You still expect the god of nature to favor you? Not to mention that the mutant Zerg is full of insect poison. It is the biggest murderer that harms nature. Do you know that the power of nature you mobilize is? Where did it come from? The gods follow the principle of equal exchange. The more lives you sacrifice, the more natural power that I will give you. But this evil insect secretly devours the flesh and blood of the sacrifice. The natural power you get was originally reduced a lot by the insects, and most of it was stolen by the evil insect. In and out, the evil insect is the one who gets the most. Oh, you hate this pharaoh ant? Do you deserve it? If this pharaoh ant is a thief and an evil insect, you are the most vicious and damnable insects. Crack! The bodies of the 3 priests were all broken into pieces. Then the crackling sound continued, and the giant insects in the cave all shattered and died in an instant. The 300 insects were both happy and terrified. This is a warning. It is also a punishment. Whoever uses the name of the insect mother or the gods to defraud and bully the insects in the future will end up like this. Chapter 291. Whether it was inside or outside the cave, the Zerg heard the majestic voice of the Zerg mother. The 3 giant Zergs living in this mountain were terrified. They were afraid that the Zerg mother would punish them, drive them out of the mountain, or even kill them all in anger. When these 3 giant Zergs were in a panic, Shang Fifan knew that what he had just done was only the simplest and most brutal treatment, which might suppress the giant Zergs here for a while, but if the Zerg mother disappeared again, it would not take long for them to relapse. Shang Fifan also saw Xiao Huahua and Ah Dai, who sneaked in with the invisibility props to watch the fun. The 2 of them really looked at the fun. Ah Dai looked at the mutant Zerg with curiosity and sympathy, but Xiao Huahua, as the new Zerg mother, looked at these Zergs as if they were sand and dust on the road. Lang Mu felt Ah Dai and Xiao Huahua sneak in, but did not see them. Shang Fifan relied on the power of the pupil technique and the magic god, and ordinary invisibility props were the same in his eyes. Shang Fifan saw Xiao Huahua's expression clearly, and felt a little strange in his heart again, but he didn't say much. The 300 insects were free, but they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they all knelt on the ground and begged the insect mother to take them and their tribe away together, saying that they were willing to die for the insect mother. These insects thought that the insect mother just came back to select warriors, and they still thought that the insect mother was fighting outside. Shah had a lot of things to ask the insect mother, but he didn't dare. He knelt on the ground like other insects, waiting for the insect mother to give new instructions. Shang Fifan didn't care about these insects for the time being. He turned his attention to the transparent insect pharaoh ant. The pharaoh ant woke up. This guy was very cunning. He pretended to be stiff, but he was secretly moving his transparent legs to escape. The pressure of the insect queen enveloped the pharaoh ant. The pharaoh ant became stiff and then collapsed. Shang Fifan originally wanted to kill the pharaoh ant directly and put an end to it, but when he observed the pharaoh ant through the pupil technique, he found a strange phenomenon, which made him hesitate for a second. In this 1 second, the pharaoh ant seemed to feel a glimmer of hope and immediately raised his head and shouted, "You are not the insect queen. You are not qualified to deal with me." Shang Fifan and Lang Mu raised their eyebrows at the same time. This pharaoh ant seemed to be a little bit unusual. The 300 insects in the cave were slightly agitated, and their expressions were full of disbelief, uneasiness and doubt. The pharaoh ant continued to shout loudly, "I don't know who you are, but I know you are just fighting for these sacrifices and want to save them. But I am also wronged." Shang Fifan didn't care about his identity being exposed at all. Not to mention that the real insect mother is here. Even if Xiaowawa is not here, he can crush the insects here with his strength and the pressure of the insect mother. Because of the special phenomenon he observed in this pharaoh ant, he has a little more patience, and asked slowly, "You are a thief, who hides behind the eyes of the statue of the god of nature, steals the power of nature, steals the vitality and resentment of the sacrifices, and is contaminated by the consciousness of the evil god. How dare you cry out for injustice?" The pharaoh ant shouted that the mysterious person was not the insect mother, but he lay on the ground in a posture of submission, and cried aggrievedly, "I didn't steal on purpose, this was originally my cave. My tribe insects once lived in this mountain, this is the tribe of my pharaoh ant. It's just that the number of my pharaoh ants is getting smaller and smaller, and finally only I am left. Those giant jaw insects, poisonous fire giant ants, and yellow-tailed giant scorpions are robbers and thieves. They occupied this place privately, and embedded the divine eye that they got from nowhere into the stone wall, sealed it with the secret method of the insect race, and sacrificed it, trying to extract the natural power inside. I'm just angry that they occupied my last home, and I don't want to starve to death. Anyway, they don't do good things. I just stole a little." The pharaoh ant became more and more aggrieved. "Look, I also gave those sacrificial insects hints, hoping to help them escape, but none of those stupid insects could receive my power." Lang Mu also discovered the strangeness of this pharaoh ant, and sent a message to Shang Fifan. "This pharaoh ant with the breath of the evil god seems to be clear-headed?" Shang Fifan hooked his finger. This guy is indeed a little different. The power in his body is very pure, but he doesn't know how to use it. And what? Shang Fifan pinched Lang Mu's fingers, and asked him to wait. "It's you?" One of the 300 insects suddenly cried out in surprise. The pharaoh ant turned around, and saw Shah among the 300 insects. "You have good mental strength and are quite tough. Even if you were brought here, you don't have much fear." The pharaoh ant actually recognized Shah and praised it. "It's a pity that you are like the sacrificial insects before, and you can't communicate with my power." Shah didn't understand. Communicate your power? Seeing that the insect mother didn't speak, the pharaoh ant said boldly, I can transmit energy to other insects, but they must be able to communicate with my energy. You can't. Shaw was stimulated by the words you can't, and immediately asked, what are the conditions for communicating your energy? The pharaoh ant's voice suddenly turned cold. First of all, you have to be a pharaoh ant. If you are not, then you can only rely on luck. Shaw felt uncomfortable. It was too uncomfortable to see the power in front of him, and he had clearly glimpsed it, but he couldn't get in. Then why did you ask me those questions? The pharaoh ant stiffened his neck. Test. Shang Fifan sneered. Okay, shit test. It's just that you are bored and deliberately pretending to be a ghost for fun. Not to mention helping other insects. It's just that you want to get rid of the trapped state. The pharaoh insect shut up. It didn't expect that the mysterious person could even see this. Lang Mu didn't see it, and was about to ask. Shang Fifan had already told him. This insect was polluted by the evil god's consciousness, and it should have been confused, and could only absorb chaotic and negative energy. This is also the reason why it was attracted by the sacrificial ceremony. But it is a coincidence that the Zerg here worships the god of nature, and that I releases the power of nature. Then the blood talent of this pharaoh ant. If I am not mistaken, it should be purification. Lang Mu, huh? Shang Fifan smiled. It is just as you guessed. Because of its blood talent, it can absorb the power of nature, but because of the pollution of the evil god's consciousness, it also craves negative energy. In the end, these two energies formed a wonderful balance in its body, and at the same time kept it conscious. Lang Mu thought this was really a miracle of nature. Then it will be trapped. What does it mean? Those Zerg sealed the eyes of the statue of the god of nature, and sealed it as well. Originally, if it only absorbed one of the powers, the accumulated energy over the years would be enough for it to break through. But because the two energies formed a balance in its body, it became unable to use either energy. This is really unlucky enough. Yes. Shang Fifan also said, success and failure are due to Xiao He, but this pharaoh and should still thank its purification talent, otherwise it would have gone crazy long ago after being trapped for such a long time and polluted by the evil god's consciousness. Pharaoh ant, Shang Fifan, it may have been looking for insects that can help it out of trouble, such as insects that can receive one of the two energies in its body, but it may not be of the same species, and the docking interface is wrong. It has not been able to transmit the energy in its body to other insects only through mental connection. That's a pity. Lang Mu sighed. Shang Fifan's explanation did not conceal the sound, and all the Zerg present heard it. Sha was angry that the pharaoh ant was playing tricks on him, but he also felt a little sorry that he could not receive the other party's energy. Purification? Xiao Huahua seemed to be curious about the pharaoh ant, and flew over to look around the pharaoh ant. When the pharaoh ant heard the sudden voice of a child, it seemed to sense something, and its body trembled, and a human-like fear appeared on its face. I didn't expect that there would be a pharaoh ant with a bloodline talent of purification. Xiao Huahua whispered. Shang Fifan was curious. Why, can't the pharaoh ant's bloodline talent be purification? Xiao Huahua hesitated for a rare moment. At this moment, the pharaoh ant suddenly shouted, Insect mother? Real insect mother? Is it a newly hatched insect mother? Save me, your majesty. Save my race. Save this continent, and all the insect races here. The shouting of the pharaoh ant caused a huge commotion in the cave again. The 300 insects were particularly shocked. The real insect mother appeared? Or a newly born insect mother? Shang Fifan simply showed up with Lang Mu, and whispered to Lang Mu, this pharaoh ant has lived for a long time. Ah Dai saw the father show up, and wanted to ask Xiao Huahua if he wanted to continue hiding. Xiao Huahua looked a little weird, and then took the initiative to fly out of the invisibility range of the invisibility prop. Ah Dai jumped into the arms of Lang Mu's father. The insects in the cave saw a little beast cub and 2 adults. Orcs who suddenly appeared? This should be the human form of orcs, right? They have never actually seen orcs, but they have heard legends and seen many murals of orcs. Living orcs? Living humanoids. The 300 insects' eyes lit up. The instilled instinct told them, this is the enemy. They should rush up and tear them apart and eat them immediately. But these 2 enemies seemed to have saved them just now. Shah stared at the 2 orcs closely, and engraved their figures and faces deeply into his heart. It was these 2 people who saved it in them, and they also completely broke the lie of the 3 giant insects who sacrificed the insect mother. Then the 300 insects saw Zaiwawa revealing her figure again, and this time they all fell into a stagnation. What a beautiful insect! They have never seen such a beautiful insect, whether it is the butterfly tribe, the dragonfly tribe, or any other insect tribe that is proud of beauty, it is not as beautiful as this insect. The most important thing is that this flower-like zerg also leaked a little bit of breath that made them feel extremely close and odd. Who is it? The pharaoh ant was ecstatic when he saw the little flower, but then he cried out in pain, Your Majesty. We pharaoh ants are the most miserable and wronged. Just because our innate ability can spread the virus, the previous generation of zerg mothers forcibly transformed us. We are also the first mutant zerg to be transformed. When our bodies can produce insect poison, the zerg mother will corrode us into liquid to soak new insect eggs, so that all newly born mutant zergs are born with insect poison. Our entire tribe was destroyed like this, and even the pharaoh ants outside were summoned by their blood and took the initiative to return and become the mother liquid of insect poison. We hate, but we dare not and cannot hate, because that is the insect mother. It created us, it gave birth to us, it controls our body and mind, and we have to do whatever it tells us to do. The pharaoh ant cried, I admit that it was the evil god who gave me the power. I heard his voice. He gave me the courage, made me have the heart to resist, and did not take the initiative to return to become the mother liquid of insect poison. I survived, but I did not do anything, and did not harm any insect race. After everyone died, I fled back home, and ended up being trapped by those despicable mutant insects for so many years. Lang Mu suddenly held Shang Fifan's hand. Shang Fifan understood his heart. They actually found the source of the insect poison by accident. And this pharaoh ant also has a talent that is completely opposite to the race's talent, purification. This is simply like a ray of hope left by heaven and earth for this world. I just don't know if the purification ability of this pharaoh ant is effective against insect poison. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't work, the game mall has already produced the insect poison dissolving medicine. Who is making these medicines behind the scenes? Shang Fifan subconsciously thought of several disabled gods. The focus was on the scene of the god of nature, who was constantly making medicines by hand around a wooden table. Cough. Lao Guang, can you hear me? If I hadn't discovered the key to making insect poison dissolving medicine, then this pharaoh ant would be the most important existence to remove insect poison, right? Lao Guang didn't answer. It didn't come to the insect continent this time. It just became the heavenly Tao, and just expelled the evil god. It still has a lot of things to do. The first is to repair and define the god's cage with the Tianhe star consciousness. They plan to change the location of the god's cage to the outer space of Tianhe star, and use it as the first line of defense and automatic contract network to defend against foreign evil gods and other forces. Lang Mu suddenly said. Xiao Guang said yes. Eliminating the insect poison on the two continents of the insect man continent and the orc man continent, allowing the god of nature to recover, and finding this pharaoh ant are the two key points. In the previous line, they found this pharaoh ant, and found a way to eliminate the insect poison. Shang Fifan's forehead was bulging with blue veins. Damn Lao Guang. You don't have time to be my system, you don't have time to answer my questions, but you have time to talk to a Mu, right? Lang Mu chuckled and played with Lao Shang's fingers. Shang Fifan's anger that was about to rush to his forehead was released in an instant. In this case, this pharaoh ant cannot be killed casually. It's your luck. Shang Fifan didn't have much killing intention towards this pharaoh ant. He found that the special thing about this pharaoh ant was not that it had the power of purification, nor that the two energies in its body were balanced, but that he realized that this pharaoh ant really had never been stained with blood. Although it absorbed the vitality and resentment of the sacrifice, it was equivalent to gaining benefits from the murderer. But first, it was forced to seal and could not escape. Second, it wanted to survive. Without food, it could only absorb other energy. Third, the pharaoh ant absorbed the vitality that escaped when the sacrifice was killed. Most importantly, it absorbed the resentment of the sacrifices, allowing the sacrifice insects to return to the source of energy of heaven and earth peacefully, without being trapped here and letting the souls be trapped in pain for a long time. So although this pharaoh ant absorbed a lot of resentment, it was not entangled by resentment. This is its biggest peculiarity. Shang Fifan is also a similar existence. He absorbs negative energy, but he is not entangled by resentment. He just has enough evil spirit. Do you want the power of nature, or the power of resentment? Shang Fifan asked the pharaoh ant. The pharaoh ant was stunned, and then shouted without hesitation, I choose the power of nature. Its own bloodline talent is purification, and it chose the power of resentment because it was stupid. Before, it was trapped and had no choice, and because it was polluted by the evil god's consciousness, it subconsciously, forced to take the initiative, absorb negative energy. Can you help me get rid of the resentment? The pharaoh ant's eyes were full of expectation, and he asked carefully, "Then do you have a way to deal with the pollution of the evil god's consciousness? Since this person can see it, and his tone is so relaxed, there should be a way, right?" Shang Fifan replaced the answer with actual actions. He pressed his hand on the pharaoh ant's head, and took his hand back in less than 2 minutes. And burped. The negative energy that this pharaoh ant has absorbed for so many years is all pure energy. The other party's purification talent has tried its best to purify these negative energies, but the other party's purification power is limited, and it only purifies the conscious resentment, but leaves all the negative energy. Shang Fifan felt that his realm had advanced by 1/3 at once. He was now a god of magic. How much energy was needed to advance his realm by 1/3 at once? Its purification power is likely to be more effective against pollution such as insect poison. I suspect that this mountain can still remain green, and not be completely destroyed by insect poison. In addition to the natural power emitted by the divine eye, it is also related to the purification ability of this pharaoh ant itself. Shang Fifan whispered to Lang Mu. The pharaoh ant lay on the ground, and it felt more relaxed than ever before. The huge and dense negative energy disappeared from its body. It did not feel any pity, because it knew that it was these negative energies that suppressed its own talents, which made it unable to use its strength. Now it is full of natural power, and its purification talent is more fluent. What surprised it most was that the power that originally supported it to resist the insect mother, the consciousness of the evil god, disappeared completely. There was no more bewitching voice in its mind from time to time. The pharaoh ant really cried this time. It was free. Ziawawa was quiet for a long time, which was a bit abnormal for its lively personality. Adai gently touched Ziawawa's wings. Ziawawa's body trembled, like a petal touched by a bee. "Wait for me," Ziawawa suddenly said to Adai. "Adai, Ziawawa suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, turned around and flew out of the cave. Lang Mu immediately looked towards the direction of the cave entrance with worry. What does Ziawawa want to do? Why does she feel so determined? Shang Fifan guessed. Ziawawa probably wants to fulfill the duties of the new insect mother. Lang Mu subconsciously asked, "Will it hurt it?" Shang Fifan thought of the several times he had noticed something strange before, and the breath he had just sensed, and shook his head. "Don't worry. Maybe someone just wants to give a final explanation." Lang Mu understood. He and Shang Fifan had suspected that part of the consciousness of the previous generation of insect mothers might be hidden in Xiao Huahua's spiritual sea. It might not be that she wanted to take over, but more like protecting the new insect mother. Shang Fifan had previously speculated whether the previous generation of insect mothers would appear when they were dealing with the evil god. He was afraid that the other party would make things worse, so he deliberately sent Xiao Huahua away, and didn't let it follow into the center of the earth. The previous generation of insect mothers was indeed very disappointed that they couldn't kill their biggest enemy. Following Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, it certainly knew that the evil god had been successfully expelled by Shang Fifan, and that Shang had cheated it out of 2/3 of its energy. But it didn't even meet its enemy, and the other party had already escaped from Tiana Star. What else could it do? Originally, it had decided to sleep completely, but it didn't expect that Xiao Huahua would be brought to the insect continent by the two. Seeing the miserable scene of the insect continent now, does the insect mother regret it? It had regretted it a long time ago, and its heart had long been numb with pain. When it led its army to leave the insect continent, the situation in the insect continent was not very good. It was the one who did all the evil, and it was the one who created the insect poison. It was the one who brought disaster to this fertile and beautiful land, and it was the one who harmed its entire race. When Ziawawa saw the pharaoh ant and heard the pharaoh ant's cry, it was awakened again. It did retain the last bit of strength to use for revenge. If revenge is not needed now, then use it in other places where it should be used. It does not need to sleep anymore. It should have disappeared completely a long time ago. With those two people guarding its children, it can let go with confidence. Adai suddenly jumped out of Lang Mu's arms and chased out. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu picked up the pharaoh ant and followed him out. The 300 insects looked at each other and subconsciously ran out of the cave together. Chapter 292. The time has come. A voice that did not belong to Ziawawa sounded in its head. Ziawawa did not feel strange. It seemed to have expected this day to come. It also seemed to believe that the other party would not hurt it. Instead, it waited with a trace of curiosity for what the other party would do. The next second, its consciousness was gently and irresistibly pushed away, like a beach exposed after the tide receded. Ziawawa saw its body floating up, and countless fine golden light threads seeped out of its body, interweaving and condensing in the air. The golden light cloud surged, and a huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun slowly took shape. Its body was like a mountain range, its carapace was shining with an ancient metallic luster, and its 8 overlapping huge insect wings and long antennae formed a complex and beautiful geometric figure. The compound eyes, like black lakes, flowed with endless majesty and coldness, but when its eyes looked at the earth, it revealed a trace of relief and regret. The will of the insect mother has arrived. The entire Zerg continent, all the Zergs, whether they were ferocious carnivorous mutants or gentle humus Zergs, including those brutal individuals who had long fallen into the instinct of killing, all instinctively stopped their actions at this moment. All the Zergs heard the most primitive call from the Zerg mother. No matter what they were doing at this moment, they all stopped, walked out from various places, came outside, and used various methods to perceive the will of the Zerg mother from the sky. All the flying insects that were originally flying in the sky fell from the air, living underground and deep in the water. As long as the insects that could move also crawled to the ground at the fastest speed. The 300 insects led by Shah, and the 3 giant insect tribes hiding in the Green Mountains also walked to the open area and looked up at the sky. Ziawawa was covered by the huge body of the insect mother that blocked out the sky and became an inconspicuous little flower. Almost no one noticed it. Only Shang Fifan and his family of 3 were seriously looking for Ziawawa's trace. Listen, my people. The spiritual sound of the insect mother swept the earth like a tide. It was not a sound wave transmitted through the air, but directly sounded in the depths of the soul of each insect. The voice was gentle but majestic, with a power that could not be disobeyed. This continent is dying. My mutant insect race is also dying. Its voice was heavy and compassionate, but with an irresistible majesty. Because of my fault, hatred blinded my eyes, and paranoia affected my judgment, and finally brought my insect race into a desperate situation. Because of me, the earth was exhausted, and the air was poisonous. Countless Zergs have been starving for countless days and nights, eating each other, and fighting each other. If this continues, our Zerg will eventually be extinct forever. The Zergs listened silently, with complex lights flashing in their compound eyes. Even the most ferocious predators were crouching at this moment, not daring to make a sound. The Zerg queen was confessing, but her tone was not weak at all, but rather like a declaration. None of the Zergs who listened felt that it was the Zerg queen's fault that the Zerg had become what it is now. They only felt that they could not help the Zerg queen, and they were in pain because of the Zerg queen's pain. Mutation, spreading of insect poison, killing, devouring. All this should end. I have decided to sacrifice the last of my soul power to let all of you return to your origins. Don't worry, that's not death. The insect wings in the shadow of the insect mother slowly trembled and opened, and a whirlwind blew up the whole sky. My people will follow my call, sleep and hibernate underground, waiting for this continent to repair itself. When the call of the new insect mother sounded, you will wake up again and welcome the new life. Its voice was slightly softer, with a hint of expectation. At that time, you can choose to keep the mutated appearance, or return to the original, with both human and insect forms. No matter which choice you make, as long as you have the will of the Zerg, you are all the people of the new insect mother. The shadow of the insect mother in the sky suddenly opened all the insect wings, and the antennae also danced. The whole sky appeared a beautiful scene. It was a dazzling light wing condensed by pure energy. Each wing membrane flowed with the glow of the galaxy, and the edge was like a broken glass reflecting thousands of colors. They flapped slowly, raising a silent hurricane, and the clouds rolled like waves under the wings. The whole sky seemed to be a reflection of its flapping wings. Originally, a dozen long tentacles that should have looked very scary hung from both sides of the body, dancing like the Milky Way, and the slender tips flashed with faint blue phosphorescence, drawing an elegant arc in the air. Every dance brought up tiny pieces of light dust, as if outlining some ancient runes. The skylight gilded the shadow of the insect mother, and when it fully stretched its body, even the sun became its foil. At this moment, it was no longer a violent, paranoid, revengeful ruler, but the most magnificent creation between heaven and earth, and an eternal totem in the blood of the insect race. Beautiful, brilliant, mighty and domineering. This is how Lao Shan described the insect mother. He even secretly thanked himself for not encountering the Worm Queen in her prime, otherwise. It was hard to say whether he could get the upper hand from her. But if he really lived in the Worm Queen's era, perhaps he would use other methods to get along with her. Such a Worm Queen can no longer be described as a strong person. She is the god of the Zerg. My children, sleep. Golden light burst out from the shadow of the Worm Queen, and the shadow of the Worm Queen that covered the sky, and the sun turned into countless fine golden threads, falling to the earth and drilling into the body of every Zerg. The swarm of insects began to fall. Not death, but sleep. Their consciousness was gently wrapped, which made them feel extremely at ease, without any resistance. At the same time, the earth began to tremble, and the last energy hidden by the worm queen in the underground of the Zerg continent turned into countless blue energy lights that gushed out from the depths of the earth veins, like chains, wrapping around the body of every Zerg. All the Zerg bodies were covered by golden cocoons, entangled by dark blue energy chains, and slowly sank deeper and deeper into the soil, as if returning to the mother nest. Xiao Huahua felt that she was wrapped in a gentle force. Follow them. The voice in her head was very light, and gradually turned into nothingness. Xiao Huahua instinctively understood and answered subconsciously, of course. I will follow them until I grow up. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu both felt that the gradually dissipating shadow of the Zerg mother in the sky seemed to look at them, with a meaningful look. Shang Fifan, he seemed to hear someone saying to him, if you take half of my power, you have to help me take care of my children. Yeah. Shang Fifan responded. In the sky, the last golden light belonging to the soul of the insect mother dissipated. The insect continent was completely silent. Only the endless wind was left, whispering on the barren land. All life is waiting for the day of rebirth. The pharaoh, and held by Shang Fifan, was dazed. Your Majesty, have you forgotten me? Shang Fifan suddenly heard a faint laugh in his ear, as if someone was saying, the insect race is sleeping, the soul of the insect mother dissipated, and the curse was half lifted. Shang Fifan, god of curse. Why is it only half lifted? So the insect poison is indeed related to the god of curse? The god of curse actually responded. However, he did not admit that the insect poison was his fault. He only admitted one thing, that is, the insect mother used the entire race and its own future as a price to curse the orcs and the orc continent to be poisoned by the insect poison forever, hoping that the orcs would live miserably because of the lack of food. He accepted this cursed sacrifice. Now the insect mother is willing to disperse her soul and summon all the mutant insects to sleep and hibernate, hoping that they can get a new life. Since you want a new life, you naturally want a future. If you want a future, it goes against the original curse. The spiritual energy that can support the curse disappears, and naturally half of the curse is lifted. The remaining half is purely physical. Lang Mu noticed something. He didn't sense the coming of the god of curse, but felt that Shang Fifan was in a strange state of mind. Shang Fifan was about to tell him about the god of curse. Boom! A low thunder sound came from a distance. Lang Mu's face changed. It's not thunder, it's the rumbling of the ground. It's an earthquake. Shang Fifan picked up Ah Dai and Pharaoh Ant, and flew into the sky with Lang Mu. Xiao Huahua circled in the sky and flew over when she saw 3 people and 1 insect. I have a bad feeling, Xiao Huahua said immediately. Lang Mu immediately said, the earth is changing. It is very likely that the insect mother did something. Shang Fifan's perception of nature is not as strong as Lang Mu's. He just guessed. Was it a magma eruption? The insect mother took the purification method predicted by the orc continent? Lang Mu's face changed. It is very likely. The two looked at Xiao Huahua together again. Xiao Huahua was distressed. I don't know. My mother didn't tell me. I didn't even know that it had hidden so much energy under the ground of the insect continent. If the earthquake and magma erupted, would those sleeping insects be affected? Ah Dai was still worried about the countless insects. Lang Mu shook his head. It shouldn't be. The previous generation of insect mothers couldn't have thought of this. Maybe the place where the insects are sleeping is deeper than the earthquake epicenter and the underground magma. With the power of the insect mother, it can definitely find a huge empty, oxygen-filled, safe and solid space under this continent. Shang Fifan smiled. As expected of the insect mother, there are more creatures on this continent than just the insects. It doesn't care about anything. In order to leave a new continent for the future insects, it would rather destroy everything now. Lang Mu looked strange. The insect mother is really unwilling to leave a weak impression on others. She is really ruthless and decisive. Lang Mu didn't think about it anymore, and suddenly accelerated and rushed to the earth. Now save as many as you can. Shang Fifan didn't stop Lang Mu. After stuffing Ah Dai and Pharaoh and into the statue square, he also followed Lang Mu to be the Noah's Ark. Xiao Huahua circled and followed. The 2 and 1 insect worked together. Lang Mu was responsible for finding life forms and plants, while Shang Fifan and Xiao Huahua were responsible for catching them. The captured creatures and plants were first stored in Lang Mu's portable flower garden. Now the portable flower garden is so big that it can no longer be described as a flower garden. Its overall size is almost catching up with the Blackwater wasteland territory. The 3 were saving creatures in front, and the land of the insect continent was churning behind. The earth cracked, the ground bulged, and the fiery red magma erupted. When the three could no longer resist the super-large natural, made by the insect mother, disaster on the insect continent that involved the entire continent, they had to let Xiaohuahua cut through the space and take them away. The entire orc continent was like a punishment from heaven, and it was a scene of complete destruction. They didn't even have the chance to look back and see what the insect continent had become. The only thing that is certain is that when they come to the insect continent next time, they will be greeted by a brand new continent full of vitality. I hope the god's cage has not been removed. Shang Fifan murmured as he landed on solid ground. Lao Guang suddenly appeared and said angrily, "Damn war mother. Now we can only let the god's cage continue to hold on for a while, at least until the volcanic ash and other floating objects settle down. Otherwise, the environment of most of Tianhe will be affected." Lao Guang dared to bet with his own inventory. This is definitely the last revenge of the war mother. Without waiting for Shang Fifan to respond, Lao Guang said anxiously, "There is one last step to restore the power of the god of nature. When are you going to do it?" Shang Fifan said unhappily, "Now." Since AMU said that it was okay to take out the heart, he didn't want to delay any longer, lest there be more trouble. If Lang Mu really got into trouble, there would be no such possibility, unless Lao Guang and Tianhe consciousness wanted him to drill into the center of Tianhe to self-destruct. Entering the statue square again, Shang Fifan almost didn't recognize where this place was. Originally, it could be seen that this was a city square, but now there is no trace of the city at all. It looks more like the ruins of an ancient temple left tens of thousands of years ago. The boundaries of this ruins cannot be seen. Although he didn't see the boundaries of the square before, he always had a trance feeling that this was a city square, that is, the largest was only as big as a city. But now when he looked at it again, he felt that there was no boundary here, just like a corner of the endless wilderness. A wilderness full of vitality. Whether it was the buildings around the square, or the stone tablets placed on the square, they were all covered or entangled by green plants. If you don't push them away, you can't see the hidden ruins below. Only the statue of the god of nature seemed to be fully cared for by a fairy. There was no weeds growing on it, and it seemed to be glowing. The weeds under its feet only reached the instep, and were full of cute and gorgeous small wild flowers. In addition, the entire statue became hazy, so that the viewers could no longer see the statue clearly. They could only roughly feel that there was a statue of God holding a scepter. Dai and Pharaoh and were still sleeping in the corner, but where they were sleeping, there was actually a small greenhouse made of vines woven automatically. Dai slept on a small bed in the house that looked very soft. The Pharaoh ant was hung on the wall outside the house by a vine. It was definitely treated differently. This was not done by him. Shang Fifan pointed at the hanging Pharaoh ant and said to Lang Mu, "See, the god of nature is also a petty person. Just because the insect was forced to secretly absorb its energy for thousands of years, it treated the little bug like this." Lang Mu's lips curved slightly. "Let's go, we should proceed to the last step of your main task." Lang Mu held Shang Fifan's hand and took the initiative to pull him towards the statue. Shang Fifan opened his mouth and wanted to confirm with Lang Mu again, but held back. He believed that a Mu would not have the heart to make him sad, and would definitely not be so active in doing something that would hurt their family. The two walked in front of the statue, and then they found that the statue was majestic. It always felt taller and more vivid than before. Shang Fifan even felt that the statue was a living person, hiding behind the hazy veil, observing the two of them. Lang Mu turned to face Shang Fifan, grabbed his hand, put it on his chest, and said calmly, "You take it out." Shang Fifan, Is this asking him to take out the heart of his lover with his own hands? Very good. It turns out that if you live long enough, you will encounter anything. Shang Fifan's fingers slowly pulled the rope on Lang Mu's leather armor. He was still thinking about how to take out his AMU's heart without any pain and super fast. Suddenly, Lang Mu's chest emitted an emerald green light, from the inside to the outside. The emerald green light slowly emerged from Lang Mu's chest, condensing into a ball of beating energy. The energy ball floated up and flew to the chest of the statue. When the emerald green energy ball drilled into the gap on the chest of the statue, the whole statue instantly became complete and more vivid. A gentle burst of energy pushed Shang Fifan and Lang Mu out of the statue square. Shang Fifan subconsciously grabbed Lang Mu's arm. The two appeared outside at the same time. Xiaohuahua flew over when she saw them and asked, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Shang Fifan didn't bother to answer Xiaohuahua. He grabbed Lang Mu's chest armor first and wanted to check his condition. Lang Mu held his hand and put his palm close to his heart, Listen. Do you feel it? There is a heartbeat. Shang Feifan felt it. The heart beat very strongly and full of energy. The seed mark on Lang Mu's forehead also sprouted 2 tender little buds. It's a bit cute, what should I do? Old Shang stared at the small bud between Lang Mu's eyebrows, and his fingers were very itchy and wanted to touch it. Die! Xiao Huahua rushed to the side. Dai and Pharaoh and were also thrown out of the statue square. Dai still had a small bed woven with vines under him, but Pharaoh Ant was still tied up by vines. As soon as the two left the statue square, they woke up hazily. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu were originally staring at each other. As soon as Lao Shang raised his finger to touch Lang Mu's forehead, he was startled by Xiao Huahua's voice. Lao Guang also appeared at this time. Congratulations to the player for completing all the main tasks. The return of the statue's eyes and heart will reward a total of 20,000 contribution points. In addition, because the player completed the main task before the major disaster on the Orc continent and allowed the God of Nature to recover in time, a special additional reward of a two-way fixed point space door will be given. Please go to the game mall to claim the special reward. Because the player performed well and solved the problem of the mutant Zerg on the Zerg continent, this system now announces that all the products in this game mall will be fully open to you and will be open forever. Shang Feifan's nerves jumped. What does this mean? Could it be that this light ball wants to continue to issue tasks to him? He thought so and asked so. Lao Guang felt wronged and groaned. If it weren't for Lang Mu's sake. Explain clearly. Shang Feifan was cold and unmoved. Lao Guang, I promise to follow him only as Lang Mu's optical computer. Since it is an optical computer, it naturally cannot open the game mall. And you will probably stay on Earth for a long time in the future, or even go to other higher level worlds. Maybe you don't want to, but Lang Mu's personality will definitely miss his relatives and friends here, and maybe he will miss the food and specialties here. Shang Feifan, to put it simply. Lao Guang, I want you to carry a Tianhe Star local specialty supermarket with you, and you can use contribution points to trade the items in at any time and anywhere. If the contribution points are not enough, you can sell the specialties from other places to the game mall, and then exchange them for contribution points to buy items in the game mall. Shang Feifan sneered. Why do I feel that this is not convenient for us, but for you? Lao Guang said shamelessly. Anyway, you want me to open a space gate for you. I can give you a fixed space coordinate, so that the energy consumed every time you come to Tianhe Star will be minimized. Since there is such a convenient, fast and cheap transportation channel, why can't we bring goods by the way? And who said that this is only convenient for us? How can you be sure that what you need in the future will not be exactly the local specialties of Tianhe Star? So, your system will still remain in my spiritual sea? Shang Feifan was unhappy, while calculating the pros and cons of leaving a game mall. Of course not. My mental power will completely withdraw from your spiritual sea, including the entire game system, leaving only a magical artifact called the game mall with its own space gate. You can contract it, and use it as a secret space warehouse. If it weren't for Lang Mu's face, I wouldn't give you such a good thing for free. Lao Guang said the last sentence very loudly. Lang Mu heard it. Chapter 293. Shang Feifan was actually somewhat tempted, although he could guess that the light ball wanted to use him as a medium to gain more benefits for Tianhe Star. Resources from other worlds. But as Lao Guang said, having a portable game mall would also be beneficial to him. For example, if he just arrived at a place and lacked funds, he could use contribution points to trade items in the game mall and exchange them with local intelligent creatures. If necessary, it could even be used as an important survival prop. When you lose your space storage tools and all the items you carry, this mall hidden in the spiritual sea where you can buy food, water, potions, weapons, and raw materials can definitely help a lot. Even if you don't use it for trading, it's not bad to use it as a warehouse. Shang Feifan took a sneak peek at his contribution point balance, and was surprised to find that after not using it for a while, his contribution points had accumulated to 97,122 points, close to 100,000 points. Lao Shang was very satisfied and acquiesced to Lao Guang's idea of keeping the game mall. Lao Guang also stopped when he saw the good. It was a win-win situation. Shang Feifan checked the statue square again, and found that he could no longer enter. His intuition told him that the connection between him and the other dimension was completely broken. He was able to enter before because the God of Nature opened a door for him. Now that the God of Nature had used him up, he kicked him out and locked his own door. Fortunately, he had already guessed this possibility, and moved all the personal property stored inside out early. Anyway, he could also refine storage tools, And as his skills became more sophisticated and he understood more about space science, the storage space he refined became larger and larger, and the additional functions began to increase. Sooner or later, he would be able to refine a space that could store living things and even generate a small world by itself. For this reason, he did not feel sorry that the statue square could no longer be entered. Instead, he felt relieved as if he had gotten rid of a big burden. Things came one by one. Shang Fifan focused on checking Lang Mu. If there were no other people at the scene, he would have wanted to check Lang Mu from inside and out, from flesh and blood to the sea of spiritual sea. After confirming 3 times, he was sure that Lang Mu was really fine, and then let him go to play with Ah Dai. He planned to check his big baby a few more times at night, when there were no children or outsiders to harass him. Lang Mu was scared away. Someone's posture was too scary, especially that look was too aggressive. When do you plan to leave? Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu and Ah Dai, and asked Lao Guang. Lao Guang turned into a ball of light, and floated in front of Shang Fifan. He also looked in the direction of Lang Mu and Ah Dai and replied, "Don't leave in a hurry. There are still some finishing touches to be done." What else? A lot. Although the god of nature has recovered, it doesn't mean that he alone can solve the insect poison in this world. You and Lang Mu have to help him. The focus is on Ah Mu. The scepter left Ah Mu with a so-called seed of nature. I knew it was not a good thing. Shang Fifan curled his lips. Isn't it good to be the son of nature of Tianhe Star? This means that as long as Tianhe Star does not disappear, Lang Mu will not really die. What if Tianhe Star perishes? Don't you still have you? It is indeed good for Lang Mu to have 2 life-saving trump cards, but Shang Fifan didn't show it on his face. He said coldly, in other words, as long as Ah Mu does not die, Tianhe Star will not really be extinct, right? The light ball said faintly, planets will always become extinct, but the natural seed left in Lang Mu's body may grow into a star core in the future. Of course, that is when Lang Mu has the ability to separate the natural seed, and is willing to cultivate it. But this will definitely be hundreds of billions of years later. Do you and Lang Mu really plan to live that long? Shang Fifan was speechless when he thought that he and Lang Mu would live that long. Even if he wanted to live longer, he never thought about living for billions of years. I'm afraid that by then, he and Lang Mu may have been tired of living and chose to become part of the cosmic energy. In addition to Lang Mu, you could also help a lot in restoring the Orc continent. The light ball said again. Shang Fifan said lazily, do you need me to continue to control the undead to dig flood discharge channels? This is just one of them. In addition, don't you want to become the dark god of Tianhe Star? The voice of the light ball was full of temptation. Shang Fifan refused, not interested. The light ball expressed pity, but did not force it. It also knew that it could not keep this person. This person was born with a rebellious nature. It was a great blessing for Tianhe Star that he could do the task honestly until now, and complete the main task. Thanks Lang Mu. Although the evil god escaped, there are still many evil god believers, and evil forces brought by the evil god left in the Orc continent. You should be able to absorb these, right? Shang Fifan smiled. I am an employee, you are the boss. As long as the remuneration you pay is enough to satisfy me, there is naturally no work that cannot be discussed. Light ball, I will convert them into contribution points for you. If you want something, buy it in the game store. By the way, open up the global transportation of Tianhe Star for me. Shang Fifan thought that he could go to the Fidel continent with AMU to take a stroll, see the scenery, and visit old friends. Light ball, when the volcanic ash of the insect continent settles, Tianhe Star consciousness, and I will move the god cage out, and then you can go anywhere you want on Tianhe Star. Is there no convenient space channel? With Ah Dai who can teleport and Xiao Huahua who can tear through space, plus your own mastery of space science, do you still need me to help you open a space channel? Okay. Shang Fifan added a lesson to himself, which is to learn how to open the space door. On the other hand, knowing that his family has returned to the Orc continent, Ah Dai has no other extra feelings except happiness, but the pharaoh ant, who was ignored by the insect mother and forcibly brought to the insect continent, doesn't think so. It looked like it was deeply shocked since it woke up, and kept muttering, why did your majesty's call ignore me? Why didn't I feel your majesty's soul call? Why didn't I fall asleep? Woo, I didn't deliberately betray your majesty. A Zerg, even if the whole tribe was destroyed by the Zerg mother, still has an attachment to the Zerg mother. The Zerg's heart for the Zerg mother is atypical no matter how many times you heard me. I still regard you as my belief. Such a Zerg, when the whole tribe is summoned by the Zerg mother, but only the Zerg is ignored, the blow is really deep into the soul. The more fragile ones may commit suicide when they wake up. Xiao Hua was annoyed by the pharaoh ant's mumbling, and was about to beat it to force it to shut up. Dai suddenly pointed at Xiao Hua and said to the pharaoh ant, "Not only you are left behind, but also Xiao Hua. The previous generation of insect mother doesn't want you anymore. You can find Xiao Hua to pledge allegiance to." The pharaoh ant was stunned, and then seemed to understand something. It turned out that it was the important minister specially left by the previous generation of insect mother for the new insect mother. It was overjoyed and almost pounced on Xiao Hua. Before Xiao Hua could blow it away, the pharaoh ant prostrated himself before Xiao Hua, saying, "Your Majesty, I am Gomez, willing to do anything for you. Please command me as you please." Xiao Hua, what does it want such a bug for? It picked up the pharaoh ant with one hand and shook it. "You want to be loyal to Xiao Hua, right? So you plan to work in our house? It just so happens that there is a difficult and glorious task for you now. Come on, try to see if you can purify the insect poison, how much you can purify, and how long it will take." Pharaoh ant. Sure enough, there is a reason why it survived. The light ball flew around the pharaoh ant and said directly, "Is it the original insect race that produced the insect poison? And when the blood talents of the whole race are all carrying insect poison and can spread viruses, it is the only one that has the blood talent of purification." Yes, it is it. Its blood talent is much more effective than Xia Bing in dealing with insect poison. Shang Fifan threw the pharaoh ant on the ground. The pharaoh ant, who has been practicing for thousands of years, is naturally very powerful, but the energy in its body was unbalanced and contained before, which made it impossible for it to break through to the realm of the god of law. Now only the power of nature is left, but it is also unable to break through to the realm of the god of law without half of its energy. In addition, Shang Fifan can suppress it with the pressure of the insect mother, resulting in the pharaoh and having almost no power to resist in front of Shang. The light ball pondered for a second. "Give it to me. The god of nature is researching a more effective insect poison dissolving agent. Maybe it can help." Shang Fifan waved his hand. "Use it as you like." The pharaoh ant had no time or ability to protest, and disappeared from the spot in a blink of an eye. Shang Fifan smiled. "The workers I brought back, the people who are loyal to my little flower, remember to pay the corresponding remuneration. Are you planning to change your career to become an insect dealer?" "No, I'm a part-time headhunter." Shang's father sighed, looked at the two cubs and said, "Raising children costs money. If we don't make more money while Lang Mu and I are young, what will happen if the children don't have enough food and clothing in the future and rob everywhere?" Light ball, The light ball was so angry at this worker, who wanted to exploit it as a boss all the time, but he couldn't do anything about him. People with skills and abilities are so awesome, and the boss can't do anything about him. The light ball thought of another important point of its visit this time, flew to Lang Mu, and solemnly gave him a gift. It was the latest optical computer carefully refined by the light ball, combining the highest black technology of all civilizations in Tianhe Star. At first glance, the appearance of the optical computer looked like a star-shaped transparent blue small gem, sparkling and particularly beautiful. Shang Fifan leaned over to take a look, and thought that he seemed to have never given Lang Mu precious jewelry, except space jewelry and alchemical items, and suddenly felt that he had lost a bit. The light ball stretched out its little hand, wanting to put it on Lang Mu himself, but was intercepted by Shang Fifan halfway. Shang Fifan was not stingy enough to prevent Lang Mu from accepting this gift. He just snatched the earring, and put it on Lang Mu's left earlobe himself. The optical computer produced by Tianhe Xing Tiandao is naturally not an ordinary item. The star-shaped earrings do not need to pierce Lang Mu's earlobe. They only need to be gently attached to the earlobe, and they will automatically fit the earlobe. In the future, unless Lang Mu wants to uninstall the optical computer, even if Lang Mu's ear is shattered, the optical computer will reappear on Lang Mu. Under the guidance of the light ball, Lang Mu tried the optical computer for a while, and felt that it was very useful, so he did not hesitate to express his joy. Seeing that he liked this gift, the light ball was also very happy. Only Shang Fifan was silent, with a dangerous look on his face. Because the light ball urged him to do it, Shang Fifan discussed with Lang Mu and sent Dai and Xiao Hua to the new city of Blackwater Wasteland, and asked Dai and Xiao Hua to help Grandpa Zheng. When Mrs. Lang saw Dai, she called him a treasure, and when she saw Xiao Hua, she liked him even more. Who doesn't like such a beautiful little creature? Of course, no one would tell the two old people that this beautiful little insect like an elf is the contemporary insect mother, and a generation of magic god. Xiao Hua also liked Madame Lang very much. She flew around her and sprinkled insect powder as a mark. Lang Mu secretly exhaled. That's great. Apart from other things, at least there will be no insects biting Grandma in the future. Then the two unscrupulous fathers told Earl Lang in front of Adai that they would not take over the management of the new city in the future, and the new lord they had reserved would be Adai. Adai was stunned. Is he going to work at such a young age? Xiao Huahua, wow, will there be wages during the internship period? Lang Mu laughed. Xiao Huahua is probably the biological child of Lao Shang, right? Earl Lang looked at Adai, hugged him in his arms, and said with a look of relief without letting him escape, okay, you can do whatever you want. Leave this child to me. I promise to train him into an excellent lord of the generation. Old Madame Lang seemed to see something, but she smiled and said nothing. Dai was heartbroken, sobbing, Big Dad, Little Dad, are you going to abandon me? Shang Fifan was stunned. What is this name? Who taught him? Lang Mu didn't care, he was just heartbroken, and said hurriedly, We are not abandoning you, your Shang Dad and Zeng Grandpa are just teasing you. We just want you, and Xiao Huahua to play in the new city for a while, and we will take you wherever you want in the future. Shang Fifan could not give Lang Mu face, and besides, he had raised the child, and the child called him Dad, so he couldn't be an irresponsible father. Lang Mu knew Lao Shang. If Shang didn't like Dai, he wouldn't let Dai call him Dad. This guy is a bit chauvinistic. He thinks what they are going to do is very dangerous, and always wants to hide little Dai in a safer place. Xiao Huahua laughed strangely, stopped above Dai's head, and said complacently, What are you afraid of? If they run away and don't come back, I will take you to find them. Dai suddenly realized, yes, Shang Dad left a trace of spiritual power in his spiritual sea, and also intercepted a trace of his spiritual power and hid it in his spiritual sea, so that he could teleport directly to Shang Dad when he encountered danger, if the distance was not too far. Shang Dad could also know whether he was in danger, and even know who heard him through his eyes. How could Shang Dad, who cared about him so much, not want him? So Shang Dad was teasing him on purpose. Dai was furious when he saw Shang Dad's naughty smile. Bad Dad, he only knew how to lie to him. Shang Fifan saw that Dai actually faced his butt towards him, and poked Dai's chubby little butt with a sly smile, and asked Lang Mu to poke it too. Old Earl Lang slapped his hands away fiercely. Okay, you two can go, and do your own things if you have something to do. Stop teasing the children here, go away. Shang Fifan whispered to Lang Mu. See? Old people are all like this. When there are younger ones, the older ones are not happy. Lang Mu couldn't help laughing. Old Lady Lang also smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Old Earl Lang stroked the cute little great-grandson, who was furry and silly, and glared at the two adults. Go away. Shang Fifan pulled Lang Mu up, and rolled away smoothly. The restoration and return of the god of nature was not as loud, as the mother insect's soul dissipating to summon the entire insect race to hibernate. There was not even much awareness of existence. The orcs on the Orc continent only felt that it suddenly rained one day. No matter which region or season, it should not rain. The entire Orc continent was moistened by the continuous drizzle. The rain was not heavy, but it was continuous, day after day, for 9 days and 9 nights. In the words of many old orcs, the land was soaked. The land was more than soaked. The rain with purifying power penetrated deep into the soil layer, all the way to 1,000 meters underground. As the rain fell, the land of the Orc continent became less peaceful, and earthquakes occurred in many places. Fortunately, the epicenters were all in remote places with few people and few creatures, where not only large-scale earthquakes occurred, but also volcanic eruptions. However, the places where humans and other creatures live are far away from those remote places. Although there are earthquakes, they did not cause large-scale disasters. The Southern Alliance, the Northern Alliance, the Insect Tribe, the East Sea Tribe, the Tiger Country, the Wing Country. All the big and small forces received reminders from the Priest Palace. Let them try to migrate the population in remote areas to prosperous areas, and wait for the earthquake or volcanic eruption before moving back. The Priest Palace also specifically stated at the end of the message that this was a reminder from Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. The leader of the North Bear Alliance and others wanted to find Shang Fifan and ask him face to face. What they wanted to ask most was whether the disaster predicted by the Orc continent had been resolved. But Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were too busy to touch the ground now, following the god of nature everywhere. Now Lang Mu no longer needed to sense the changes in the ground, but the god of nature directly designated the area. He used the height difference of rainwater to wash the stubborn insect poison that could not be directly dissolved and purified to some Jedi, and then used magma to burn the more stubborn insect poison in these Jedi. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were responsible for commanding the army of undead corpses to help clear the way. With two-pronged approach, the insect poison in the Orc continent was rapidly decreasing. The orcs in the Orc continent did not feel anything at first, but as time passed, when the drizzle that had been falling for 9 days and 9 nights finally stopped, they saw a large number of tender shoots suddenly appearing in the yard in front of their homes, in the wilderness, and in the fields. Some of those sprouts were weeds, and some were seeds that had just been planted not long ago. This season was spring in the Orc continent. The orcs who were experienced in planting noticed something different from the past, when the seeds just sprouted. This batch of sprouted seeds not only had a very high germination rate, but also seemed to be very fresh. Some people endured the pain and picked 1 or 2 sprouts to taste, and then found an unbelievable discovery. There was not much insect poison in the newly sprouted sprouts. Any seed contains insect poison, and as it absorbs nutrients during planting, it will also absorb more insect poison into the environment. But the seeds planted now have no increase in insect poison, but have decreased. This is because the insect poison purification components remaining in the soil and water are taking effect. The insect poison residues in seeds and organisms need to be slowly metabolized from generation to generation. But just the fact that the soil where the seeds are planted no longer contains insect poison is enough to make all the orcs ecstatic. The world-destroying disaster feared by the entire Orc continent seems to have passed silently, just like the century-long disaster rumored on Earth. After the tension, nothing happened and people lived their lives as usual. When the insect poison on the Orc continent has been completely degraded and can no longer threaten the survival of life on this continent, Shang Fifan also plans to go back to Earth. He wants to go back to Earth to bring back his original body and merge it with this body. Before leaving, Shang Fifan released all the undead corpses, eliminated their resentment, and let them turn back into the original energy of heaven and earth. Only the 8th level undead corpse was unwilling to disappear. It signed a contract with Shang Fifan, agreeing not to pass its corpse poison to other creatures, nor to actively create new undead corpses. This contract was approved by Tianhestar Tian Dao. From then on, the undead corpses of the Orc continent disappeared on Tianhestar, and only one future Tianhestar death god appeared. Hey, come back early. There is a new commission. Lao Guang turned into a light ball and emerged. What new commission? Shang Fifan was thinking whether to take Lang Mu back to Earth this time. It is the gods, and their favored ones on our Tianhestar. They are polluted by the evil gods' consciousness, and many of their consciousnesses are in chaos or chaos. Now they collectively entrust you, hoping that you can help them eliminate the evil gods' consciousness pollution. The reward is their respective collections, and you and Lang Mu can each choose one. The light ball promised, they will not keep the most precious things privately. This commission is under my witness. As long as it is the reward you like, you can take it. Shang Fifan thought that he would have to frequently visit Tianhestar in the future, and it would be better to establish a certain friendship with the gods of Tianhestar than to offend them, so he agreed. The light ball also withdrew from Shang Fifan's spiritual sea as agreed, leaving only a magic game mall to renew the contract with Shang Fifan. The game mall comes with a space door, which can be summoned and used at any time. There are only 2 coordinates on the space door now. One is the new city of Blackwater Wasteland on Tianhestar, and the other is City Inn on Star. The reason why City Inn is located is related to Lang Mu. The light ball only knows the space point where Lang Mu's soul crossed over. The light ball said faintly, in the future, when your space learning strength increases, you can add new space coordinates. You can also continue to upgrade this space door. Shang Fifan was also very satisfied when he heard that this space door could be upgraded. Lang Mu held Shang Fifan's hand and said gently but firmly, I will go with you. He had a little hunch that Shang Fifan's return this time might be delayed for a while. It's not that he can't come back, but he will encounter some more difficult things. He didn't know what it was, he just had such a feeling. Shang Fifan went back only to bring back his original body and try out the space gate, but he didn't want to be separated from Lang Mu for a moment. If Lang Mu said he would wait for him here, it would be fine, but Lang Mu said he wanted to go with him, so of course they went together. I show you my farm and treat you to the beef I raise. Oh, the space gate is located in Inn City, so let's visit your hometown first. Lang Mu suddenly became playful and said seriously, I want to see my grave. By the way, my ID card should have been cancelled, so how can we go from Inn City to your farm? How is your space shuttle skill? Star, can I use magic? Shang Fifan, But Lao Guang jumped out at this time and shouted very actively, Don't worry, I'm here, I can help you solve these problems. Give me some time, I promise to understand your Star network. As long as I master your Star network, I can give you a legal identity in minutes. Shang Fifan. I don't need you. He can solve these problems for Lang Mu. Isn't it just a new identity? He has long thought about taking Lang Mu back. How could he not be prepared? Not to mention Lang Mu's new identity, he even prepared a house and savings for Lang Mu.